Sword God Chapter 2862 to Chapter 2913. The chirp was clear and resounding. It was as if it could pierce through gold and stone. It was like an invisible arrow piercing through the air from the distant sky. It was as if it wanted to pierce through everyone's divine soul, making them tremble uncontrollably. The atmosphere created by the appearance of the three peerless geniuses was instantly shattered and disappeared without a trace. The sky in the distance seemed to have been ignited. It was as though there was a raging fire burning in the sky. Looking from afar, it looked like a flaming phoenix that had spread its wings. It emitted a faint divine might that was vast and mighty. Everyone stared without blinking, for fear of missing something. It's coming. Those with good eyesight could already see that many figures were rapidly approaching. What was that? Is it a phoenix? Yes, it's the famous mount of the ancient Phoenix Mountain, the Heaven Fire Phoenix. As expected of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, she actually used the Heaven Fire Phoenix to pull the carriage. Cries of surprise rang out continuously. Under the raging flames, figures flew over one after another. They were huge birds with wingspans of 10 meters. Their bodies were burning continuously, and the flames were crimson red. Their eyes were extremely sharp, as if they could see through everything. It was as if the flames were burning continuously. Heaven Fire Phoenix, this was a kind of spiritual beast that the ancient Phoenix Mountain had carefully cultivated. It was very powerful and had the bloodline of a sacred beast. It was directly at the heavenly rank, and even had the chance to break through and become a sacred beast. Saint-level spiritual beasts were called sacred beasts. The strength of sacred beasts was extremely powerful and terrifying. Qianxia narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky. The figures that were flapping their flaming wings were flying over, and he was secretly amazed. When they saw it clearly, the might of that lineup shocked everyone. Compared to the appearance of the three peerless geniuses, it was much more powerful. At the front, there were 9 heavenly rank Heaven Fire Phoenixes. 9 flame chains extended from their bodies, and the other end of the chains was connected to a phoenix-like carriage. This carriage was golden red as if it was burning. In the carriage, there were 3 figures. 2 of them sat on the left and right sides, and their positions were a little lower. The figure in the middle was the highest, and one could tell at a glance that it was the main seat. On the 2 sides and behind the phoenix carriage, there were cultivators riding Heaven Fire Phoenixes. There were a total of 6 people, 3 men and 3 women. They were wearing phoenix armor, and their auras were very condensed and very powerful. Are those the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's burning phoenix guards? They look mighty and extraordinary. Their strength is very terrifying. Whispers of discussion sounded all around. It is said that the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's burning phoenix guards, at least at the low realm. Hearing this, Qianxia couldn't help but be surprised. The battle prowess of the low extreme realm was equivalent to the battle prowess of 10 stars. This was the strength of the burning phoenix guards. There are only 6 burning phoenix guards? Of course there are more. It is said that there are dozens of burning phoenix guards, but not all of them are with her. This time, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden came to Sky Phoenix City with the purpose of recruiting guards back to the ancient Phoenix Mountain to nurture. If they are outstanding enough, they can directly become burning phoenix guards. There were always some rumors circulating, and then people knew about it. As for where these rumors came from, they naturally had their own channels. All the rumors were mixed with the truth and the lies. No one knew when, but a group of people had appeared at the main gate of Heavenly Phoenix City. They were dressed in luxurious robes, and their leader was an old man. Each and every one of them had an extraordinary aura, and their bearing was extraordinary. It was as if they were people of high status. Around them, there were even guards in sturdy armor surrounding them. However, their appearance did not attract the attention of the crowd. Or rather, after glancing at them and being secretly surprised, they did not pay much attention to them. They only turned their heads and looked at the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's group that was continuously approaching. However, they couldn't see clearly. Everyone, including Qianxia, wanted to see the face of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. However, the golden flame phoenix chariot was burning with golden red flames. That layer of flames wouldn't harm the people inside the chariot, and also wouldn't harm those outside the chariot. But it was a very strong layer of protection. Even if a saint-level elite suddenly attacked, they wouldn't be able to break it in one strike. And as long as a saint-level elite couldn't break it in one strike, there would be a saint-level elite from the ancient Phoenix Mountain to protect the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. As for the other burning Phoenix guards, they weren't included in the scope of protection. However, saint-level elites usually wouldn't casually attack, especially against the Divine Maiden of a major force like the ancient Phoenix Mountain. It was equivalent to directly provoking such a major force, and they wouldn't rest until they were dead. It was rumored that many years ago, there was a saint-level elite who just so happened to make a move against the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden of that generation, wanting to kidnap her. In the end, not only did he fail, he was even hunted down by a saint-level elite from the ancient Phoenix Mountain, and even provoked the ancient Phoenix Mountain's ancestor, who attacked him from a distance, and killed him. Since then, no one dared to have any ideas about the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. Even if there were, they wouldn't dare to directly attack the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. After all, in the ancient Phoenix Mountain, there were more than one or two saint-level elites. There was also an ancient Phoenix ancestor who hadn't appeared in the world for many years, but was still alive, and had once dominated an era. Unable to see clearly, Chenzong was slightly disappointed. Originally, he'd wanted to see the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's appearance, and there was still some hope in his heart, but now, it was separated by a layer of golden-red flames, and there was a kind of hazy feeling, completely unable to see through. As for the two girls beside the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, they were her personal maidservants. It was rumored that both of them also possessed tyrannical strength. They were truly from the ancient Phoenix Mountain, and were not recruited from the outside world. They had unparalleled loyalty to the ancient Phoenix Mountain and the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. Light condensed in Chenzong's eyes, and he wanted to see through that layer of golden-red flames, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't penetrate it. He could only see the figure inside, but it was very blurry, and he could only vaguely make out the facial features. As for the two maids beside her, it was the same. Chenzong felt disappointed, but soon after, he pulled himself together again. Although he couldn't see it now, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to see it in the future. After all, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's purpose in coming to Heavenly Phoenix City was to choose guards, and even the blazing Phoenix guards. As long as he participated, he would be able to see it. Chenzong wasn't interested in becoming someone's bodyguard, even if that person's status was very high, or if the person's background was very powerful, and so on. He was born free, and from the moment he stepped on the road of cultivation, he relied on his own efforts. Even if he obtained opportunities, it was also based on his own ability. Why should he rely on others, even if he was chosen by the Taihao Sword Saint in the Taihao Mountain and was given opportunities? It was not because he relied on others, but because his own talent and ability were favored by the Taihao Sword Saint. Moreover, the Taihao Sword Saint also had his own purpose, and that was to cultivate the fourth generation Taihao to take over his responsibilities, so that he could leave at ease. However, becoming someone's bodyguard was equivalent to serving the master, and the meaning was completely different. Unconsciously, he would be inferior to others. How could Chenzong accept this? Impossible. However, this time, in order to find Yunyanxin, Chenzong could accept some sacrifices. Follow his heart. Heavenly Phoenix City is honored by the arrival of the goddess. The luxuriously dressed elder walked over, and the guards opened the way. He rose into the air, step by step, as if there were invisible stairs beneath his feet. He bowed to the approaching golden phoenix chariot with a smile on his face. This elder was the city lord of Heavenly Phoenix City. Nominally, Heavenly Phoenix City was under the jurisdiction of the ancient Phoenix Mountain, but it was not very direct. It could only be said that Heavenly Phoenix City was a city within the ancient Phoenix domain, and there was a subordinate relationship between it and the ancient Phoenix Mountain, but it was not an absolute subordinate. Of course, the strength of Heavenly Phoenix City could not be compared to that of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. "Thank you, City Lord." A somewhat gentle voice came from the golden phoenix chariot. It was the voice of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. I wouldn't dare. The Heavenly Phoenix City Lord's face was full of brilliant smiles. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's arrival in Heavenly Phoenix City was a great thing for Heavenly Phoenix City. It was a kind of honor. Especially this time, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was not just passing by, but was planning to select guards and even blazing phoenix guards from Heavenly Phoenix City. This would have an even greater impact on Heavenly Phoenix City. Of course, the selection was not limited to the natives of Heavenly Phoenix City. In fact, there were more people who came from all over the ancient Phoenix domain. These were the geniuses, the top geniuses, and even the peerless geniuses. No matter what, this was a way to help Heavenly Phoenix City, to make Heavenly Phoenix City more famous. This way, more people would be attracted, and more wealth and benefits would be brought to Heavenly Phoenix City. Fame and benefits, even saint-level powerhouses could not avoid them. Who would not pay attention to them? Open the way for the goddess. The Heavenly Phoenix City Lord waved his hand. Yes. A group of elite guards in sturdy armor had solemn expressions. Like lions that had fought hundreds of battles, they immediately turned around and opened the way. The aura that erupted in that instant was extremely terrifying. That aura was condensed into one, and it was as if 1,000 soldiers could cleave through it with ease. A group of cultivators could not help but be affected by this astonishing aura. They immediately retreated. Otherwise, they would feel as if they were facing 1,000 soldiers and horses. It was unbearable. Chenzong was secretly surprised. There were only 100 guards in Heavenly Phoenix City. Among them, there were 7th Realm and 6th Realm cultivators. Most of them were 6th Realm cultivators. However, that kind of condensed aura was extremely terrifying. The majority of 7th Realm cultivators were absolutely unable to resist and would be directly crushed. Chenzong estimated that even a heaven-ranked 9-star genius would find it difficult to resist such an elite troop. Even if it was him, if he were to become enemies with such an elite troop, he might be able to kill them all. However, he would definitely not feel good. How terrifying. The guards of Heavenly Phoenix City opened the way. They were invincible, and the road was wide. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden and her group stepped into Heavenly Phoenix City and headed toward the Heavenly Phoenix City Lord's residence. When the news had spread, the Heavenly Phoenix City Lord had already made preparations to receive them. He had already arranged accommodations for the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. The cultivators followed closely behind. They followed the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's group and re-entered Heavenly Phoenix City. It was extremely lively. Chenzong suddenly felt a sharp gaze focused on him. It carried a bit of malicious killing intent. He turned his head and saw that it was Bai Lian. When Bai Lian saw Chenzong's gaze sweeping over, he instantly smiled maliciously. Using his finger like a sword, he drew a line across his neck. The smile on his face became even more ferocious. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden had arrived at Heavenly Phoenix City. This piece of news swept through the entire city like a storm. From the 7th level cultivators to the 5th level cultivators and even ordinary people without cultivation, everyone knew about it and discussed it animatedly. At this time, if you met someone you knew and didn't say a few words about the arrival of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden and express some of your own opinions, then you would appear very backward and lose face. The entire city was discussing it enthusiastically. However, after the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden arrived, she directly stayed in the Heavenly Phoenix City Lord's office and didn't show up for a few days. If it weren't for the burning Phoenix guards, people would almost think that the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden had left. Even if she didn't show up for a few days, it still had a great impact. In the restaurant, Chenzong was also thinking while cultivating, and he couldn't help but feel a little lost. What if his feeling was wrong, and the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden and Xianxia had nothing to do with each other? However, this kind of loss only lasted for a breath before it was shattered by Chenzong. Why should he be lost? He had to take a look and understand first to know the result. If they really had nothing to do with each other, then he would look for them again. Maybe, as long as he was famous enough and Yunyanqin was in the inner universe, she would hear of his name. At that time, she might take the initiative to look for him. This could be considered a good method. Then, he would first contact the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden and confirm that she really had nothing to do with Xianxia. Then, he would act according to the method he just came up with. Of course, the best thing was that the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was indeed related to Xianxia. This way, he would save a lot of time and effort. However, many things didn't depend on his own will. When the time came, he would have to wait and see. Brother Chen, big news. Yang Yi returned to the restaurant after inquiring about the news outside again. He looked very excited. What's the matter? Chen Zong couldn't help but smile and ask in return, perfectly satisfying Yang Yi's desire to show off. Brother Chen, since you didn't go out, you might not know. The City Lord Mansion has already sent out news that they are going to hold a banquet to welcome the goddess. They have already obtained the goddess's approval. Yang Yi's voice was filled with excitement. His face was red and his eyes were glowing. We've already invited some people to the banquet. The 3 peerless geniuses have been invited, as well as the top geniuses. Furthermore, the City Lord Manor has also released 10 invitation cards. As long as you have the invitation cards, you can participate in the welcoming banquet of the goddess. Why was it that only the peerless geniuses and top geniuses received direct invitations, while the other geniuses didn't? He wasn't sure. Perhaps it was because there were only a dozen or so exceptional geniuses and top-notch geniuses combined. However, there were even more geniuses. At the very least, there were already more than 30 famous geniuses who had come to Heavenly Phoenix City. Of course, not all of these prodigies were at the 10-star level. Some of them were at the 10-star level, and some of them weren't at the 10-star level yet. However, they were recognized by the experts as having the potential to reach the 10-star level soon. They didn't directly invite the top geniuses and top geniuses, but released 10 invitation cards. What did this mean? It meant that as long as one had an invitation card, they could participate in the welcoming banquet of the goddess. Then, how could one obtain an invitation card? Fight, whoever could obtain an invitation card could participate in the banquet with the invitation card. It was so simple and direct. To be honest, Chen Zong didn't want to participate in this kind of excitement. However, this matter was related to Yun Yanxin. He had to obtain an invitation card and participate in the banquet. Perhaps he could see the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden at the banquet. Since he had to obtain an invitation card, Chen Zong asked Yang Yi for the details. Yang Yi was like a spy. He had already inquired about everything. The 10 invitation cards had already been released, and they were hanging on the Phoenix-facing stage in Heavenly Phoenix City. Whoever wanted to obtain one of the 10 invitation cards had to go to the Phoenix-facing stage and personally obtain an invitation card. The rule was that one could only obtain one invitation card at most. In other words, after obtaining one invitation card, one couldn't touch the other invitation cards. Otherwise, one would be expelled. In addition, even after obtaining an invitation card, it wasn't guaranteed that one could participate in the banquet. This was because other people would come to snatch your invitation card. If you couldn't keep it, it would be snatched away by other people. In short, when the banquet was announced, whoever had an invitation card could participate in the banquet. And before the banquet started, the competition for the invitation cards could continue. However, the invitation cards couldn't be destroyed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be replaced. If one was destroyed, there would be one less invitation card. Moreover, if one destroyed the invitation card, they would be expelled from Heavenly Phoenix City. After hearing the rules of the competition for the invitation cards, Chen Zong immediately fell into deep thought. Brother Chen, you have the battle prowess of a 10-star level. You can definitely compete for the invitation cards. Yang Yi said excitedly as if he could participate. However, in reality, Yang Yi's battle prowess was only at the 4-star level. He didn't have the qualifications to compete at all. 4-star battle prowess was just a rookie. Of course, at such a young age, he had the cultivation of the initial heaven rank and the battle prowess of a 4-star heaven rank. This was indeed a rather outstanding level. It wasn't that easy to advance to the heaven rank. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a few years to advance from the initial stage to the initial stage. However, in the outer universe, it was different. The advancement from the initial stage to the initial stage would take at least a few decades or even a few centuries. From this point of view, the efficiency of cultivation in the inner universe was more than 10 times that of the outer universe. It could even be more than 100 times. It was very shocking. This caused the inner universe's mysterious ancient world to have many heaven-rank powerhouses that were equivalent to the 7th level of the Emperor realm. For example, some geniuses, heaven's prides, and some cultivators with ordinary talent could cultivate to the heaven stage after a long period of time. Moreover, they continued to accumulate and eventually reached the full circle of the heaven stage. Such cultivators could be found everywhere. Of course, having ordinary talent meant that it was very difficult to have the opportunity to break through the limit in this lifetime. It was worth mentioning that the lifespan of a heaven-rank powerhouse in the inner universe was limited. Under normal circumstances, the lifespan of a heaven-rank powerhouse was about 1,000 years. If they cultivated some life-preserving techniques or had some special life-preserving techniques, they could live for a few hundred years without a problem. If they could obtain some rare fruits or elixirs to extend their lifespan, they could also extend their lifespan by a few hundred years. As for a saint-rank powerhouse, their lifespan would directly increase by many times. However, it was also limited. This was the price. Cultivation in the inner universe was very simple. It was easy to improve one's cultivation. As long as one had a certain amount of talent and resources, it wasn't difficult to cultivate to the heaven rank. This was the advantage. The disadvantage was that one's lifespan was limited. It wasn't like the outer universe where the lifespan of an emperor realm powerhouse was extremely shocking. It was even longer than the lifespan of a saint-rank powerhouse in the inner universe. Where there was loss, there would be gain. This was the truth that applied everywhere. Chenzong left the restaurant. Under Yang Yi's lead, he went directly to the phoenix-facing stage. The phoenix-facing stage was a place used by Heavenly Phoenix City for sacrificial ceremonies. It had no other use, but it was also forbidden for others to enter at will. At this moment, around the phoenix-facing stage, there were figures standing upright like long spears. They stood tall and pointed towards the sky. They were wearing sturdy armor, and their auras were incomparably condensed. They were veterans of hundreds of battles. They were the guards of Heavenly Phoenix City, firmly protecting the phoenix-facing stage. On the phoenix-facing stage, there was a statue of a phoenix that spread its wings and soared into the sky. It was at least 100 meters tall, and around this crimson phoenix statue were 10 balls of light. Each ball of light was about the size of a human head. If one looked closely, they would find that the objects in the balls of light were rectangular pieces of paper. Invitation cards. These were the 10 invitation cards that the City Lord's office had specially produced and released for the welcoming banquet for the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. With the gigantic crimson phoenix spreading its wings as the center, there was no one within 10,000 meters of the phoenix-facing stage. Because the contest for the invitation cards had not yet begun, no one was allowed to enter. There were guards of Heavenly Phoenix City guarding this place, and there was no lack of top heaven-rank powerhouses among them. Of course, this was nothing. Even if the City Lord of Heavenly Phoenix City was powerful, he was not a true saint-rank powerhouse. The real deterrent was the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden and ancient Phoenix Mountain. After all, this was related to the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's banquet. Not following the rules was equivalent to offending the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. Even the heaven-rank forces of the ancient Phoenix domain could not bear the consequences of this. Many people rushed over from all directions of Heavenly Phoenix City and gathered around the phoenix-facing stage, waiting. A clear and resounding cry suddenly rang out, coming from afar. Immediately, 2 tyrannical and blazing auras filled the air, covering the sky and earth, causing everyone to be shocked. "It's the Heaven Fire Phoenix!" Exclamations continued to ring out. Chenzong also looked up and saw that from the direction of the City Lord's mansion, there were 2 Heaven Fire Phoenixes spreading their wings. They were burning non-stop, as if they were carrying a trail of flames as they flew over. On the backs of the 2 Heaven Fire Phoenixes, there were 2 figures sitting. Not only the Heaven Fire Phoenixes, but the Blazing Phoenix Guards have also come. Countless envious gazes were fixed on the Blazing Phoenix Guards. How great would it be if they could also become a Blazing Phoenix Guard? Not only could they get close to the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, but they could also enjoy the resources of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. Just thinking about it made them extremely excited, but unfortunately, it was too difficult. The 2 Blazing Phoenix Guards, 1 male and 1 female, wore Blazing Phoenix armor and Blazing Phoenix helmet, so their complete faces could not be seen clearly, only their eyes could be seen. "There are quite a lot of people," the female Blazing Phoenix Guard said with a smile. "Who in the world doesn't want to witness the peerless beauty of the goddess?" The male Blazing Phoenix Guard said with a smile, but there was some disdain in his heart. How could the peerless beauty of the goddess be coveted by some ordinary people, but since they had come, they would give these ordinary people a chance. The male blazing phoenix guard's gaze was high up, sweeping across. That kind of gaze was as if he was looking at a group of ants. In reality, his strength was indeed very strong, but to the people present, it was not necessarily a kind of suppression. It was just a kind of mentality, a kind of high and mighty mentality that created such an attitude. The competition for the name cards was supervised by these two blazing phoenix guards. As for the guards of the heavenly phoenix city, they were there to assist. Now, I will announce the rules. After that, the competition for the name cards will begin. The female blazing phoenix guard sat on the back of the heaven fire phoenix, sweeping across as if she was overlooking the common people. Her voice was also accompanied by a shocking might, entering everyone's ears. Second update, rules. What kind of rules? In fact, it was very simple. It was strength. If one wanted to participate in the battle of the calling posts, one must have enough strength. If one didn't have enough strength, then it was simply a waste of time and opportunity. One could just obediently become a spectator and watch. Why bother? As for how to prove that one had the strength to participate in the battle of the calling posts, it was very simple. According to the initial rules, one just had to break through the battle formation set up by the heavenly phoenix city guards. This battle formation was equivalent to a 9-star heaven rank. In other words, even a 9-star heaven rank might not be able to break through it. However, if a 10-star heaven rank wanted to break through it, it wouldn't be too difficult. There were a total of 3 of such battle formations, which meant that only 3 people could break through the battle formations at a time. The efficiency is too low. I don't have time to waste with you. After the female ardent phoenix guard finished announcing the rules, the male ardent phoenix guard's voice suddenly sounded with a bit of impatience. After all, there were at least tens of thousands of people gathered here. There were even more people who were constantly rushing over. However, only a small portion of them had reached the heaven rank, and there were even fewer who had reached the 9-star heaven rank. If they were to test according to the rules, who knew how much time it would take? It would be a pure waste. Boom, very suddenly, a monstrous might exploded from the male ardent phoenix guard's body. The heaven fire phoenix under him also seemed to have sensed it in an instant. It suddenly spread its wings and let out an extremely sharp and resounding cry. The sound wave was vast and mighty, as if it could shatter the vacuum. A powerful and blazing flame also burst out from the heaven fire phoenix's body. It burned endlessly, as if it was going to burn through the sky. The blazing scarlet flame didn't hurt the male ardent phoenix guard on its back. The range and the aura that erupted from him seemed to have merged into one. In an instant, it more than doubled, becoming even more tyrannical and shocking. Like an instant eruption of a volcano, a torrent that was like an ocean gushed out. It was extremely blazing and violent. In an instant, it engulfed the entire place and directly hit the bodies of the people present. The terrifying blazing made people feel as if they were in the mouth of a volcano and directly faced the impact of magma. It was as if they were going to be crushed and turned into ashes in an instant. In just an instant, many people couldn't bear it. They were directly hit by the impact and couldn't get up. They couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as their auras withered. There were people who forcefully endured it. In the short span of a breath, the terrifying blazing and berserk aura had only erupted for one breath, and immediately, several tens of thousands of people had collapsed. Less than 1,000 of them were still standing. However, the majority of these 1,000 people were also on the verge of collapse, and continuously fell to the ground. Only 100 people were left standing. Chen Zong was among these 100 people. The sudden burst of blazing and violent aura indeed surprised Chen Zong. However, it couldn't really affect Chen Zong. Chen Zong had faced and endured even more powerful auras before. Although he could withstand it, it was undeniable that the strength of the Ardent Phoenix Guard was indeed very strong. This kind of aura, if placed in the outer universe, would be at the level of a powerful half-saint. In the inner universe, it wasn't an ordinary 10-star battle strength. It was at least at the level of a top 10-star battle strength. As for whether it was stronger or not, it could only be determined by an outbreak of battle. Or, the other party was willing to go all out and completely unleash his aura without holding back. It's you guys. The male Ardent Phoenix Guard stretched out his finger and drew a circle in the void. It was facing the 100 people who were still standing. The lowest combat strength of these 100 people was at the level of a 9-star battle strength. In the inner universe, it wasn't difficult to cultivate to the heaven stage. However, it wasn't easy to have a 9-star battle strength. In other words, the combat strength of an ordinary heaven stage warrior could be raised to 7 stars at most. As for the 8-star and 9-star battle strength, it was quite difficult. Therefore, those who had 8-star and 9-star battle strength were considered geniuses. Among the tens of thousands of people, the last 100 people were qualified to fight for the name cards. As for the others, they were more or less injured, but there was nothing they could do. Even if they were dissatisfied and unhappy, there was nothing they could do. After all, the other party was the Ardent Phoenix Guard. Since the Ardent Phoenix Guard had made such a decision, the guards of Sky Phoenix City naturally had to cooperate and let them go immediately. Oh, right. In this fight for the name cards, you can use all means, regardless of life or death. The male Ardent Phoenix Guard seemed to think that it wasn't lively enough and added a sentence with a faint smile. What he meant was that they could use all means to kill others in the fight for the name cards. As soon as these words came out, some people frowned, and some revealed a sinister smile. The female Ardent Phoenix Guard's expression couldn't be seen, but the look in her eyes showed that she actually didn't agree with the male Ardent Phoenix Guard's words. However, as a companion, she didn't refute on the spot and remained silent. After all, one was a companion, and the others were unrelated. Even if there were companions among these 100 people, it was a matter of the future. No matter what, the rules were like. If they wanted to participate, then participate. If they didn't, then get lost. It was that simple and direct. Since they were already here, there was no reason to give up. Fight, 100 people fighting for 10 name cards. The difference between 9-star and 10-star was directly reflected. The difference between 9-star and 10-star was actually very obvious. It was completely one-sided. Therefore, although 100 people participated in the fight, in reality, it was a fight between less than 20 10-star prodigies. As for the other 9-star prodigies, they were just background characters. Even if they were lucky enough to get a name card, they wouldn't be able to take it away. However, they still had to try their luck. What if their luck was really good? Wouldn't they be able to participate in the banquet and see the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden? Just thinking about it made them extremely excited. It was worth a try. Moreover, 9-star heaven rank powerhouses all had life-saving trump cards. They wouldn't be killed so easily. Fight, in an instant, one by one, they burst out with astonishing speed and rushed toward the 10 name cards. Chenzong directly turned into a sword light. His speed was extremely shocking, and he broke through the air in an instant. In an instant, he left most of the people behind him and was far ahead. 10 name cards. This meant that those 10-star prodigies had more than one target, and there wouldn't be a situation where more than 20 people fought for the same name card. It indirectly reduced the pressure of the competition. There were 2 10-star prodigies who were eyeing the same name card as Chenzong. As for the 9-star prodigies, well, they weren't included. Charge, the 3 10-star prodigies, including Chenzong, burst out with full speed and rapidly approached the name card. In an instant, the figure of one of them flashed. Like a refraction of light, he directly surpassed Chenzong and the other 10-star prodigy and approached the name card. However, the other person snorted coldly and suddenly waved his palm. The palm energy was like the waves of the sea, sweeping over layer by layer. However, in an instant, it reversed and intercepted the person in the front. As soon as he was intercepted, he was immediately affected and couldn't directly get the name card. Insignificant skill. After the person snorted coldly, he suddenly pulled out his saber. There was a flash of cold light on the saber. It was like riding the wind and breaking the waves. The extremely shocking saber light cut through everything and split the waves that were coming back. It was like a hot knife through butter. A light flashed in Chenzong's eyes. Immediately, he took a step forward. His figure seemed to have merged into the void and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already passed the 2 people and appeared next to the name card. His finger was like a sword as it pierced through the layer of protective light outside the name card. His finger also pinched the name card. Oh, he has mastered the way of space. The eyes of the two blazing phoenix guards lit up slightly. They were a little surprised. Because in the inner universe, the way of space wasn't so easy to comprehend and master. There weren't many people who cultivated this way. They didn't expect to see one here. It was a little surprising. Stop. Bastard. The two 10-star prodigies' expressions changed drastically when they saw Qianzong pinching the name card. They both roared angrily and unleashed their strength without hesitation. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Slash, the long saber pierced through the air. The saber light was cold and sharp as it directly cut through everything. It instantly attacked Qianzong. Such a powerful attack left a long mark in the void. Rumble, the sea current turned into a huge whirlpool that swept over from all directions. With Qianzong as the center, it constantly strangled Qianzong as if it wanted to kill him directly. Whether it was the power of the saber or the power of the whirlpool strangling, they were both very powerful and made Qianzong feel threatened. Unsheath, slash, without the slightest hesitation, Qianzong instantly executed the skylight sword drawing technique. At the instant his sword left its sheath, the wisp of flowing light was peerlessly sharp, extremely dazzling, and extremely resplendent. It directly slashed through everything and slashed apart the vortex that was moving towards him. Qianzong took a step forward and dodged the terrifying saber light. He rushed out of the whirlpool strangling him and appeared outside. He quickly flew out with the name card. That sword is a little interesting. The eyes of the female blazing phoenix guard flashed. She looked a little surprised. He had mastered the way of space and had such a unique sword technique. He was indeed capable. Haha, it's just SOSO. The male blazing phoenix guard laughed with some disdain. After Qianzong snatched the name card, he did not intend to fight with anyone else and was about to leave. However, the two people were furious and quickly chased after him. At the same time, not far away, there was a person staring at Qianzong with eyes that were shining with a terrifying light. His eyes were full of murderous intent and malice. His overbearing power continued to flow into the sword light that surrounded him. As the sword light trembled, the power continued to condense, becoming more and more overbearing and shocking. Faintly, there seemed to be strands of electric arcs that surrounded the sword light. The electric arcs were blue in color and emitted extremely terrifying destructive fluctuations. Bailey Yan stared at Qianzong with eyes full of malice and murderous intent. Suddenly, an extremely cold and ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was full of terrifying murderous intent. The surroundings seemed to be extremely cold. It's your honor to die under the strongest killing move of the Bailey family's unique flying sword technique. 100-mile flying sword? Piercing dragon. There was a low roar that sounded like muffled thunder coming from the depths of his throat. In the next moment, the sword light that was surrounded by blue electric arcs suddenly blasted out. Third update, I went out and got a heat stroke. The sword light seemed to have turned into a blue thunderbolt, carrying a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It instantly broke through the air, leaving a dazzling trace. That kind of power was invincible, assassinating everything. Piercing dragon, it was the ultimate move of the sword art of Bailey Miles. In the inner universe, there was no such thing as a divine art, only a unique skill. The ultimate move was the ultimate move of the unique skills. Once it was used, it was bound to be a terrifying and fatal attack. Qianzong felt a chill for no reason, and a strong sense of crisis broke out in an instant. In an instant, he saw a blue thunderbolt with a monstrous sword power that broke through the air and bombarded toward him. It was going to kill him mercilessly. A threat, Qianzong felt an obvious threat. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the malicious and ferocious killing intent on Bai Lian's cold face through the thunderbolt sword light. This was the unique skill of the sword art of Bailey Miles that Wu Jia had mentioned. It was indeed very terrifying. With Bai Lian's strength at the peak of the 9-star level, he could actually make Qianzong feel threatened. After all, Qianzong's strength was not an ordinary 10-star level. However, the absolute gap in strength, especially the gap between the 9-star level and the 10-star level, was very big and not so easy to cross. However, the ultimate move of the sword art of Bailey Miles could do it. It was really terrifying to threaten a 10-star level with a 9-star level. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong was struck by the blue bolt of lightning and was directly pierced through. A smile suddenly appeared on Bai Lian's face. So what if you're stronger than me? The ultimate move of the flying sword art of the Bailey family is a terrifying killing move that transcends stars. It's extremely powerful and unparalleled. However, in the next moment, Bai Lian's face suddenly changed because the one that was pierced by the piercing dragon was not the real Qianzong, but an illusion. An illusion that could pass off as the real one. If it was an illusion formed by high-speed movement, it would be difficult to pass off as the real one and confuse others. However, an illusion of the heart could. Even if it only had 1/10 of the strength of the real one, it was enough to confuse others in an instant. Those who could distinguish between the real and the fake in an instant were usually stronger than Qianzong. It's actually fake. The two blazing phoenix guards were secretly surprised. At that moment, they also thought that Qianzong had been hit. They didn't expect that it was fake. It was like an afterimage, but not like an afterimage. It was more like a clone. In short, it was very interesting. However, with their level of cultivation and eyesight, it was difficult for them to completely understand it. In an instant, Bai Lian's expression changed drastically. He felt all the hair on his body stand on end. A strong sense of crisis surged in him, and he felt like he was about to explode. Dodge, without any hesitation, Bai Lian immediately burst out with his full speed. His body and sword became one as he turned into a sword light and quickly dodged. At the same time, he crushed a jade pendant. The moment the jade pendant was crushed, it released a powerful energy fluctuation that surrounded his body and formed a layer of protection. This was his life-saving trump card. It was a life-saving trump card given to him by the Bailey clan. It was enough to defend against the attack of an 11th star and would be difficult to break in a short time. Only a 12th star attack could break it in an instant. Qianzong's figure appeared. He unsheathed his sword and immediately unleashed the heavenly light sword drawing technique. The power of this sword was very powerful. Ordinary 10-star cultivators couldn't defend against it. However, when it hit the protection on Bai Lian's body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It couldn't break through at all. Instead, it was completely absorbed. You will definitely die. Bai Lian's vicious voice immediately sounded. The murderous intent was extremely shocking. With the protection on his body and the speed of the 100-mile flying sword technique, Bai Lian completely burst out and immediately rushed out, intending to escape. Since his strongest attack couldn't do anything to his opponent, it wouldn't be a good thing to continue. On the contrary, the protection wasn't endless. There was a limit to it. He had to leave first before making any plans. Even if Qianzong wanted to chase after him, it would be difficult for him to do so. This was because the two 10-star cultivators had already arrived and wanted to snatch the name card in Qianzong's hand. This name card couldn't be stored in a storage artifact. Qianzong had already tested it. There seemed to be a layer of mysterious power on the name card that prevented it from being stored in a storage artifact. He had no choice but to keep it close to his chest. The other 9 name cards were also snatched by other people. They were about to break out of the encirclement and immediately leave the phoenix-facing stage to hide. They would only appear after the banquet started. This way, they could save a lot of trouble. Chaos. Below the phoenix-facing stage, there was extreme chaos and a great battle broke out. A few unlucky 9-star cultivators were killed. The other 9-star cultivators were terrified and quickly ran away. Qianzong drew his sword and slashed out. After breaking the saber light, his body flashed and split into 3. Including his original body, there were 4 figures that flew in different directions. Heart image. Of course, Qianzong had a total of 9 heart images. However, when he was in the outer universe, releasing 9 heart images at once would consume a lot of energy. If he were to do it in the inner universe, the energy consumption would increase by more than 10 times. With his current strength, if he were to release 9 heart images, it would consume about 40% of his energy. It was very shocking. Therefore, Qianzong didn't want to do it unless he had no other choice. Unleashing the power of the 3 Dao heart phantoms would consume more than 10% of his strength, but it was enough to confuse the enemy. Although the heart image's energy was only a tenth of Chenzong's, Chenzong controlled the heart images to release their aura completely while his original body restrained it. He made it so that his aura was the same as the heart images, making it harder for others to distinguish. Was it real or fake? At that moment, the two 10-star cultivators didn't know which one was real. After a slight hesitation, the four figures immediately flew in different directions. Chase, intercept. At this moment, there was no time to hesitate. Because if there was any hesitation, time would be wasted. Four figures shot out, and two of them were pursued by the two 10-star experts. Blade light slashed down, directly cutting them to pieces. The Songhai torrent also tore that figure to pieces. It's fake. Absolute B** starred. The two of them immediately realized that they had made a mistake in their judgment. They had chased after a fake and not the real body. With this delay, the real body had already fled far away. That's right. At this moment, Chenzong had already rushed out of the range of the phoenix-facing stage and into the crowd. He was as nimble as a fish as he flew away. Flying was not allowed in Heaven Phoenix City. This was the rule. Whoever violated it would be punished. Of course, if it was someone like the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, no one would dare to punish her. The so-called punishment was completely relative. Flying was allowed in the fight for the name cards on the Phoenix-facing stage. This was loosening the restriction. However, flying was not allowed after leaving the Phoenix-facing stage. Thus, in just a few breaths' time, Chenzong had escaped far away with the name card. The faces of the two 10-star cultivators who were competing with Chenzong were ashen and extremely gloomy. Immediately, the person with the saber chased after Chenzong without giving up. He looked like he was going to catch up with Chenzong and snatch the name card. The other person, however, gave up. He turned around and rushed to the others to participate in the fight for the name cards. After getting the name card, Chenzong's heart did not fluctuate too much. He was only a little excited, but he quickly calmed down. After all, getting the name card did not mean that he had obtained the right to participate in the banquet. There was still time. Before the banquet truly began, others could still compete with him for the name card. If it was snatched by someone else, then the name card would no longer belong to him. Naturally, he would lose the right to participate in the banquet. The banquet did not matter. The most important thing was that at the banquet, it was very likely that he would be able to see the true face of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden and come into contact with her. That was the most important thing. Taking the name card, Chenzong quickly returned to his room in the restaurant. Only then did he take out the name card and look at it carefully. This was a palm-sized name card. There was a pattern of a golden red phoenix spreading its wings on it. It was very lifelike, as if it wanted to rush into the name card. With that golden red phoenix as the source, a faint halo spread out and covered the entire name card. It was also because of this layer of power that the name card was difficult to destroy and could not be stored in the storage divine tool. Chenzong observed it for 10 breaths, then put the name card back into his pocket. Now, he just had to wait. Wait for the banquet to begin. At that time, he would go and participate with the name card. As for now, many thoughts flashed through Chenzong's mind. Because Chenzong knew that the others who did not snatch the name card would definitely not give up. They would definitely make other moves. At that time, it would be very normal for him to be targeted. At this time, it was best to hide so that others could not find him and avoid trouble. However, Chenzong did not know where he could hide. He was unfamiliar with this place. Since that was the case, then he could only face the next trouble. With a sword in hand, there was nothing to fear. Finally, the fight for the name card at the Phoenix-facing stage also ended. A piece of news was spread. The banquet would be held at sunset 3 days later. Before the banquet began, the others could continue to fight for the name cards. However, there was a rule that powerhouses above the 10-star level were not allowed to fight. Once they did, they would be expelled immediately. If they were invited to intervene, the inviter would also be punished and expelled. In other words, if they wanted to fight for the name cards, the highest strength could only be at the 10-star level. If it was only at the 10-star level, Chenzong was not afraid. Even if it was at the 11-star level, Chenzong was not afraid. After the rules were announced, the undercurrent in Sky Phoenix City was turbulent. It was as if there was an invisible wind and clouds changing. The invisible torrent was constantly rushing and surging. Chen Zong's super-strong perception could feel that the invisible pressure was slowly invading. It was only one night. When the sky was slightly bright, Chen Zong's door was knocked. The knocking was rhythmic, low, and powerful. "Who is it?" Chen Zong opened his eyes and spoke neither slowly nor hurriedly. "Sir Chen Zong, please open the door. I have something to discuss with you." A low voice came from outside the door. The person did not say his name and identity. Instead, he responded with his own rhythm. "The name cards are not for sale." Chen Zong thought for a moment and immediately understood what was going on. He responded without hesitation. The voices outside the door instantly fell silent. In the next breath, the door was directly broken open by a great force. A tall figure, like an iron tower, directly stepped in. When his foot landed, the room seemed to be about to sink. Returning to normal, with a body that was over 2 meters tall and extremely strong, he was like an iron tower as he walked over. The floor of the room shook as if it was going to sink. An astonishingly vigorous and heavy aura spread out and filled the room, causing everything in the room to be suppressed by an invisible gravitational force. Bang bang bang, a series of sounds rang out, and the teacups in the room were shattered. The tables and chairs were also broken, unable to withstand the impact of this pressure. However, the bed Chen Zong sat on was undamaged. Although this pressure was tyrannical, it could not affect Chen Zong at all. At most, it could only affect a 9-star. The tanned iron tower-like strong man widened his eyes and stared at Chen Zong with an ominous glint in his eyes. He wanted to give Chen Zong a strong pressure. Behind the strong man was a young master wearing a white robe and holding a paper fan. He had a smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. "Greetings, Brother Chen." The young master folded his paper fan and said with a smile, "I am Tantai Bai Mu, a disciple of Daluo Palace's Tianluo Palace. I have admired the ancient phoenix goddess for a long time, but because of some matters, I did not have the chance to participate in yesterday's competition. It is a pity. I wonder if brother can help me." This white-robed young master's attitude and tone seemed to be humble, but there was a kind of arrogance in his bones. It was like the arrogance of a rich young master facing a poor family. "No." Chen Zong's expression did not change. His tone was neither cold nor hot, and he directly replied without hesitation. "That's good, then thank you." The white-robed Tantai Boimu smiled faintly, once again opening his fan and gently waving it. He had a complacent look on his face as he said to himself. Suddenly, his tone paused and his expression changed. "Brother, what did you say?" "Young master," he refused. The tanned iron tower-like strong man spoke, his voice low and vigorous. "Brother, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I will pay 100,000 cultivation coins." The white-robed young master's expression was slightly cold, and then a smile appeared on his face as he offered a so-called high price. 100,000 cultivation coins. Chen Zong knew that a restaurant like the one he was currently staying in was considered a second-grade restaurant in Heavenly Phoenix City. The price of a room per day was 10 profound coins. As for the few first-grade restaurants, they were even more expensive. Every night, it would cost at least 15 to 20 profound coins. To an ordinary person, a month's worth of living expenses was around 30 cultivation coins. After conversion, 100,000 cultivation coins was indeed not a small amount. Chen Zong indeed needed cultivation coins. If he could get his hands on 100,000 cultivation coins, it would be more convenient for his future operations. However, Chen Zong did not use this method to obtain cultivation coins. The name card would definitely not be given out. Regardless of the price, even if the other party offered a price of 1 million cultivation coins, Chen Zong would not agree. Of course, the other party would definitely not offer such a high price. 1 million cultivation coins might not even be enough. "Get out and fix the door." Chen Zong responded neither slowly nor quickly. His voice could not be considered cold, but it did not have the slightest bit of enthusiasm either. "Young master, in the end, we still have to settle this with our fists," the strong man said in a muffled voice, his voice rolling like muffled thunder. As his voice fell, a frightening aura suddenly condensed from the strong man's body. It was as if a volcano was about to erupt. A frightening power would pour out in torrents and smash Chenzong's body to pieces. Chenzong was unmoved. Fighting was prohibited in Heavenly Phoenix City, to avoid unnecessary destruction. This rule was a restriction that even people from heaven-ranked forces had to abide by. Because even if the heaven-ranked forces of the ancient Phoenix domain joined forces, they would still be unable to match up to the ancient Phoenix Mountain. Since they could not compete, they could only obediently abide by the rules and act within the rules. The strong man was actually just bluffing. He did not dare to make a move here. Otherwise, even if he defeated the other party and obtained the invitation, he would be disqualified by Heavenly Phoenix City. He just wanted to scare Chenzong and see if Chenzong would take the initiative to hand over the invitation. This was obviously impossible. After all, although his strength was not weak, in the end, he was still inferior to Chenzong. Brother, if that is the case, then don't blame me for offending you. Tantai Baimu's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. Challenge, this was allowed by Heavenly Phoenix City. Especially at this stage of the competition for the invitation, Heavenly Phoenix City directly stated this rule. If someone with the invitation was challenged, they had to agree and could not avoid the battle. This was to select more outstanding people to participate in the banquet. In the case of a challenge, both sides could only send out one person. Many people were not allowed to join forces, which would break the rules. Of course, if they hid and weren't found, then they could avoid the challenge. The challenge rules were like this. You couldn't issue a challenge just because you knew who had the name card. You had to find the person with the name card first and issue the challenge face to face. The eyes and ears of Heavenly Phoenix City were paying attention to the people with the invitation. Chenzong had the invitation and could not avoid the battle. Chenzong was also not afraid. Then, he would fight and show the world his strength. He was not someone to be trifled with. If one wanted to challenge him, then they had to have enough ability and strength. Otherwise, they would only be asking for humiliation. At the Phoenix Battle Arena of Heavenly Phoenix City, Chenzong stepped forward. Tantai Baimu also came with his subordinates. Young master, leave it to me. The strong man like an iron tower said in a muffled voice. Be careful, his strength is not weak. Tantai Baimu chuckled and waved a folding fan with a painting of mountains and rivers. He looked leisurely and seemed to have confidence in the strength of his subordinates. Come up and die. The strong man who was like an iron tower suddenly jumped. His body seemed to weigh 1,000 caddies as he suddenly fell. When he landed on the Phoenix fighting stage, the entire stage also trembled. It was as if it was about to collapse as it emitted a terrifying muffled sound. What a strong physique. This man is a physique cultivator. Around the Phoenix battle arena, there were other cultivators. Although there were not many, there were still dozens of them. They just happened to see this scene and were immediately attracted and whispered. Yes, this strong man like an iron tower was a physique cultivator. In the inner universe, there were also physique cultivators and chi cultivators. Similarly, there were fewer physique cultivators than chi cultivators. From the beginning, Chenzong could see that this person was a physique cultivator. His physique was extremely strong and his chi and blood were incomparably vigorous. It seemed that within that tyrannical body, there was some kind of amazing power contained. Tantai Baimu leisurely waved his folding fan, as if he was full of confidence in his subordinates. This was because he knew that his subordinates' strength was very strong. Once the battle strength of his subordinates was fully unleashed, he would have to use his full strength to defeat them. When there was a problem, the subordinates would take the initiative. Chenzong's figure flashed and appeared on the Phoenix battle arena, facing the strong man directly. Erupt, the muscular man's body suddenly trembled. A powerful force erupted and directly charged out. It was as if it wanted to shatter everything. It was extremely tyrannical, and it caused a storm to wreak havoc in all directions. It was even more shocking. That aura was extremely violent, causing the spectators below the Fighting Phoenix arena to continuously exclaim in surprise. Chen Zong was also a little surprised. This person was indeed somewhat capable. Huh! Another violent roar was heard. Within the strong man's extremely strong body, a layer of blood light spurted out. His muscles suddenly bulged and swelled up. Every muscle burst out an amazing power, causing his already strong body to become even stronger and more majestic. The aura that he emitted was also more terrifying. This aura had directly surpassed the 9-star level, reaching the threshold of the 10-star level. Yes, Chenzong, with his extraordinary perception, could roughly judge the level of his opponent. It was equivalent to the opponent on the 10th floor of the Battlestar Pagoda. The opponents on each floor of the Battlestar Pagoda were at the lowest level of the 1-star level. The storm raged in all directions, extremely violent and ferocious. Chenzong was directly hit by the storm, but his expression did not change at all. The strong man took a step forward, and his thick feet instantly stomped on the ground. The entire arena shook as if it was going to be crushed. Fortunately, the building materials of the Phoenix Battle Arena were extraordinary. Even an ordinary 11-star level strength would not be able to truly destroy it. The moment his foot landed, the strong man's calf directly swelled up. Green veins protruded out, like a coiled snake. It was a shocking sight. The power actually passed through his calf and directly hit the soles of his feet. With a boom, as if the wind was roaring, the strong man's entire body seemed to have turned into a huge crossbow, carrying an extremely terrifying aura as he rushed forward. The distance of 100 meters was covered in an instant. Body refiners were most adept at close-quarters combat. Only through close-quarters combat would they be able to bring out their formidable strength to the fullest and display the strength that they should possess. One punch, the strong man crossed 100 meters in an instant. He clenched his fist, which was the size of a human head, and covered it with a layer of blood-red light. His forearm also swelled up in an instant, turning into a black-red color. It was extremely terrifying. Like a meteor falling from the sky, it blasted out mercilessly towards Chenzong. This kind of challenge allowed one to kill. If one was killed, it would only be because one's skills were inferior. The strong man intended to smash Chenzong's head with one punch. He had always been so decisive, ruthless, and direct. He did not leave any leeway. An astonishing murderous aura also spread out and rushed over. Chenzong knew his opponent's intention. Since that was the case, then go to hell. Drawing his sword, Chenzong did not hesitate to slash out. An astonishing murderous aura burst out and merged into the sword. Void kill sword technique, between heaven and earth, within all living things, there was nothing that could not be killed. Compared to his opponent's ferocious and earth-shattering punch, the power of Chenzong's sword seemed to be more restrained, making it more difficult for others to sense. However, its power was definitely stronger. After all, Chenzong's combat strength was truly at the 10-star level, not at the threshold of the 10-star level. The sword broke through the air, and the sword light arrived first. It bypassed his opponent's ferocious punch and directly slashed his opponent's extremely strong body, instantly shattering it. The tyrannical power burst out, causing the strong man to retreat. A 1-meter-long sword wound appeared on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen, and blood was dripping. An astonishing sword aura was raging inside, crazily strangling the strong man's body, causing more injuries. What a strong physique! Chenzong was secretly shocked. The sword just now should have been able to split his opponent's body, but unexpectedly, it did not. It only left a sword wound that exposed his bones. You have some skills. The folding fan paused, his brows slightly wrinkled and relaxed, and he said with a slight smile. The burly man looked down at his chest. The sword wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. It was a shocking sight. Blood was constantly oozing out, and a terrible sword chi was rapidly raging in his body from the wound, strangling him. Anger, in an instant, the burly man was enraged to the extreme. His anger was like the eruption of an ancient volcano, releasing an extremely terrifying might that soared into the sky. At the same time, something seemed to have awakened within the burly man's body, emitting an extremely violent and terrifying roar that shook the sky and the earth. The roar was like the roar of an ancient giant beast. As soon as it appeared, it turned into an invisible sound wave that impacted in all directions, crushing everything in its way. The world shook, and the entire arena trembled. Chenzong looked dignified. His strong perception made Chenzong feel that there was an ancient and terrible power awakening in the burly man's body. Tantai Bomu smiled, opened his folding fan again, and gently shook it. Roar, the violent roar sounded again, and it was even more mighty and shocking, as if it could shatter the sky. Bloodline. This person is a bloodline body refiner. There were bursts of exclamations all around, and they also fell into Chenzong's ears, letting Chenzong know the state of the burly man at this moment. The power of bloodline was stimulated. In the inner mystic world of the ancient universe, this was the world of bloodlines. Most masters had extraordinary bloodlines. Powerful bloodlines gave cultivators superb cultivation talent and unique bloodline power, which made them different from cultivators without bloodlines and allowed them to master more powerful strength. For example, the ancient Phoenix Mountain was a bloodline force. Along with the burly man's roar, a 5-meter-tall shadow appeared on his body. It was a pitch-black shadow of a big bear. It was incomparably strong, like a hill, and its aura was extremely violent and overbearing. The next moment, the 5-meter-tall big black bear shadow was compressed into the burly man's body. The burly man's body was constantly shaking, his bones were stretching, and his muscles were bulging. His whole body was expanding, and finally, he turned into a 3-meter-tall figure. It looked like a man, but not a man, and a bear, but not a bear. It was a special form between a bear and a man. This was the form of a bloodline body refiner after the power of bloodline was stimulated. It had more power than the original, and became more tyrannical. Bloodline Bear Man. It's the Earth-grade Black Light Bear bloodline. Of course. Even among the same level of bloodline, there was a difference in level. The Black Light Bear bloodline was a relatively ordinary level among the Earth-grade bloodlines. However, having the Earth-grade bloodline was very good, and many people envied it. The ancient mysterious world was not small. It could be said that the bloodline ran through the entire ancient mysterious world, whether horizontally or vertically. It was just that most people's bloodline was at the unrated level. It was very thin and could not even be stimulated. Even if it was successfully stimulated, it would not be obvious to the body. Most of them were just at the level of being invisible. At the human class bloodline level, it would be different, and the Earth class bloodline was even more amazing. Tyrannical, after the burly man stimulated his bloodline and turned into a bloodline bear man, his aura increased several times. He directly stepped into the 10-star level from the threshold of the 10-star level. He was even more tyrannical than the ordinary 10-star level. Between each star level, there was a difference in strength. It was generally divided into 3 levels: ordinary, top, and extreme. The bloodline bear man's aura was tyrannical. It was stronger than ordinary and weaker than top. It was between the two. The sword wound caused by Chenzong's sword had already healed. It seemed that he had not been injured and was not affected at all. The aura emitted by the 3-meter-tall bloodline bear man was extremely violent. With a roar, its body suddenly rushed forward, bringing along a terrifying pressure that could crush everything. It was as if a mountain was moving horizontally with a terrifying force, smashing through the sky with a force that could shatter the dome of heaven. That kind of power made Chenzong's expression change involuntarily. His eyebrows became dignified. Strong, the power of this collision was very tyrannical, so tyrannical that it was frightening. The 3-meter-tall body was extremely strong. His feet left clear footprints on the arena, and the whole arena was shaking non-stop. Chenzong slashed out with his sword. The sword light broke through the air and slashed on his body, but it was instantly shattered and could not leave any wound. In the next moment, Chenzong's body was directly hit and instantly shattered, dissipating into nothingness. It was an afterimage left behind by high-speed movement. His real body appeared on the side. His body was floating in the air, twisting his waist. The light in his eyes condensed and exploded in an instant. Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique? 6. Sky Slash. Since the origin swordsmanship could not break the opponent's defense, then he would attack with a sword-way divine technique. The Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique was extremely powerful. It was a terrifying sword-way divine technique that focused on instant explosion and destruction. When the sword slashed out, the blade of the sword could not be seen. There was only an extremely dazzling sword light that was so dazzling that one could not look directly at it. It was filled with endless sharpness and it left behind a dazzling and eye-catching trace in the sky as if it was invincible. The heavenly light sword drawing technique with double the power was even more powerful. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, and there was no way to dodge it. It directly slashed on the bloodline bearman. He was a physique cultivator, so his physique was extremely strong and his defense was astonishing. After activating the power of his bloodline and transforming into a bloodline bearman, the strength of his physique had increased exponentially. However, in the face of Chen Zong's tyrannical slash, he was still unable to completely resist it. Slash, slash, the terrifying sword light rushed forward and slashed into the bloodline bearman's body, leaving a huge wound. Blood rained down. Retreat, with a roar, the black light bearman immediately retreated. At the same time, he waved his arms like a bear's paw with terrifying power. He directly slammed it toward Chen Zong in an attempt to smash Chen Zong into pieces. However, what he smashed was only an illusory figure. Heavenly light sword drawing technique? 6. Swallows fly twice. In an instant, 3 sword lights burst out and slashed the black light bearman's body one after another. The wound caused by the heavenly light sword drawing technique sky slash continued to expand and deepen. Roar, on the black light bearman's body, a black light instantly burst out from his body like a burning flame. His aura doubled again, resisting Chen Zong's sword drawing technique. Retreat. Okay, admit defeat. A seemingly gentle but somewhat harsh voice sounded. It was Tantai Baimu's voice. He had to admit that his subordinate's strength was not bad, but he was still not the opponent's opponent. Very strong, this rogue cultivator named Chen Zong was very strong. He was at least at the top of the 10-star level. Then, he could only do it himself. Hearing Tantai Baimu's words, the black light bearman quickly retreated and jumped out of the arena. When he landed, his body quickly shrank. The power of his bloodline was restrained and returned to silence. His face was slightly pale, his eyes were full of fatigue, and his aura was dispirited. Not only was he injured, but the key was the after-effect of burning his bloodline power at the last moment. It would take a lot of time to slowly recover. Stimulating the power of the bloodline was like using a secret technique. Burning the power of the bloodline was equivalent to using a forbidden technique, and the price was even greater. Brother Chen's strength is indeed very strong, beyond my expectations. Tantai Baimu's figure flashed as if he was walking on the wind. His robe fluttered in the wind, giving off an indescribable sense of carefreeness and ease. While walking on the wind, he said to Chen Zong with a smile, "With your talent and strength, I can be your referrer and introduce you to the Daluo Palace. You can become a member of the Daluo Palace, or even a member of the Celestial Palace." Exclamations suddenly sounded. The Daluo Palace was a heaven-level force in the ancient Phoenix domain that was second only to the ancient Phoenix Mountain. It was very powerful, and the Tianluo Palace was the palace where the most elite experts of the Daluo Palace gathered. To be able to enter the Daluo Palace was already very amazing, and the Tianluo Palace was even more amazing. Envious gazes sized up Chen Zong. "Do you still want to fight?" Chen Zong did not answer the question. He had no interest in joining the Daluo Palace. Tantai Baimu's subordinate was defeated and left the arena to save his life, but it did not mean that Tantai Baimu had lost. He had not made a move yet, so he could still fight with Chen Zong. It had to be said that the rules of the challenge were not beneficial to the holder of the name card, because others could continuously challenge the holder until someone defeated him. It was a vicious cycle. Every battle would consume one's strength. Although one would be given time to recover their strength, it would only be around an hour. After an hour, regardless of whether one's strength had fully recovered or not, one would have to face the next battle unless they handed in their name card. In this way, the person who snatched the name card first would either have to hide with the name card until the banquet began, but that was not easy. Or, they would have to show unparalleled strength and defeat all the strong enemies to keep the name card. Chen Zong's approach was the latter. Fight, fearless, half an hour was enough for Chen Zong to recover the energy he had consumed. He did not even need half an hour, but Chen Zong was not arrogant and did not let others realize that his strength was recovering quickly. Therefore, half an hour later, he got up. Your strength has fully recovered, do you want to give you some more time? Tantai Baimu said with a smile. It sounded like good intentions, but in fact, it was a psychological tactic to suppress Qinzong invisibly and to gain the upper hand in terms of momentum. If Qinzong agreed, then unknowingly, he would fall into a disadvantageous position. Even if Qinzong did not feel it, Tantai Baimu's own momentum would increase a little. In fact, whether Qinzong agreed or refused, he would be at a disadvantage in terms of words. Therefore, Qinzong's response was an explosion of sword intent. The extremely pure and incomparably tyrannical sword intent broke through the air in an instant. The sword pressure was so shocking that it directly made Tantai Baimu's expression change. He immediately released his own martial will to resist. The collision between the sword will and the divine will of a martial way caused a shocking storm to sweep out. This was a confrontation of wills, and it directly gave rise to a formless storm that wreaked havoc. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds, and it caused the people below the Phoenix battle arena to be extremely shocked. At least, it was a battle of the top 10 stars. Strong, very strong, in Tantai Baimu's eyes, there was a hint of excitement and battle intent. Daluo Palace, Tianluo Palace. Spirit of the Wind, Tantai Baimu. Tantai Baimu's tone carried some seriousness as he revealed his identity. It's him. Spirit of the Wind, Tantai Baimu, the heaven's pride that possesses the wind of absolute breath. It is said that he has the potential to become a top heaven's pride. The discussion rose in an instant and also entered Qinzong's ears. Wind of absolute breath, that can be ranked in the top 100 among the heavenly bloodlines. Heavenly bloodline, this was an extremely shocking bloodline, not to mention a bloodline that was ranked in the top 100. Even if it was ranked in the top 100, it was still extremely shocking. The ancient Xian world had existed for countless years. The cultivation of the bloodlines had also existed for countless years and had already been perfected. Therefore, there was a clear distinction between the different bloodlines. My name is Qinzong. Qinzong gazed at Tantai Baimu and was not affected by the exclamations. My title is Matchless Sword. When Qinzong's last words fell, the surroundings suddenly became silent. Everyone revealed a blank expression, including Tantai Baimu. What did he say? If I did not hear wrongly, he seemed to have said that his title is Matchless Sword. Matchless Sword, matchless among swords? Such a big tone. Such arrogance. Below the battle phoenix stage, voices rose, becoming more and more intense, full of dissatisfaction and doubt. Ha 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 ha, title, who gave you this title? You gave it yourself. Tantai Baimu laughed, you must be clear that a title is not given casually. Otherwise, it will only attract trouble, and in the end, you won't even know how you died. Tantai Baimu's words were not without reason, but had a basis. A title, generally, must be recognized by others, and it must be recognized by many people. If it was given by oneself, it must be supported by enough battle results to let others know that you are worthy of that title. Matchless Sword. This title was not ordinary. What did it represent? It represented unparalleled swordsmanship and unparalleled swordsmanship. What was unparalleled? This was the only one, the only example. There wouldn't be others, no one else that could compare. Cultivators defied the heavens and fought for supremacy. Each and every one of them continued to climb higher mountains and become stronger. This was especially so for those supreme geniuses and even demon-level geniuses. They were extremely powerful and wanted to suppress others, especially those of the same generation. Only by achieving this would one be truly invincible. Only then could one truly be called unparalleled. Qinzong, an unknown genius, actually had the title of Unparalleled Sword. Didn't that mean that no one in his generation could compare with him in terms of swordsmanship? Even if Tantai Baimu was not a sword cultivator, he felt that this title was very arrogant, conceited, and overconfident. If those powerful sword cultivators were to find out about this, they would most likely come knocking on his door to fight him to the death. Who could claim supremacy in the way of the sword? Only by fighting with the sword. The winner would be king, and the loser would die. Qinzong's unparalleled sword's name had been recognized by the will of the outer universe and given to him directly. That was a title. But in the inner universe, not being recognized by the will of the inner universe wasn't a simple matter. The title of Matchless Sword was indeed too high profile and would attract the hostility of many sword cultivators. However, Qianzong still did so to promote his own reputation and let Qianzong spread the word of Matchless Sword. In this way, he would attract the attention of Yun Yanqin. If Yun Yanqin was really in the inner universe, regardless of whether Yun Yanqin was related to the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, by doing so, he would shorten the time to find Yun Yanqin. As for the hostility of other sword cultivators, Qianzong was not afraid. It was nothing more than drawing his sword and fighting. Who was stronger and who was weaker would be known in a battle. Even if he was defeated, Qianzong would work hard to improve himself and become stronger. He would truly be unparalleled in the way of the sword and claim supremacy in the way of the sword. No matter what others said, it could not affect Qianzong at all. The sword will gushed out and pressed forward, constantly attacking Tantai Baimu. Tantai Baimu's expression became more and more serious, and his martial will became more and more condensed and tyrannical, constantly resisting. Invisible waves also spread out, attacking in all directions. On the Battle Phoenix arena, a shocking aura swept out like an invisible storm. Immediately, Tantai Baimu attacked because he felt that the sword will of his opponent was constantly strengthening. If this continued, he did not know how strong it would be. He was forced to attack because of the pressure. The folding fan opened in an instant, and the moment it opened, a powerful force burst out. It followed the folding fan and bombarded out, turning into a sharp blade that was a few meters long. It cut across the sky and shot to kill. Qianzong pulled out his sword. The sword light flashed, and the tip of the sword followed. The moment it hit the wind blade, he immediately felt the power contained in it. It was extremely tyrannical and incomparably shocking. Flicking away the wind blade, Qianzong took a step forward and disappeared into the void. As if penetrating through the void, he took another step forward and appeared beside Tantai Baimu. His sword pierced through the air and pierced towards him. It seemed like an ordinary sword stab, but everyone could clearly see its trajectory and even speculate its next trajectory. However, the people below the Battle Phoenix arena could not help but feel their hair stand on end. It was as if the stab was directly aimed at them, making it impossible for them to dodge. No matter what, they could not dodge. Tantai Baimu was also slightly startled, and his eyes could not help but flash a touch of seriousness. This kind of swordsmanship was really amazing. But in the next moment, Qianzong's sword pierced through Tantai Baimu's body. Not knowing when, Tantai Baimu only left a lifelike shadow, avoiding Qianzong's attack. Rumble, the violent wind instantly exploded, and the astonishing momentum was incomparably vast. A shocking storm directly swept over, carrying an astonishing power. It was formed by the combination of countless wind blades, madly strangling. This was a large-scale attack that covered the entire Battle Phoenix arena. Except for Tantai Baimu himself, everything else on the Battle Phoenix arena would be attacked. Qianzong's expression was solemn. He was surprised by this method. Since there was nowhere to dodge, then he would cut it open. With a sword in hand, he could cut everything. Heavenly light sword drawing technique? 10,000 forms of dust. Without the slightest hesitation, Qianzong directly displayed his ultimate move, and its power was extremely tyrannical. The moment the sword light cut out, everything under the sword light, no matter what it was directly cut and shattered, turning into the most primitive dust particles between heaven and earth. There was no luck. This sword cut out a vacuum, and cut towards Tantai Baimu. Tantai Baimu's expression could not help but change. He had never thought that the opponent's swordsmanship would be so terrifying. What kind of secret technique was this, that it could make him feel a fatal threat? For Qianzong, it was best to end the battle quickly. With absolute strength, he would make his name known, and make people more afraid of him, and not dare to easily target him. 10-star limit. Tantai Baimu murmured, and his heart was shocked. The opponent turned out to be a 10-star limit Heaven's Pride. He originally thought that the opponent was the best. Tantai Baimu unconsciously sighed. He knew that it would not be easy to defeat Qianzong, who claimed to be the unparalleled sword. He could only use the power of his bloodline. If he could, he actually did not intend to activate the power of his bloodline. But now, he had no choice. Activate, Wind of Absolute Breath. This was one of the top 100 heavenly bloodlines in the ancient mysterious world. Its power was mysterious and amazing. Wisps of green wind appeared, surrounding Tantai Baimu's body. Tantai Baimu's body naturally floated in the air, and his long hair fluttered in the air. It was gradually colored by an invisible force, and turned into a wisp of green. Tantai Baimu's eyes also changed, and a green light condensed in his black pupils. His aura also increased a lot in an instant, and there was a kind of liveliness and agility. The wind was blowing everywhere, and every wisp of wind was green. Every wisp of wind carried a terrifying and obscure power. When a wisp of green wind pervaded the air, Qianzong touched it, and his expression could not help but change. The power contained in that wisp of wind had a kind of killing intent. Wind of absolute breath, Tantai Baimu's body floated in the air, and his long black hair was colored by the green light. His eyes turned into a green light, and his body was surrounded by wisps of green aura. His whole person became more and more tyrannical. He had activated the power of his bloodline, but unlike the previous person who had the black light bear bloodline, he did not change the shape of his body. Different bloodlines, after being activated, would have different ways of manifesting. The most common one was the beast bloodline. After being activated, the body would be affected, and it would achieve a kind of transformation effect. For example, the black light bear bloodline, after being activated, would transform into a black light bear man. It was neither a human nor a bear, and was somewhere between a bear and a human. With a boom, Tantai Baimu waved the folding fan in his hand, and immediately rolled up a terrible storm. The storm was mixed with wisps of green power. That was the power of the wind of absolute breath. It contained an even more terrifying power that made Qianzong feel threatened. In the next breath, the green light on Tantai Baimu's body instantly split into two clones. Together with the real body, the three clones quickly dispersed, and directly surrounded Qianzong. Attack! Streaks of cyan storm swept across the area. Qianzong's expression did not change. His figure flickered, and the two clones of his heart instantly condensed. Together with the real body, they separately attacked the three Tantai Baimus. Clones? It seems so. Below the Phoenix battle arena, everyone exclaimed. Qianzong was like a goshawk fighting the storm. His figure was extremely agile, but also extremely sharp. He avoided the raging storm and attacked one of the Tantai Baimus. For swords of no killing, an astonishing murderous intent gathered in this sword. Tantai Baimu was directly penetrated, but Qianzong's expression changed. He immediately used the void to escape. At the same time, Tantai Baimu's body directly exploded, forming a terrible green torrent. That was a clone formed by the power of the wind of absolute breath. It was not strong, but after being shattered, it would self-destruct. The power was amazing. If Qianzong's perception was not extraordinary, and he instantly sensed the danger, he would not have felt good if he had been hit by the self-destruction of the wind of absolute breath clone. Storm of extinction. The low and deep voice was like a gust of wind that instantly blew over, and it brought with it an extremely shocking might. It gave Qianzong the feeling that it came from the left, but an extremely terrifying force condensed and erupted from the right, and it seemed to completely erupt like a torrent that broke through a dam, releasing a monstrous might that destroyed everything. It was a diversion, coming to kill. In an instant, a blue storm broke out directly, crushing everything, sweeping from the right, like the water of the Milky Way pouring down, without mercy. Burst, 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 burst with everything. The storm that broke out contained a terrible power that could destroy everything, and nothing could stop it. After Tantai Baimu displayed this move, his eyes instantly condensed to the extreme, and a little dark blue light condensed in the center of his pupils. Immediately, his body turned into a wisp of blue wind, integrated into the storm of extinction, and bombarded Qianzong. That wisp of blue was fleeting and agile, unpredictable, but it gave birth to a little extreme sharpness. Qianzong turned around, and the sword light suddenly lit up, suddenly chopping down from above. This sword seemed to cut off the mountains and rivers, split the heavens and earth, and was invincible. The impact of the collision between the sword light and the storm was so shocking that it seemed to shatter everything around. A wisp of blue light in the storm's aftermath was erratic, waiting for an opportunity to move. It was like a lurking poisonous snake, staring at its prey, ready to burst out a fatal blow at any time, releasing its own poison to tear and poison the target, and then devour it. the opportunity was seized. The thorn of extinction, in an instant, that wisp of blue light bloomed, turning into a long awl. The tip of the awl was sharp to the extreme, terrifying to the extreme, and directly stabbed out. This stab immediately made Xianxia, who had extraordinary perception, feel his hair stand on end. The storm of extinction was not Tantai Baimu's killing move, but to confuse Xianxia. Of course, if Xianxia was defeated by the storm of extinction, then there was nothing to say. However, if the storm of last breath couldn't defeat Xianxia, it could confuse him. After all, the power of this move wasn't weak at all, and it was also used for the next killer move. Thorn of extinction, condensing the power of the wind of absolute aura to the extreme, it was incomparably sharp, capable of piercing through everything. Nothing could stop it this time. The power of the wind of absolute aura, the word absolute aura was used to describe it. His hair stood on end, Xianxia's expression changed unconsciously. A cold current grew in his spine and spread through his brain like lightning. At that moment, Xianxia felt as if all the pores on his body had been enlarged. The cold current spread all over his body, and a strong sense of crisis kept attacking him. A fatal threat. What this attack brought was an extremely fatal threat, an extremely terrifying threat. Time divine art. Flowing breath. After coming to the ancient sealed world of the inner universe, Xianxia had not used the flowing breath divine art for quite some time. Firstly, it was to hide, and secondly, the power consumed to use the time divine art here was much more than when he was in the outer universe. Because in a place like the ancient sealed world, the strength of space was amazing, and the stability of time was even more amazing. It was not easy to shake. When Xianxia used the flowing breath divine art to shake the time of this world, he had to use more power. One breath, Xianxia intercepted a moment from the incomparably stable time divine art of the ancient sealed world. Although it was only one breath, it made Xianxia feel like an ant trying to shake a tree. The backlash of the time divine art made Xianxia's expression change dramatically. In an instant, he felt as if his muscles and bones were sore and his limbs were weak. Fortunately, he had successfully intercepted a wisp of time divine art and obtained that one breath. Although Xianxia had long known that using the power of time in this world would consume a lot of energy, he had never expected that not only would it consume a lot of energy, but it would also trigger a backlash from the mighty power of time. It was not an active backlash from the mighty power of time, but a passive backlash. Just the power of the backlash was enough to make him almost unable to bear it. It was too terrifying. The stability of this world's space-time was really amazing. In a breath's time, Xianxia immediately dodged, avoiding the fatal blow of the thorn of extinction. However, in Tantai Baimu's eyes, Xianxia had been pierced. In an instant, the terrifying thorn of extinction pierced through his body. When this fatal blow penetrated Xianxia's body, a look of astonishment appeared on Tantai Baimu's face. It did not hit. Did his attack miss? How could it be? The timing was obviously very precise, and the blow should have been effective. How could it miss? What had happened in that instant? Tantai Baimu was puzzled. When he thought back, he realized that in that moment, there seemed to be an extremely mysterious fluctuation. It was that mysterious fluctuation that allowed Xianxia to avoid his killing blow, his fatal blow. Sword light suddenly erupted, like a river of swords, surging forward and enveloping Tantai Baimu in an instant. It was as if there were sword light everywhere, without the slightest gap. Rays of sword light struck the wind of Tantai Baimu's body, shattering one after another, like specks of starlight sputtering out. More sword lights arrived in an instant. Sword technique. The origin source sword technique erupted in an instant. The power of the origin source sword technique was not weak, and the consumption of power was relatively small. It was enough to support more use. Tantai Baimu was swallowed up by the sword light. The entire Phoenix battle arena seemed to have become a domain of sword light. The sword light was everywhere. However, Tantai Baimu, who was within the sword light, was constantly supporting himself. His wind of absolute breath was indeed very strong, forming a layer of protection that Xianxia's sword technique could not penetrate. Then, the last sword. Under thousands of sword light, Xianxia's figure wandered among them, making it impossible for Tantai Baimu to catch him. After the will heavenly sword was struck out, it instantly returned to its scabbard. Zong's spirit and cultivation strength also rose in an instant, condensing to the extreme, as if it had been twisted into fine steel. This tyrannical power, in an instant, madly poured into the heavenly sword, poured into the scabbard, and constantly covered the sword edge. The scabbard seemed to be unable to contain the sword edge. The astonishing sword constantly pushed forward, and was about to burst out and break open the heavens and earth. Draw the sword, without hesitation. When the sword was pushed to the extreme, Zong's right hand was as fast as a phantom, but also as steady as an ancient mountain. In an instant, he grasped the sword hilt, and a sharp light shot out from the depths of his eyes, piercing through space and time. Heavenly light sword drawing technique? One sword to break the 9 heavens. The sword light directly split the void, cutting a 100-meter-long crack, exuding a terrible destructive power, as if to destroy everything. It made the hearts of the people below the Phoenix battle arena tremble. Tantai Baimu's expression changed dramatically. The power of this sword directly made his hair stand on end, and it was a fatal threat. His full strength burst out, and the power of his blood was urged to the extreme. Wisps of blue wind circled around, constantly covering and circling, becoming more and more astonishing, forming layers of shields to resist Zong's fatal sword. Retreat. At the same time, Tantai Baimu exploded with extreme speed, rapidly retreating, and widening the distance. The sword light cut through layers of obstacles, and arrived in front of Tantai Baimu, and then cut through his body, mercilessly cutting him in half. At the moment when Tantai Baimu was cut, Zong frowned. The sword was the eye of the arm, connected by blood. Zong was very clear about that feeling. He did not cut the enemy, and what was cut was only an afterimage, or an incarnation. Zong also caught a glimpse of a blue light from the corner of his eyes. He broke out with extreme speed, and in a flash, rushed to the edge of the Phoenix battle arena, and then rushed out of the Phoenix battle arena, and fell down, transforming into Tantai Baimu's body. His face was incomparably pale, and his breath was extremely chaotic. In his eyes, there was a trace of fear. At that moment, Tantai Baimu thought that he was going to die, that he was going to be killed by the opponent's sword. Fortunately, at the last moment, he used a secret technique, and directly transformed into an incarnation, and his real body escaped, like a cicada shedding its carapace, avoiding the fatal sword and saving his life. Almost, just a little bit more, and he would have been killed. That feeling of being shrouded by death was very uncomfortable, and it directly impacted his mind. Zong did not feel regretful that he was not able to kill the opponent with one sword. He only needed to show his powerful strength. The limit of 10-star battle strength. In other words, without such strength, don't even think about defeating Zong. Even if one had the limit of 10-star battle strength, they might not be able to defeat Zong and obtain that invitation. More and more people gathered below the Phoenix battle arena. There were already more than 100 people, and each of them was stunned. The top heaven's pride of the heavenly palace, Tantai Baimu, who had the title of the Spirit of the Wind, had lost. It was unbelievable. However, the reality had happened before their eyes, and there was no doubt about it. And after witnessing this battle with their own eyes, they also knew how intense, shocking, and dangerous it was. Clap clap clap, very suddenly, a slow and rhythmic clapping sound rang out, and it directly awakened the crowd from their shocked state, and it led them over, showing an amazing control of the rhythm. Everyone's gaze followed, and their eyes fell on a figure. No one knew when that figure had appeared. No one had noticed him before, but now, he had become the focus of everyone's attention in an instant. He was wearing a pure white robe, and his appearance was handsome. His eyes were deep, and there was a faintly discernible smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked so charming, and his aura was also faintly discernible, filling the air with traces of indescribable sharpness. Such a person, no matter where he was, would become the center of attention, and attract everyone's attention. It's him. Shocking Heaven Sword by Li Wuyun. Exclamations rang out in an instant, and it was as if a frenzied wave had been set off in an instant, surging and sweeping in all directions. Shocking Heaven Sword by Li Wuyun, the number one of the younger generation of the Bailey clan, and one of the famous peerless heavens prides of the ancient Phoenix domain. He was also one of the few people who had been directly invited to the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's welcoming banquet in Sky Phoenix City. There were countless rings of light around his body, and it was extremely eye-catching and dazzling. They had never thought that such a peerless heaven's pride would actually appear here at this moment. Excitement, for no reason, hundreds of people felt extremely excited. Shocking Sky Sword by Li Wuyun, why is he here, on the Phoenix fighting stage? Chenzong narrowed his eyes and stared at Bei Li Wuyun. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a figure standing behind Bei Li Wuyun. That person's face was dark and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Chenzong. Bai Li Yan, Chenzong immediately knew why Bei Li Wuyun had come here. He was probably here for Chenzong and had been called over by Bai Li Yan. The words that Wu Jia had said that day rang in Chenzong's mind once again. Bai Li Wuyun had the title of Shocking Sky Sword. He was at the 11th star level, but no one knew which level he was at. However, under the Bai Li Flying Sword technique, he had once injured a 12-star super realm fighter. In other words, Bai Li Wuyun's most powerful attack could reach the 12-star super realm. This was undoubtedly a terrifying person. He was a peerless genius of the younger generation. Bai Li Wuyun's gaze seemed to carry a hint of a smile, but if one looked closely, they would discover that it was not a smile at all, but a coldness, a bone-chilling coldness. It was as if he had no regard for anyone else, as if he did not care about the people around him, and as if he could not hear their heated discussions. He only stared at Chenzong. Chenzong stared back at Bai Li Wuyun fearlessly. Indeed, Bai Li Wuyun's battle record showed that he was very powerful. However, Chenzong had experienced people who were even more powerful than Bai Li Wuyun. Bai Li Wuyun's gaze alone was not enough to make Chenzong feel pressured. Bai Li Wuyun was slightly surprised. He was only at the 10-star level. Even if he was at the peak of the 10-star level, he would not be a match for an 11-star level fighter. Moreover, he was not an ordinary 11-star level fighter. He was at the peak of the 11-star level. He was only a step away from the 12-star level. You are Chenzong, right? Bai Li Wuyun opened his mouth. His tone was leisurely, but it also contained a hint of arrogance. I need the name card in your hands. Give it to me and tell me what you want. His tone was casual, but there was a kind of bossiness in it. It was as if Chenzong had to do what he said. That kind of strong momentum was unconsciously manifested and emerged. Chenzong couldn't help laughing. The sense of superiority was so obvious and strong. To be honest, in his life, he had experienced many things, big and small. He had met many strong and weak people, and there were also many people who had a sense of superiority. Chenzong had never associated with such people, because he could not get along well with them. As the saying goes, if you don't agree, half a sentence is too much. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. I also need a name card. Chenzong smiled and said slowly. He was not humble because of the sense of superiority of the other party. Even in front of a true saint, Chenzong would show the respect of a strong person, and not show his own humility. Since I was born, I have been constantly improving myself. Since I stepped onto the path of the sword, I have been fearless. How can I be humble? I will give you a chance to follow me. Bai Li Wuyun opened his mouth again. The price is your name card. Chenzong, quickly kneel down and give me your name card. Bai Li Yan took a step forward and pointed at Chenzong. He immediately shouted. His recruitment and the recruitment of his brother, Bai Li Wuyun, were two different levels. It was like the recruitment of a minister and the recruitment of an emperor. The meaning was different. This was a great honor. After all, Bai Li Wuyun was a peerless genius. He was definitely a strong person who could reach the surpassing realm. He had a high chance of reaching the saint level in the future. To be able to follow such a person was a blessing. At least, when the people around heard this, they all looked envious. Hearing Bai Li Yan's words, Chenzong couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't want to talk to them anymore. He turned around and walked in another direction. He planned to leave the Fighting Phoenix arena and go back to rest. As for challenges, if there were still people who wanted to challenge him, he would accept. It was only a 10-star level battle, what was there to be afraid of? Stop. Seeing Chenzong turn around and leave, Bai Li Yan immediately shouted angrily. Bai Li Wuyun frowned slightly. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. How dare he be so rude and ignore him in front of his face? Brother Chen, didn't you call yourself the Peerless Sword? Why did you leave without saying anything in the face of the shocking heavenly sword? Isn't this unworthy of your name? Very abruptly, there was a chuckle that seemed to carry a bit of concern. Tantai Baimu opened his folding fan and gently waved it. He had a leisurely and contented appearance. There was a smile on his face as he gazed at Chen Zong, seeming to carry a bit of concern. It sounded like he was concerned about Chen Zong, but in fact, Chen Zong immediately knew the other's sinister intentions. Peerless Sword, Bailey Wu Yun's title was the shocking heavenly sword. He was a peerless genius. In front of a sword cultivator, calling himself the Peerless Sword was indirectly pointing at the other sword cultivators' noses and saying, "In the way of the sword, you are all inferior to me. I am the model of the Peerless Sword, the representative of the Peerless Sword." Who could accept that? Before Bailey Wu Yun could say anything, Bailey Yen was the first to explode. "Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself the Peerless Sword, the Peerless Sword?" Bailey Yen pointed at Chen Zong and scolded him. However, he was usually arrogant in front of others and rarely scolded people. He could only say, "Who do you think you are?" over and over again. There was nothing new about it. Chen Zong did not care about Bailey Yen at all. Because a terrifying sword essence filled the air. It was earth-shattering. It directly rushed towards him and locked onto him. It was Bailey Wu Yun. Bailey Wu Yun did not say anything. Instead, he directly released his own sword essence. The sword essence suppressed Chen Zong and directly crushed him. However, Chen Zong withstood such a strong sword essence. He really suppressed Chen Zong. Even Chen Zong released his own sword essence to contend with it. For a moment, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. "You do have some ability. However, the title of Peerless Sword, you do not deserve it." Bailey Wu Yun's eyes were extremely sharp. It was as if he wanted to pierce through Chen Zong. Immediately, he retracted his gaze and a mysterious smile appeared on his cold face. In his eyes, there seemed to be a unique ray of light that kept spinning. His tone suddenly became serious. "I, Peerless Sword, Bailey Wu Yun, bet my reputation as a sword cultivator to have a battle with you." When Bailey Wu Yun's words fell, the surroundings were first silent. Then, it was like a pot of boiling water. Bet his reputation as a sword cultivator. What kind of price was that? Of course, if one analyzed it carefully, there was actually no substance to it. Regardless of whether he won or lost, there would not be any losses. However, it sounded so high and mighty, as if it was very powerful. Tantai Baimu could not help but smile. His eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He had lost. He had lost to Chen Zong's sword. Of course, he would not let Chen Zong have it easy. However, in terms of strength, he was indeed not Chen Zong's opponent. How could he take revenge? The appearance of Peerless Sword, Bailey Wu Yun, undoubtedly gave him this opportunity. Peerless Sword, just this title alone was enough to cause Chen Zong a lot of trouble. See, here came the trouble. According to the rules of the name card contest, Bailey Wu Yun could not attack Chen Zong, because he was an exceptional Heaven's Pride. Furthermore, he had already received an invitation to the banquet. He did not need a name card. The reason why he came to the name card this time was naturally because of his brother, Bailey Yen. But now, Bailey Wu Yun had found a chance. Using his reputation as a sword cultivator as a bet, he challenged Chen Zong. Since it did not involve a name card, then, as a sword cultivator, Chen Zong could not refuse. It had to be said that this was an open scheme. Bai Lian immediately smiled. As long as Chen Zong agreed to fight with his brother, Bai Liyun, he would be crushed. Bai Lian only needed to tell his brother not to kill Chen Zong, but to beat him half to death. Only after Chen Zong's strength had decreased to the extreme would Bai Lian issue the challenge. He only had a 9-star combat strength. If he were to challenge a 10-star, even if the 10-star was injured, no one would say that he was taking advantage of the situation. Moreover, even if they were to say that, so what? He had to get the name card first. Then, he would be able to kill his opponent and get the name card. How wonderful would it be to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? As Bai Lian thought about it, he unconsciously revealed a smile on his face. He was intoxicated by his own wit. Chen Zong ignored Bailey Yan. However, Chen Zong could not refuse Bailey Wu Yun's words. In the name of a sword cultivator, he was a sword cultivator. This battle was unavoidable. Ha 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 ha. Very suddenly, just as Chen Zong was about to agree to the battle with Bailey Wu Yun, there was a disdainful laugh. I think you shouldn't be called Bailey Wu Yun. You should be called Bailey Wu Yan. Everyone was shocked. Who was it who was so daring to provoke Heaven's shocking sword like this? They even had the audacity to change his name to Bailey Faceless. This was a blatant slap to his face. Chen Zong was also shocked. Wisps of clouds filled the air, and a silhouette floated through the clouds, gracefully and nimbly. Yi Tianfeng, this has nothing to do with you. Bailey Wu Yun frowned slightly. Immediately, a cold look appeared on his face. His tone was low and cold. Yi Tianfeng, the flowing clouds of heaven, was a peerless genius like shocking sky sword Bailey Wu Yun. There were rumors that Yi Tianfeng and Bailey Wu Yun were not on good terms. Now, it seemed like that was the case. Haha, Bailey Faceless, you're at the limit of an 11-star level, yet you're so vicious to deal with a 10-star level. You're bullying the weak. I just can't stand your despicable behavior. Yi Tianfeng chuckled and said unhurriedly, if you have the ability, then use the name of a sword cultivator to challenge the Sword Emperor of Light. As long as you dare, I, Yi Tianfeng, will stay 100 miles away from you in the future. Yi Tianfeng's words made Bailey Wu Yun frown. He was very angry. Challenging the Sword Emperor of Light was simply courting death. This was because the Sword Emperor of Light was an invincible heaven-rank powerhouse. His strength was extremely terrifying. Not to mention that he was only an 11-star, even if he was a 12-star, he would not be a match for the Sword Emperor of Light. Because of Yi Tianfeng's interference, in the end, Bailey Wu Yun was able to fight with Chen Zong as he wished. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he defeated Chen Zong and crippled him, allowing Bailey Yan's follow-up plan to succeed. When Bailey Wu Yun left, he did not have the calm and unhurried look he had when he came. On the contrary, his expression was extremely cold, and the aura around him was filled with a shocking chill and killing intent. It made people not dare to look at him directly, and they could only feel chills all over their bodies. Bailey Yan's expression was also very ugly. Chen Zong looked deeply at Tantai Baimu. His eyes were very calm and very deep, but it made Tantai Baimu feel a chill, and his heart trembled. He was very clear about what he had done, and what his goal was. Unfortunately, it did not work, and he did not get rid of Chen Zong. Next, he might face this person's revenge. In Sky Phoenix City, maybe he would not attack, but if he left Sky Phoenix City, he would definitely attack. Tantai Baimu was very sure. Go, without hesitation, Tantai Baimu immediately left with his subordinates. He cherished his life very much. Logically speaking, at this moment, he should have left Sky Phoenix City, but this time, he came for the ancient Phoenix Goddess. If he could become a blazing Phoenix Guard, it would be much better than staying in Tianluo Palace. And as long as he was chosen by the ancient Phoenix Goddess, this Chen Zong was nothing to worry about. In fact, he was a member of Tianluo Palace. If he was willing, he could ask the stronger members of Tianluo Palace to directly suppress and kill Chen Zong. Yi Tianfeng left, and Chen Zong also left. Thank you, Brother Yi, for helping me out. Chen Zong bowed to Yi Tianfeng and thanked him. Haha, I just don't like Bailey Wu Yan. Yi Tianfeng laughed, and the clouds around his body disappeared. His long hair flowed down, and he looked a little slovenly. He wore a gray martial arts suit, with the symbol of flowing cloud on the left side of his chest, and a reddish-brown gourd at his waist. Yi Tianfeng chuckled as he took the gourd from his waist. After opening it, a strong aroma of wine permeated the air, filling the air. Taking a big gulp of the strong wine, Yi Tianfeng's face flashed with an intoxicated look. The taste of this wine was something he enjoyed very much. Chen Zong, who had always been fond of wine, immediately concluded that it was a fine wine, a very strong aged wine. Awesome. Yi Tianfeng took another gulp and hung up the wine gourd again. Soon after, he said to himself, the earliest conflict between Bailey Wu Yan and I was because of my title. Chen Zong thought for a while and seemed to understand something. Yi Tianfeng's title was Sky Flowing Clouds, while Baili Wu Yun's name was Baili, named Wu Yun. There were no clouds within 100 miles. Didn't this mean that there were no clouds within 100 miles of where he was? Then, Yi Tianfeng would be the same as Baili Wu Yun offending him. Could it be that anyone whose name or title contained the word Yun would offend Baili Wu Yun? This reason sounded ridiculous, but Chen Zong thought for a while. Although it was the first time they met, but Chen Zong could see the general character of Baili Wu Yun. Chen Zong's guess was not wrong. Of course, Baili Wu Yun was not so arrogant as to think that anyone whose name or title contained the word Yun would offend him. It was just that at that time, when he met Yi Tianfeng, he was provoked by someone else, which led to the conflict. Even though the person who instigated the conflict was already dead, with his soul scattered and not even his bones remaining, the conflict between Yi Tianfeng and Baili Wu Yun remained. Furthermore, as time passed, it became more and more intense. Just now, Yi Tianfeng had provoked Baili Wu Yun to challenge the Radiant Sword Emperor. If he dared to do so, Yi Tianfeng would avoid Baili Wu Yun. As long as Baili Wu Yun was within a radius of 100 miles, Yi Tianfeng would not be able to see him. He would truly achieve the state where there were no clouds within 100 miles of Baili Wu Yun. Unfortunately, Baili Wu Yun did not dare to do so. After all, Baili Wu Yun was not stupid. Challenging the Guangjiandi was no different from seeking death. The Guangjiandi killed him in one strike. Even with the reputation of the Baili clan, he would not be able to threaten the Guangjiandi. I say, you should change your title. Unparalleled sword or whatever, it's too easy to get into trouble. Yi Tianfeng walked forward leisurely as he said casually, otherwise, if we end up provoking those sword-sex sword emperors, it won't be good for us. In the inner universe, there was a sealed sky monument. Those who challenged the sealed sky monument and left their name on it would be able to obtain a title that belonged to them. It was a title that was recognized by the universe. The Guangjiandi was the title on the sealed sky monument. After Yi Tianfeng left, Chen Zong also returned to the inn. The things that had happened today were not small, and it had touched Chen Zong quite a bit. The battle with Tantai Bai Mu and his servant, and the confrontation with Baili Wu Yun. If it was not for Yi Tianfeng's sudden appearance, Chen Zong would not have been able to avoid the battle with Baili Wu Yun. But that battle, Chen Zong was not confident. The threat that Baili Wu Yun gave him was too strong. The ancient mysterious world was a world that belonged to those with bloodlines. Only those with bloodlines could dominate. It was very difficult for those without bloodlines to surpass those with bloodlines in their cultivation. Of course, it was not impossible, but it was very rare. Tantai Bai Mu's Wind of Extinction bloodline was indeed very brilliant. Its power was shocking. Fortunately, he was only at the peak of the 10-star level. If he was at the peak of the 10-star level, after activating his bloodline, his battle strength would soar. Whether Chen Zong could defeat him again was unknown. He did not have any bloodline, but the third level of the God of Demon Sword technique also brought him tyrannical power. In addition, his own cultivation was equivalent to the peak of the heaven rank, and Tantai Bai Mu was at the peak of the heaven rank. If his own cultivation broke through to the peak of the heaven rank, Chen Zong felt that his own battle strength should be able to break through the limit, break through the minor realm, and reach the 11th star level of the upper realm. Was that his own limit? No, it was not at all. In terms of swordsmanship, it could be further enhanced, and in terms of swordsmanship, it could be further perfected. The combination of all these was enough to push his battle strength to a higher level, the 12-star level, or even the so-called invincible level beyond the 12-star level. The sword was limitless, it must be pursued with all the effort of one's life, regardless of whether there was a limit to one's life. Suddenly, Chen Zong only felt his whole body tremble subconsciously, and there was a burst of enlightenment in his mind. It was as if he had seen through the fog and saw the light of the moon, so transparent and clear. Chen Zong's eyes were incomparably bright, and the wonderful feeling spread all over his body. It was an indescribable feeling, and countless inspirations emerged. The accumulation of the past, the outbreak of the crisis of life and death, the confusion when he first entered the inner universe, and the determination after defeating a strong enemy. All these things evolved and sublimated at this moment, bringing an indescribable wonderful feeling to Chen Zong, as if there were endless mysteries gushing out like spring water. He stood up, drew his sword, and with a flash of sword light, Qianzong began to practice his swordsmanship in the not-so-spacious guest room of the restaurant. The power of cultivation was not infused into the swordsmanship, nor was it infused with essence, vital energy, and spirit. Similarly, the sword intent was not stimulated. Such a swordsmanship did not contain any powerful extraordinary power, but when it was executed by Qianzong, every sword strike condensed a terrifying power. It was drawn but not released, but it was extremely shocking. It seemed that once it was released, its sharpness would be able to cut through everything. Qianzong swung his sword again and again as if he did not know what fatigue was, as if there was no end to it. He performed all the basic moves of swordsmanship, such as pointing, stabbing, flicking, slicing, chopping, and so on. Any superb swordsmanship could not be separated from the basic swordsmanship, which was the framework. It was like building a building. No matter how tall the building was, it could not be separated from the foundation. The taller the building was, the more solid the foundation was needed to carry it. Otherwise, it could not be built at all. Qianzong first practiced the heart swordsmanship, then the world swordsmanship, then the no-kill swordsmanship, and finally the ancient swordsmanship. He practiced it over and over again, and in the end, it became the basic swordsmanship. The basic swordsmanship was the foundation of all swordsmanship, and it could not be separated from it. Qianzong closed his eyes and performed the basic swordsmanship again and again with the guidance of his mind. Unconsciously, the basic swordsmanship, which had not been improved for hundreds of years, seemed to be breaking through the bottleneck, breaking through the boundary of the current stage, and rising to a higher level. The sword was endless, the sword principle was endless, the sword principle was endless, however, that was the general direction. For an individual, there was an end, and that was where everyone's limit was. Qianzong had never stopped practicing the basic swordsmanship. It was just that hundreds of years ago, the basic swordsmanship seemed to have been improved to the extreme. After hundreds of years, even if he did not stop practicing, he could only maintain that level and could not improve further. However, the continuous practice was not only to maintain the level, but also to accumulate bit by bit. When he accumulated to a certain extent, he would wait for the opportunity to appear. He did not expect that the opportunity would appear at this moment. First, it was a life-and-death crisis, followed by bewilderment, followed by determination, and then a challenge that made the future even clearer. The series of impacts shook Qianzong's mind incessantly, causing him to be in a bumpy state like a small boat on the ocean. Until, he saw a lighthouse that led the way so that he would not be lost in the dark sea. The light on it was so bright and warm, like the light of hope. All the confusion was swept away in an instant, replaced by warmth and determination. It was like the dawn, low and sharp whooshing sounds suddenly rang out. It seemed very sudden, but also very natural. It was like a cool breeze blowing, like the sound of a tsunami in the distance. When it passed through the endless mountains and rivers, it had already become very soft. However, there was an amazing power contained in it. When people felt it carefully, they could not help but feel frightened. A seemingly invisible yet seemingly visible aura grew on the sword edge and covered it. That power was not the power of Qianzong's cultivation, nor was it the power of Qianzong's essence, qi, spirit, or sword intent. It was a power that came out of nowhere. The sun was setting in the west, and the sunset glow was as red as fire and blood. Outside the heavenly Phoenix City Lord's residence, it was very lively. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere, and the lanterns were brightly lit. It was as if phoenixes were flying together, shining together with the sunset glow. With the city lord's residence as the center, the city guards were distributed 10 miles away, sealing off the area and guarding it. Outside the city guards, many people had gathered. They were all here to watch the fun. Even if they couldn't get close to the city lord's residence and participate in the banquet, standing here made them feel as if they were participating in the banquet. The banquet held by the heavenly Phoenix City Lord's residence for the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was about to begin. This banquet was named Morning Phoenix Banquet. It was so grand that it wasn't as simple as a banquet. It was also related to the selection of the guards. And even the blazing Phoenix guards. Because of this, the competition for the 10 name cards was so intense. But now, the dust was finally about to settle. The crowd surged, and suddenly, more than a dozen people strode over and squeezed through the crowd. Walking in the middle was a woman in green clothes, carrying 2 blades on her back. She looked so valiant that someone recognized her. Autumn Leaf Saber Who Die. The dozen people around her all had powerful auras. There were 8 stars, 9 stars, and even 2 10 stars. They were like guards protecting Autumn Leaf Saber Who Die, escorting her. Why was this so? Because Who Die had obtained a name card. With the name card in hand, she could participate in the morning Phoenix banquet. However, on the way, it was inevitable that she would be targeted by others, coveted, and even robbed of her name card. This was not impossible. The later it was, the crazier it would be. With more than a dozen people escorting her, 2 of them were 10 stars cultivators, and they were very intimidating. Under the escort of more than a dozen people, Who Die stepped into the circle of the city guards. From now on, she didn't have to worry about her name card being stolen. Who Die subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. This period of time could be said to be lived in fear. Now, it was finally better and she could participate in the morning Phoenix banquet. The blazing Phoenix guards didn't have gender restrictions. Moreover, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was someone he greatly admired. Being able to meet her was an extremely good thing. A figure concealed all of his presence as he silently moved through the crowd. He was extremely low-key, and it was difficult for him to attract anyone's attention. Soon, this person arrived at the area where the city guards had sealed off the entrance. He took out a name card from his bosom, and after passing the verification process, he stepped into the encirclement of the city guards. As soon as he entered the encirclement, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. One by one, the people holding the invitation cards were either escorted by the crowd or sneaked in stealthily. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura moved horizontally like an ancient mountain. As it moved, the void seemed to emit a rumbling sound. It was extremely shocking. The crowd was also pushed away by that shocking aura. They saw an extremely muscular figure walking towards them. Every step he took gave off the feeling of an elephant stomping on the ground. It was as if the entire street was shaking. This person was more than 2 meters tall. He had bronze-colored skin and wore a short robe. His muscles were bulging, and every muscle seemed to be made of steel. His eyes were like a tiger's, and they contained an astonishing power. A terrifying fluctuation of chi and blood was spreading out from his body, impacting the surrounding air and forcibly repelling it. That vigorous chi and blood was like a huge furnace that was burning fiercely. The aura that was released was extremely shocking. As soon as he appeared, it alarmed everyone in all directions. It made people feel as if they were close to an oven. Their bodies were blazing hot as if they were about to combust. Back off, one by one, they gave way to him. Divine Strength Vajra. He's here too. Rumor has it that he has also obtained a name card. Exclamations continued to ring out. This Divine Strength Vajra seemed to be a well-known figure. That's right. In the ancient Phoenix domain, the Divine Strength Vajra was a well-known expert with the combat strength of the limit of the 10-star level. His amazing record was that he could take 100 moves from an 11-star expert without being defeated. To be able to take 100 moves from an 11-star expert with the combat strength of the 10-star level was very amazing. After all, the gap between the 10-star level and 11-star level was very obvious. The reason why the Divine Strength Vajra could do this was because his bloodline was extraordinary. His divine power was self-generated, and he was also a body refiner. He could fully exert his divine power and display it to the extreme. Under the divine power, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Experts with the same level of combat strength would find it difficult to break the defense of the Divine Strength Vajra and cause him harm. However, if they were hit by his divine power, they would be directly injured or even blown apart. No one dared to stop the Divine Strength Vajra because according to the news, the Divine Strength Vajra had directly smashed a name card holder in the Phoenix Battle Arena to obtain the name card. He had also accepted 2 challenges to keep the name card. In those 2 challenges, one was killed and the other was injured. The one who died in a miserable state, and the one who was injured would not be able to recover without half a year to a year. His valiant record made people not dare to provoke him. Like a giant, he walked over and took the name card. After checking it, he stepped into the sealed area and walked towards the main gate of the city lord's mansion. His back view looked incomparably tall and strong, giving off a feeling that he could crush an army of 1,000. Not long after, another person walked over. He was wearing golden armor and holding a golden spear with dragon patterns. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. His aura was astonishingly condensed. He walked with a majestic gait, as if he could challenge all the experts in the world with a single spear in his hand. Golden Dragon Spear, this was the person's title. This person was also an expert with the combat strength of the limit of the 10-star level. His Golden Dragon Spear technique was extremely tyrannical. It was sharp and overbearing. With a spear in hand, he could penetrate and destroy everything. He was invincible. One genius expert after another came. Chen Zong also walked over with a name card and a long sword at his waist. The battle with Tantai Baimu proved that Chen Zong's strength was powerful. He was at the limit of the 10-star level. The confrontation with the Heaven Sword Bailey Wuyun, although they did not fight because of Yi Tianfeng, Tian Luyun, but it also made Chen Zong's reputation spread far and wide. The title of Chen Zong's unparalleled sword was also spread and widely known. After that, another person came to challenge Chen Zong. It was a sword cultivator with the combat strength of the 10-star level. In that battle, the sword cultivator tried to kill Chen Zong. Instead, he was killed by Chen Zong with a single sword strike. This further demonstrated Chen Zong's illustrious reputation. Fame was earned through fighting. Challenges, temptations, promises, and so on. Chen Zong experienced a lot in these 3 days. In the end, the name card was still in his hands. Now, Chen Zong came with the name card to participate in the Morning Phoenix banquet. All eyes were fixed on Chen Zong. That's him. Chen Zong, who calls himself the Unparalleled Sword. Unparalleled sword, unparalleled among swords. What a big tone. Extremely arrogant, extremely ignorant. Voices continued to sound, and there was a lot of discussion. Chen Zong was not affected in the slightest, and his expression did not change in the slightest. The unparalleled sword, in the outer universe, this was a representative, a model, and was recognized by the universe's will. You don't recognize it, are you stronger than the universe's will? However, in the inner universe, the unparalleled sword was not recognized by the universe's will. It was not even recognized by the general public. In the end, it was indeed Chen Zong who called himself that. Well, at least in the inner universe. He called himself unparalleled. Chen Zong was not a high-profile person, and he was not a person who liked to be in the limelight. He only did this in order to find Yun Yanxin better. Yun Yanxin knew that his title in the outer universe was unparalleled. If she heard him use the unparalleled sword as his title, she would know who he was. He had to be prepared. In addition, in the depths of Chen Zong's heart, there was something that even he was not aware of. It was a kind of fighting spirit, a fighting spirit to confront the strong, and a spirit to use the strong as a whetstone to hone his own fighting spirit. By using the name of the unparalleled sword, he would attract more strong opponents and save himself the trouble of looking for them one by one. Well, Chen Zong wouldn't admit this, because even he himself wasn't aware of it. It was as if his subconscious had revealed itself. In any case, in short, the name of the unparalleled sword had been released, and it was impossible to take it back. Otherwise, it would tarnish his sword heart and destroy his path of swordsmanship. Therefore, he could only hold the sword and walk forward. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chen Zong's footsteps became firmer and firmer. His figure became straighter and straighter, like the edge of a sword pointing to the sky. A surge of sword essence was surging, but it did not break out of his body. Instead, it kept surging inside Chen Zong's body, as if it was being tempered thousands of times in a furnace. Finally, when Chen Zong took the name card and stepped into the blockade, the sword essence also broke the original limit and rose to a stronger level. Chen Zong's original understanding had allowed him to break through the limits of his basic swordsmanship and reach a new level. It had gradually begun to influence his sword will. Now, under the countless doubtful gazes and voices, his determination had been further strengthened. Finally, the quantitative change had led to a qualitative change. He had taken that step and broken through the limits, causing his sword will to break through. The moment the sword essence broke through, the crowd stared at Qianzong's back. It was as if they saw a huge illusory sword shadow soaring into the sky, but it also seemed like an illusion. One by one, they came with the name cards. Every one of them had gone through several challenges and various temptations. Finally, they came with the name cards to participate in the Phoenix banquet. Walking to the gate of the city lord's mansion, which was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, he took the name card again and handed it to the butler of the city lord's mansion, who had been waiting for a long time. "I wonder which heaven's pride is here." The butler of the city lord's mansion took a look at the name card. After confirming that it was a real name card and not a fake one, he looked at Qianzong with a smile, and his tone seemed to be somewhat respectful. "Unparalleled sword." "Qianzong." Qianzong replied unhurriedly and even told him his name. "So it's Chen Tianjiao. Please come in." The butler was startled at first, but then he smiled. No matter what he was thinking, at least on the surface, it was impossible to tell. He still had a cordial look. As soon as the butler finished speaking, a tall and beautiful maid immediately walked over. After bowing to Qianzong, she led Qianzong into the city lord's mansion. Inside the heavenly Phoenix city lord's residence, the venue had already been set up. There were lanterns everywhere, and the flames in the lanterns burned brightly. Through the patterns on the lanterns, it looked as if a flaming phoenix was about to spread its wings and soar. The maids and attendants, who had been carefully dressed and dressed beautifully, moved about in an orderly manner. The banquet hall was located in the Phoenix Hall, the most spacious hall in the city lord's residence. The beautiful maid led Qianzong to the Phoenix Hall with graceful steps. Normally, the Phoenix Hall would not be opened. It would only be opened during important occasions to show its extraordinariness. The Phoenix banquet would be held in the Phoenix Hall. Unparalleled sword Qianzong has arrived. At the entrance of the Phoenix Hall, someone was responsible for announcing the arrival. The high-pitched voice, which sounded like a song, traveled into the hall and into the ears of many people. Who is it?" Some people thought that they had misheard. "Unparalleled sword, what a boastful person. Unparalleled in the sword. What does he think of all the powerful swordsmen?" Everyone in the Phoenix Hall was stunned. Immediately, a figure stepped into the Phoenix Hall as straight as a sword. Everyone's eyes fell on him. Every gaze had a tangible feeling, as if they wanted to see through Qianzong. Qianzong's expression did not change. Everyone present was only at the heaven stage. Even if there were differences in combat strength, they were still at the heaven stage and had not surpassed it. With Qianzong's willpower, he would not flinch even in the face of the gaze of a saint-level master, let alone a group of heaven stage masters. The moment he stepped into the Phoenix Hall, Qianzong swept his gaze across and saw everything in the hall clearly. Set up, it was magnificent. The dome was a picture of a phoenix bathing in fire. With it as the center, there were many patterns. Those patterns looked like birds, vivid and lifelike. It was a picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, Phoenix Hall, Phoenix Banquet, there seemed to be a special meaning to it. Then, was the ancient phoenix divine maiden compared to the phoenix, and the others who came to participate in the Phoenix Banquet were birds, such an analogy. As the thought flashed through his mind, Qianzong did not say anything. Instead, he glanced at the group of people. Shocking Heaven Sword 100 Li Wuyun was staring at him with a terrifying gaze, as if he wanted to kill him. On the other hand, flowing clouds of Heaven Yi Tianfeng smiled at Qianzong. As for Boundless Ocean He Zhonghai, he glanced at Qianzong indifferently before retracting his gaze. He Zhonghai was not a swordsman, so Qianzong called himself the Peerless Sword. It had nothing to do with him, but he couldn't help but mock him in his heart. The others were a group of top prodigies, all of whom had the combat power of 11-star or 10-star. In the end, there were only 10 people who came through the invitation cards. Other than that, there were also people with high authority in Heavenly Phoenix City, such as the commander and vice-commander of the Heavenly Phoenix City Guard. The city lord has arrived. The sound of singing came from outside the door. It was very loud and resounding, and it directly entered everyone's ears. At the door, an old man wearing a luxurious robe walked in with a smile on his face. It was the Heavenly Phoenix City Lord. Greetings, all prodigies. The city lord smiled and cupped his hands. Even though his combat power was extraordinary, and he had the combat power of the heaven realm, he did not become arrogant because of his strength and status. To put it bluntly, this was the world of cultivators, and strength mattered. Without strength, no matter how high one's status was, it was useless. The prodigies who were invited or came by their own invitation cards were not simple. They were all very talented, powerful, and had a bright future ahead of them. It was not impossible for them to reach the 11-star or 12-star level. Some of them even had a slight chance of entering the undefeatable realm. Giving a good attitude and leaving a good impression of being polite was always a good thing. Greetings, City Lord. No matter what the prodigy's temperament was or where they came from, at least they were invited. They all had to maintain their composure and return the greeting. No need to be so polite, the city lord replied with a smile, looking very friendly. In the Phoenix Court specially built by the city lord, 6 blazing Phoenix guards were spread out in all directions, guarding everything. In the Phoenix Court, the Heaven Fire Phoenix was resting, and the Golden Phoenix carriage was parked at the side. Inside, there were 3 figures. 2 of them were maids, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's maids. They wore tight-fitting golden red armor, which perfectly accentuated their tall and slender figures. The aura they exuded was very powerful and shocking. They were all heaven realm cultivators, and their auras were extremely terrifying. They were definitely elites with the combat power of the undefeatable realm. As for the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden in the middle, her aura was incomparably deep, like the abyss of the sea. It was impossible to sense it. Goddess, someone actually calls himself the Unparalleled Sword. Isn't he afraid of being bitten by the wind? The maid on the left smiled. He's just trying to please the crowd. The maid on the right was cold. These 2 maids looked almost exactly the same. They were twins, and they were carefully cultivated by the ancient Phoenix Mountain since young. They were maids who specialized in serving the goddess. Their strength was very strong in the heaven realm. But their temperaments were different. Unparalleled Sword. A hint of surprise seemed to appear in the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's eyes. Goddess, it's your turn. The maid on the right didn't care about the Unparalleled Sword and reminded her instead. Let's go. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's tone was light. She stood up and walked out of the Phoenix Court. Outside the Phoenix-facing hall, an incomparably sharp and resounding voice sounded directly as if it pierced through the clouds. It directly entered the ears of everyone in the Phoenix-facing hall. She's here. Quickly go and welcome her. Everyone in the Phoenix-facing hall seemed to become enthusiastic. The eyes of all the prodigies lit up, and they stared expectantly at the entrance of the Phoenix-facing hall. There were even some prodigies who quickly rushed over to welcome her closer. Figures flashed, and someone stepped into the Phoenix-facing hall. She's here. The first figures that came into view were wearing Ardent Phoenix armor. They were the 3 Ardent Phoenix guards. The 3 Ardent Phoenix guards stepped into the Phoenix-facing hall in a semicircle. After passing by the 3 Ardent Phoenix guards, everyone's eyes became brighter. We welcome the arrival of the goddess. The Heavenly Phoenix City Lord immediately bowed, and the officials of Heavenly Phoenix City stood behind him. They bowed together with the Heavenly Phoenix City Lord and shouted loudly. Welcome, goddess. The prodigies also bowed one after another, and their eyes were all shining. There was admiration and worship. The ancient Phoenix goddess was the goddess of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. She was the representative of the ancient Phoenix Mountain, and her status was lofty and extraordinary. Of course, that was not all. No matter how high one's status was, if one did not have the strength and potential to match it, it would be like a castle in the air, lacking a foundation. The ancient Phoenix goddess was a powerhouse, and she was evaluated as a monster. In other words, the ancient Phoenix goddess' future was astonishing. She could have the battle prowess of a heaven-ranked powerhouse, which was an astonishing level that surpassed the 12-star level. In the entire inner universe, although there were many heaven-ranked powerhouses, there were not many true heaven-ranked powerhouses in the ultimate realm. And those who could surpass the ultimate realm were even rarer. Every one of them was famous in the ancient mystic world, and they were infamous for their fighting prowess. Of course, the current ancient Phoenix goddess had not yet grown to that level, and she had not yet become an invincible powerhouse. However, it was said that the ancient phoenix goddess' current battle prowess was extraordinary, and she was at least at the level of an 11-star higher realm. As for whether she had reached the 12-star level of the ultimate realm, it was hard to say, because the ancient phoenix goddess had very few opportunities to fight. Usually, when something happened, the ones who needed to fight were the ardent phoenix guards and the two maids beside them. As long as the ardent phoenix guards and the two maids fought, even a 12-star level supreme realm powerhouse would be defeated. Moreover, the status of the ancient phoenix divine maiden was extraordinary, and it was extremely rare for there to be elites who would deliberately target her. In this way, the chances of the ancient phoenix divine maiden personally making a move in battle were even rarer, and it also made it even more difficult for others to know what level her strength had reached. In short, she could be described as unfathomable. When the ancient phoenix goddess stepped into the phoenix palace, Qianzong's eyes suddenly narrowed, and wisps of light gathered at the bottom of his eyes. He stared, wanting to see the ancient phoenix goddess clearly. Previously, outside the city gate, the ancient phoenix goddess was sitting in the golden phoenix carriage, and was covered by the protective light of the golden phoenix carriage, so he could not see clearly. Now, there was no golden phoenix carriage. However, Qianzong was disappointed, because the ancient phoenix goddess's face was covered by a light red veil, and everything below her eyes was completely covered. The problem was that the veil seemed to be some kind of protection, causing the aura of the ancient phoenix divine maiden to be unfathomable and unfathomable. It also caused her face to become blurry, and her eyes seemed to be covered by clouds and mist, making it difficult to see clearly. No matter who looked over, trying to see the ancient phoenix goddess's face clearly, they could not see clearly. It was as if it was covered by a layer of invisible power, and there was a hazy feeling like looking at flowers in the fog. The ancient phoenix goddess's eyes were level, and it was as if in an instant, she was looking at everyone, but also as if she was not looking at anyone. This kind of feeling was very strange. Qianzong carefully observed the ancient phoenix goddess's eyes, and found that when the ancient phoenix goddess's eyes were fixed on him, there was no change, and it was completely the same as the way she looked at others. It really is not Xianxia. Qianzong could not help but secretly say, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and also an indescribable feeling of disappointment. Although from the beginning, Qianzong felt that Xianxia could not possibly be the ancient phoenix goddess, and at most, she was someone close to the ancient phoenix goddess, or she was acquainted with the ancient phoenix goddess, but in the depths of his heart, there was actually a small fluke that even he himself could not detect. That was, Xianxia was the ancient phoenix goddess. Of course, this kind of situation was almost impossible, and the probability was less than 1 in 100 million. Fluke was still fluke, and now it was finally confirmed that it was really a kind of fluke. No, otherwise, the ancient phoenix goddess would not look at him the same way she looked at others. Thinking of this, Qianzong secretly shook his head, and felt that he was thinking too much. He also looked at the others, such as the 6 ardent phoenix guards and the 2 maids. They did not wear veils, but the ardent phoenix guards wore ardent phoenix helmets, and only their eyes were exposed. The faces of the 2 maids could be seen clearly, and it was also because of this that he was sure that it was not Xianxia. Now, I can only hope that the ancient phoenix goddess and Xianxia know each other, Qianzong secretly said. With the arrival of the ancient phoenix goddess, the atmosphere in Morning Phoenix Hall became extremely lively. This banquet was specially organized for the ancient phoenix goddess. She was the main character, and everyone else was just there to serve as a foil. But even if they were foils, these people would gladly endure it. With the arrival of the goddess, the heavenly Phoenix City Lord announced the official start of the banquet. Immediately, from outside, there were servants of heavenly Phoenix City carrying exquisite plates. As if they had practiced this thousands of times, they lined up neatly like flowing water and stepped into Morning Phoenix Hall one after another. They paused in front of the exquisite tables that surrounded the hall, put down the plates in their hands, bowed slightly, and walked out of Morning Phoenix Hall. The aroma of the delicious food filled the air, mixing with the fragrance of the wine, and lingering in the spacious Morning Phoenix Hall. Not bad. Yi Tianfeng's eyes seemed to shine slightly as he stared at the delicious food and wine. Then, without waiting for the city lord to speak, he picked up the wine jug and poured himself a cup. The fragrance of the wine filled the air, making Yi Tianfeng's eyes even brighter. He couldn't help but pick up the cup. First, he brought it close to his nose and sniffed it carefully. His eyes unconsciously narrowed, and he looked intoxicated. Then, Yi Tianfeng took a sip. The taste of the wine continued to burst under his taste buds, bringing with it an aged mellow taste that constantly attacked Yi Tianfeng's mouth. Good. After a while, Yi Tianfeng let out a long breath. This wine is the blaze brew that I obtained 100 years ago. I have kept it for 100 years. Now that it can appear at the goddess banquet and receive the recognition of all the geniuses, it is my honor. The heavenly Phoenix City Lord laughed. The banquet officially began with Yi Tianfeng's cup of wine. Since it was a banquet, wine and food were inevitable. Eating and drinking were inevitable, but no one was an ordinary person. Naturally, they wouldn't indulge in eating and drinking. The purpose of coming here was not for the so-called food and wine. It was just something to liven up the atmosphere and make the banquet not so monotonous. Chen Zong himself was also a wine lover. Although he wasn't addicted to wine, tasting wine was a rare relaxation and enjoyment for Chen Zong. Seeing the way Chen Zong drank, Yi Tianfeng immediately walked over with a white jade cup in his hand. So you are a kindred spirit. A toast to Brother Yi. Chen Zong raised his glass. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden didn't say anything, nor did she eat or drink. Her eyes slowly swept over the crowd, sizing them up. The two maids beside her were even more direct, sizing them up. It was as though they were observing them, carefully observing them. As for the 6 blazing phoenix guards, they were divided into 2 groups, standing on the left and right sides of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. After a short moment, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden finally raised her wine cup, and spoke for the first time, "Thank you for everyone's praise. I am deeply honored. I don't dare. Goddess, you are too courteous." The various prodigies, city lords, and the others all raised their wine cups one after another. Some even stood up and said to the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden had referred to herself as a little girl, and had also said that she was deeply honored. However, no one really thought so. If they really thought so, then wouldn't they be far too stupid? Most likely, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. That was a kind of self-modesty. If you took it seriously, then you wouldn't be far from death from stupidity. Chen Zong raised his wine cup as he continued to observe the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. He still hadn't given up hope. With the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden taking the initiative to speak and propose a toast to everyone, it directly raised the atmosphere to one level. An even more intense level. The majority of the prodigies were all praising how outstanding the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was and how peerless her beauty was. Some were more tactful, but some were very direct. Finally, He Zhonghai even made a suggestion. Just eating and drinking wasn't enough. Why not take this opportunity to show off in front of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, and let the various prodigies show off themselves? Regarding this, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden didn't have any objections. Meanwhile, the heavenly Phoenix City Lord revealed a calm smile. Originally, this was one of the purposes of the banquet. He planned to first invisibly flatter the various prodigies when the time was right, and then make such a suggestion. He hadn't thought that this He Zhonghai's desire to show off was so strong that he even took the initiative to suggest it himself. This seemed to have a better effect than him saying it himself. After all, this was the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. If he could perform well in front of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden and display his unique ability and even charm, and if the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden took a fancy to him because of this, he could become her imperial bodyguard or even a blazing phoenix guard. In fact, he could even obtain the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's favor, and ultimately win her heart. Which man hadn't had such a beautiful dream in his heart? If he could win her heart, that would really be a supreme harvest. Of course, it was actually better not to have such thoughts because the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was the Divine Maiden of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. To a certain extent, she wouldn't find a Tao companion. When it really reached that step, who knew what kind of unforeseen event would happen? Thinking too much wouldn't help matters. Instead, it would only add to his troubles. However, there were indeed benefits to better showing off in front of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. As one of the 3 supreme prodigies present, He Zhonghai was also from a heaven-grade force. Naturally, he was more well-informed. In addition, he had deliberately made inquiries and so on, so he seized this opportunity to make a suggestion. This was the beginning of showing off. Hearing Xianxia's suggestion, the eyes of the various prodigies lit up. However, there were also some prodigies who secretly frowned. They actually didn't think of this point, and Xianxia actually brought it up first. Damn it, if not, the first one to show off in front of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden would be them. As for showing off one's ability, there were many kinds of abilities. Admittedly, strength was very important, and could be said to be the most important. However, strength couldn't be the only thing. Sometimes, having strength but no brains would cause one to be miserably tricked by others, and ultimately die a miserable death. In short, strength was indispensable, but it wasn't the only thing. While having great strength, one also needed to match it in other aspects. Insight, logic, and so on, one didn't need to be a level above others. At the very least, one had to be on par with the average level. Brother Xianxia's suggestion is very good, but there is a downside. Bailey Wuyun suddenly opened his mouth, causing Xianxia's eyebrows to twitch. He squinted his eyes and looked over. To show off one's ability, there is no doubt that fighting is the most direct way. Everyone's strength is not ordinary, and the weakest one is at least a 10-star battle. Strength. Once you fight, I'm afraid that it will cause a lot of damage to this place. In my opinion, why don't you all not use your cultivation strength, and only fight with your martial arts skills to see who's better? After he finished speaking, Bailey Wuyun revealed a slight smile. Normally, he gave off a cold feeling, but that was only relative. This was because not everyone could enter his eyes. Even if it was Yi Tianfeng or Xianxia, Bailey Wuyun didn't pay too much attention to them. This was because he felt that one day, he would be able to surpass them. However, facing a genius like the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, that was a completely different story. No one cared about Bailey Wuyun's attitude, but they all started to think about the feasibility of Bailey Wuyun's suggestion. Was it feasible? It was feasible, if they didn't use their cultivation and other extraordinary powers, and only fought with their martial arts skills. Everyone felt that they were very strong, and wouldn't be inferior to anyone else. Of course, the difference between a 10-star battle strength and an 11-star battle strength was obvious, but that was the difference in strength, and the difference in skills. However, if they didn't use these factors, and only fought with their martial arts skills, they might win. If that's the case, it's a good idea. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden said after thinking for a while. Bailey Wuyun instantly revealed a face full of smiles. This was the feeling of being acknowledged, and it made him feel an inexplicable sense of excitement. It surged out from his heart, like the water of a great river. However, Xianxia frowned slightly, and he was very unhappy. He was the one who made the suggestion, so the person who was acknowledged by the Divine Maiden should be him, and not Bailey Wuyun, no, Bailey Faceless. As expected of Bailey Faceless, he looked cold on the outside, but in reality, he was a sinister person. Since this suggestion was made by me, then I'll be the first one. Who wants to fight with me? Bailey Wuyun was like a victorious rooster, and he had a valiant and high-spirited look, which was completely different from what he had seen in the Battle Phoenix arena, which made Chenzong secretly surprised. However, Chenzong could understand the change in Bailey Wuyun after thinking about it. Changed from arrogance to respect, that's what he meant. After Bailey Wuyun finished speaking, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately looked around, sweeping past the faces of all the geniuses, as if he was provoking them. When he saw Chenzong, he paused for a moment, and the light in his eyes became more and more intense, as if it was about to materialize and pierce through Chenzong. There was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, with a hint of mockery, as if he was provoking Chenzong to make the first move. Chenzong didn't pay attention to Bailey Wuyun. I've long heard that Brother Bailey Wuyun's sword skills are amazing, but because of the difference in battle power, I didn't dare to say anything. Now that this is a rare opportunity, I, Silver Moon Blade, will show you. At that moment, a young man with a long blade on his back stepped out, his eyes sharp and bright. First, he glanced at the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, then looked at Bailey Wuyun. He also looked like a valiant rooster, and in the next moment, he pulled out the long blade on his back, and a faint sound of the blade rang out, startling everyone. A top genius, Silver Moon Blade? Bailey Wuyun's face returned to its original cold and arrogant look, and there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Then, show me your blade. Excuse me. As soon as Silver Moon Blade finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward, as if he was gliding on water. The bright blade in his hand suddenly trembled, and instantly slashed out horizontally, as if a silver crescent moon had suddenly lit up, dazzling and eye-catching. But this blade was indeed just a blade technique, without the power of cultivation, and without the infusion of blade intent. In short, there was no extraordinary power to speak of, it was purely a blade technique, a superb blade technique. Silver Moon Blade was a top genius, and although his battle power was only at the 10-star level, he would definitely break through the 10-star level and reach the 11-star level soon, so his blade technique was naturally very outstanding. When the blade was slashed out, it was like a silver crescent moon in the sky, and that trace of sharpness was extremely shocking. Bailey Wuyun's eyes narrowed slightly, and his right hand landed on the hilt of his sword, and the sharp sword was unsheathed. The light from the blade was like a silver moon in the sky. It was bright and sharp with a touch of coldness. Bailey Wuyun unsheathed his sword, and an ear-piercing sword hum exploded in an instant. An extremely dazzling sword light broke through the air in an instant, and that sword light was extremely powerful. Even without the power of cultivation and the integration of the martial way divine intent, it still had an extremely shocking power. He unsheathed his sword and slashed forward. The moment the ray of sword light and the silver moon blade collided, an ear-piercing sound was heard. It transformed into invisible waves that rolled in all directions. After Bailey Wuyun unsheathed his sword, he immediately counterattacked. One sword after another, he continuously slashed forward, displaying his shocking sword techniques and attacking power. The most famous technique of the Bailey clan was, of course, the Bailey flying sword technique. However, the Bailey flying sword technique belonged to the flying sword technique. It was best used at a certain distance to display its full power. If it was close combat, though the flying sword technique could display a great amount of power, it was not complete enough. Within the Bailey clan, other than the famous flying sword technique, there were also other sword techniques that were suitable for close combat. As the number one of the younger generation of the Bailey clan, Bailey Wuyun not only mastered the famous flying sword technique of the Bailey clan, he also mastered a sword technique that was suitable for close combat. Close combat sword techniques and flying sword techniques could be used at the same time. They could be used at both close and far range. However, the current rules forbade the use of cultivation and martial will. The use of the flying sword technique required the use of cultivation. If not, how could it become a flying sword? Therefore, Bailey Wuyun could only use his sword techniques for close combat. The group of Heaven's favorites stared at the battle between the Silver Moon Blade and the startling Sky Sword. Sword techniques and sword techniques clashed continuously. It was obvious that the startling Sky Sword had the upper hand. His swordsmanship was extremely domineering. Every sword had a shocking power, and it cut through everything. The Silver Moon Blade was forced to retreat, and could only barely hold on. Everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. One strike, shocking Heaven Sword Bailey Wuyun suddenly raised his sword and slashed down. It was as if the sky was about to shatter. It was just a simple sword technique, but it was extremely terrifying. It directly sent the Silver Moon saber flying. The saber in his hand trembled incessantly, and the arm holding the saber went numb. A terrifying force kept attacking, and the saber in his hand almost flew out of his hand. As expected of the shocking Sky Sword, your swordsmanship is shocking. I've lost. Silver Moon Blade did not act shamelessly. He took a deep breath, sheathed his blade, and cupped his hands towards Bailey Wuyun. Your blade technique is not bad either. Bailey Wuyun smiled as if he had won. Soon after, Bailey Wuyun retreated to one side, and did not continue to issue a challenge. Although he very much wanted to do so, and use his own tyrannical swordsmanship to sweep through the entire field, become the focus of everyone's attention, be favored by the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, and then be taken in as a burning Phoenix guard, Bailey Wuyun still restrained himself. If he did that, of course, he could become the focus of attention, but it might also leave a bad impression. For example, if he was too eye-catching, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden might not like such a person. After thinking about it, Bailey Wuyun decided to retreat to one side and let the others show off. After all, he had already been in the limelight for a while, and he should give the opportunity to others. Besides, Bailey Wuyun also had an idea, and that was to let the others show off a bit, and then wait for the crucial moment to make a move, and then give a fatal blow to the person who was in the limelight the most, and defeat him. This way, he would not be too outstanding, and he could still show off to the extreme. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? Bailey Wuyun almost laughed out loud, but his face maintained a cold and arrogant look from start to finish. I am the Golden Dragon Spear Zhao Ziming, who wants to compete with me? Zhao Ziming held the Golden Dragon Spear in his hand, and walked out with a dignified appearance. His eyes shone brightly, and he looked disdainfully in all directions, as if he was an invincible warrior who had swept through the battlefield. Golden Dragon Spear Zhao Ziming, an expert with the combat power of the 10-star Extreme Realm, was a newly risen Sky Pride, and he had obtained one of the 10 invitations to participate in the banquet. Sky Prides, top Sky Prides, and exceptional Sky Prides, they were never the same. At the beginning, most of them would be evaluated as Sky Prides, but if their performance became more outstanding, and they let others know that their talent and potential were extraordinary, and they had the potential to break through to the 11-star Extreme Realm in a short period of time, they would be re-evaluated as top Sky Prides, and the same was true for exceptional Sky Prides. So, where did this evaluation come from? In the ancient Xian world of the inner universe, there was an extremely mysterious force called Tai Xian. No one knew where Tai Xian was located, and no one knew how many people there were in Tai Xian, but it was publicly acknowledged that Tai Xian was very authoritative. Tai Xian, this mysterious force, had never participated in any of the disputes in the ancient Xian world, but they seemed to be everywhere, and all secrets seemed to be exposed by Tai Xian. Perhaps an old farmer walking past you on the street could be a member of Tai Xian. The evaluation of geniuses and Sky Prides was issued by Tai Xian, and it would be issued once in a while. Of course, before Tai Xian issued an authoritative evaluation, others would also give a non-authoritative evaluation. For example, a newcomer who had just shown his talent and showed extraordinary strength would be given the most standard evaluation. For example, Chen Zong seemed to belong to the younger generation, and he was at the 10-star Extreme Realm, so he would naturally be evaluated as a Sky Pride. As for what level he would be at after Tai Xian announced it, it would be known at that time. Zhao Ziming, the Golden Dragon Spear, was a Sky Pride who had been evaluated by Tai Xian. This was the first evaluation, and if his performance was good enough, he might be at the level of top Sky Prides in the next evaluation. Zhao Ziming stood with his spear on the ground, and his posture was vigorous. His eyes flickered as he glanced across. With a bang, the entire hall trembled as though it was about to collapse. Everyone's countenance changed as they saw a figure as tall as a mountain step out, walking towards Zhao Ziming. "Let me." A dull voice sounded like it was from a huge bronze bell, with a shocking power. Zhao Ziming's expression changed. Divine Strength Vajra, the person who walked out was the Divine Strength Vajra. It gave people the feeling that it was an iron tower, and it was so heavy that people suspected that it was not the body of a human, but the body of some kind of beast. It was very terrifying. Zhao Ziming's eyelids twitched unconsciously. He had heard of the Divine Strength Vajra's reputation, and its battle record was even more impressive than his. Many people thought that the Divine Strength Vajra would be evaluated as a top Sky Pride in the next evaluation by Tai Xian. However, he could not be afraid. Since he had stepped forward first, there was no reason for him to retreat before he even made a move. Moreover, if he did not use his extraordinary powers and only relied on his martial arts skills, the other party might not be his match. "My Golden Dragon Spear is very sharp, be careful." Zhao Ziming stared at the Divine Strength Vajra, and the light in his eyes became more and more condensed. The trace of hesitation also disappeared. "My fist is very strong, you have to be careful too." The Divine Strength Vajra stared at Zhao Ziming and said very seriously. Taking a step forward, the long spear in Zhao Ziming's hand suddenly leaped up and broke through the air. The spear pierced out and turned into a golden light, carrying astonishing power as it directly blasted towards the Divine Strength Vajra. This spear, as the dragon patterns fluctuated, it was as if a golden dragon had crossed the sky. In the face of this spear, the Divine Strength Vajra did not dodge. Instead, he revealed a smile and suddenly punched out. The fist broke through the air and shattered everything. As soon as it appeared, it gave people an extremely terrifying feeling, as if it could shatter everything. The divine strength Vajra's bloodline was extraordinary, and he was born with an extremely tyrannical physique. He was also a body refiner, and the cultivation technique he cultivated was extraordinary. It was compatible with his bloodline and vividly displayed his advantages. One punch, such a simple and very direct punch, caused everyone's expression to change drastically. The pressure brought by that punch was extremely tyrannical. Zhao Ziming's spear technique was extremely superb. It was indeed very tyrannical and also very exquisite. In comparison, the divine strength Vajra's fist technique was more ordinary. It was straightforward and lacked any changes, and it could not be said to be a superb technique. However, it was a force to be reckoned with. Coupled with his tyrannical physique and defensive power, it could sweep through everything. It was straightforward, one punch after another, bombarding out unreasonably. Along the way, it shattered the spear radiance, causing Zhao Ziming to feel extremely pressured and powerless. His spear technique was extraordinary, but it was difficult to break through the opponent's defense. Instead, under the extremely tyrannical attack of the opponent's fists, he retreated step by step. Then, he was sent flying with a punch and was directly defeated. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Even Zhao Ziming felt that his sternum was about to be shattered. Terrifying, too terrifying, the group of geniuses were all shocked. The divine strength of the divine strength Vajra was simply terrifying. It was as if he was invincible, but his body was extremely tyrannical. It was not that he had activated extraordinary strength, but it was just his body. Who wants to fight? The divine strength Vajra liked to fight. After a round, it was still not satisfied. A pair of bull eyes suddenly swept across, threatening as it issued a challenge. Everyone was silent. Under the situation where one did not use extraordinary strength, it was impossible to break through the divine strength Vajra's tyrannical defense. It was also difficult to resist the divine strength Vajra's tyrannical fists. Its power was unparalleled, as if it was invincible. Bailey Wuyun suddenly felt that his teeth were sore. If the divine strength Vajra was in the limelight, could he defeat his mother? Thinking about it, he did not have much confidence. His sword technique could not break through the opponent's defense, but if he was hit by the opponent's fist, he would most likely not be able to withstand it. Brother Chen, you call yourself unparalleled sword. Your sword technique must be very strong. Why don't you show it to everyone? Suddenly, another voice sounded. The one who spoke was Tantai Baimu. He did not know what method he used, but he finally obtained a name card to participate in the banquet. Now, it seemed that he was complimenting Chen Zong, but in fact, he was secretly dealing with Chen Zong. Tantai Baimu's words suddenly caused everyone's eyes to gather on Chen Zong, waiting to see how he would choose. Unparalleled sword, what a big tone. The divine strength Vajra stared at Chen Zong, and said in a muffled voice, "Do you dare to fight with me?" All eyes were fixed on Chen Zong. Avoiding the battle? Accepting the challenge? That's what I want. Chen Zong showed a faint smile. He did not avoid the battle. Instead, he took a step forward and walked toward the super-powered Vajra. Everyone was stunned and a little surprised. After all, the super-powered Vajra had shown extraordinary abilities. No one was willing to fight with him, mainly because they were not sure that they could defeat him. Originally, they thought that Chen Zong would also avoid the battle. They did not expect that he would accept the challenge. It was completely unexpected. Good. The god power Vajra immediately roared, releasing his fighting spirit. He suddenly raised his right arm, and like a strong bow being drawn, his muscles bulged, releasing waves of terrifying sounds, as if the bowstring was being pulled taut. Every muscle contained an extremely tyrannical power, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Large tendons also bulged on the surface of his muscles, like dragons and snakes entrenched themselves. A tyrannical aura then spread out, rushing in all directions and creating layers of ripples. This was not some transcendent power, but pure physical strength. It was extremely tyrannical. This punch alone was terrifying, as if it could shatter stone tablets and shatter stone. With a boom, an ear-piercing sound exploded. Without using any extraordinary power, this punch did not exceed the speed of sound, but it was still very fast. The most important thing was the power contained in this punch. It was a very terrifying power, a power that could destroy everything in its path. After the punch was thrown, Chen Zong's expression changed slightly. It was extremely dignified. Very strong, Chen Zong had to admit that the super-powered Vajra's strength was indeed amazing. The pure physical strength without the use of extraordinary strength was so powerful that it was directly superior to his own. Under the tyrannical power, this punch also brought along an extremely terrifying fist pressure. It directly pressed down, causing Chen Zong to involuntarily feel a sense of suffocation. Chen Zong's figure was extremely agile. In between his short steps, he also unsheathed his sword in an instant, with a flash of cold light. In just an instant, they landed on the divine power Vajra's fist like stars, but they were all shattered by the terrifying fist force. However, the sword was not useless. The angle of the punch was unconsciously shifted, and it did not hit Chen Zong. Chen Zong's figure flashed, and the sword light rose again. Like a shooting star, it pierced the divine strength Vajra's body directly. The sound of metal clashing rang out as sparks flew. Chen Zong's expression involuntarily changed. Such a sword attack was actually unable to pierce through the other party's body. The other party's defense was truly too shocking. Moreover, it was a defense under normal conditions, and not a defense with extraordinary power. He was as firm as King Kong. In the face of Chen Zong's attack, the divine strength Vajra had no intention of dodging. He turned around and suddenly swung his arm horizontally. Like a thick steel whip, it directly rolled up a terrifying whistling sound, as if it wanted to smash Chen Zong into pieces, but it missed. Chen Zong's figure was extremely agile. He avoided the divine strength Vajra's strong attack. The divine strength Vajra's expression was cold. His arms bulged, and his muscles swelled. Filled with astonishing power, he punched repeatedly. His fists were like falling meteorites, and also like a violent storm, mercilessly bombarding Chen Zong. It was as if he wanted to smash Chen Zong into pieces. One punch after another, it made everyone's expression change greatly. Especially Zhao Ziming, the golden dragon spear, who had been defeated in this way before. Then what about Chen Zong? How long could he hold on? Yes, everyone thought that in the face of the divine strength Vajra's extremely unreasonable and violent attacks, he could only passively hold on, unless he could resist his attacks and break through his amazing defense. Obviously, it was very difficult to do so without using extraordinary strength. In the face of the divine strength Vajra's extremely violent attacks, Chen Zong's feet were extremely agile. He took small quick steps, his body was like a fish in the water, and also like a goshawk in the sky. He was extremely agile and sharp. All the fist shadows missed. From the side, a flash of sword light came again and hit the divine strength Vajra once again. However, it was still unable to break through his defense. Chen Zong's speed was very fast, his figure was very agile, and his swordsmanship was superb. If it were another opponent, perhaps he would have been defeated. However, he was facing the divine strength Vajra, a terrifying opponent who was born with divine strength and a strong body with unparalleled defense. His unreasonable way of pushing was extremely difficult to deal with. Admit defeat. The divine strength Vajra roared. He turned his body, bringing a terrible storm, and suddenly attacked Chen Zong. However, he missed again, which made him very angry. Why was he dodging like a little mouse? A real man should meet force with force. However, Chen Zong just did not want to meet force with force. There was no need for that. This was a battle to determine who was better. It was not a competition of strength. This guy's swordsmanship is really powerful. With such swordsmanship, no wonder he dares to call himself the unparalleled sword. Well, it's just not bad. The unparalleled sword is too arrogant. The group of heaven's pride secretly thought. Brother Chen, although your swordsmanship is good, to say that it is unparalleled is too much. Tantai Baimu's voice sounded again. He seemed to be concerned about Chen Zong, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. It had to be said that Tantai Baimu was very cheap. His idea was also very simple. Anyway, he had already been enemies with Chen Zong. So, after he had tricked him once, he could continue to trick him until he was dead. Then, he would not be able to find trouble with him. As for being hated by Chen Zong, he did not care. Chen Zong did not pay attention to Tantai Baimu. His mind turned, and he made a decision. Standing still, facing the two fists of the divine power Vajra, facing the terrible storm of fists, Qianzong looked calm. He raised the heavenly will sword, and then, the sword was pushed horizontally. This sword looked ordinary and very slow, making people unable to understand Qianzong's intention. Did he intend to meet force with the divine power Vajra? Had he been provoked to madness? Idiot, Tantai Baimu muttered, his face full of ridicule. The sword was pushed horizontally, as if carrying the weight of a mountain. On the face of the divine power Vajra, there was a touch of ecstasy. The dozens of fist shadows disappeared directly, and directly turned into one fist. It was an incomparably heavy and violent fist, like a meteorite carrying earth-shattering and terrifying power, directly bombarding. This was the full strength of the divine power Vajra's punch, and it was the strongest punch without using extraordinary strength. However, with the divine power Vajra's tyrannical physique and innate divine strength, the power of this punch was extremely terrifying, and it was not difficult to shatter fine steel. However, Qianzong chose to meet force with force, which was unexpected but also made people gasp. Was he not courting death? The sword that was pushed horizontally had a kind of majestic momentum like a mountain. The moment it collided with the fist of the divine power Vajra, Qianzong immediately felt a shocking force bombarding him, like a flood bursting a dike, like a volcanic eruption, rampaging and destroying everything. However, Qianzong's sword that was pushed horizontally turned in an instant, and the high-speed rotation in an instant dissipated a part of the terrifying power of the fist. Then, like fine steel turning soft, the sword light wrapped around the fist of the divine power Vajra like a spirit snake, and quickly spread to the arm. In addition to the entanglement, it also constantly dissipated the terrible impact of the divine power Vajra's fist. The divine power Vajra's face suddenly changed, and he only felt that his full-strength punch seemed to have hit a swamp, and there was a feeling of sinking deeper and deeper, as if there was no strength at all, and the emptiness made him feel very uncomfortable. The faces of the people around changed, and they were surprised by the sword that Qianzong displayed. When an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was a real expert. With such a sword, the change between hardness and softness was natural and smooth. The surrounding sword light approached the divine power Vajra, and directly hit his chest. The end of the sword light was in a trance for a moment. It was a vibration, a high-frequency vibration. One sword seemed to be dozens or hundreds of swords. The divine power Vajra's amazing defense blocked the sword tip, but under the high-frequency vibration of the sword tip, it was immediately broken. The sword tip broke through, and the terrible sword strength went straight to the heart, causing the divine power Vajra's face to change greatly. He felt a terrible sword strength madly rushing into his heart, as if it was going to break his heart. However, Qianzong withdrew his sword, and the long sword returned to its scabbard. The divine power Vajra stared at Qianzong with an extremely dignified expression. He breathed heavily, and his eyes became wider and wider. He was incomparably fierce, and a tyrannical aura also spread from his body, as if it was going to explode completely. Qianzong looked at him without fear. "Do you still want to fight?" The atmosphere became more and more cold and bleak. After a few breaths, the divine power Vajra's breathing gradually calmed down. He turned around and walked away, which was considered as admitting defeat. After all, the opponent's sword broke through his defense, which meant that the opponent had the ability to hurt him. However, his tyrannical punch was unable to hurt Qianzong. At least in this way, it was clear who was better and who was worse. Of course, if it was a life-and-death battle, of course, he would not let it go so easily. But now, it was just a contest. If he did not admit defeat, it would give people the feeling that he could not afford to lose. The divine power Vajra was born with divine strength, and he liked to solve problems with his fists, but it did not mean that he was brainless and had no dignity. The opponent's swordsmanship was superb and could break through his defense. So what if he took a step back? However, he was unwilling to admit defeat, so he could only turn around and leave silently. It had to be said that this battle had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. Originally, everyone had thought that Qianzong would be able to last for a long time under the violent attacks of the divine power Vajra. However, they had never expected that Qianzong would actually gain the upper hand and injure the divine power Vajra, causing him to retreat. Zhenzong stood in the field, his eyes containing a trace of light, sweeping across, and finally fixed on Tantai Baimu's face. Tantai Baimu, come out. Zhenzong's words also sounded, neither slow nor fast, appearing to be indifferent, but he directly called out his name. Coupled with Zhenzong's disdainful eyes, it was as if he was pointing at Tantai Baimu's nose and telling him to come out and die. In an instant, an embarrassed look appeared on Tantai Baimu's face, which turned into anger. It was a feeling of shame and anger, as if he had been insulted. Without hesitation, Tantai Baimu directly walked out. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Since he felt humiliated, then he had to bear his anger. Just now, when Tantai Baimu had tricked Zhenzong, he had been very happy. But now, Zhenzong had forced him to come out. If he refused, it would seem very low class and he would be looked down upon. He had no choice but to fight. However, although he had lost to Zhenzong in the Phoenix battle arena, his battle strength was only at the peak of the 10-star level, while Zhenzong was at the limit of the 10-star level. There was a difference. Tantai Baimu had always thought that he would lose, and he would lose because of the difference in battle strength. Now, it was not about battle strength, but only a confrontation of martial arts. He would not lose, even if Zhenzong had shown superb swordsmanship. Zhenzong looked calm, and his eyes were as calm as a deep pool, making people unable to see through his inner thoughts. Tantai Baimu closed his folding fan, and his expression became solemn. There was a faint glimmer of light in his eyes. He secretly made up his mind that he must teach Zhenzong a lesson, a deep and ruthless lesson. If it were not for the fact that it was not easy to kill here, he would have directly killed Zhenzong. Brother Chen, draw your sword, and display your so-called unparalleled swordsmanship. At this time, Tantai Baimu still revealed a light smile, as if he was teasing him, even if his heart was filled with hatred for Zhenzong. If I draw my sword, you will lose. Zhenzong replied neither too fast nor too slow. There was a kind of certainty in his tone that made people stunned. It also made Tantai Baimu's expression unconsciously change. Arrogance, this tone was simply too arrogant, arrogant to the extreme. Intolerable, even if he did not use extraordinary power. Tantai Baimu's speed was very fast, as if his body was being pushed by a gust of wind, lightly but very quickly flying out, approaching Zhenzong. The folding fan in his hand was like a sharp blade breaking through the air, directly piercing through everything. This strike was light and flexible, with a feeling of difficult to distinguish and difficult to follow. It was profound and unfathomable. Only this strike showed Tantai Baimu's superb martial arts. In an instant, the attack suddenly changed as it neared Zhenzong. It split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. There were a total of 8 attacks, all of which were aimed directly at Zhenzong. Each attack was so lifelike that it was difficult to distinguish the real one from the fake. It gave Zhenzong the feeling that the 8 attacks had the same aura, as if they all possessed extraordinary power. It was a very clever technique. If he had used his cultivation power, it would not have been a big deal. On the contrary, it would have been easier. However, if he did not use any extraordinary power and only relied on pure martial arts, it would be extraordinary. Although this Tantai Baimu always tricked him, Zhenzong had to admit that the other party did have a trick up his sleeve. He did not dodge. Tantai Baimu was not the divine strength King Kong. He did not have that kind of terrifying power that could sweep everything away. Only in terms of martial arts skills, Zhenzong was not inferior. Sword draw. This sword directly integrated some of the mysteries of the sword drawing technique. The moment the sword was drawn, it burst forth with an astonishing power. The sword broke through the air. With a slight shake of Zhenzong's wrist, the sword light also split into 8 in an instant, breaking through Tantai Baimu's attack. Then, the 8 sword lights quickly condensed into one, filled with a terrifying sharpness, piercing through everything. Tantai Baimu's expression suddenly changed. In front of him, there was only a dazzling sword light blooming, approaching like lightning, constantly magnifying in his eyes. He could not dodge. That sword light pierced through the stars and broke the moon, crossing the sky. It was impossible to dodge. Tantai Baimu used his body movement to the extreme. His body seemed to be blown by the wind. In an instant, he changed his position more than a dozen times. However, he found that no matter how he changed his position, he could not escape from the other party's sword. Unless he exploded his cultivation and strengthened his body movement, he could do it. But if he really exploded his cultivation, he would lose. What to do? At the same time as he changed his position, the folding fan in Tantai Baimu's hand suddenly opened, sprinkling out fan-shaped rays of light that overlapped and circled in front of him, as if forming a shield, attempting to resist Chen Zong's extremely mysterious sword attack. Under the overlapping fan-shaped rays, they were broken, but in the end they resisted Chen Zong's sword attack. But Tantai Baimu had a feeling of horror. When he was watching from the sidelines, he felt that Chen Zong's swordsmanship was indeed superb. When they had fought on the Phoenix fighting arena, because they had mainly relied on cultivation and secret techniques, there had not been so many exchanges of martial arts. But now, a pure exchange of martial arts, a direct confrontation, let Tantai Baimu know how superb Chen Zong's swordsmanship was. The so-called peerless seemed to have some reason. When this thought flashed, Tantai Baimu's movements were not slow. He immediately floated back, his body like a light wind, as if he was weightless. He directly pulled away from Chen Zong. Move, Tantai Baimu chose a guerrilla warfare, constantly moving around, not giving Chen Zong a chance to close in. Without using cultivation, Chen Zong's swordsmanship could not attack from a distance. As long as he could not close in, he could only eat dust. Chen Zong did not move. His sword returned to its scabbard, standing in the same place, his breath restrained, becoming extremely deep. His eyes closed, and he did not intend to pursue Tantai Baimu. Could he not catch up? Not necessarily, but Chen Zong did not want to chase. Could it be that you deliberately ran like this, relying on your flexibility and speed? I have to chase you? Chen Zong did not fall into Tantai Baimu's calculations. He saw that Chen Zong was motionless, his sword had returned to its scabbard, and his eyes were closed. He had no intention of chasing him. Tantai Baimu moved around, sometimes approaching Chen Zong, sometimes pulling away. He knew very well that Chen Zong was waiting for him to get close, and then directly pull out his sword to attack. His swordsmanship was terrifying. Then, he would not let the opponent succeed. Chen Zong closed his eyes, but raised his perception to the extreme. This was his normal perception. To defeat the opponent, Chen Zong would not cheat. That would be an insult to himself. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time passed slowly. Tantai Baimu did not completely close in on Chen Zong, but constantly moved around, relying on his flexible body. In the blink of an eye, 20 breaths had passed. Tantai Baimu seemed to seize the opportunity, quickly approaching Chen Zong. For the first time, he was even closer. But at that moment, when he was about 5 meters away from Chen Zong, Tantai Baimu strangely did not approach, but instead floated back. Chen Zong's closed eyes suddenly opened, emitting a sharp cold light, staring at him. Not good. Tantai Baimu's mind could not help but tremble, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong exploded, as if the power that had been accumulated for a long time was released in an instant. His calves suddenly swelled, trampling on the ground, and his whole person directly turned into a bolt of lightning, flying across the sky. Fast, in that instant, the speed was extremely fast. 5 meters, in just a moment, Chen Zong had crossed over, and the long sword hanging at his waist was also unsheathed. Man and sword as one, pulling out the sword moved to kill. The superb and direct swordsmanship was fully displayed, flying across the sky to kill. Could not dodge, Tantai Baimu was extremely horrified. He found that facing Chen Zong's sword, he could not avoid it. The eyes of the group of heaven's prides lit up, because in that moment, Chen Zong's grasp of the timing was too accurate. Just as Tantai Baimu was trying to close in and escape, it was a completely unexpected attack. Stunned, Tantai Baimu was stunned for a moment, but he still had to react. However, Chen Zong's grasp of the timing was too accurate to the extreme. What to do? The power contained in that sword was too terrifying, as if it was going to penetrate him. There was no way to dodge, and no way to resist. The opponent may not dare to kill him, but to injure him, such as a sword piercing through his body, he would definitely not be lenient. Just as Chen Zong's sword was about to pierce through Tantai Baimu's body, Tantai Baimu exploded. After hesitating, he made up his mind. no matter what, he could not die, nor could he be injured. He could only explode with his cultivation. With one move, a strong storm immediately rolled up, and his speed increased by more than 10 times in an instant, directly avoiding Chenzong's sword. Tantai Baimu's eyes suddenly emitted an incomparable murderous intent. Not only did he not escape, but after exploding with his cultivation, he exploded with an astonishing speed, directly rushing towards Chenzong. The folding fan also opened in an instant, the edge of the fan filled with an astonishing sharpness, cutting horizontally towards Chenzong's neck. Kill, since it was against the rules to explode with his cultivation, then it did not matter if he killed Chenzong on the spot. As for the other consequences, they could think about it later. Because Tantai Baimu further felt the threat brought by Chenzong. The change was really too fast. Even a peerless heaven's pride with a battle strength of 11 stars could not make a move in time. A ray of flowing light crossed the sky, incomparably fast and merciless. A smile appeared on Tantai Baimu's face. He did not believe that under such circumstances, Chenzong still had time to react. But the fact was so despairing. Just in an instant, a shocking sword intent erupted. The sword light also increased in power by more than 10 times in an instant. It drew a half-arc, body, and sword as one, and directly attacked Tantai Baimu. This sword, with an extremely strong murderous intent, showed no mercy. You want to kill me, I will kill you, so simple and direct. Too fast, Chenzong's reaction speed was really too fast, completely unexpected. The explosion of the sword was also very terrifying. No kill sword technique, if it was a sword technique, there would be a delay, but the origin source sword technique would not. The sword light slashed, and the ray of flowing light was directly cut off, followed by Tantai Baimu's arm. With a scream, Tantai Baimu directly turned into a gust of wind, exploding with extreme speed, and rushed out of the Phoenix Hall, immediately escaping. Chenzong chased after him without hesitation and slashed out with his sword again. No kill 5 swords, endless murderous intent and killing intent were completely condensed into this sword, and directly hit Tantai Baimu, who had rushed out of the Phoenix Hall. There was a burst of screams. However, he could not catch up. Tantai Baimu seemed to have activated some kind of secret treasure to save his life, and his speed increased to the extreme. Chenzong could not catch up, and could only watch him escape. However, with an arm cut off and the no-kill 5 swords further injured, it was definitely not a good feeling. I went out in the morning. First update. In the morning Phoenix Hall, a sword-like figure stepped in with a shocking sword will. The moment he stepped into the morning Phoenix Hall, the shocking sword will quickly receded, completely disappearing as if nothing had happened. Chenzong came back again. He didn't catch up to Tantai Baimu, but first, his arm was cut off, and then he was hit by the 5 slaying swords. Tantai Baimu was definitely not feeling well. This was a physical injury, and there was also a mental blow. If this matter were to spread, Tantai Baimu's reputation would be greatly affected, resulting in a negative impact. They had agreed that they would not use cultivation, martial will, or other extraordinary powers. They would only compete based on pure martial arts, but Tantai Baimu had violated this rule. This kind of rule was actually not that authoritative. Even if it was violated, it was fine, but that was in a situation where there were few people. Even if it spread out, it could be denied or even slandered. However, this was in front of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, the heavenly Phoenix City Lord, and all the geniuses. Slandering Chenzong instead, if he really did that, Tantai Baimu's fate would be even worse, because wouldn't that be slapping the faces of all the geniuses, the heavenly Phoenix City Lord, and the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden? The double blow to his body and mind would definitely make Tantai Baimu vomit blood again and go crazy with anger. Chenzong returned to the Phoenix Hall, and everyone's gazes were fixed on him, secretly shocked. In the first battle, he defeated the Divine Strength Guardian deity and displayed one of his superb swordsmanship, as well as the terrifying attack power of the swordsmanship. Different swordsmen practiced different swordsmanship, and even the same swordsmanship would have different interpretations under different swordsmen's swordsmanship. The power of the swordsmanship was also different. The godly strength Vajra's defense was extremely shocking, but Chenzong could break it. This showed that Chenzong's sword technique attack was very terrifying. At least, the Golden Dragon Spear Zhao Ziming spear technique could not break the godly strength Vitra's defense, but Chen Zong did it. In the second battle, he defeated Tantai by Mu, not showing the super strong attack power of the sword technique, but the superb skill of the sword technique and super fast reaction speed. He reacted in an instant, and also the precise grasp of timing and the sharpness of the sword technique. Chen Zong walked back to his original position and stood there quietly without saying anything. The two battles had proved Chen Zong's strength and revealed his true self. The battles just now were very exciting, and my hands are itching. I wonder who would like to give me some pointers? Xianxia took a large step forward, and a shocking aura like wind, tigers, clouds, and dragons spread out, vigorous and majestic. Although that was what he said, Xianxia was actually very unhappy when he saw that the others were in the limelight while he, who had first suggested it, was standing at the side and watching. He was eager to show off. Normally, Xianxia wouldn't do this. However, at this moment, he was in front of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, so he naturally had to do his best. Boundless vast sea Xianxia. My iron palms can no longer hold back. Xianxia didn't need to use his cultivation or other transcendent powers. Who would be afraid of him? The moment Xianxia appeared, there were immediately people who stood out to fight against him. However, when Xianxia executed his iron palms, it was as though the vast ocean was flowing. His palm force was incomparably majestic and extremely shocking. He forcefully suppressed his opponent and defeated him. After 3 consecutive battles and 3 consecutive defeats, Xianxia was in high spirits as he laughed heartily. Who else? 3 consecutive victories caused Xianxia to fall into an indescribable excitement. He didn't understand the logic of stopping when he was ahead, and still intended to continue. Everyone wanted to show off their abilities in front of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, but now, Xianxia seemed to want to monopolize everything, which made people unhappy. Idiot! Bailey Wuyan's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly mocked him. This Xianxia was just trash who had strength but no brains. Such a person still wanted to be as famous as him. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Yi Tianfeng's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xianxia. There was no need for more words. They immediately started the battle. Xianxia's iron palms were vigorous and majestic, displaying what was called boundless vast sea. Yi Tianfeng's figure was extremely nimble, but this kind of nimbleness was different from Tantai Bomu's nimbleness. It was as though the clouds were constantly changing, gathering and dispersing unpredictably. Xianxia seemed to have met his nemesis. The vigorous and domineering palm force was simply unable to truly hit Yi Tianfeng. In the end, Yi Tianfeng seized the opportunity to defeat him. Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. It was very ugly, as if the clouds were so dense that water was about to drip out. After Yi Tianfeng defeated Xianxia, he didn't plan to fight again. Instead, he let the other geniuses fight. Each of them had fought at least once and tried their best to display their abilities. Even if they were defeated, they had done their best. It wasn't that they were weak, but that their opponents were too strong. Each of the geniuses' martial arts were extraordinary. Chen Zong watched the whole process and didn't miss anything. He even remembered it all, as if it was branded. He absorbed the essence of others and integrated it into his own body to replenish himself. Previously, under the coincidence and incomparably solid foundation, his basic sword arts finally broke through the shackles of hundreds of years and advanced to a higher level. That was a brand new realm, a brand new level, a level that Chen Zong felt unfamiliar with. Even now, Chen Zong was still in the process of exploring. But even if he was in the process of exploring, reaching a new level in his sword arts did indeed bring him great benefits. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to defeat the Divine Strength Guardian and Tantai Baimu. In fact, Chen Zong was still holding back. At least, when facing the Divine Strength Guardian and Tantai Baimu, he didn't fully display his powerful sword arts, because they were not qualified to do so. Unparalleled sword Chen Zong, in the Phoenix battle arena, you avoided the battle. This time, are you still afraid to fight with me? Suddenly, shocking sword Bailey Wuyan's eyes stared at Chen Zong, emitting a cold light. The corner of his mouth hung in a cold smile. Suddenly, there was silence. Bailey Wuyan wanted to challenge Chen Zong, and he said that Chen Zong avoided the battle in the Phoenix battle arena. Was that really the case? But the truth was that because of Yi Tianfeng's appearance, Chen Zong didn't fight just now. Otherwise, even if he lost, Chen Zong wouldn't avoid the battle. But Chen Zong wouldn't explain what had happened. There was no need for that. A peerless genius in the way of the sword challenged Chen Zong, a genius in the way of the sword. Would Chen Zong accept the challenge? Of course, he would fight. Why would Chen Zong avoid the battle? Previously in the Phoenix battle arena, Chen Zong didn't even plan to avoid the battle. Now that he was stronger, even if Chen Zong fought with all his strength, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone a battle of sword arts. So what if he was a peerless genius? Seeing Chen Zong walk out, Bailey Wuyun was secretly happy. Indeed, Chen Zong's sword arts were extraordinary and brilliant, but he wasn't weak either. He was confident that he could suppress Chen Zong and then defeat him. Bailey Wuyun was very confident in his sword arts. As a peerless genius in the way of the sword, if he wasn't confident, how could he suppress everyone with his sword? Confidence was a quality that everyone had to have. Bailey Wuyun smiled as he walked towards Chen Zong. Every step he took, there was a shocking aura condensing. This aura was constantly condensing. Although it wouldn't increase the power of the sword arts, it could still suppress the opponent. But this kind of aura couldn't affect Chen Zong in the slightest. When Bailey Wuyun was 5 meters away from Chen Zong, he suddenly jumped up and unsheathed his sword. The earth-shattering sword directly broke through the air without any mercy, as if he wanted to kill Chen Zong in one strike. Chen Zong's sword was also unsheathed in an instant. He pulled out his sword and the sword light broke through the air like a meteor. The two swords collided in an instant, bursting out countless sparks. A shocking sound rang out, sharp to the extreme. Attack, attack, attack. Bailey Wuyun's sword arts were extremely terrifying attacking sword arts. There was no defense at all. In other words, the best defense was to attack. It was an unstoppable and frenzied attack. The sword light burst out continuously. Every strike seemed to have the power to shock the heavens and was extremely terrifying. Such an attack was as shocking as a storm, pouring out in torrents. It was as if it was going to crush Chen Zong directly. Such an attack made the spectating geniuses hold their breaths. They didn't dare to make a sound. They were also imagining how they would defend against such an attack if they were to replace Chen Zong in the battle against Bailey Wuyun. Such terrifying and violent sword arts, compared to when he defeated Silver Moon's saber, it was much more powerful. As expected of the shocking sky sword, Silver Moon's saber couldn't help but be secretly shocked. If the shocking sky sword had unleashed such a sword art in that battle, he would have been defeated in a few moves. Facing Bailey Wuyun's shocking sword arts, Chen Zong's expression didn't change. With one sword in hand, he completely defended against it. His sword arts were exquisite. Deflecting, borrowing, and exerting force were all displayed in an exquisite manner. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, understated and unhurried. Bailey Wuyun's expression was extremely solemn. He was roaring in his heart. How could his opponent's sword arts be so superb? It was even more exquisite than before. Could it be that he was holding back just now? With a thought, Bailey Wuyun's sword arts became even more terrifying. A shocking and murderous aura filled the air. Other than the flying sword arts, the Bailey clan had another sword art. It had evolved from the battlefield many years ago. It was an extremely terrifying army-killing sword art. When this sword art was displayed by Bailey Wuyun, the terrifying sword light brought with it a shocking murderous aura. It filled the air and caused the surrounding geniuses' expressions to change drastically. They felt a chill run down their spines. This sword art was extremely direct and extremely sharp. Chen Zong was secretly surprised. He was excited. As the sword art changed, there seemed to be a formless guidance, allowing Bailey Wuyun to display the sword art to his heart's content. Not long after, Chen Zong figured it out and immediately launched a counterattack. The moment the sword came into contact with Bailey Wuyun's sword, it immediately turned into a coil, like a spiritual snake. After the coil, it turned into a point, like a phoenix nodding its head. Then it turned into a stab, and with the change of his body's movements, the stab turned into a burst. Every change of the sword was so smooth and untraceable. Bailey Wuyun was caught off guard and couldn't react. The sword directly hit Bailey Wuyun's chest. In an instant, the power that was released was extremely shocking. It was extremely tyrannical. Bailey Wuyun's face revealed a look of pain. His body flew backwards. His feet left 2 marks on the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The burst of the sword was enough to shatter steel. Its power was extremely terrifying. Chen Zong held his sword and stood upright. He stared at Bailey Wuyun. His eyes were calm and deep. So what if you are an exceptional genius? You will still be defeated by my sword. Thank you for letting me win. Chen Zong sheathed his sword and cupped his fists towards Bailey Yuntian with a faint smile. No matter how one looked at him, he looked very formal, humble and courteous, as if there was nothing wrong with him. However, Bailey Yuntian's eyes seemed as if they were about to spit fire, and his heart was filled with rage. He wanted nothing more than to erupt with the ultimate move of the Bailey Li flying sword technique and kill Chen Zong on the spot. However, he could not. He had to restrain himself. He was not an idiot like Tantai Bai Mu, who had not only failed to trick others but also tricked himself. He could not lose his self-control. Otherwise, all the effort he had put in tonight would be wasted. Control himself, no matter what, he had to control himself. Even if he was extremely angry and filled with killing intent, he had to control himself. After leaving this place, he would find a chance to kill this person and vent his anger. Bailey Wuyun valued his own interests and reputation. He could be shameless in private, but in front of everyone, he had to be. He wasn't an idiot like Tantai Bai Mu and He Zhonghai. Your sword technique is indeed very good. Bailey Wuyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hid the violent killing intent in his heart. He smiled and said, however, my Bailey clan is most famous for the flying sword technique. Unfortunately, due to the rules, the flying sword technique cannot be used. Otherwise, I would have let Peerless Sword have a taste of it. It sounded like he was praising Chen Zong, but upon careful analysis, one would realize that he was implying that the reason why he had lost was because he had not shown his true abilities. Furthermore, he was not being unreasonable when he said that. The Bailey clan was indeed most famous for their flying sword techniques, and it was not something that was said for no reason. There will be a chance. Chen Zong replied in a neither fast nor slow manner. His words were filled with deep meaning, causing Bailey Wuyun's eyes to unconsciously narrow. Soon after, he revealed a cold smile and nodded his head, there will be a chance. Goddess, this Chen Zong sword technique is indeed very good. The maid on the left said to the ancient phoenix goddess in a low voice. Only she, the ancient phoenix goddess and the maid on the right could hear her. It was undeniable that the swordsmanship displayed by Chen Zong was indeed exquisite and superb. The speed at which he changed was shocking. No matter how exquisite or brilliant it is, it can't compare to the goddess, the maid on the right said with a sneer. However, the ancient phoenix divine maiden didn't say anything. This so-called welcoming banquet was actually an opportunity for the ancient phoenix divine maiden to secretly observe the prodigies. It was also an opportunity for the prodigies to display their abilities in front of the ancient phoenix divine maiden. However, it was Chen Zong who was in the limelight at this banquet. Just the title of unparalleled sword had attracted a lot of attention, but at first, it was all negative. But then, Chen Zong won 3 battles and showed amazing swordsmanship in all of them. There was a faint feeling that his swordsmanship was peerless. Of course, he had not really reached that level, but he had been recognized to a certain extent. Chen Zong, are you willing to become a blazing phoenix guard? The ancient phoenix divine maiden suddenly asked, issuing an invitation to Chen Zong. Silence. For a moment, everyone in the surroundings fell into silence. Logically speaking, this was actually only the first round. After that, there would be a second round and even a third round before the final decision would be made. After all, the ancient Phoenix Mountain was very powerful and had a deep foundation. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden status was extraordinary, so the selection of blazing Phoenix guards was naturally very strict. All aspects would be tested comprehensively. But now, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden had directly asked Chen Zong to become a blazing Phoenix guard. This was absolutely shocking. Perhaps it couldn't be said to be unprecedented, but it was definitely an extremely rare situation. Envy. Bailey Wuyun was instantly envious. How could this be? Why was this happening? Why wasn't he the one who was directly invited by the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden? At this moment, Bailey Wuyun was about to explode and use the killing move of the flying sword technique to kill Chen Zong. How hateful! Chen Zong was also a little stunned. He didn't expect the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden to personally invite him. Thank you for your kindness, goddess. Chen Zong was stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Then, he said, before that, can I ask the goddess a question? How dare you? Before the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden could speak, the maidservant on her right suddenly stood up. Her face was cold, and she directly rebuked him. A terrifying aura also spread out from this maidservant's body. Like an invisible sharp blade, it directly rushed towards Chen Zong. The other skyprides all had gloating looks on their faces. Chen Zong was secretly shocked by the aura that this maidservant released, but he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he waited for the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's response. Ask. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden seemed to look at the maidservant. With a look, the maidservant immediately sat down obediently. Then, she looked at Chen Zong and replied. May I ask the goddess, do you know Xianxia? As soon as Chen Zong spoke, his voice trembled slightly. There was also some fluctuation in his eyes, as if there was a kind of hope and expectation. When everyone heard this and saw Chen Zong's expression, they all showed a hint of surprise. Xianxia, this was a person's name. It sounded like a woman's name. Who was she? What was her relationship with Chen Zong? The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden didn't directly answer. Instead, she asked, what's your relationship with her? Cultivation partner, Chen Zong answered seriously. His expression was sincere, his eyes were deep, and his voice was low. The love of my life. Some people couldn't help but be moved, but others showed a hint of disapproval. Sorry, I've never heard of it. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden also seemed to be affected. Her tone became gentler. If I hear of it in the future, I'll tell you. Thank you, goddess. Chen Zong bowed to the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden with his sword. I'm going to find her myself. So, Chen Zong will take his leave. Hearing Chen Zong's words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Leave? What did that mean? Could it be that he rejected the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's invitation? The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was also stunned. She never thought that she would be rejected when she personally invited him. It was unbelievable. Seeing Chen Zong turn around and stride out of Morning Phoenix Hall, everyone couldn't tell what they were feeling in their hearts. It was as if, in an instant, it was boring. Everyone couldn't understand why Chen Zong would do that. Could it be that it was because he wanted to find his cultivation partner? If that was the case, then wouldn't it be easier for him to become a burning phoenix guard of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden and use the power of the ancient Phoenix Mountain to find her than to search by himself? Why did he refuse? They didn't understand. They didn't understand Chen Zong's heart. Chen Zong really didn't have the slightest interest in becoming someone else's guard. If the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden knew Xianxia, or had heard of Xianxia and so on, then perhaps Chen Zong would agree to become a burning phoenix guard of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. This way, it would be easier for him to find Xianxia. However, since the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden didn't know Xianxia, nor had she heard of this name, then Chen Zong couldn't force himself to change the decision in his heart and become a burning phoenix guard of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. If he didn't become a burning phoenix guard of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, he couldn't use the power of the ancient Phoenix Mountain to find Xianxia. However, Chen Zong believed that the things that happened today would definitely make the name Xianxia be remembered by other prodigies, and even spread out because of this. Unknowingly, it would be of great help to him in finding Xianxia. All of this was within Chen Zong's initial plan. Although he couldn't completely grasp the process, the result was equivalent to not deviating much from the plan. Unless Xianxia wasn't in the ancient Phoenix domain, otherwise, she would hear the news and know that he had come to find her. And if Xianxia wasn't in the ancient Phoenix domain, then even if Chen Zong became a burning phoenix guard, it wouldn't be so easy to find her. The ancient Phoenix Mountain's influence was mostly in the ancient Phoenix domain. There were other major forces in other domains that controlled everything. With Chen Zong's departure, it was difficult for the banquet to maintain the previous enthusiasm. Even if the Heavenly Phoenix City Lord deliberately mediated, it still couldn't recover. After all, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden had taken the initiative to recruit Chen Zong, but Chen Zong had rejected her. This had a great impact on the other prodigies. It felt as if they desperately wanted something, but Chen Zong had ignored them. It felt as if they weren't on the same level. After leaving the Heavenly Phoenix City Lord's residence, Chen Zong first returned to the inn where he lived, and found Yang Yi and the others. "Brother Yang, thank you for your hospitality these past few days." Chen Zong saluted them with his sword. Indeed, during this period of time, the cost of living in the inn had been paid by Yang Yi. It wasn't that Chen Zong wanted to freeload, but Chen Zong didn't have any cultivation coins. Chen Zong would remember this kindness. But now, it was time to part ways. He would remember this kindness in his heart and repay it in the future. "Brother Chen, where do you plan to go next?" Although Yang Yi was reluctant to part, he also understood, so he asked. "I'm not sure. I'll travel around and challenge the strong." Chen Zong smiled and said, "Maybe I'll leave the ancient Phoenix domain and travel the ancient profound world." If he couldn't find Xianxia in the ancient Phoenix domain, then he would leave for other domains. He might even have to travel the entire ancient profound world to search. If he still couldn't find Xianxia, then it could only mean that Xianxia was no longer in the ancient profound world. "Then I hope that Brother Chen's name will spread throughout the ancient profound world and surpass your peers." Yang Yi smiled. Before Chen Zong left, Yang Yi treated Chen Zong to a meal in a restaurant as a farewell. "Even if you can see your friend off for 1,000 miles, you still have to part in the end." Chen Zong walked out of the gate of Heavenly Phoenix City and looked back. This city was his first stop in the inner universe. Here, he had made a name for himself with the unparalleled sword. Next, he would challenge more powerhouses and spread the name of the unparalleled sword even further. As for the Seal the Sky Monument, Chen Zong would also go there and leave his own title on it. Unparalleled Jiandi, his trip here was not in vain. Thinking of this, Chen Zong felt full of motivation. Looking for people to gain experience was not a bad idea. So, what about the next stop? Where should he go? Chen Zong thought for a while and suddenly felt that maybe he should go and get some cultivation coins first. Only then would he be able to act better. Otherwise, sometimes, a single coin would stump a hero. A dignified heaven's pride of a generation was bound by cultivation coins. What a joke. As he pondered, Chen Zong took action. In the inner layer of the universe's ancient profound world, other than the cities, there were many bandits. Chen Zong was prepared to find trouble with some bandits and snatch their cultivation coins. Rob the rich to help the poor, robbing the rich bandits to help the poor. First, he had to get rich so that he could act better. In the inner universe, the ancient mystic world was extremely vast. Just the ancient Phoenix domain alone was astonishing. In this domain, there were mountains and forests, rivers and rivers. There were sects, clans, gangs, and so on. There were also some mountain strongholds that were the home of bandits and rogues. The Green Wolf stronghold on the Green Wolf Mountain was a bandit group. Their ferocious reputation shook the region, and everyone within a few hundred miles knew of them. Within the stronghold, there were more than 10 heaven stage powerhouses, and the strongest, the stronghold master, had battle prowess at the low extreme stage. This made it difficult for anyone to exterminate them. Of course, if one's battle prowess was strong enough to surpass the 10-star level, it might not be impossible. It was just that the ancient Phoenix domain was so vast. To the ancient Phoenix domain, a few hundred miles of land was not inferior to a small island in the sea. Unless it was a coincidence, there wouldn't be any heaven-rank powerhouses of the high extreme realm or even the super extreme realm running over to destroy the Green Wolf Bastion. Unfortunately, Chen Zong was coincidentally passing by the Green Wolf stronghold. He happened to encounter the Green Wolf stronghold who were blocking his way and robbing him. Chen Zong, who was lacking in cultivation coins, rushed directly to the Green Wolf stronghold. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. The stronghold master with the battle strength of the low realm was indeed not weak. However, in front of Chen Zong, he was not enough. He was crippled in 10 moves. As for killing, Chen Zong still remembered the black mark. He did not plan to give the black mark any chance to devour the soul. This was because Chen Zong was not sure if his sealing technique would work or if it could truly seal the black mark. In the end, the sealing technique was just a casual mastery. It did not take much effort and time. As a result, almost all of the Green Wolf stronghold people were crippled by Qinzong, but he did not kill them. Next, he searched the entire stronghold and found the stronghold's treasury. There were more than 30,000 cultivation coins. There were also other treasures such as divine medicine, divine iron, and so on. However, Qinzong was not clear about the price of the divine medicine and divine iron. He kept them first and sold them after entering a city. With more than 30,000 cultivation coins, Qinzong was relieved. At least he did not have to worry about food and drink. It was a hobby. Unparalleled sword. Qinzong exterminated the Green Wolf Bastion here. Before leaving the Green Wolf Bastion, Qinzong carved a stone tablet with his sword and stuck it in front of the main gate of the Green Wolf Bastion. There were 11 words carved on it, and each word was very clear. Each word contained a strong sword will that could last for at least 10 years without dissipating. Generally speaking, Qinzong would not be so high profile. Even if he destroyed a mountain village, he would not deliberately leave his name. But now, in order to spread the name and title of unparalleled sword Qinzong as soon as possible, Qinzong would use all kinds of methods as long as they did not violate his principles. Qinzong left, leaving behind only his title and name. It was a deliberate move, but it later promoted Qinzong's reputation. At the same time, it also benefited many swordsmen. That was because the 11 words contained an astonishing sword will, which could be comprehended and benefited from. After that, Qinzong began his challenge to become famous. Wild Thunder Blade, a heaven-rank powerhouse of the low extremity realm, was not considered a prodigy. According to Taishuan's evaluation, he was a prodigy. But to be able to reach the 10-star level, he had to go through a long period of cultivation and some opportunities to finally break through and attain this level of combat strength. Not only prodigies, top prodigies, peerless prodigies, and monstrous prodigies could enter the extreme realm. Even ordinary practitioners could do it. But the difference between prodigies and prodigies was that prodigies could enter the extreme realm in a much shorter period of time. For example, they could do it after cultivating for a few decades. However, ordinary practitioners or prodigies would need a much longer period of time. For example, a few hundred years of continuous cultivation, continuous accumulation, and with the help of some opportunities, they would finally be able to break through the ordinary level of combat strength and reach the extreme realm. However, most of these practitioners' intelligence would stop at the 10-star level. Only a few could reach the 11-star level. As for reaching the 12-star level, it was very rare since ancient times. Above the 12-star level, the invincible realm was not something that ordinary prodigies or ordinary people could reach. Even if they had great opportunities, it was still difficult. Unless, they could really be reborn and have a peerless opportunity to change their fate. Although Wild Thunder Blade was not a prodigy, he had been immersed in the 10-star level for hundreds of years. His blade technique was exquisite and peerless, as violent as thunder. He had completely grasped his own strength and was able to exert his strength to the extreme. He had also developed many unique techniques that were compatible with himself. He was a good opponent. After a fierce battle, Qinzong's technique was superior and defeated Wild Thunder Blade. It was a complete defeat. Your Excellency's swordsmanship is superb. I lost. Wild Thunder Blade looked defeated, as if he was at his mercy. The loser might be killed. This was normal. After all, challenging others was a very dangerous thing to do. One had to disregard life and death. Your blade technique is not bad, Qinzong said calmly. I won't kill you, but you have to spread the results of this battle. Okay. Wild Thunder Blade was a little surprised and a little surprised. Qinzong left. He did not take Wild Thunder Blade's life, nor did he rob him of his wealth. Because Qinzong's original intention was to challenge others. On the one hand, he wanted to sharpen his own swordsmanship. On the other hand, he wanted to promote the reputation of matchless sword Qinzong and let more people know about it, so that Yunyanxin would hear about it. Assuming that Yunyanxin was really in the inner universe. What was the purpose of sharpening his swordsmanship? Of course, it was to go further. Moreover, the breakthrough in Sky Phoenix City had brought his basic swordsmanship to a whole new level, which made Qinzong feel that it had amazing potential. He had not fully mastered it yet. If he did, the power of his swordsmanship would be even more powerful. Comprehending and cultivating on one's own was one way, but fighting with a strong opponent was a more effective way of sharpening. The new basic swordsmanship realm directly raised the upper limit of Chen Zong's potential in swordsmanship to a whole new level. This battle made Chen Zong feel that his swordsmanship potential had been stimulated by a lot. 1 battle, 2 battles, 3 battles, 4 battles, 5 battles, as long as Chen Zong could find a heaven stage powerhouse with a battle prowess of the low realm, he would directly challenge them. Geniuses had their own strengths, and the older generation's low realm powerhouses also had their own strengths. After all, time was an excellent medicine. After a long period of time, one's skills were very good. Some of the people who were challenged by Chen Zong were calm and gentle, but some were very irritable. However, they were still defeated by Chen Zong in the end. The worst thing was that Chen Zong did not kill them, but crippled them. All in all, in a short period of less than 2 months, Chen Zong had fought in all directions and challenged more than 10 battles. He had won consecutively, and the name of the peerless sword had spread and was known by even more people. In addition, everything that happened at the Phoenix banquet at the Sky Phoenix City Lord's Mansion was also spread, further increasing Chen Zong's reputation. On the contrary, Tantai Baimu's reputation was not good and was directly damaged. Inside the Daluo Palace, in the Tianluo Palace, Tantai Baimu's face was ashen. 2 months ago, at the Phoenix banquet at Sky Phoenix City, his arm was cut off by Chen Zong. When he used a secret treasure to escape, he was hit by his opponent's sword and his thigh was pierced. The terrifying sword aura wreaked havoc and caused even more damage. After a month and a half, he returned to the Daluo Palace at his fastest speed. It took him a full month and a half and spent more than half of his wealth to finally recover from his injuries. His severed arm had also grown back. After coming out of seclusion, he suffered a mental blow and his reputation was damaged. Anger, Tantai Baimu was furious to the extreme. Chen Zong must die, everything was because of this person. Only by killing this person could he vent the hatred in his heart. He completely did not think that it was because he had tricked Chen Zong time and time again that led to this. Otherwise, if it was just a competition for the name cards, Chen Zong would not have cared at all. However, Tantai Baimu was also very clear that with just him and his subordinates, even if they joined forces to kill Chen Zong, it would be very difficult. After all, the opponent was not a fool. If he could not win, he could run. If he wanted to kill, he had to kill without giving the opponent the slightest chance to escape. He had to completely block and cut off all escape routes to prevent future troubles. Tantai Baimu suddenly thought about how to kill Chen Zongjue. This would require more people and a meticulous plan. Then, who should he ask to help? Ming Lai's strength is very strong. It is said that he has broken through to the level of the final realm. Moreover, he only recognizes money and not people. As long as the price is enough, everything can be discussed. Tantai Baimu said to himself. However, he showed a somewhat distressed expression. The treatment of the injury had cost more than half of his savings. If he asked Ming Lai to help now, he was afraid that he would not have much wealth left. Moreover, Ming Lai alone could not guarantee that Chen Zong would be killed in one go. 2 more of the final realm. 5 people should be enough. Tantai Baimu thought to himself. When he did things, he liked to plan before acting. Once he acted, he had to have a perfect plan. He would rather spend a little more effort than to have an unforeseen event happen because of insufficient strength. Kill, it was to directly kill without leaving the slightest leeway and not give the opponent the slightest chance to live. Soon, a plan formed in Tantai Baimu's mind. Stormy Wave Castle, this was a small unrated force in the ancient Phoenix domain. Although it was unrated, it was not weak. The lord of the castle was a veteran heaven-rank powerhouse with the battle strength of the 10-star realm. His stormy wave palm was extremely tyrannical. Within a radius of a few hundred miles, his prestige was awe-inspiring. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. After the lord of the stormy wave castle had finished his dinner, he was resting in his study for a moment when a servant came to deliver a letter. The lord of the stormy wave castle opened it and saw that it was a letter of challenge. Unparalleled sword Chen Zong. What a coincidence. The corner of the lord of the stormy wave castle's mouth suddenly hung a smile. He knew this person because in the past 2 months, he was in the limelight and had a great reputation. He went around challenging heaven-rank powerhouses of the final realm and won every battle. It was indeed very shocking. Now, he had finally come to challenge him. Putting down the letter of challenge, a sly smile appeared on the Lord of the Stormy Wave Castle's face. Unparalleled sword Xianxia, this challenge will be your final song. The Lord of the Stormy Wave Castle muttered to himself as a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The Stormy Wave Castle stood towering above a cliff. Ahead of it was a winding mountain path, whereas behind it was a boundless ocean. The waves surged layer upon layer, surging and vast, and it gave rise to layer upon layer of shocking noises that whistled endlessly without end. Outside the raging billows castle, there was an uneven open space that was filled with gravel. It was created when the Lord of the Raging Billows Castle cultivated. A figure that seemed slow, but was actually as fast as the wind, came from afar. Taking a step forward, it was as though he had traveled through time and space, appearing 10 meters away. Taking another step forward, he appeared 10 meters away again. Like an illusion, not long after, he arrived at the empty space outside the Raging Billows Castle. Unparalleled sword Xianxia has come to challenge you. After the figure stood on the ground, his voice penetrated the void and directly entered the Raging Billows Castle. In the next moment, an extremely vigorous aura suddenly erupted, surging like a raging tide. Formlessly, there seemed to be an extremely violent wave erupting from within the Stormy Billows Castle, surging over. Following that, a figure rushed out of the Raging Billows Castle, bringing with it a vigorous and overbearing aura as it directly pressed down through the air. Without a doubt, it was the battle strength of the 10-star Extreme Realm. The Lord of the Raging Billows Castle, a veteran heaven stage powerhouse who was over 500 years old. His Raging Billows palm was rumored to be extremely tyrannical and terrifying. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia chose him as his challenger. Your unparalleled sword Xianxia. Take my palm first. Loud laughter immediately sounded out from the sky and resounded through the heavens and earth. It was accompanied by a shocking aura that surged like a tide as it majestically charged over. Following that, the Lord of the Raging Billows Castle raised his palm and directly slapped out. In the air, a shocking momentum that was like a tide rang out. A huge palm print swept across the sky and pressed down, as if it was going to suppress Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes condensed as a light flashed past. He immediately unsheathed his sword, and the sword light was resplendent and dazzling as it brazenly slashed out as if it could split the sky, slashing towards the shocking palm print. The sword light shattered, but the palm print also paused and a crack appeared. A wisp of sword light followed the crack on the palm print and shot towards the Stormy Wave Castle Master like a stream of light. The Stormy Wave Castle Master was secretly shocked by the sharpness of his opponent's sword light, but he didn't have any intention of dodging. On the contrary, his other palm struck out. Boom! Boom! However, this one palm directly brought along 3 layers of waves, carrying an extremely shocking and violent power as it mercilessly bombarded Xianxia. Wave after wave of tyrannical power immediately crushed the sword light, and then mercilessly blasted towards Xianxia. The pressure of the palm was extremely shocking, and it pressed down across the sky, as if the earth was about to sink. Stormy Wave Palm. As soon as the Stormy Wave Fortress Lord made a move, it was a tyrannical ultimate skill, Stormy 3 heavy waves. Wave after wave of terrifying palm energy blasted towards Xianxia in an attempt to smash him into meat paste. Under the Stormy 3 heavy waves, Xianxia's body was also shattered and directly shattered. However, the Stormy Wave Castle Master didn't reveal the slightest bit of joy. On the contrary, a wisp of seriousness flashed past his eyes, because the moment the 3 heavy waves hit Xianxia's body shattered, and there was no feeling of hitting the real body. Illusion. In just an instant, Xianxia's illusory body had replaced his true body, and it was shattered by the tri-layer stormy waves, whereas his true body dodged unpredictably and appeared behind the master of raging waves. Kill. Xianxia didn't burst out with Sword Dao Divine Arts, and only used sword arts to fight. His goal was to borrow the Stormy Wave Castle Master's superb strength to temper his own sword arts, and further excavate his increased realm and potential to the extreme. Compared to the opponents he had challenged before, the Stormy Wave Castle Master's battle prowess was the strongest, at the limit of 10-star battle prowess. His stormy wave palm was even more tyrannical to the extreme, and among the veteran heaven-rank powerhouses, he was an outstanding existence. Sword light tore through the sky, an extremely exquisite sword strike, and the grasp of timing reached an astonishing height. It was difficult for the Stormy Wave Castle Master to dodge, and as the sword light slashed past, the Stormy Wave Castle Master's body turned into a burst of water and blasted away. Shortly after, the burst of water converged once again in the distance, revealing the Stormy Wave Castle Master's body. Ha 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 ha, your sword arts are useless against me. The Stormy Wave Castle Master couldn't help but laugh loudly, and he had a somewhat complacent look. At the same time, he blasted out another palm. Boom. Boom. Boom, 5 layers of stormy waves. The pressure that this palm brought to Chenzong completely surpassed the 3 layers of stormy waves from before. Fight, Chenzong slashed out with his sword, and the sword light tore through layer after layer of waves. It was like a battleship riding the wind and breaking through the sky, cutting through the thistles and thorns as it charged forward. No matter how many layers of waves you have, I'll break them with a single sword strike. No matter what obstacles there are, whether it's mountains or seas, my sword will be invincible. Slash, with incomparable conviction, Chenzong's sword became increasingly tyrannical and sharper, as if it could cut through everything between heaven and earth, and nothing could stop it. The Stormy Wave Castle Master's battle prowess was indeed extremely tyrannical. After hundreds of years of bitter cultivation, he had thoroughly grasped every bit of his power, and his foundation was very solid. In this aspect, many geniuses couldn't compare to him. This was the advantage of a veteran powerhouse. In the fierce battle, Chenzong constantly sharpened himself, treating the Stormy Wave Castle Master as a whetstone. The potential of his swordsmanship was slowly unearthed, and he improved bit by bit. On the original foundation, he improved even further. Although each improvement was just a little bit, it was like a pool of water forming an abyss. In the end, it would cause a qualitative change. The Stormy Wave Castle Master wasn't a hothead. He had lived for hundreds of years and had experienced many things. He had rich battle experience, and his experience was extraordinary. He also noticed Chenzong's state. He was actually using himself as a whetstone to sharpen himself. Anger, a trace of anger grew in the Stormy Wave Castle Master's heart, and it erupted, filling his entire body. Who would be willing to be used as a whetstone? In a sense, it was a bit like a stepping stone. And what was a stepping stone? He was being trampled under someone's feet. As his anger erupted, the palms of the Stormy Wave Castle Master became even more berserk. The palm energy that it brought was like a surging tide. It was vast and boundless. Layer after layer, it continuously bombarded forward. Chenzong only felt that there were astonishing and powerful palm forces coming from all directions, constantly bombarding him. Then, the Stormy Wave Castle Master raised one of his palms with a solemn expression. A terrifying palm intent gathered crazily on it, and waves of surging sounds could be vaguely heard. It was vast and mighty. Stormy Wave. 9 heavy waves. The Stormy Wave Castle Master's expression was solemn and dignified. He pushed out his palm, and in an instant, an extremely terrifying palm force turned into a raging wave. One after another, 9 consecutive waves pushed forward. Each wave seemed to be able to crush a mountain, and its power was astonishing. Chenzong couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression, and then a hint of excitement. This move was strong enough. Then, the heavenly light sword drawing technique? Swallows fly twice. 3 extremely powerful sword lights directly slashed out as if they were cutting through the void. Around the Stormy Wave Castle Master, layers of raging waves immediately surged, as if they had turned into a huge vortex. In the distant sea, the sound of waves also seemed to be drawn, and countless water vapor filled the air. Rumble, the water vapor surged, the wind and clouds were vast and mighty, and a huge vortex appeared. Stormy Wave. Great Vortex. The Stormy Wave Castle Master's voice was filled with astonishing power. He raised his hands and suddenly smashed forward, as if he was throwing something at Chenzong. The huge vortex also blasted towards Chenzong in an instant, spinning wildly and shattering everything. Ultimate kill, the Stormy Wave Castle Master completely erupted with his most powerful move, wanting to kill Chenzong. Chenzong's expression couldn't help but change drastically. the power of this move was so strong, and it was indeed very terrifying. Then, he would use an even stronger sword move. Heavenly light sword drawing technique? Myriad dust, slash, the moment the sword slashed out, the sword light directly exploded when it hit the huge vortex. The terrifying power that could shatter everything struck the huge vortex, and instantly shattered the huge vortex, turning it into the most primitive particles of heaven and earth. The sword light broke through the sky, and with the remaining power, it charged towards the Stormy Wave Castle Master. The Stormy Wave Castle Master was instantly stunned. He actually slashed his ultimate move with a single slash. How was that possible? However, that sword light did indeed brazenly charge over. It didn't seem strong, but the power contained within it made the Stormy Wave Castle Master's hair stand on end, and he had a feeling that it was fatal. It was as if she would die if she was struck by this sword. Even if she didn't die, she would be severely injured. Even if she transformed into a splash of water to avoid it, she couldn't really avoid that kind of power. It was a kind of terrifying power that could turn everything into powder. How could there be such an ultimate move? It was so terrifying. However, the Stormy Wave Castle Master had lived for hundreds of years, and he had fought thousands of battles. He was incomparably experienced, and it was impossible for him to just sit and wait for death. Erupt, in an instant, the Stormy Wave Castle Master completely erupted with an extremely shocking power. He directly executed the Stormy Wave 9-layer waves, and the waves bombarded one after another. However, under Qianzong's extremely terrifying sword light, they were shattered one after another, turning into powder and dissipating. However, after shattering the Stormy Wave 9-layer waves, it also constantly consumed the power of the sword. In the end, only a strand of sword light was left. When it struck the Stormy Wave Castle Master, it was truly blocked by the Stormy Wave Castle Master, and it was unable to cause any harm to him. The Stormy Wave Castle Master didn't attack, and instead retreated, increasing the distance between him and Qianzong. His face was filled with vigilance, as if he was afraid that Qianzong would attack again. The power of that sword was truly too tyrannical, and it made him feel shocked. Terrifying, it was an extremely terrifying sword. It's a pity that I don't have a powerful bloodline talent. Otherwise, if I unleashed the power of my bloodline, I would definitely be able to kill him. The Stormy Wave Castle Master thought to himself. There was nothing he could do about it. The ancient mystic world was a world of bloodlines. However, most of the people's bloodlines were very ordinary, and they weren't up to standard. The reason why he was able to break through to the 10-star Apex realm was also because of a great opportunity. However, this was the limit of his life. Seriously, he really hated these geniuses. Each and every one of them had extraordinary bloodlines and outstanding talents. They could easily have the battle prowess of the Apex realm, or even the Supreme realm. Retreat, the Stormy Wave Castle Master retreated, and Qianzong directly charged forward. This battle wasn't over yet. You guys are still not coming out? The Stormy Wave Castle Master was a little panicked, and couldn't help but roar. Very abruptly, one figure after another suddenly appeared from all directions, forming a circle and surrounding Qianzong. Brother Chen, we meet again. Are you surprised? Tantai Bai Mu, Qianzong did not expect to meet him here. No, it should be said that he did not expect the other party to appear here and ambush him. Obviously, this was a premeditated action. Qianzong didn't answer Tantai Bai Mu's question. His gaze swept over the 6 people surrounding him. Tantai Bai Mu was one, and so was the Lord of the Stormy Wave Fortress. Hearing the words of the Lord of the Stormy Wave Fortress, Qianzong knew that the Lord of the Stormy Wave Fortress already knew that Tantai Bai Mu and the others were here, but he still wanted to fight with him alone. It was not until he was defeated that he called out Tantai Bai Mu and the others. He was afraid that the Lord of the Stormy Wave Fortress wanted to kill him from the beginning. If he could kill him, then Tantai Bai Mu and the others would not need to show up. However, he did not expect that the unparalleled sword Qianzong's battle strength was indeed terrifying. The power of his sword principle lost skill was even more shocking. His strongest move was not a match for him. As a last resort, he could only call out Tantai Bai Mu and the others. Join forces, with the 6 experts joining forces, he believed that they could take the other party's life. In addition to Tantai Bai Mu and the Lord of the Stormy Wave Fortress, there was also Tantai Bai Mu's subordinate, the body refiner with the bloodline of the Black Light Bear. In addition, there were two who looked similar and should be brothers. From the aura that they emitted, Chenzong judged that they should be at the 10-star level, but it might not be the limit of the 10-star level. The last one was a short-haired youth with an indifferent expression and his arms crossed in front of his chest. He was staring at Chenzong with a cold gaze. His aura was restrained, but not completely restrained. Chenzong felt that he was very strong and brought about an obvious threat. The final realm. Chenzong could not help but think. To be able to bring about such a degree of threat, it should be the battle strength of the final realm. As for the surpassing realm, that kind of threat could not be just that. However, Chenzong did not have the slightest fear. On the contrary, there was a trace of excitement in his heart. 5 lesser extremities and 1 greater extremity. This combination should be enough to give him enough pressure to fight to his heart's content. In fact, ever since Chenzong had issued the challenge, even when facing the Lord of the Raging Waves fortress, Chenzong had not brought out his full strength. He only wanted to make a name for himself, and at the same time, he wanted to sharpen himself, starting from the low extremity. Brother Chen, in order to deal with you, I have paid a great price. Tantai Bai Mu seemed to be smiling, but his face was full of malice. Indeed, in order to deal with Chenzong, he had used up all his wealth. It had taken him more than 10 years to accumulate all that wealth. It was not easy at all. However, it was all worth it to kill Chenzong. Tantai Bai Mu's arm was intact. Chenzong was not surprised. After all, regrowing a severed limb was not a special thing. Some special secret techniques could do it, and some divine medicines could do it. Since Tantai Bai Mu was a member of a heaven-grade force like the Daluo Palace, regrowing a severed limb was normal. I'm afraid that after you pay that price, you will have to pay an even greater price. Chenzong smiled and responded. An even greater price? What price was that? Of course, it was his life, Tantai Bai Mu's life. Chenzong's words suddenly caused Tantai Bai Mu's expression to change greatly. His face was gloomy. Tantai, cut the crap. Kill him and be done with it. I don't have so much time to waste. The young man with short hair like steel needles suddenly spoke. His voice was extremely cold, and his pair of cold eyes suddenly emitted a shocking murderous intent. It rushed forward like a raging tide. Yes, Brother Ming Lai. Tantai Bai Mu responded. His expression was cold and solemn, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Everyone, use all your strength to kill him. In an instant, the power of the Wind of Extinction bloodline completely erupted. It directly pushed Tantai Bai Mu's battle strength to the extreme, reaching the limit of 10-star battle strength. His subordinate also stimulated the power of the Black Light Bear's bloodline, and a terrifying roar sounded. As the black light spread, it directly turned into a Black Light Bear, exuding a terrifying aura. The bloodline of the Lord of the Stormy Wave Fortress was very weak. Therefore, there was no such thing as a bloodline power eruption. However, he used a secret technique. Layers of chi surged like a raging tide, pushing his aura to constantly strengthen. It was strengthened several times. The two 10-star battle strengths that were similar in appearance also erupted their bloodlines. As the flames spread, their entire bodies were covered with a layer of crimson flames, burning continuously. The two people seemed to be burning, turning into two flaming people. Their aura became more and more tyrannical. It was incomparably blazing as it spread out, as if it wanted to burn everything. And the person who was called Brother Ming Lai by Tantai Bai Mu, suddenly put down his crossed arms. With a low shout, strands of white electric arcs suddenly burst out from his short hair like steel needles, making a series of crackling sounds. The white electric arcs jumped and spread down. Starting from the top of the head, it quickly spread to the face, neck, body, and limbs. Ming Lai's eyes were also covered with white electric arcs. His entire body was covered with white electric arcs, crazily shuttling back and forth, exuding a terrifying aura. There was a kind of indescribable explosive feeling. Bloodline, this person's bloodline was also a heavenly bloodline. It was a powerful bloodline that was not inferior to Tantai Bai Mu's Wind of Absolute Breath. It was enough to be ranked in the top 100 of the heavenly bloodline list. Moreover, its degree of development was much better than Tantai Bai Mu's wind of absolute breath. When the lightning bloodline was stimulated, Ming Lai's aura skyrocketed again, becoming more tyrannical. Chenzong also felt more threatened. However, Chenzong still did not have the slightest fear. Only a touch of excitement grew in his heart, and his battle intent soared to the sky. Attack! The black light bear man roared wildly, and the sound waves rolled, directly rushing out. Immediately, his huge body rushed horizontally, and suddenly raised his palm, condensing a terrifying power that could shatter a mountain, and directly blasted towards Chenzong. Palm after palm, each palm seemed to be able to shatter a mountain, and mercilessly blasted towards Chenzong. Raging waves, 9 heavy waves. The stormy wave castle lord revealed a smirk. Immediately, his body moved closer to Chenzong, and his full strength erupted, pushing his palm horizontally. This palm was not a long-distance attack, but a close-range attack. In this way, the power of the 9 heavy waves would not spread out, and could be more condensed, only attacking Chenzong, and not affecting others. At the same time, Chenzong directly faced the siege of 2 10-star experts, and the pressure on him increased sharply. After the two exploded with their unique skills, they immediately went around. Storm of absolute breath. Tantai Bai Mu attacked, and in an instant, his folding fan carried the power of a monstrous storm, and suddenly blasted out, condensing into a whirlwind, madly rotating, and sweeping everything in its way. A rumbling sound resounded between heaven and earth. The power of the storm of absolute breath was not weak at all. On the contrary, it was Tantai Bai Mu's full-strength attack, and was very terrifying. The two similar 10-star experts were burning with raging flames. After looking at each other, the strong flames on their bodies also skyrocketed in an instant, as if adding oil to the fire, becoming more and more blazing. Bipolar. Great fire explosion. The two brothers roared at the same time, and the flames that were burning to the extreme suddenly seemed to leave their bodies, and directly rushed to the sky, reaching hundreds of meters in the air. In the next breath, the two blazing flames merged and condensed in the air, turning into a huge fireball with a diameter of a few meters. The fireball was constantly rotating, and there were layers of turbulent waves on its surface. The aura it emitted was increasingly violent. Fall, the crazily rotating fireball suddenly fell in an instant, and like a meteorite, it completely locked onto Chenzong. The extremely terrifying aura was filled with burning and destruction, and it fell like it was crushing dry weeds, wanting to completely crush Chenzong. Finally, it was the 11-star expert named Ming Lai. His eyes were filled with endless white lightning arcs. He slowly raised his arm, and one of his fingers straightened, pointing at Chenzong, locking onto Chenzong's body from hundreds of meters away. Strands of lightning arcs suddenly spread out from all parts of his body, and rushed towards that straightened finger like moths to a flame. The crackling sound became more and more intense, and the entire finger was covered by white lightning arcs. In the end, it seemed to be condensed by white lightning arcs, containing extremely terrifying power. Extreme lightning. Cloud-piercing. A low roar sounded from Ming Lai's mouth. It was filled with shocking killing intent, and an extremely strong murderous intent. As Ming Lai's voice fell, the finger that seemed to be made of white lightning suddenly trembled, and a white lightning bolt as thick as a little finger suddenly shot out from the finger. Fast, it was impossible to describe the speed of that white lightning bolt. It was extremely fast, and seemed to have surpassed everything. Although it was the last attack, it directly surpassed the others. It was much faster than the big fireball that fell from the sky and the storm that Tantai Bai Mu used. It arrived first, and almost hit Chenzong at the same time as the violent palms of the black light bear man and the raging waves 9 waves of the Lord of the Stormy Waves, from 3 different directions. However, compared to the violent palms of the black light bear man and the raging waves 9 waves of the Lord of the Stormy Waves, the power of this white lightning bolt was even more tyrannical. The threat that it brought to Chenzong was also extremely intense. It made Chenzong's hair stand on end, as if he was hit, he would most likely die on the spot. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured, and his strength would plummet. He would not have much left, and would be at the mercy of others. At that time, even if he did not die, he would die. He would even be captured alive and tortured. Tantai Bai Mu suddenly showed a cruel smile. "You're dead." This time, you're dead. Tantai Baimu's face was filled with a hideous smile, but his heart was incomparably carefree. He stared at Chenzong with his eyes wide open. He wanted to see how Chenzong would be killed this time. Would he be torn apart, or would he be directly turned into powder? No matter which one it was very exciting to think about. Chenzong's face was incomparably dignified, and his hair stood on end. Fatal blow. As soon as these people attacked, it was a fatal blow, a merciless fatal blow. The power of each blow was very strong, but the most tyrannical was the big fireball that fell from the sky and the white lightning bolt that was as thick as a little finger. Especially that white lightning bolt that was as thick as a pinky finger. The power it contained was incomparably terrifying, causing Chenzong's heart to tremble. Before it had even arrived, the aura it emitted caused Chenzong's heart to tremble violently. Peek in the blink of an eye, Chenzong was struck by the violent white thunderbolt. An extremely terrifying explosive force instantly erupted, tearing Chenzong's body to pieces. Afterwards, the Blacklight Bear Person's palms and the Lord of the Raging Waves' 9-layer waves continuously bombarded Chenzong's body, mercilessly striking him. Then, Tantai Baimu's breath of extinction storm raged, and the big fireball in the sky also fell. With a boom, the momentum was earth-shattering. Chenzong was hit, and all the terrifying power also completely exploded after hitting Chenzong's body. With Chenzong as the center, the earth-shattering explosion suddenly exploded, and layers of terrifying power also continuously rushed out, turning into a huge ball. It constantly rotated and expanded at an astonishing speed, expanding from dozens of meters to hundreds of meters in size. This constantly rotating and expanding ball was filled with a blazing and incomparably violent aura, and there were strands of white thunderbolts raging endlessly. It was incomparably explosive, and there were also gusts of wind raging, like swords and sabers, easily destroying dry weeds and rotten wood. There was also an extremely vigorous power surging endlessly like a raging tide. The mixture of several kinds of power intertwined and collided, releasing an even more terrifying power. Wherever it passed, the void would crack, and then shatter, until it was about to collapse. Strong, this kind of power was extremely tyrannical, so tyrannical that it was very terrifying. It shattered the void, and was invincible, as if nothing could stop it. Looking at the earth-shattering explosion, feeling the terrifying power that filled it, Tantai Baimu and the others' faces changed greatly, and they quickly moved away. Ming Lai, who had the most tyrannical battle strength, also had an extremely solemn expression. With such power, if he were to be bombarded head-on, he would most likely die. That kind of power was simply unbearable. Perhaps only the limit of an 11-star expert could withstand it. Explosion. The ball that had expanded to hundreds of meters in size and was filled with several kinds of terrifying power exploded in an instant, like a raging tide rushing in all directions. In an instant it had impacted a range of thousands of meters, and directly impacted tens of thousands of meters away. This kind of power was still very strong, but it was no longer a fatal threat to the people, nor would it injure them. With their strength, it was enough to withstand this level of impact. Within a radius of thousands of meters, close to tens of thousands of meters, figures stood in the void. Their eyes were staring ahead, looking at the center of the explosion. They wanted to see clearly whether Chenzong was dead or not. Gradually, in the center of the explosion, the terrifying power gradually dispersed, and gradually faded away. There was no one left. Haha, he's dead. Tantai Baimu suddenly laughed. He was so happy that he had finally gotten rid of Chenzong. Otherwise, this person gave him a very evil feeling. If he didn't kill him, he was afraid that he would be killed in revenge. Now, after paying a great price, he had finally killed Chenzong. Moreover, there was no corpse left, and even his soul had dispersed. While secretly excited, suddenly, Tantai Baimu's eyes narrowed. There seemed to be a figure flashing by at an extremely fast speed. He couldn't help but blink. Was that an illusion? Tantai Baimu thought that it was an illusion, but in fact, it wasn't. The figure flashed, as fast as a streamer. It swept across the vast sky in a flash, traversing the explosion range, and instantly rushed towards the Blacklight Bearman fast, extremely fast, as fast as the Blacklight Bearman. It was difficult for him to dodge. It was just a subconscious feeling. It was dangerous. Then, a sword light flashed like a phantom. Kill. the black light bear man only felt that his body seemed to have become much lighter. His consciousness was sinking, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. Then, an indescribable pain swept over him. He didn't know how his 4 limbs were suddenly broken. His tyrannical power also flowed away, like a punctured balloon. However, there was no one else in the blacklight bear man's place except for him. This change was extremely sudden. Falling, the blacklight bear man's body reverted back to its original form and continued to fall. Falling from such a height and losing its cultivation base, although it wouldn't die, it would definitely break its bones and tendons. While the Lord of the Stormy Wave Castle was secretly excited, suddenly, an extremely strong sense of crisis broke out, turning into a shocking chill, crazily sweeping over and attacking his whole body. Danger, extreme danger. Compared to the blacklight bear man, the Lord of the Stormy Wave Castle was not only more powerful, but also more experienced in battle. His battle intuition was also sharper. In an instant, he realized that something was wrong and that danger had arrived. Where did the danger come from? He couldn't figure it out. Could it be the matchless sword Xianxia? However, under such terrifying power, such a shocking explosion, wasn't there already nothing left of him? Without having time to think too much, the Lord of the Stormy Wave Castle could only explode with a strong power again, instantly turning into a splash of water. At the same time, a sword light slashed over, also cutting through the splash of water. In the next breath, after the splash of water, it once again gathered not far away, turning into the Lord of the Stormy Wave Castle. The Lord of the Stormy Wave Castle's face was pale, and he was secretly shocked. He finally avoided it. Xianxia didn't die. The Lord of the Stormy Wave Castle immediately roared, his tone filled with panic and fear. Under that kind of explosion, Xianxia actually didn't die. What kind of monster was that? He could actually withstand the impact of that level of explosion. How was that possible? Just as the Lord of the Stormy Wave Castle roared, the sword light flashed again, directly sweeping over. That sword light was incomparably agile, directly cutting off the Lord of the Stormy Wave Castle's arms. Turning into a splash of water was a kind of ultimate technique that couldn't be used continuously. There needed to be a gap. The Lord of the Stormy Wave Castle had just used it, so he couldn't use it again. The consequence was that his arms were cut off by Xianxia. With his arms cut off, the sword chi invaded his body. That kind of intense pain was indescribable. He instantly lost his balance, then his legs were also cut off. As the terrifying sword chi invaded, it wreaked havoc in his body, wantonly destroying everything. It unceasingly destroyed the tendons and organs in his body, and also scattered the opponent's power. Fall, the Lord of the Stormy Wave Castle could no longer maintain his position in the air. He directly fell, crashing onto the ground and vomiting blood. Although he didn't die, he was already half dead. With such injuries, his cultivation was gradually losing power. He wasn't far from death. In the sky, there were only 4 people left. Tantai Baimu, the pair of brothers, and Ming Lai. The 4 people's faces were very solemn. They never thought that such a joint attack would be unable to do anything to Xianxia. Not only did they not kill him, but 2 people from their own camp were also eliminated. Tantai Baimu's face was extremely ferocious. Impossible, how could you survive? Tantai Baimu roared again and again. His aura was rising, as if it was constantly strengthening, squeezing out his own potential. It was terrifying. He had paid a hefty price to surround and kill Xianxia. Even a high-extremity cultivator would not have been able to withstand that attack. Their souls would have been scattered, and not even their bones would have been left behind. How could a low-extremity cultivator like Xianxia possibly withstand that attack? However, not only did he withstand it, but he was also able to kill his own people. This was simply an impossible thing. Ming Lai's eyes were very solemn. His heart was also filled with puzzlement. How could he survive? It was fine if he survived, but the other party did not seem to be injured at all. Immediately, Ming Lai's eyes lit up. The other party might have some kind of protective treasure on his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a good condition. It seemed that this rogue cultivator had obtained an extraordinary opportunity. Unexpectedly, perhaps he had a lot of wealth on him. Thinking of this, Ming Lai's eyes became even brighter. Wealth, he loved it the most. It was his style to recognize money and not people. The shockwaves from the explosion gradually dissipated. A figure stood in the sky. His eyes were cold as he slowly swept his gaze across the faces of the four. His gaze was extremely sharp, as if an invisible sword had sliced through them. For no reason except for Ming Lai, the other three people felt an invisible chill invade them, as if an icy sharp blade had slid across their necks. Tantai Baimu's face was incomparably ferocious. His entire person seemed to have sunk into a frenzy, constantly questioning Chenzong. How could he survive? How could Chenzong survive such an explosion? Could it be, as Ming Lai had guessed, that he relied on some kind of protective treasure to survive the explosion? Of course not. At the moment when he was hit, Chenzong first used the time divine technique, flowing breath. In this inner universe, he seized a breath of time, then used phantom body, and then used void travel to quickly escape. Even so, Chenzong was also affected by the terrible power. Fortunately, the heavenly gold sword body was tyrannical, and its defensive power was amazing. Coupled with the mysterious seed's vitality, Chenzong survived. The injuries he received were also healed in a short breath. Only Chenzong knew the danger, but Chenzong would not explain, because there was no need to. In the face of Tantai Baimu's repeated questioning, Chenzong suddenly smiled. In the next moment, a tyrannical sword essence soared into the sky. That sword essence shook the 9 heavens, as if it could penetrate, tear, and cut through everything. Final realm sword essence. Ming Lai's eyes were suddenly filled with shock. Along with the explosion of that astonishing sword essence, Chenzong's aura also soared, surpassing the level of the low realm and reaching the level of the final realm. Final realm, Chenzong's strength had risen to the level of the final realm, and it gave them the feeling that it was not a secret technique, but a true final realm. When did Chenzong's battle strength rise to the final realm? Could it be that he deliberately hid it in Heaven Phoenix City? In an instant, Tantai Baimu only felt that he was even more confused. But in fact, Chenzong's strength had really reached the level of the final realm during this period of time. It was brought about by repeated battles and tempering. The sword essence was like the eruption of an ancient volcano, carrying a shocking sword pressure that pressed across the sky. With a flash of sword light, Chenzong directly attacked Tantai Baimu. A sword crossed the sky, and the sword light was like the absolute beginning divine light, tearing the sky apart. It was extremely sharp, and it directly slashed towards Tantai Baimu. This was Chenzong's unrestrained sword. It was a sword at the level of the final realm. With one sword, heaven and earth split. Tantai Baimu's expression changed dramatically. The sword light arrived in an instant, and he immediately felt a fatal crisis. It was like a raging tide sweeping over, and like a volcanic eruption, it was incomparably violent. Attack! The unceasing impact made Tantai Baimu's body unconsciously tremble like a sieve. An indescribable fear grew in his heart and then exploded, turning into a cold current that spread all over his body. His body unconsciously felt numb, and his limbs stiffened. His powerful strength seemed to be suppressed and sluggish, unable to operate properly. This was suppression. This was the suppression of a high-level battle power on a low-level battle power. Under this sword, Tantai Baimu felt that everything about him, including his thoughts and even his body, had become slow. Only that sword was astonishingly fast, directly breaking through and killing. It was incomparably fast, as if it was not affected in any way. Magnify. The sword light was constantly magnifying in front of his eyes, filling his eyes as if it had replaced the world in front of him. Horrifying. Tantai Baimu was extremely horrified. What to do? For a moment, there was a feeling that it was difficult to move. Was he going to be killed? Erupt completely, erupt recklessly. Burn up, the power of the blood of the wind of absolute breath. When the power of the blood of the wind of absolute breath was ignited, an extremely tyrannical power also erupted, attacking Tantai Baimu's body, allowing him to break free from the sluggishness and return to his original state. No, the burning of the blood not only broke free from this feeling of restraint and sluggishness, but also brought about an even more tyrannical strength. This was beyond the limit of the 10-star battle power, approaching the level of the 11-star level. When Chenzong's sword arrived, it directly pierced through Tantai Baimu's body. His body instantly faded, and then exploded, turning into wisps of blue wind that dispersed. He had avoided it. In the face of danger, Tantai Baimu used his clone to avoid Qinzong's sword and appeared hundreds of meters away, his face pale. Run, burning the power of his blood, his strength became even more tyrannical. However, Tantai Baimu did not have the confidence to fight Qinzong, because Qinzong's battle ability was at the upper realm, the true upper realm. Looking at the platinum runes spreading across his face, it should also be a powerful blood. That sword strike just now had brought him an extreme sense of despair. If he hadn't ignited his wind of absolute breath bloodline power, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it at all. Even if he had managed to dodge it in the nick of time, the feeling of being pierced through made his hair stand on end. Strong, Qinzong was too strong. He was no match for him at all. The longer he burned his bloodline power, the more damage it would cause to his bloodline. It would be more difficult for him to recover. He had to run away as fast as he could and slowly recover. As for the others, he couldn't care less about them. Let's just leave them to fate. At this moment, Tantai Baimu had suffered a great blow. His heart was in chaos and his mind was weak. He couldn't think at all. In short, he was scared out of his wits. His first thought was to run away immediately. Qinzong could ignore the other three, but he couldn't let Tantai Baimu go. He had to stay. Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to cripple him. Otherwise, he wouldn't know when he would find trouble with him again. Often walking by the river, one's shoes would get wet. Perhaps the next time, the trouble this time would be even more terrible than now. It would truly threaten him. This time, Qinzong had already fallen into a life and death crisis. Fortunately, he had grasped a lot of means, otherwise, he would really be finished. Qinzong would never entrust his life to luck. Tantai Baimu had to be crippled to prevent future trouble. As for whether there was anyone behind Tantai Baimu who would stand up for him, that was another matter. If there wasn't, then the trouble that Tantai Baimu had brought would end here. If there was, and Tantai Baimu escaped, he would still come back to take revenge. With a change of thought, Qinzong turned into a sword light and chased after him. Ming Lai and the two people who looked similar were slightly startled. Ming Lai's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and broke through the air, chasing after Qinzong. As for the two brothers, after looking at each other, they saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. They had been hired by Tantai Baimu and had taken Tantai Baimu's cultivation coins to kill the enemy. But now, the enemy's strength was too strong, completely beyond their expectations. Under their deliberate killing blow, the enemy actually didn't die and was even unscathed. He even erupted with the battle prowess of the ultimate realm. It was simply terrifying. "Brother, should we chase?" the younger brother asked. Don't chase." The older brother pondered for a moment. The information that Tantai Baimu provided was wrong. The enemy is too strong. It's useless for us to chase. We might even be killed. Brother's words are reasonable. Then let's go. The two people left in different directions. They didn't want to chase at all. The enemy was too strong. Chasing after them would be like delivering food. They weren't that stupid. As for Ming Lai who was chasing, although they didn't say anything, they sneered in their hearts. A rash person. He only recognized money and not people. But as long as he received the money, he would definitely do his best. Ming Lai turned into a bolt of lightning, white lightning streaking across the sky. He quickly chased after Qinzong. His speed was extremely fast, but he was shocked to find that Qinzong's speed was even faster than his. He couldn't close the distance and was even pulled further away. "Stop, you can't kill me." In the end, Qinzong still caught up to Tantai Baimu. The explosive power and speed that he gained from burning his bloodline couldn't last long. He had to stop. Otherwise, it would cause permanent damage to himself and his bloodline would be destroyed. If he lost his powerful bloodline, his strength would greatly decrease. His potential would be exhausted, and he would be no different than a cripple. He wasn't willing to accept that kind of consequence. It was worse than death. "As long as you don't kill me, I can guarantee that I won't trouble you in the future," Tantai Baimu quickly said with a strong desire to live. "But if you kill me, I can guarantee that you will also die. I am from the celestial palace of the Daluo Palace. If you kill me, it's the same as provoking the Celestial Palace. The elite warriors of the Celestial Palace will never let this go. Tantai Baimu's tone was very fast, but his words were very clear. Each word entered Qinzong's ears. Would Qinzong be persuaded? No, his heart was extremely determined. If he wanted to destroy Tantai Baimu, then he must do so. He drew his sword. Instantly, the sword light tore through the sky and mercilessly attacked Tantai Baimu. He could not dodge, he could not block it. Despair instantly exploded and shrouded his body. However, that sword light did not attack Tantai Baimu's vital parts. On the contrary, it slashed at his arms and legs, cut. In an instant, Tantai Baimu's arms and legs were cut off. Tantai Baimu could not believe it. Looking at his limbs falling, he fell into despair. He was directly turned into a human stick. To recover from such injuries, he didn't know how much he would have to pay. The sword chi wantonly rushed into Tantai Baimu's body and crazily destroyed his body. It also destroyed his cultivation. No. Tantai Baimu let out a desperate roar. 2 lines of bloody tears flowed out from his eyes. Those who heard it would feel sad and those who watched it would cry. Fall, Tantai Baimu fell straight down. Kill me, kill me. His voice was like weeping blood, wailing endlessly, echoing in the sky. Just now, he begged Qinzong not to kill him. Now, he begged Qinzong to kill him. Because, he had lost his cultivation and was directly reduced to a cripple. Tantai Baimu could not accept such a result. What could a cripple do? He was directly abandoned. But Qinzong did not care about him at all. He let him fall and then turned into a sword light to escape. If he fell like this, Tantai Baimu might die, but it had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, he did not directly kill him. Moreover, the distance was too far. Even if the black mark wanted to erupt and devour the spirit, it could not do so. When Qinzong turned into a sword light and escaped, a white thunder light flew from the distance. The thunder light turned and did not continue to pursue Qinzong. Instead, it flew towards the place where Tantai Baimu fell and caught him. Seeing Tantai Baimu's miserable appearance, Ming Lai's pupils shrank like needles. It was too miserable. His 4 limbs were cut off, leaving only his head and body. Such an injury was really terrible. But such an injury could be recovered. The worst was his cultivation. Ming Lai could feel that Tantai Baimu's cultivation had been crippled. He had lost all his power, and the power of his blood had been greatly damaged because of the burning and the abolishment of his cultivation. Miserable, miserable to the extreme. Ming Lai's eyelids unconsciously trembled. This, matchless sword, Qinzong's methods were too ruthless. It was more ruthless than directly killing Tantai Baimu. Tantai Baimu could not bear such a big blow and had already fainted. Ming Lai grabbed Tantai Baimu's broken body and quickly left, heading towards Daluo Palace. In short, he had taken Tantai Baimu's money, but did not kill the enemy. It was only right to bring him back. As for the follow-up matters, he would leave it to Daluo Palace to deal with. It had nothing to do with him. A sword cultivator with the battle strength of the final realm gave him a very dangerous feeling. He would not make an enemy out of him if he could. This battle was also spread. The reputation of the matchless sword, Qinzong, was becoming more and more shocking. Qinzong's plan was also steadily progressing. Spread, the matchless sword, Qinzong, this name and name were constantly expanding and becoming widely known. However, Qinzong did not stop challenging. He directly set his sights on those low and final realm experts. It did not matter if it was a Heaven's Pride or a veteran expert, as long as he could challenge them. Challenge after challenge, sharpening after sharpening, Qinzong's reputation became more and more resounding. He was truly famous in the ancient Phoenix domain. It could be said that in the entire ancient Phoenix domain, from the top experts to the bottom cultivators, they had all heard of the matchless sword, Qinzong's name, unless it was in a very remote place where news was relatively inaccessible. And Qinzong also constantly stimulated his own potential through challenge after challenge. He stimulated the potential of his swordsmanship, causing the power of his swordsmanship to constantly increase. His overall strength was also steadily increasing. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, Bookhouse Ancient Phoenix Domain, Bright Phoenix City. This was a large city, even larger than Heavenly Phoenix City. This city was bustling with people coming and going like a tide. Chenzong was sitting in a restaurant. This restaurant was the largest restaurant in Bright Phoenix City, and it was also the most famous restaurant. Similarly, it was also the most expensive restaurant. A meal would cost at least tens of profound coins, and a better meal would cost over 100 profound coins. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to afford it. Chenzong had more than 100,000 cultivation coins on him. Naturally, he wouldn't be stingy with those cultivation coins. What was the use of money? It was to make his life more comfortable. Moreover, Chenzong's method of obtaining these cultivation coins was relatively simple. He ordered a table of delicacies and a bottle of fine wine. It directly cost more than 200 cultivation coins. However, the taste was indeed worthy of the price. It was very good. Chenzong liked it very much. Even Chenzong planned to take some of the delicacies and wine from this restaurant when he left so that he could taste them himself. Although the cost of this restaurant was very high, there were many people who came. It was indeed unique. Chenzong tasted the fine wine and delicacies while looking at the scenery outside the window. It was a green lake that was very vast. There were flower boats sailing slowly on the lake, and the weeping willows by the lake swayed with the wind. The clear water and blue sky were picturesque. In the restaurant, many people were tasting the delicacies and chatting. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out. It was like rapid drumbeats rushing up the restaurant. "It's out, it's out." Along with the sound of hurried footsteps, there was an excited shout. "What's out? Don't you know it's noisy?" Suddenly, someone scolded. "This batch of Taishan policy is out." "What, Taishan policy is out? Quick, go buy one." Taishan was a very mysterious organization in the ancient profound world. Perhaps other than themselves, no one knew where Taishan was located or how many people were there. It was very mysterious, so mysterious that no one knew how they were being observed. In short, every once in a while, maybe half a year, maybe even 2 or 3 years, Taishan would give a relatively authoritative evaluation. These evaluations would be compiled into a book called the Taishan Strategy. There was a lot of information recorded in the Taishan law. Of course, there were also differences in the Taishan policy. It was divided into 2 types, the main policy and the sub-policies. The so-called chief policy was the supreme mystery policy that included the entire ancient mystic world. It recorded the top geniuses and experts in the entire ancient mystic world. As for the sub-policies, they were recorded within each domain. For example, the ancient Phoenix domain. The sub-policies were evaluated once a year, and the chief policy was usually evaluated for 3 to 5 years. What appeared now was the ancient Phoenix domain's Great Mystery Division. It recorded the geniuses of the ancient Phoenix domain. Every time the Taishan policy was released, it would attract a wave of attention. "Ha ha ha ha, I've already snatched one." The person who rushed up the restaurant was suddenly very proud and laughed. The Taishan policy was not unlimited. It was limited. Whether one could snatch it or not depended on the person. Moreover, the Taishan policy was not expensive at all. It only cost 100 cultivation coins. 100 cultivation coins sounded like a lot, but sometimes it was just the money for a meal or a drink. It was very cost-effective to buy a Taishan policy that recorded the information of many geniuses with the price of a meal or a drink. Therefore, every time the Taishan policy appeared, it would lead to a round of fighting. Chenzong also showed a look of curiosity as he looked at the book in the hands of the person who was holding it up high. This book was thread-bound and looked simple and unadorned in dark gold. The surface looked like it was frosted and had an ancient charm. Just by looking at it, one could feel that it was extraordinary. Everyone's eyes were attracted to it. Some even looked like they were gnashing their teeth. Looking at the proud look on his face, they couldn't wait to pounce on him and bite him a few times. "Cut the crap. Open it quickly. Open it quickly." The crowd didn't leave the restaurant. Instead, they asked the person to open the Taishan policy. They couldn't wait to take a look. Chenzong was also very curious. He didn't know if his name and title would appear in the Taishan policy. If there was, it meant that his reputation had indeed been promoted. It was like an official recognition of authority. I'll open it now. I'll open it now. The person didn't dare to be too proud. He didn't want to cause public anger and be besieged. He immediately opened the Taishan policy. Immediately, a circle of people surrounded him. Let's take a look at the geniuses who have changed first. Someone suggested. Every time the Taishan policy was released, there would be new geniuses. There would also be a rise or fall in the evaluation of geniuses. This kind of evaluation was quite authoritative, but it wasn't permanent. After all, different cultivators would have different degrees of changes when they obtained different opportunities. It was possible that their talent and potential would be improved, which would bring great benefits to their future cultivation. However, there were also geniuses who were weakened for various reasons. Naturally, they would be downgraded in the evaluation. For example, Tantai Baimu was evaluated as a top genius last time. He had the potential of an 11-star battle strength. But now, it was gone because he had been crippled by Qinzong. Sure enough, the first thing that everyone saw was the news about Tantai Baimu. Tantai Baimu, who has the Wind of Extinction bloodline, has been crippled. It's terrible. How did he do it? It's written very clearly that the person who crippled Wind Spirit Tantai Baimu is Qinzong, who claims to be the unparalleled sword. It also mentioned the conflict between the two. It's really pitiful. He's a top genius after all. The Wind of Extinction bloodline is ranked in the top 100 among the heavenly bloodlines. He's talented and has endless potential. After a few hundred years of cultivation, he might have the battle strength of the transcendent realm. Someone said regretfully. By the way, this unparalleled sword Qinzong has been in the limelight for the past few months. It's said that this person is challenging people everywhere and winning every battle. And after winning, he wants people to promote his reputation. It's really strange. He must be crazy to be famous, someone muttered. They didn't know that at this moment, Qinzong was in the restaurant. Although the unparalleled sword Qinzong was already very famous, most people had only heard of the name and had never seen the real person. Therefore, they didn't know that Qinzong was sitting in the restaurant. Continuing to read, some geniuses were promoted from the Heaven's Pride level to the top genius level. Some top geniuses were promoted to the exceptional Heaven's Pride level, but some were downgraded. I see, it's the unparalleled sword Qinzong. Let's take a look. Everyone was in high spirits. After all, the unparalleled sword Qinzong had been in the limelight recently. Sword cultivator Qinzong, suspected to be an itinerant cultivator, first appeared in Sky Phoenix City, like a group of geniuses, to see the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. Someone immediately read out the contents of the Taishan policy, which was also transmitted to Qinzong's ears. Qinzong was secretly surprised. It was recorded in such detail. It could be said that except for his identity as coming from the outer universe, everything from the moment he entered the inner universe to when he met Yang Yi and the others until the major events that happened a few days ago was described in detail. For example, everything that happened in Sky Phoenix City, including the Battle Star Pagoda, the fight for the name cards, the Morning Phoenix Banquet. After that, he got rid of the Green Wolf Bastion, went around challenging Heaven Stage Masters with the battle power of the low extremity, and fought with Tantai Baimu and the others. As Qinzong listened, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. It was as if there was an invisible person following him all the time, recording his every move in detail. Who liked to be stared at like this? There was no one around. The feeling of being exposed to the gazes of others was not a comfortable thing. Soon after, Qinzong frowned slightly and became puzzled. If there was really someone following him all the time, why didn't he feel anything at all? He didn't feel anything once, twice, or 3 times, but it was impossible that he didn't feel anything every time. Besides, sometimes he was walking alone in the wilderness, and there was no one else within a radius of 10 miles. Qinzong was still very confident in his perception. To be able to hide from his senses, what kind of expert was that? Was the Taishan policy really so amazing that it could casually send such an amazing master to secretly follow him all the time and observe his every move? It was impossible no matter how he thought about it. Besides, the Taishan policy recorded not only him, but also other geniuses, and even monster-level invincible heaven stage masters. They would also be recorded in the Taishan policy. How could a powerhouse of that level follow and observe in secret without being discovered? Could it be that a saint-level master was dispatched? Chen Zong decisively overturned this guess. It should be a treasure, a powerful treasure that could unknowingly observe a group of geniuses. Although he didn't like being observed, there was nothing he could do. Chen Zong's swordsmanship is superb. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that he is unparalleled, but he does have a bit of unparalleled talent. According to the Taishan policy, this child may be a peerless genius. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations in the restaurant, and such exclamations also sounded in other places. A peerless genius, that was not a simple evaluation. In the vast ancient Phoenix domain, there were not many people who were evaluated as peerless geniuses. On the contrary, there were very few of them. Therefore, when the Taishan policy described it as such, it directly caused many people to be surprised and shocked. In the restaurant, Chen Zong was also slightly stunned. A peerless genius, this was indeed a very good evaluation. However, Chen Zong felt that there seemed to be some unforeseen circumstances, because the language of the description was perhaps, not certainly. However, according to the Taishan policy's final evaluation, Chen Zong is not a peerless genius, not a top genius, and definitely not a genius. For a time, everyone was surprised. The achievements mentioned above all showed that Chen Zong was extraordinary. Why couldn't he be a genius? The answer was at the end. A few hundred years old. What, that Chen Zong's age is actually a few hundred years old? Impossible, it's said that that guy looks quite young, less than 100 years old. Haha, it must be some old guy who cultivated some special secret method to maintain his young appearance. In fact, he is no longer young. The ancient mystic world's prodigies were evaluated to be within 100 years of age. It was different if they were over 100 years old. Chen Zong's age was actually a few hundred years old. This was the same as those veteran heaven-rank powerhouses. The only difference was that Chen Zong looked very young, as young as those prodigies within 100 years of age. It gave people the impression that Chen Zong was also within 100 years of age. But now, it was exposed by Mystery Tai. Chen Zong did not feel anything. After all, it was normal for him to live up to a few hundred years old. Because he was a creature of the outer universe, no, it should be said that he was a creature of the void below the outer universe. His cultivation environment could not be compared to the outer universe. The difference was like heaven and earth. And the cultivation environment of the outer universe and the inner universe were also like heaven and earth. The difference was more than 10 times. Therefore, 10 years of cultivation in the inner universe could surpass more than 100 years of cultivation in the outer universe, or even a few hundred years. This was something that could not be helped. This guy is actually a few hundred years old. Yi Tianfeng flipped through Mystery Tai and found that his evaluation had not changed. Of course, he was evaluated as a peerless prodigy. In other words, within 100 years of age, his combat strength could be raised to the 12-star level. Originally, he thought that Chen Zong's age should be about the same as his own. In the end, he found that he was actually at the age of a grandfather. For a moment, the feeling was really indescribable. A few hundred years old. The corner of the heavenly Phoenix City Lord's eyes twitched. This age was about the same as him, but the other party looked so young. He really did not know what kind of ability he had. He was too deceptive. The prodigies participating in the morning Phoenix banquet were all shocked when they saw the description in Mystery Tai. Immediately, they felt that it was not a big deal for Chen Zong to have such superb swordsmanship. After all, he had lived for a few hundred years, which meant that he had also cultivated for a few hundred years. For a person who had cultivated for a few hundred years, it was natural for him to have superb swordsmanship. However, this person's cultivation talent is very low. After a few hundred years, he only has the combat strength of the low extreme stage. You're wrong. His battle prowess is at the high extreme level. So what if he has the combat strength of the advanced extreme stage? This person's talent is ordinary. He must have encountered some great opportunity that allowed him to reach the advanced extreme stage in a few hundred years. If he did not have that great opportunity, whether he could break through to the advanced extreme stage is still unknown. Zong became even more famous. However, his fame this time wasn't because of his good reputation. Instead, it was the opposite. After all, a few decades and a few hundred years old were two completely different concepts. A few hundred years old fellow is actually so shameless. He even calls himself the unparalleled sword. I think it should be the shameless sword. Someone was extremely angry, feeling like he had been deceived. It was like an admirer of a super beauty, but in the end, he was told that this super beauty was actually a result of plastic surgery and that her original appearance was very ugly. For a moment, many people were cursing Zong. A few hundred years old. So he's an old man. In the Bailey clan, Bailey Yen flipped through the Taishan policy and was stunned at first. Then, he laughed and his expression became even more ferocious. An old man who bullied me so badly. You must die. At the same time, Bailey Wuyun also had a Taishan policy in his hand. As a heaven rank force like the Bailey clan, it was not difficult for them to obtain a few Taishan policy. Closing the Taishan policy, Bailey Wuyun's arrogant face revealed a smile. That smile looked so sarcastic. No wonder. Bailey Wuyun muttered to himself. No wonder I was inferior in sword skills. There's still a difference between a few decades and a few hundred years of accumulation. However, it should be enough that you've bounced around until now. It's time to send you on your way. Bailey Wuyun stood up and stared at the sky. A sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. It was a murderous intent, an extremely terrifying murderous intent. The Daluo Palace was also one of the 3 heaven rank forces in the ancient Phoenix domain. It was a force that was not inferior to the Bailey clan. And the Daluo Palace was the strongest organization in the Daluo Palace. This Zong is extremely arrogant. He dared to cripple someone from the Daluo Palace. This is a provocation to the Daluo Palace. We must avenge him. Originally, I was afraid of him. I didn't expect him to be an old man who has lived for a few hundred years. Such a person's potential has already been exhausted. There's no need to be so cautious. Get ready to send him on his way. Let the world know the consequences of going against the Daluo Palace. Immediately, the Daluo Palace sent out a few experts to suppress Zong. They wanted to capture him and bring him back to the Daluo Palace for trial. Naturally, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden also received a Taishan policy. Her maid also saw the contents. A few hundred years old. The maid on the left covered her mouth and exclaimed. So it's an old man who has lived for a few hundred years. The maid on the right sneered. However, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden didn't say anything. She seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden said, Zuen, Yanghua, you two go personally. If that Zong is in trouble, help him if you can. Divine Maiden, my duty is to protect you, Zuen immediately said. Go, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden said calmly. Zuen was very unwilling. However, he had been a burning Phoenix guard for a while. He was very clear about the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's temperament. Whatever she said was the truth. He had to listen, unless he voluntarily left the burning Phoenix Guard. However, he had competed with many guards to become a burning Phoenix Guard. How could he voluntarily leave the burning Phoenix Guard? Yes. No matter how unwilling Zuen was, he couldn't go against the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's orders. He and Yanghua rode on the heaven fire burning Phoenix and quickly left. As for where Zong was now, there would naturally be people who would pass on the information to them. This was the power of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. The information was spread throughout the ancient Phoenix domain. In bright Phoenix City, Zong listened to the discussions around him. His expression didn't change, but he was a little depressed. A few hundred years old guy, sigh, in the outer universe, a few hundred years old was the level of a young person. After all, in the outer universe, the higher one's cultivation, the longer one's lifespan would be. Those who were successful in cultivation could easily have a lifespan of thousands to tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. However, the inner universe wasn't like that. Heaven tier cultivators below the saint tier had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Even if they cultivated some life-preserving cultivation methods or secret life-preserving techniques, or took some life-extending divine medicine or pills, they could increase their lifespan by a little. It could be a few dozen years, a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years. However, no matter how long they lived, it would only be a few thousand years. It was far from being comparable to the cultivators of the outer universe. However, the cultivation environment of the inner universe was much, much better than that of the outer universe. They were practically two extremes. Qianzong also didn't understand why the lifespan of the cultivators of the inner universe was so much shorter than that of the cultivators of the outer universe. It was 10 times or even 100 times. Therefore, a few hundred years old was really nothing in the outer universe. However, it was different in the inner universe. The average lifespan was 1,000 years. A few hundred years old was already a very shocking age. Basically, in the inner universe, cultivators who were a few hundred years old belonged to the older generation of cultivators. Therefore, it was normal to be called a few hundred years old here. However, for Qianzong, it was a novel and terrible experience. It's been almost a year since I've been in the ancient Phoenix domain. My reputation has spread, and it should have spread throughout the ancient Phoenix domain. However, there hasn't been the slightest bit of news about Nianqin. Qianzong thought to himself. It seems that I should leave the ancient Phoenix domain and go to other domains. First, it was to continue to look for Nianqin. Second, it was to fight with the powerhouses of other domains and hone himself. Strength was something that could only be improved through repeated battles. He had an idea and a plan, so he had to act. Without the slightest hesitation, Qianzong immediately left Bright Phoenix City and headed east. There were 2 domains adjacent to the ancient Phoenix domain. One was to the west, and the other was to the east. Bright Phoenix City was located in the east of the ancient Phoenix domain. Therefore, it would be much easier to reach the next domain if he went east. Even so, it wasn't so easy for Qianzong to leave the ancient Phoenix domain and enter the neighboring domain. It would take some time. If it was short, it would take 10 days. If it was long, it would take dozens of days. The sword light flew past at a low altitude. Qianzong didn't know that his whereabouts had already been found and locked onto by someone. This was a grassland about 1,000 miles in radius. Weeds grew everywhere, but they weren't as dense or exuberant. On the contrary, they were somewhat sparse and withered. Some herbivorous beasts inhabited the grassland. They weren't strong. Most of them were creatures like deers and horses. Qianzong flew over the grassland. His aura was restrained, so he didn't disturb the deers and horses that were gnawing on the weeds below. Suddenly, Qianzong's expression changed. The sword light also paused for a moment. His expression was cold and solemn. His eyes narrowed to the extreme. Without hesitation, he unleashed the time divine technique, flowing breath. Every time he unleashed flowing breath, it would collide with the origin of time of the ancient profound world. Moreover, he would be rebounded. The impact made his whole body feel uncomfortable, as if his bones were about to fall apart. However, when faced with a great crisis, Qianzong still decisively unleashed it. Now that Qianzong's combat strength had risen to the level of the final realm, the recoil when he used the flowing breath of the divine art had lessened slightly and was no longer as strong. However, it still made Qianzong feel very uncomfortable, and his qi and blood were in turmoil. After unleashing flowing breath, Qianzong took a breath of time from the origin of time of this side of the world. He immediately unleashed the heart's image and then the void shuttle. The heart's image was much easier to unleash than the void shuttle, and the void shuttle was much easier to unleash than flowing breath. That one breath of time was enough for Qianzong to do many things. However, it was also during that one breath that a ray of sword light erupted from the distance. That ray of sword light was incredibly condensed and dazzling, as if the light of a star had been compressed into it. It was terrifying to the extreme, and the roar of a dragon could be faintly heard. When it charged forward, it shook the hearts and souls of those who saw it. If one's divine will was not strong enough, in the face of such a powerful dragon's roar, one's divine will would be shaken. Then, one's soul would be shaken and there would be a moment of absent-mindedness. That moment of absent-mindedness would cause one to lose the initiative and be hit by the sword light. However, the power condensed in the sword light was extremely terrifying. Once one was hit, one would be killed immediately. 100-mile sword technique? Piercing Dragon, his first move was a killer move. The one who attacked was Bailey Wuyun, who was known as the Heaven-Shocking Sword. The sword shook the heavens and the earth. It had a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It was the fatal sword that he had once used to injure a surpassing realm warrior. Chen Zong's illusory body was hit in an instant. Without any luck, it shattered and turned into dust. Fortunately, it was only an illusory body and not the real body. Even so, Chen Zong could clearly feel the power contained in it. It was too terrifying. If the real body was hit, it would most likely not be able to withstand it. It would be severely injured or even killed. Fortunately, the flowing breath of time divine technique was indeed very profound. It intercepted that breath and gained that breath of time. That breath of time was enough to change life and death. However, the moment the illusory body was shattered, another sword light as thin as a hair pierced through the air and shot towards Chen Zong's real body. The sword light that was as thin as a strand of hair was soundless. Even with Chen Zong's superb perception, he did not sense it. Chen Zong did not have time to dodge this attack and was immediately struck. It was too fast and too stealthy. The sword chi as thin as a hair instantly pierced through all of Chen Zong's defenses. Even the heavenly gold sword body could not withstand it. Once the sword chi entered Chen Zong's body, it immediately wreaked havoc and madly destroyed his body. Chen Zong's expression changed. He immediately mobilized his own strength to resist the wisp of sword chi. However, the wisp of sword chi was extremely condensed. It was so condensed that it was beyond imagination. It felt indestructible. Blood, Chen Zong directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled uncontrollably. In the next moment, rays of sword light suddenly appeared from afar. They shot up into the sky and flew over at an astonishing speed. They instantly formed a triangle and surrounded Chen Zong. 3 silhouettes stood on the 3 sword lights. One of them was Bailey Wuyun, and the other 2 were middle-aged men. They were also heaven-rank powerhouses of the Bailey clan. Although their aura wasn't as strong as Bailey Wuyun's, they were still at the extreme realm. Chen Zong's expression changed involuntarily when he saw 3 powerhouses in the final realm. He became more and more serious. Old thing, did my sword strike feel good? Bailey Wuyun stared at Chen Zong's youthful face. He found it hard to believe that Chen Zong was already a few hundred years old. However, Tai Xian would never be wrong. You're quite capable, Chen Zong replied unhurriedly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a smile. That sword strike was indeed capable. It was able to avoid his senses and attack him. It was indeed a sword of swords. It was impossible to defend against. It was an extremely powerful assassination technique. Bailey Wuyun smiled again. He felt that Chen Zong was being stubborn. His sword of swords contained a hidden second strike. Even if some super realm powerhouses didn't know about it, they wouldn't be able to avoid it. Last time, it was this strike that injured a super realm powerhouse. This was enough to show how powerful that strike was. It was a strike that Bailey Wuyun was proud of. However, Chen Zong wasn't killed immediately. This meant that he was indeed quite capable. However, he had lived for a few hundred years. His sword skills were extraordinary. He must have had some good luck. It was normal for him to have some life-saving techniques. However, Bailey Wuyun believed that Chen Zong must have felt terrible after being hit by his sword chi. That sword chi was the extremely condensed dragon-piercing sword chi. It was so powerful that even a super realm powerhouse couldn't withstand it, let alone a final realm cultivator. Indeed, Chen Zong was having a hard time as well. The sword chi was too condensed, and it was constantly wreaking havoc in his body, destroying it in a frenzy. Fortunately, Chen Zong's physique was strong enough, and his cultivation was strong enough as well. Thus, he was able to withstand it and slowly weaken it. As for his injuries, Chen Zong wasn't afraid. The mysterious seed contained an extremely strong life force. It was enough to heal his injuries in a very short time. Chen Zong, I can spare your life. Bailey Wuyun stared at Chen Zong. His powerful sword chi carried a terrifying sword pressure, but you have to swear that you will be loyal to me and recognize me as your master. Of course, I will not mistreat you. I will give you a share of the resources that you deserve. Bailey Wuyun still didn't give up. He tried to recruit Chenzong. He even wanted Chenzong to swear loyalty to him. Why? This was because Bailey Wuyun felt that Chenzong's swordsmanship was indeed very good. He could definitely help Bailey Wuyun by helping him cultivate his swordsmanship to the next level. Another point was Chenzong's strength. He was in the final realm of the Heaven Realm. With his excellent sword skills, he could be the main force in any force. Lastly, Chenzong must have had a great opportunity. Otherwise, he wouldn't look like a young man even though he was a few hundred years old. Although people said that Chenzong was an old man, everyone was envious of him. A few hundred years later, he still looked so young. The female cultivators were especially jealous and envious. Brother Yi is right. You shouldn't be called Bailey Wuyun. You should be called Bailey Wuyan. Chenzong stared at Bailey Wuyun and said seriously. Bailey Wuyun's expression changed. His murderous intent exploded. Looks like you don't want to cooperate. If that's the case, die. As soon as he finished speaking, his murderous intent was released. The sword light surrounding Bailey Wuyun suddenly lit up. It was dazzling. The other two final realm middle-aged men didn't say a word. They were here to cooperate with Bailey Wuyun. The sword light around them also exploded, becoming more and more dazzling. 100-mile sword technique. Anyone from the Bailey clan was qualified to cultivate the 100-mile sword technique. However, only a small portion of them could actually cultivate it. The requirements were very high. Anyone from the Bailey clan who could cultivate the 100-mile sword technique wouldn't be weak. They could at least reach the 8 or 9-star realm. There were even some who could reach the extreme realm. This time, 3 final realm cultivators were sent to deal with Chenzong. It was enough. After all, according to the Taishan strategy, Chenzong's battle power was at the final realm. It said that after activating the power of his blood, he would have the battle power of a top final realm cultivator. However, if he didn't activate the power of his blood, he would only have the battle power of a normal final realm cultivator. The so-called power of his blood was actually the heavenly gold sword body, the 3rd level of the sword body of gods and demons. After fully activating it, the platinum runes would appear all over his body. It was treated as a type of blood. Taishan didn't seem to see through this. This meant that Taishan wasn't omniscient and omnipotent. This made Chenzong less afraid. A heaven realm cultivator who activated the power of his blood would at most be a top final realm cultivator. Sending 3 final realm cultivators, one of whom was an extreme final realm cultivator and 2 of whom were top final realm cultivators, was enough to deal with him. In an instant, the 3 figures didn't move. They were a few hundred meters away from Chenzong. However, 3 sword lights directly pierced through the air. They were extremely fast and contained shocking power. Even if he didn't use the Bailey flying sword technique and only used the flying sword technique, it was still very scary. As the 3 sword lights arrived, Chenzong immediately exploded with shocking speed and approached one of the middle-aged men. Close combat was Chenzong's forte. It wasn't so good to fight from a distance, especially when facing a strong enemy who had mastered the flying sword technique. However, the piercing dragon sword chi was still wreaking havoc in Chenzong's body, causing obvious hindrance to Chenzong. Cut off his limbs and bring him back, Bailey Wuyun ordered. Bailey Wuyun ordered. He was very confident in his piercing dragon sword chi. After being hit by the piercing dragon sword chi, it would take at least a few days for it to dissipate. Now, Chenzong had just been hit by the piercing dragon sword chi and had to fight again. It was even more impossible to wear it out. This way, part of his power would be restrained by the piercing dragon sword chi and his battle power would decrease. He couldn't catch up. After being affected by the piercing dragon sword chi, Chenzong's battle power decreased a lot. His speed was also not as fast. On the other hand, the Bailey clan cultivators were very agile and fast. They kept dodging, making it impossible for Chenzong to get close. The Bailey clan's flying sword technique was very strong. In order to better complement their flying sword technique, they paid great attention to speed and dodging. Old man, you'd better surrender obediently. Bailey Wuyun had a cold smile on his face. As he used his flying sword to attack Chenzong, he mocked and ridiculed Chenzong. using words to attack him. Seeing Qinzong being affected by the piercing dragon sword qi and slowing down, Bailey Wuyun felt very happy. Especially when he thought back to the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's Imperial Phoenix Banquet in Heavenly Phoenix City. He had been in the limelight, but in the end, he was defeated by Qinzong's sword. Now that he could vent that hatred, it was even more satisfying. Teasing, it was like a cat teasing a mouse, venting the anger in his chest. However, Bailey Wuyun also understood that teasing was teasing, but it couldn't last long. It was to avoid any unforeseen events. Alright, break his limbs first, seal his cultivation, and bring him back. We'll slowly deal with him later, Bailey Wuyun said, immediately increasing the intensity of his attacks. In the distance, two figures looked over. Their auras were restrained, and it was difficult to detect them. Swen, we should act now, Yang Hua said. They were the Blazing Phoenix Guards, sent by the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden to help Qinzong. Although they didn't understand why the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden would give such an order, perhaps because she admired Qinzong or something like that, since the Divine Maiden had given such an order, they had to obey. No rush, let's wait and see. Swen smiled and said, Bailey Wuyun doesn't plan to kill him. After he is captured alive, we will appear. Only then will he truly remember the Divine Maiden's kindness and serve the Divine Maiden. Although he said that, Swen didn't think so in his heart. Instead, he hoped that Bailey Wuyun would kill Qinzong. A sudden change occurred, Qinzong's speed suddenly increased by several times. Originally, he looked like he was going to kill a middle-aged man from the Bailey clan, but in reality, he appeared beside Bailey Wuyun. He directly drew his sword, and with a flash of sword light, he instantly slashed out. Heart illusion, void travel, heavenly light sword drawing technique, the continuous outbursts were completely out of everyone's expectations. It was beyond everyone's expectations, and it was extremely shocking. Bailey Wuyun's hair stood on end, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. In his heart, there was only one thought, how could Qinzong be so strong? Heavenly light. Sword drawing technique, swallows fly twice, Qinzong's waist suddenly twisted, his right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, and instantly pulled it out of the scabbard. It was as if a beam of light had shot out from the scabbard, as if it had shattered the dark clouds and brought hope and light from the heavens. It transformed into three extremely sharp and violent sword lights, mercilessly slashing towards Bailey Wuyun. That kind of hope and dawn brought death. The three sword lights shot out, suddenly, three cracks appeared in the void, flying towards Bailey Wuyun in a triangular formation, completely sealing his body and his surroundings, making it impossible for Bailey Wuyun to dodge. The flying swords emitted an unparalleled light, and flew from afar, directly attacking Qinzong. This time, there was no mercy, and they were going to kill Qinzong directly. If Qinzong insisted on attacking Bailey Wuyun, he would also be hit by the three flying swords, and die together. But in that instant, the moment the three sword lights were released, Qinzong sheathed his sword, and a bloody light seemed to appear in the depths of his extremely sharp eyes. As soon as it appeared, the bloody light seemed to spread out like a raging tide, and at the same time, a terrifying evil spirit suddenly erupted from Qinzong's body, like an ancient volcano erupting. The evil spirit was like a raging tide, surging, and instantly covering all directions, covering a radius of 1,000 meters, including Bailey Wuyun. He could only feel the extremely terrifying evil spirit crazily rushing towards him, causing Bailey Wuyun's divine will to be constantly attacked, and his mind was constantly shaken. The bloody light also spread out from Qinzong's body, and as it surged, it merged with the evil spirit, becoming more and more tyrannical, and more shocking, covering an area. Qinzong stood in the middle of the surging bloody light and evil spirit, and stood in the void, his evil spirit billowing, as if it was real, and the void was silent, as if it had fallen into a serene prison. Sword drawing, Qinzong drew his sword again. This sword light was no longer the pure silver white like before, but blood red, an extremely dazzling blood red. Heavenly light sword drawing technique? Blood sword prison. After Qinzong had come to the inner universe, his basic swordsmanship had broken through to a whole new realm. He had spent nearly a year challenging people everywhere to develop his potential in swordsmanship. Finally, he had extracted the essence of the no-killing sword codex and integrated it into the heavenly light sword drawing technique. From there, he had created a sword Dao divine technique. The might of this sword was much stronger than the 5 swords of the No-Killing Sword Codex. It was not inferior to the 10,000 creations dust at all. However, the two were different. Extremely violent killing intent surged and contained endless killing intent. It directly turned into a 1,000-meter-wide blood prison. In this 1,000-meter-wide blood prison, beams of blood-red sword light appeared. There were a total of 99 beams of blood-red sword light. Each beam of blood-red sword light contained terrifying power. As the sword light filled the air, a portion of it split off and attacked the 3 flying swords, while the other portion mercilessly attacked Bai Li Wu Yun. The power of the flying sword technique was indeed very strong. The sword lights were instantly destroyed, but Chen Zong followed the other sword lights and approached Bai Li Wu Yun. Swing the sword, facing the 3 sword lights, Bai Li Wu Yun had to use all his strength to block them. However, when Chen Zong arrived, he could not avoid them no matter how hard he tried. Especially under the suppression of the blood sword prison, the killing intent surged, causing Bai Li Wu Yun to be constantly affected. Occasionally, illusions would appear. Those were illusions of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Bai Li Wu Yun had to try his best to block them and disperse himself. Kill. In just one exchange, Bai Li Wu Yun felt that he was being suppressed. Under Chen Zong's swordsmanship, he was completely suppressed. In less than a year, compared to when he was in Sky Phoenix City, Bai Li Wu Yun's swordsmanship had not improved much. However, Chen Zong's swordsmanship had improved a lot. In just one exchange, Bai Li Wu Yun was completely at a disadvantage. He was extremely shocked. How could this be? How could this be? However, beams of sword light arrived and attacked Bai Li Wu Yun's 4 limbs. They were all chopped off and then crushed. The sword chi entered Bai Li Wu Yun's body and continued to wreak havoc, destroying Bai Li Wu Yun's power. The flying sword that was controlled by Bai Li Wu Yun also lost its power and fell down. You deserve to die. Bai Li Wu Yun's voice was filled with tears of blood. He had never expected that his 4 limbs would be chopped off. Even his cultivation was being destroyed continuously. Master. The expressions of the 2 Bailey clan experts who had been silent all this time changed drastically. They were extremely shocked and flew over without hesitation. Bai Li Wu Yun was the #1 person in the younger generation of the Bailey clan. In the future, he would be the leader of the Bailey clan. He was a peerless genius who had the hope of becoming a saint. Now that his 4 limbs had been chopped off, it was still okay. There was still hope for him to recover. However, if he was killed, everything would be over. Bai Li Wu Yun's body was falling down. Chen Zong gave up on him and turned to kill the 2 Bailey clan experts. Powerful battle prowess erupted. Coupled with the fact that they were in the blood sword prison, Chen Zong's advantage became even more obvious. The 2 of them became even more worried about Bai Li Wu Yun. Under these circumstances, they were directly struck by Chen Zong's sword light. Blood spurted from their bodies and their 4 limbs were chopped off. Sword chi invaded their bodies and wreaked havoc. With a flash, Chen Zong charged towards the falling Bai Li Wu Yun. Then, he took Bai Li Wu Yun's storage god item and all of his treasures. Bai Li Wu Yun was unable to fight back at all. Chen Zong took the other 2 people's storage god items and all of their treasures as well. In the next moment, the blood sword prison disappeared. Chen Zong also turned into a beam of sword light, exploding with extreme speed and flying away. Bai Li Wu Yun constantly fell, but he could only watch as Chen Zong fled. His hatred and killing intent reached the limit. He could not help but tremble. His 4 limbs had been chopped off and crushed. This meant that he could only regrow them. Even though it was no problem at all with the heritage of the Bailey clan, the entire process would take quite a lot of time. Once his limbs were regrown, he would need some time to refine them and get used to them. Only then would he be able to recover his original strength. When Chen Zong turned into a sword light and fled, Xuan and Yang Hua, the 2 ardent Phoenix guards, were completely stunned. Xuan originally wanted to continue watching. It would be best if Chen Zong was killed. However, he had never thought that Chen Zong would erupt with such great battle prowess. He was completely at the limit of the 11th star. He had even taken them by surprise, heavily injuring the 3 of them and cutting off their limbs. 1 against 3, and he had won. This was unbelievable. Xuan felt his face burning, and his heart was filled with anger. But soon after, he began to gloat. The Bailey clan would definitely not let this go. Then, he thought of something. Qianzong was so strong, he must have some kind of treasure on him. Unfortunately, he was restricted by his identity. It was not easy to make a move. However, with the battle prowess that Qianzong had displayed, even if he made a move, he would not be able to defeat him. After thinking for a while, Xuan and Yang Hua decided to return and report this to the ancient Phoenix goddess. After all, Qianzong had the battle prowess of the 11th star. His sword techniques were even more superb. They might not be able to defeat him even if they worked together. There was no difference whether they fought or not. They would not gain any benefits either. Since that was the case, why should they follow? Qianzong fled far away, and the blazing Phoenix guards left as well. Only Bai Li Wuyun and the other two were left with their limbs cut off. Although they were not dead, they were heavily injured. Their bones were broken into many pieces, and their organs were injured. They vomited blood and looked like they were dying. However, they were still not dead. Actually, Bai Li Wuyun had a life-saving trump card on him. It was left behind by the Bailey clan's ancestor. Once Bai Li Wuyun was in a life-threatening situation, it would be activated. After all, Bai Li Wuyun was the most powerful person in this generation of the Bailey clan. He had the potential to become the leader of the Bailey clan in the future. Unfortunately, Qianzong did not plan to kill Bai Li Wuyun. He only wanted to cut off his limbs and cripple his cultivation. Cutting off limbs was actually not a big deal to a big force. It was just that the person who had his limbs cut off would feel uncomfortable. It could be recovered. As for crippling his cultivation, it was very serious. Unfortunately, Bai Li Wuyun's body was special. Qianzong's sword chi could not truly cripple his cultivation. It only damaged part of his cultivation. As for the other two, their cultivation was indeed crippled. If Bai Li Wuyun was not in a life-threatening situation, the life-saving trump card left behind by the Bailey clan's ancestor would not be activated. Brother, how did this happen? Bai Li Yan flew over on his sword. When he saw Bai Li Wuyun's miserable state, his expression changed. He was extremely nervous and immediately rushed over to save him. While taking out a pill and stuffing it into Bai Li Wuyun's mouth, helping him to dissolve the pill's power and heal his injuries, Bai Li Yan asked, "Brother, weren't you chasing after that old thing Qianzong? How did this happen? Who did this?" Bai Li Yan could not imagine what had happened. But Bai Li Wuyun did not answer. Instead, he used the pill's power to heal his injuries and expel the sword chi in his body. After defeating Bai Li Wuyun and the others, Qianzong was not very excited. After almost a year of training, his growth was very shocking. This was closely related to the breakthrough of his basic sword techniques to a new level. It greatly increased the upper limit of his potential. Qianzong remembered that according to the records he had read, when cultivators from the outer universe entered the inner universe, they would not be suppressed. However, they would not be able to truly integrate with the inner universe. In other words, the cultivation speed of cultivators from the outer universe when they were in the inner universe was about the same as when they were in the outer universe. It was completely incomparable to the cultivation speed of cultivators from the inner universe. Similarly, when people from the inner universe went to the outer universe, their lifespan would not be extended. Of course, if the inner universe went to the outer universe, they would be strongly suppressed. Even the sages were no exception. The suppression was several times stronger than when the undead entered the outer universe. Because of this, the practitioners of the inner universe would not enter the outer universe. After all, whether it was resources, environment, or other things, the inner universe was better than the outer universe. However, Qianzong realized that he was an exception. With the wholehearted returning realm and the breakthrough of his basic sword techniques, his sword technique cultivation in the inner universe was not affected at all. However, his cultivation level did increase very slowly. It was about the same as when he was in the outer universe. Unless he had some kind of opportunity, it would take a long time to reach the peak of the heaven level. Bai Li Yan held on to Bai Li Wuyun whose limbs had been cut off. His sword light wrapped around the other two bodies as he flew towards the Bailey clan. After taking the pill, Bai Li Wuyun felt better, but his limbs could not be regrown. They could only be regrown when he returned to his clan. Bai Li Wuyun's face was filled with viciousness. Shocking murderous intent surged from the depths of his heart. It was all directed towards Chenzong. He had thought that his plan would be foolproof. He did not expect that he would fail and pay a heavy price. How hateful! At that time, if he had brought a super extreme realm fighter with him, things would not have turned out like this. However, according to the Taishan tactics, Chenzong's fighting power was at the extreme realm. After activating his bloodline power, he was at the peak of the extreme realm. Such fighting power could not be compared to him, who was at the peak of the extreme realm. Moreover, there were two peak extreme realm fighters working together. The Taishan tactics has misled me. Bai Li Wuyun was about to shed tears of blood. Immediately, his expression changed. His body trembled uncontrollably. He felt as if his head had been chopped by an invisible giant axe. The pain was unbearable. His head felt as if it had been split open without any warning. Even his soul felt as if it had been torn apart. With a scream, Bai Li Yan's hands trembled. He almost threw Bai Li Wuyun's body away. "Brother, what's wrong?" Bai Li Yan hurriedly asked. Bai Li Wuyun could not answer. Under the intense pain of his soul being torn apart, his injuries that had not yet healed exploded once again. He could not take it and fainted again. Chenzong's divine sense entered the storage artifact in his hand. This was Bai Li Wuyun's storage artifact. Chenzong had taken it from him. As Bai Li Wuyun was still alive, Chenzong could not open the storage artifact. He could only break it with brute force and destroy the consciousness and divine sense that Bai Li Wuyun had left behind. As such, Bai Li Wuyun was injured again. Bai Li Wuyun was indeed the number one prodigy of the Bailey clan. There were many good things in the storage artifact. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivation coins and many pills. However, what surprised Chenzong was a booklet. The cover of the booklet was blank without any words. After opening it, Chenzong was stunned. He was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Flying sword art, Bailey Li sword art. Ever since Chenzong learned about the Bailey sword art, he was very interested in it. He felt that it was a very mysterious and powerful sword art. Chenzong could tell from Bai Li Yan and Bai Li Wuyun's attacks. Chenzong really wanted to know the secret behind it. However, the Bailey flying sword technique was the legacy of the Bailey clan. It couldn't have been leaked, so Chenzong didn't think too much about it. What he didn't expect was that he would find it in Bai Li Wuyun's storage item. The Bailey Li sword technique in the booklet wasn't the original. It was a record of Bai Li Wuyun's cultivation. It wasn't very detailed. There were also Bai Li Wuyun's own cultivation experiences. Other than that, there was a simple forging method of the Bailey Li flying sword technique. There was also Bai Li Wuyun's own comprehension and some so-called improvement ideas. Even though it wasn't the original and wasn't as comprehensive as the original, Chenzong understood after reading it. It was closely related to his own superb sword arts and his powerful comprehension. It didn't take long for Chenzong to complete the derivation of the Bailey clan's Bailey flying sword art. Of course, Chenzong didn't know if it was the same as the original Bailey clan's Bailey flying sword art. However, he was certain that the Bailey clan's Bailey flying sword art was a flying sword art that was compatible with him. Moreover, it avoided the requirement to forge a unique flying sword for the Bailey Li sword technique. In fact, to Chenzong, all he needed was the mystery of the Bailey Li sword technique. This was because Chenzong planned to integrate the mystery of the Bailey Li sword technique into his own sword arts system. That was enough. He shattered the booklet and burned it to ashes. Chenzong had memorized the contents of the booklet. The heavenly will sword was in the scabbard. Suddenly, Chenzong put his fingers together like a sword. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. His sword fingers gently touched the tip of the sword. A ray of light burst out from the tip of the sword and the tip of his finger. There seemed to be a connection between the two. Will. Unsheathed. With a low chant, Chenzong's sword fingers drew a beautiful arc of light. He pointed forward as if he wanted to pierce the sky. In the next moment, the will heavenly sword in the scabbard trembled and then flew out of the scabbard on its own. With a ray of sharp light, it broke through the sky like an aurora and flew in the direction of the sword fingers. In the blink of an eye, it flew thousands of meters away. When it was 10,000 meters away, Qianzong felt that the heavenly sword was about to break free from his control. It immediately turned around and flew back quickly. It floated in front of Qianzong. The flying sword technique was indeed very mysterious. However, there was still a difference between his flying sword technique and the Bailey clan's. The Bailey clan's flying sword technique required a unique flying sword. Only in this way could the flying sword technique's power be maximized. However, Qianzong avoided this part. After all, the Bailey clan's flying sword technique and flying sword forging technique were their top secret inheritance. Without one, the Bailey sword technique would not be complete. Even if one of them was obtained, it would be impossible to decipher the secret of the Bailey clan's inheritance. Although Bailey Wuyun had cultivation notes, he wouldn't really record the entire contents of the flying sword technique and the flying sword forging technique. What if someone else got hold of it? Unexpectedly, Qianzong's foundation in swordsmanship was extremely solid. Coupled with his extraordinary power of understanding and the breakthrough of his basic swordsmanship to a whole new level, as well as the assistance of the Heart Sutra, Qianzong deduced part of the Bailey sword technique secrets from Bailey Wuyun's cultivation notes. Then, he completed the Bailey sword technique and made it suitable for himself. Of course, Qianzong did not know if it was as powerful as the Bailey sword technique. However, it was definitely not weak. But what really interests me is that ultimate move. Qianzong thought to himself and narrowed his eyes. Thinking back to Bailey Wuyun's ultimate move, it was indeed very powerful. If he did not have the flowing breath of the Time Divine technique, he would have been hit by the sword. Moreover, the power was so strong that Qianzong was secretly shocked. It was difficult to resist. There was no doubt that it was a very clever technique of exerting force. Qianzong wanted very much to integrate it into the heavenly light sword drawing technique and even into his own swordsmanship system. This would greatly increase the power of his swordsmanship and divine sword technique. It would indirectly increase his combat strength to a higher level. Piercing Dragon. Sword within a sword. In Bailey Wuyun's notes, there were the name of the ultimate move and a few words of Piercing Dragon, as well as his personal comprehension of the move, etc. From it, Qianzong could see some of the profoundness. However, it was not so easy to deduce it. It would take time. As for the other sword within a sword, the content was very complete. This was because this move was created by Bailey Wuyun. Looking at the detailed content of the sword within a sword, Qianzong had to admit that Bailey Wuyun was indeed a genius of the way of the sword. He was indeed extraordinary. Qianzong studied the sword within a sword in detail. Although it was called a swordsmanship, it was actually a clever technique. It was a superb application of the sword qi. It was a superb technique of condensing the sword qi with a special technique. It was a superb technique of condensing the sword qi into something real and qi into gang. The condensed sword qi would conceal all of its aura and be difficult to detect. It would also be integrated into the ultimate move to launch an unexpected second attack. Previously, Qianzong's illusory body was hit by the piercing dragon and instantly shattered. His real body was also hit by the sword qi of the sword within a sword and was directly injured. The terrifying power of the sword qi made Qianzong suffer a lot. If it were not for the fact that the power cultivated by the sword technique of the celestial demon sword was very strong and the vitality of the mysterious seed was boundless, Qianzong would not have been able to expel the sword qi and recover in a short time. Comprehension. With Qianzong's superb comprehension and the Heart Sutra, Qianzong quickly comprehended the mysteries of the sword within a sword and proceeded to cultivate it. A strand of sword qi was then condensed by Qianzong. The condensed sword qi appeared on Qianzong's palm and turned into a ray of light. It seemed to have materialized and emitted a terrifying aura. It was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through and tear apart everything. One could see that the space around the sword qi was directly torn apart. A pitch-black mark appeared and emitted an extremely frightening fluctuation. So strong. Qianzong was secretly shocked. He immediately continued to control the sword qi. The terrifying sharpness was gradually restrained. After a while, it was completely restrained and could not be felt at all. Qianzong closed his eyes and tried to sense it. However, he could still feel a trace of fluctuation. Not enough. Chen Zong thought to himself and continued to cultivate. In the end, when he did not look, he could not feel the fluctuation of the sword qi. However, because the sword qi was condensed from his own cultivation, there was a clear connection between them. It was as if they were connected by blood. Under Chen Zong's control, the sword qi was integrated into the heavenly will sword. It could not be seen from the outside and its aura could not be sensed. However, Chen Zong was very clear that there was an extremely powerful sword qi hidden within the heavenly will sword. That sword qi was something that he had spent a lot of time condensing. It possessed an extremely shocking power and could be considered as the power of a swordway divine skill. Most importantly, it was difficult to detect when it was not released. Once it was released, it would be unexpected, and its lethality would be even more terrifying. This sword qi was hidden within the heavenly will sword, waiting for the right time to erupt. However, Chen Zong shook his head and felt that it was a pity. After all, this kind of sword qi was too slow to condense. It would take a long time to condense one sword qi. Moreover, each sword could only store one sword qi at a time. Otherwise, there would be a conflict and both swords would shatter. Chen Zong also knew that the sword within the sword was not perfect. Otherwise, there would not be such a drawback. However, in any case, Chen Zong had obtained the flying sword technique, deduced a flying sword technique that was suitable for him, and obtained the cultivation method of the sword within the sword, as well as part of the piercing dragon, the most powerful move of the 100-mile flying sword technique. It was a great gain for Chen Zong. After completely digesting it, it was enough for him to have more tricks up his sleeve. Stepping on the long sword, he rode the sword across the sky and galloped between the heavens and the earth. The wind was vast and unrestrained. His long robe fluttered in the wind as if he was an immortal. Flying sword technique. This was the flying sword technique that Chen Zong had perfected based on Bailey Wuyan's cultivation experience. He used the sword left behind by the strong enemies he had killed as a flying sword. The speed of the flying sword technique was more than 50% faster than when he flew alone. It was faster and more elegant when used for long-distance travel. Moreover, the energy consumption did not increase. Chen Zong liked this feeling. They were heading east, heading towards the other region. However, Chen Zong was intercepted again. There were a total of 4 people intercepting him, and each of them emitted a terrifying aura. They were all extremely tyrannical. Tianluo Palace. These 4 people were experts from the Tianluo Palace. The aura they emitted was also powerful. They were at the ultimate realm. They were the experts that the Tianluo Palace master had sent to deal with Chen Zong. Chen Zong, surrender and follow us back to the Tianluo Palace to await your punishment. One of them stared at Chen Zong. His eyes glowed like lightning as he shouted. His shout shook the entire area, like thunder exploding in the sky. Although the other 3 didn't say anything, they also erupted with a shocking aura. They rushed over and locked onto Chen Zong from afar. Have you asked about the sword in my hand? Chen Zong smiled and asked in return. Formation. The person who spoke did not hesitate and said immediately. In an instant, the 4 of them moved and immediately arranged themselves in 4 different directions. As if they were teleporting, they immediately spread out in all directions. Their auras also instantly joined together and interweaved endlessly. They spread out in all directions like a net. Chen Zong immediately felt that the space around him had been sealed. Vaguely, there seemed to be an invisible net covering him. His body and limbs were bound, and he could not break free like a fish caught in a net. The Tianluo Sealing Formation, the Daluo Palace's famous formation, was set up by at least 4 people. It sealed the heavens and the earth, and everything within the formation was sealed, restrained, and oppressed, making it difficult for the target to unleash their full strength, thus allowing them to be captured. The first goal of the Daluo Palace was to capture Chen Zong and bring him back to the Heavenly Luo Palace to await trial. The trial was one thing, and the other was to covet Chen Zong's belongings. For example, why did Chen Zong look like a young man even though he had lived for hundreds of years? It should be known that although some people looked young even though they were hundreds of years old, there were always some aspects that made it obvious that they were not young, such as temperament, eyes, and so on. However, Chen Zong wouldn't. If it weren't for the revelation of the Tai Xianxia, people who saw Zong would think that Zong was a young man under 100 years old, not a man who was hundreds of years old. In fact, the master of the Heavenly Luo Palace was very interested. That was why he had sent 4 top grand extremity experts who had mastered the Tianluo sealing formation to capture Zong. Zong felt that he had been sealed. An invisible net had enveloped his body, making it difficult for him to break free. The more he struggled, the more oppressed he felt. It was extremely uncomfortable. Even the mysteries of the great Tao that existed in the world seemed to have been sealed, making it even harder for him to sense them. Indeed, there was a way. However, Zong didn't want to waste time here. He immediately unleashed his power and unsheathed his sword. Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique? One sword piercing the 9 heavens, this was the strongest sword move that Zong had mastered. When the sword slashed out, it tore apart the void. However, Zong also realized that the power of his sword had been greatly affected in this formation. It had decreased by more than 10 times, and the power it unleashed had been weakened to a low point. The 4 people from the Heavenly Luo Palace all smiled. Don't try to struggle. Unless you are a transcendent expert, all resistance is futile under the Tianluo sealing formation, said someone from the Heavenly Luo Palace with a smile. They were inwardly shocked by Zong's sword. It still possessed such power under the Tianluo sealing formation. It was truly terrifying. Without the Tianluo sealing formation, none of the 4 of them would have been able to block it. They would have been killed instantly. This Zong was truly powerful. As expected of someone who had lived for several hundred years. The formation activated, and the 4 of them shifted their position to avoid the sword. However, in that instant, a sword chi suddenly shot out. It was silent, yet extremely fast. It was extremely stealthy, making it impossible to guard against. It was too sudden. This was a sword within a sword, a killing move contained within a killing move. The people from the Heavenly Luo Palace had not expected it at all. When the person targeted by the sword chi wanted to dodge, it was already too late. He was directly struck. Although the power of this sword chi was weakened inside the Tianluo sealing formation and could not kill him directly, it still caused a ripple to appear in the Tianluo sealing formation. Zong caught this ripple in an instant. The Heavenly Will sword had already returned to its scabbard. Now, it was unsheathed again. This time, it was not pulled out by Zong. Instead, it was pulled out by his finger. It turned into a flash of lightning and broke through the formation. Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique? One sword to the end of the world, this sword move was hastily created and was not yet perfect. However, it could still unleash astonishing power. Especially the speed of the sword, it was extremely fast and could instantly shoot out a long distance to attack a strong enemy. This sword move was comprehended from the 100-mile sword art and merged into the Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. None of the other divine sword techniques could be this fast. Not only was it fast, it could also attack from a very far distance. End of the world, the end of the world was as close as a foot. It could not be dodged. The speed of this sword was so fast that even Zong himself was shocked. It was impossible to describe the speed of this sword light with words. The end of the world was as close as a foot. It arrived in an instant and could not be dodged at all. The body of the expert from the Tianluo Hall was directly penetrated. Terrifying sword chi erupted from his body and wreaked havoc, attacking his cultivation. The Tianluo sealing formation was broken just like that. All of the restraints on Zong were also instantly removed. Zong did not kill this person. Instead, he used his powerful strength to directly break through his cultivation and continuously destroy it. Without the Tianluo sealing formation, the 4 people from the Tianluo Hall were only at the peak of the greater extreme realm. Although they were very strong, there was still a huge gap between them and Zong. They were not his match. Before long, Zong had penetrated their bodies one by one. Sword chi wreaked havoc, forcefully breaking through their cultivation and crippling them. Their storage artifacts were also taken away by Zong. These were the spoils of war. Zong was very familiar with doing this. After all, he had cultivated for hundreds of years and had killed and defeated countless enemies. Their things had all become Zong's spoils of war. This was how wealth was accumulated. Like a rolling snowball, it grew bigger and bigger. The cultivation of the 4-peak greater extreme experts from the Tianluo Hall had been crippled. Fortunately, their limbs had not been cut off by Qinzong. However, even if his limbs were not chopped off, his cultivation base was crippled. After all, if his limbs were chopped off, he could use treasures to regrow them. However, if his cultivation base was crippled, it was not impossible to recover. It was just too difficult. It was 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times more difficult than regrowing a severed limb. The price was too great. Even with the foundation of a heaven-rank organization, it was not easy to bear. After forcefully breaking through the consciousness of the storage artifact, Qinzong took it for himself. After inspecting it, he found more than 100,000 cultivation coins. In addition to what he had obtained before, he now had close to 1,000,000 cultivation coins. This was a huge amount of wealth. This wealth was enough for Qinzong to have a good time. He flew on his sword at an extremely fast speed. Very soon, he left and flew towards the east. The Bailey clan was located in a valley. Strands of aura flickered above the valley. They would appear and disappear in an instant. When they appeared, an extremely shocking sharpness would spread out. A formation, the entire valley was covered by a formation. This formation was a sword formation. It was hard to see and hard to sense, but it was extremely terrifying. With this sword formation, it would not be easy for even a saint-level expert to attack the Bailey clan. In the valley, there were many pavilions and buildings of different heights. However, regardless of their size or height, these pavilions were all standing upright, like huge swords that covered the entire area. From one of the pavilions, a wave of mournful howls came. When the howls sounded, it scared away countless birds. After a while, the howls finally quieted down. Inside the pavilion, there was a large wooden bucket filled with blood-red water. In the water, there was a person with only his head exposed. Baili Wu Yun, on Baili Wu Yun's face, the twisted expression of pain gradually disappeared. The mournful howls came from his mouth. With the sound of water splashing, a pair of hands with skin as white as a baby's reached out of the blood-red water. My arms and legs have finally regrown. Baili Wu Yun's entire body was trembling. The water rippled endlessly. Because of his agitation, his arms and legs had been cut off and crushed. They could not be reattached, so he could only use secret medicine to regrow them. However, the regrown arms and legs seemed weak. This kind of weakness was not weakness. After all, they were new. His original arms and legs had been cultivated and refined for many years. It was like comparing a tree branch and steel. However, with the help of secret treasures and his own hard work, it would not be long before his arms and legs regained their original strength. At that time, his strength would also be completely recovered. Qinzong. Qinzong. Baili Wu Yun's hands were placed back into the water. He endured the pain of the secret medicine refining his arms and legs. It was as if countless needles had pierced into his body. Those needles seemed to have thorns. After piercing into his limbs, they suddenly spun violently. The pain was indescribable. However, after Baili Wu Yun's mournful howls at the beginning, he endured it. Only the veins on his forehead bulged. Hatred, incomparable hatred surged in his heart. That was the hatred towards Qinzong. Even the water of the Milky Way could not wash away this hatred. This hatred would not disappear. It would only continue to ferment and become stronger as time passed. A long river was surging with waves that rolled endlessly. The river was vast, and the sound of water roared as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging. Especially at the pass, the flow was even more rapid. Thousands of tons of water seemed to explode as it surged madly and endlessly. It was as if it was rushing into an abyss, and the water became extremely turbid. That kind of momentum was truly terrifying. It seemed that as long as one fell into it, they would be crushed into pieces and not even their bones would be left. What a spectacular sight! A ray of sword light was suspended in the air above the raging waves. The rumbling sounds were like countless claps of thunder, constantly exploding and shaking in all directions. The scenery of nature was like this. There was no deliberate decoration, but it was so astonishing and magnificent. An astonishing force was swirling endlessly, creating a great suction force that seemed to cover everything in the sky. It was as if an invisible but powerful hand was grabbing the sky and pulling it downwards, causing it to fall into the torrent and be crushed into powder. This power landed directly on Qianzong's body, but Qianzong managed to resist it. He carefully sensed that this kind of power was difficult to resist unless one was at the high extreme level. In other words, if one's battle prowess was at the low extreme level, there was an 80% to 90% chance that they would be pulled in and crushed under the 10,000-ton torrent. No wonder there were no birds in the sky. It was because they could not cross it. Qianzong did not stay for long and left on his sword. Cultivators, who practiced cultivation methods and martial arts, also observed nature and all things in the world to find inspiration. This river was called the Two-Domain River. The name was very simple, and it represented the separation of two domains. This river was the division between the ancient Phoenix domain and the neighboring domain. At its widest point, it was tens of thousands of miles wide, and at its narrowest point, it was 1,000 meters wide. The entire sky above the river was filled with a force. This force would pull everything in the sky down into the river. The weakest suction force required battle prowess at the dawn realm to withstand. In other words, cultivators below the dawn realm of the heaven realm would not be able to cross the two-domain rivers by relying on their own strength. After all, it was too long. However, the wisdom of cultivators was boundless. Since they could not cross the two-domain rivers by relying on their own strength, they could create some opportunities and use external forces to cross. Thus, they had the river-crossing boat. A black ship more than 1,000 meters long was sailing on the magnificent river. Its speed was not slow, as if it was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sounds continuously rang out. That was the sound of the wind, and when it merged with the sound of the long river's waves, it was like an indescribable piece of music. It was so grand. This large ship was forged from a strange type of wood. It was suitable for traveling between two regions. On this large ship, there were several hundred people. They were all cultivators that were heading to the neighboring regions from the ancient Phoenix domain. At this moment, there were people chatting on the deck of the ship. Look, someone is flying across the two rivers. As the voice fell, many people raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw a dazzling sword light traversing the sky at an astonishing speed. It gradually disappeared into the distance before everyone's eyes. Crossing the two-domain rivers in such a manner, this person is probably not a powerhouse of the final realm, someone exclaimed. Not necessarily. It could be above the final realm. That's right. After all, these are two-domain rivers. On average, they are thousands of miles wide and are shrouded in a terrifying force field. It is difficult for even birds to cross. If you want to cross with your own cultivation, not only will your speed be greatly reduced, but your energy consumption will also increase by many times. Many final realm cultivators can persevere in the beginning, but in the second half of the journey, they will be unable to continue. It is very dangerous. This kind of situation did exist, and it had happened several times. However, it was nothing to Qianzong. Flying on the sword, Qianzong's speed was faster, and his energy consumption was also less. In addition, with the wonders of the Fiend God Sword Tome, he could constantly absorb the surrounding yuan qi to replenish his own energy consumption. Qianzong did not need to worry about exhausting his cultivation and falling into the two-domain rivers and dying an unnatural death. Originally, with Qianzong's speed, it would not take him long to cross thousands of miles. However, in these two-domain rivers, because of the unique force field, his speed was reduced by more than 10 times. Even so, Qianzong did not spend much time to see the other side of the river. When Qianzong crossed the two-domain rivers and arrived at this region, he immediately felt a change in the aura. It was very strange, as if there was an invisible boundary separating the two regions. The yuan qi here was much richer and purer than in the ancient Phoenix domain. In the inner layer of the universe, the ancient Xian world was divided into many regions. These regions were also divided into small regions and large regions. A small region was a region without a saint-level force. Not only was it weaker in overall strength, but it was also weaker in terms of cultivation resources and inheritances. As for a large region, it was a region with a saint-level force. Whether it was overall strength, foundation, inheritances, or resources, a large region was superior to a small region. As for the ancient Phoenix domain, it was a large region. The ancient Phoenix Mountain was a saint-level force. However, the region Shenzong came to was called the ancient region. Was the ancient region superior to the large regions? In fact, it was not. The ancient region and the large regions were the same. Of course, the ancient region was more prosperous than the large regions. However, the essence was the same. They both had saint-level forces. To a certain extent, the ancient region was an enhanced version of the large regions. It was fundamentally different from the small regions and the large regions. The region Shenzong came to was the ancient region. Ancient region sealing heaven, sealed heaven ancient region. Why was it called this? Because in the ancient region, there was a treasure steel that countless experts yearned for. It was called the sealed heaven steel. The sealed heaven steel was a treasure that no one knew where it came from. It stood in the sealed heaven ancient region. In other words, the name of the region came from the sealed heaven steel. In the ancient Xian world, every year, many experts would cross over to the sealed heaven steel in an attempt to leave their names and titles on it. It was said that the sealed heaven steel was closely related to the ancient Xian world's great Tao will. It was a manifestation of the ancient Xian world's great Tao will. As long as one left their name on the sealed heaven steel, they would be given a title. What was the difference between a title and a title? There was a big difference. One was recognized by others, or even self-proclaimed, while the other was recognized by the great Tao will. Well, in a dynasty, a title was recognized by the people, while a title was conferred by the imperial court. The title was conferred by the emperor himself. It was said that those who left their name on the sealed heaven steel would be favored by the great Tao will. Their future cultivation would be smoother, and their chances of breaking through to the saint level would be higher. Every saint-level expert had left their name on the sealed heaven steel. It was like a kind of destiny. Of course, leaving one's name on the sealed heaven steel didn't mean that one would definitely become a saint-level expert. It only meant that the probability was higher. Even if it was 1% higher, it was still very impressive. Chen Zong's purpose in coming to the sealed heaven ancient region was to continue looking for Yun Yanqin, to sharpen his sword, and to leave his name on the sealed heaven steel. According to the ancient records of Taihao Mountain, there was only one way for a cultivator from the outer universe to achieve the same cultivation speed as an inner universe cultivator when they entered the inner universe. That was to be recognized by the great Tao will of the inner universe. So, how could one obtain its recognition? There was only one way, and that was to challenge the sealed heaven steel and leave one's name on the sealed heaven steel. That way, one would be recognized and enjoy the same treatment as an inner universe cultivator, which was the cultivation speed. Otherwise, Shenzong's cultivation level was still at the 7th realm greater mastery after a year. There was no growth at all. However, Shenzong felt that the drawbacks of his cultivation level forcibly increasing had been eliminated. The reason why it didn't increase was because of his identity as a cultivator from the outer universe. To some extent, it was incompatible with the inner universe. Let's find a place to gather information first. Shenzong stared into the distance and swept his gaze across. Sword light flashed, and he flew away on his sword again at lightning speed. Gather information, become famous, and leave one's name on the sealed heaven steel. It was actually a series and a segment. In short, he should gather specific information first. At the same time, he could try the delicious food and wine here. Different regions had different customs, and naturally, they had different eating habits and so on. They all had their outstanding and attractive points. Since he was here, it would be a wasted trip if he didn't try it. If he succeeded in leaving his name on the sealed heaven steel, he would naturally become famous. The speed at which his reputation spread would be faster and more efficient than if he went around challenging people. However, it was not easy to leave one's name on the sealed heaven steel. On the contrary, it was very difficult. Since Shenzong wanted to leave his name on the sealed heaven steel, he would naturally do a lot more comprehensive research. Since ancient times, those who left their name on the sealed heaven steel were at least at the transcendent realm. There had never been anyone below the transcendent realm who could leave their name on the sealed heaven steel. No matter how competent Shenzong was in himself, he would not be so arrogant as to think that he could successfully leave his name on the sealed heaven stele when he was at the final realm. The ancient mystic world of the inner universe was so vast, and prodigies were outstanding from generation to generation. There would definitely be some who were very outstanding. However, they could not leave their name on the sealed heaven stele when they were below the transcendent realm. This in itself showed that it was not easy to leave one's name on the sealed heaven stele. Qianzong planned to challenge people everywhere to hone himself and further improve his battle strength. As he walked towards the sealed heaven stele, it would be best if he could break through to the transcendent realm before challenging the sealed heaven stele. Otherwise, if he failed the challenge, it would be very difficult to challenge the sealed heaven stele a second time. He would have to wait for more than 10 years. For a heaven-rank powerhouse who had a standard lifespan of 1,000 years, 10 years was not a small number. Therefore, everyone who challenged the sealed heaven stele would go through a lot of preparation before challenging it. Even some transcendent realm powerhouses might not be able to leave their name on the sealed heaven stele. There were only a few of them. Stepping into a city, Qianzong found another restaurant. He ordered a table of dishes and a jar of good wine. Then, he asked the waiter of the restaurant for some basic information. Seeing that Qianzong had ordered a table of dishes, the waiter of the restaurant was very enthusiastic. He told him everything he knew. This was not a big deal. After all, Qianzong came from another domain. This kind of situation was very common. It was a pity that the waiter of the restaurant did not have enough contact. The information he knew seemed to be a lot, but it was actually very complicated. There was not much that was really useful. However, there was still some useful information. It was not like he was running around like a headless fly. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, bookstore, Peerless Sword Qianzong challenged Silent Saber Huashan and won in 100 strikes. Peerless Sword Qianzong challenged Illusory Demon Sword Xianxia and lost in 10 strikes. Peerless Sword Qianzong challenged. After Qianzong had a full meal in the restaurant, news began to spread one after another, all of which were closely related to Peerless Sword Qianzong. It wasn't a challenge to this powerhouse, it was a challenge to that powerhouse. Moreover, those who were challenged were all heaven-rank powerhouses of the high extreme realm. 1 battle, 1 victory, 10 battles, 10 victories. This spread the name of Peerless Sword Qianzong and made it known to more people. The sealed heaven ancient region was bigger and stronger than the ancient Phoenix domain. Because of the sealed heaven tombstone, it had been blessed by the great path will. This caused the people born in this region to have a better innate talent for cultivation. As a result, the probability of breaking through to the extreme realm in the sealed heaven ancient region increased. Similarly, the probability of breaking through from the low extreme realm to the high extreme realm, and from the high extreme realm to the transcendent realm would also increase. But the premise was that you had the potential. If you didn't have the potential, your limit would be the limit. Many people came from other regions, wanting to use the environment of the sealed heaven ancient region to increase their chances of breaking through. It was more or less helpful. As a result, there were more powerhouses in the sealed heaven ancient region, and more geniuses and heaven's prides. According to statistics, the number of geniuses in the sealed heaven ancient region was about 50% more than other regions, and the number of heaven's prides was about 20% to 30% more. Moreover, in terms of basic strength, the geniuses and heaven's prides in the sealed heaven ancient region were often at least 10% stronger. Qianzong continuously challenged and defeated one high-extremity realm expert after another. There were heaven's prides among them, and there were also veteran heaven-rank powerhouses. This caused Qianzong's reputation to become even more illustrious, and he naturally attracted even more attention. Immediately, people came to know that Peerless Sword Qianzong wasn't a cultivator from the sealed heaven ancient region, but rather a wandering cultivator from the neighboring ancient Phoenix domain. Then, more information about Qianzong was dug up. The ancient Phoenix domain's supreme mystery book's evaluation of Qianzong naturally spread out. He had lived for hundreds of years, an old man. Unknowingly, Qianzong's reputation became even more prominent. After that, someone came to Qianzong. "What can I do for you?" Qianzong was slightly surprised to see the 2 women who came to him. "Qianzong, our young lady is very interested in your secret method of keeping young. Name your price, one of the girls said to Chenzong directly, which made Chenzong slightly stunned. He was speechless. At this moment, Chenzong felt very helpless. He didn't know what to say. Sorry, I was born this way, Chenzong thought for a moment and replied after sorting out his thoughts. Oh, it seems that you don't intend to sell it. The other girl frowned and said to herself, in that case, you're on your own. After that, the two girls turned and left. Chenzong shook his head and ignored them. It was true that the secret of keeping young was often very attractive to women. However, Chenzong really didn't have it. The reason was that he was born this way. Chenzong didn't lie about this. Cultivators in the outer universe had a longer lifespan. Naturally, they could keep young for a longer time. This was just a small episode. Chenzong didn't pay attention to it. However, he didn't expect that after that, people would often come to Chenzong to ask for the secret method of keeping young. Some were willing to buy it with money, some made empty promises, and some planned to pay with their bodies. There were even threats and temptations. In short, there were all kinds of methods. However, Chenzong's answer was that he was born this way. Brother Chen, if you teach me the secret of keeping young, I'll give you an opportunity. How about it? A woman wearing a white veil chuckled. She had been following Chenzong all this time. Her purpose was to get the secret of keeping young from Chenzong because she didn't believe Chenzong's answer. Born this way, how is this possible? Even if I was born young, it should only fall on a natural beauty like me. How could it fall on a stinky man's body? Miss Hu, I'm already a few hundred years old. I'm old enough to be your grandfather. It's not appropriate for you to call me that, Chenzong said with a smile. At first, Chenzong was naturally a little depressed when he was called an old thing. However, he didn't feel anything after that. It didn't matter. Anyway, the mouth grew on other people's faces. They could say whatever they wanted. In essence, it didn't have any effect on him. Ha 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 ha. Hu Ji chuckled. Brother Chen, you look very young. You don't look like someone who's a few hundred years old at all. Why don't you teach me the secret of keeping young? I'll let you see my face. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Chenzong's answer was very decisive and firm. What's so good about your face? Brother Chen, I guess you must have held a girl's hand before. Hu Ji's words sounded like she was gnashing her teeth because Chenzong's reply was too unreasonable. One had to know that she, Hu Ji, was famous for her beauty. Who knew how many men wanted to see her peerless beauty but couldn't? Now that she had taken the initiative to show herself to someone, she was actually heartlessly rejected. I have a wife. Chenzong's answer made Hu Ji slightly stunned. Immediately, she gnashed her teeth even more. A trace of curiosity grew in her heart. Chenzong's wife? Who was that? Brother Chen, are you really so heartless as to watch a peerless beauty grow old indifferently? Hu Ji said in self-pity. Her tone, voice, and expression were full of an indescribable temptation. If it were other people, they might have been attracted and tempted. They would have handed over everything and said everything from the bottom of their hearts. Haha, goodbye. Don't follow me anymore. Chenzong directly used his actions to show that he didn't want to say anything more to Hu Ji. After all, he didn't come here to look for a woman. No, he came here to look for a woman, but the woman was his wife, Yunyanqin. He didn't look for other women. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenzong escaped without hesitation. But this time, Hu Ji didn't intend to chase him. Otherwise, her speed was actually very fast. Previously, Chenzong also wanted to get rid of her, but it was difficult for him to do so. Brother Chen, in a month, the primordial holy lotus will be born in the 1,000 lotus pool. When Chenzong turned into sword light and escaped far away, he felt relieved that Hu Ji didn't follow him. This was because Hu Ji gave Chenzong a feeling that she was very strong. She definitely wasn't at the final realm. She might be at the transcendent realm. As for what level she was at in the transcendent realm, he didn't know. However, Chenzong knew that he was no match for her at the moment. However, what did this Hu Ji mean by telling him such a piece of news? Was this the opportunity she had mentioned before? Primordial Holy Lotus. Zong repeated in a low voice, but he didn't intend to look for Hu Ji. Although Zong didn't know what the primordial holy lotus was, he was sure that it wasn't an ordinary treasure. Zong didn't pay too much attention to this information. He just wanted to let nature take its course. After all, Zong didn't know where the Thousand Lotus Pool was. Zong wasn't familiar with the Fengtian ancient region. Seeing Zong disappear into the distance, Hu Ji's eyes flashed with an indescribable light. Then, it turned into a touch of sadness. What a heartless person. He didn't even look back. With that, Hu Ji's figure flashed, like a phantom and light smoke, and left in a different direction from Zong. Challenge, defeat, settle, become famous. Zong kept repeating this process, and kept moving in the direction of the Fengtian tombstone. The Fengtian tombstone wasn't located in the center of the Fengtian ancient region, but in the north. Zong kept moving along the north. Time passed slowly. Zong found that he had unknowingly arrived at a huge lake. Countless lotus leaves grew on the surface of the lake, almost covering the entire lake. In addition, Zong also saw many people standing by the lake. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were alone. They seemed to be waiting for something. Zong's eyes swept across the crowd as he carefully observed them, sensing the strength of their auras. "Brother Chen, you really came." A voice that seemed to be pleasantly surprised suddenly entered his ears. Zong was slightly startled, but he knew who it was. "Hu Ji. Miss Hu, I didn't expect to see you again." Zong turned around and responded with a smile. "Brother Chen, didn't I give you an opportunity?" Hu Ji walked over leisurely. Her body swayed like a flower in the wind, giving off a very seductive feeling. She attracted countless gazes. All of them landed on Hu Ji's graceful body as if they wanted to see through her. Opportunity? Zong was slightly startled. He immediately remembered what Hu Ji said a month ago. Thousand Lotus Pond. Innate holy lotus, then, this huge lake full of lotus leaves in front of him was the so-called Thousand Lotus Pond. This was really a coincidence. Zong couldn't help but feel speechless. A month ago, Zong didn't think that he had to come to the Thousand Lotus Pond. He didn't expect to come all the way north to the Fengtian tombstone. Unknowingly, he came to the Thousand Lotus Pond. Since he was here, he naturally had to take a look at the so-called innate holy lotus. However, there were only countless lotus leaves in the Thousand Lotus Pond now, and the so-called lotus was nowhere to be seen. Well, in all fairness, Zong felt that the so-called innate holy lotus should be a lotus. When will the innate holy lotus appear? Zong asked. I seem to have forgotten. Hu Ji smiled and her eyes narrowed. But as long as Brother Chen is willing to share the secret of staying young with me, maybe I will remember it. Miss Hu, I really don't have any secret. I was born this way. Zong repeated again. Obviously, Hu Ji still didn't believe him. Since Hu Ji didn't believe him, Zong couldn't do anything about it. It was as simple as that. Then, the next step was to wait. Wait for the so-called innate holy lotus to appear. It might be useful to him and could improve his cultivation and strength. More and more people came to the Thousand Lotus Pool. Zong realized that the people who came were all at least in the low extreme realm. Their auras were shocking. There were both young and old people, some middle-aged and some old people. There were both men and women. It seemed that the attraction of the connate holy lotus was not small. Among them, Zong also saw the strong cultivators that he had challenged and defeated. When these people saw Zong, most of them were livid. Anyone who had been challenged and defeated would be very unhappy, especially when the news spread. Zong did not care. Hu Ji was standing beside Zong. She was wearing white muslin clothes and a white veil. Her eyes were like water and the aura that she exuded was faintly seductive. People could not help but look at her, especially men, regardless of whether they were young or old. Zong guessed that this was probably due to the other party's bloodline or some kind of cultivation art. However, it had nothing to do with him. He didn't plan to make any friends or flirt with any girls here. However, Zong had unknowingly become the target of many people. This was because Hu Ji was closer to Zong. Previously, she had even chatted with Zong with a smile, which made people envious. Junior sister Hu, so you are here. A clear voice suddenly sounded. When the first word was spoken, it was still far away. When the last word was spoken, it had already come to the side and landed directly, revealing a tall figure. He was wearing a long blue robe with a white jade crown on his head. His face was resolute and his eyes were deep like cold stars. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. That smile gave people the feeling that it was a bit resolute, a bit domineering, and a bit evil. Unconsciously, many girls were attracted to him. Their faces and ears were red, as if they were very tempted. Regardless of whether they were men or women, it was inevitable that they would be attracted to beauty. It was a human instinct. So it is senior brother Yu. Greetings. Hu Ji looked at the newcomer and bowed slightly. Junior martial sister Hu, there's no need to be so courteous. Yu Filong laughed heartily, and the charm he exuded made the women in the distance almost scream. It also made many men jealous. Who is this friend? Yu Filong looked at Chen Zong and frowned slightly. A cold light seemed to flash in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Senior brother Yu, he is peerless sword Chen Zong. His swordsmanship is superb, Hu Ji said with a smile. Peerless sword. Chen Zong. Yu Feilong's face seemed to have come to a sudden realization. So you're that old man who has lived for hundreds of years but pretends to be a young man with a youthful face. Sorry, I heard this from someone else. When Yu Filong said the word old, he suddenly paused and looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He seemed to be explaining, as for me, I have always been outspoken. Hee hee. Chen Zong just laughed, but it made Yu Filong feel inexplicably uncomfortable. It was as if Chen Zong was scolding him, but he could not find any evidence. First, he said that he heard those words from someone else, which seemed to be an explanation. Then, he said that he was outspoken, which seemed to be telling Chen Zong that those words were his own thoughts. Chen Zong's laughter was like an invisible sword stabbing into Yu Feilong's heart, making him more and more annoyed. However, he could not lose his cool in front of Hu Ji. Hu Ji's eyes turned and glanced at Chen Zong and then at Yu Filong. Her eyes were like water. No one knew what she was thinking, but she did not say anything. In the distance, the others secretly thought, fight, fight, fight. Unfortunately, they did not get what they wanted. More people came, and there was no lack of transcendent realm masters among them. For example, Chen Zong felt that Hu Ji was a transcendent realm master. Chen Zong felt that Yu Filong was not unfathomable, but he was also a transcendent realm master. Chen Zong knew that he did not have much confidence in fighting against a transcendent realm master. There were others as well. One of them was a middle-aged brawny man carrying a broadsword. He was a veteran heaven-rank super realm fighter, the Wild Swordsman. He was once a prodigy and had a lot of good fortune. Now, he was more than 200 years old, and his combat power had reached the super realm. There was also an old man with a pitch-black bone whip around his waist. He was Old Man Black Bone, a heaven-stage transcendent realm master. There was a charming and beautiful woman with peach blossoms on her robes. Her face would reveal a charming smile from time to time. Coupled with her voluptuous body, it made people's hearts beat wildly. She was also a heaven-stage transcendent realm expert, the Valley Master of the Peach Blossom Valley, Madame Peach Blossom. Even a transcendent realm master had come. One could imagine how attractive the innate Saint Lotus was. Suddenly, a black aura appeared out of nowhere on the horizon. As soon as it appeared, it rapidly spread, like thick ink being poured into water. It quickly spread and dyed the area black in the end. The black aura spread rapidly and filled the sky. The aura it emitted was very shocking and terrifying. Everyone's face turned solemn. Why is he here too? Since he is here, I'm afraid we have nothing to do with the innate Saint Lotus anymore. The experts who recognized the darkness began to discuss in low voices. Their expressions turned grave and unsightly. Chen Zong did not understand. Who is that? However, just from the aura alone, it was indeed terrifying. It was as if the darkness was devouring everything. With Chen Zong's extraordinary senses, he felt as if he was about to be devoured and fall into the darkness, sinking into oblivion forever. Shock, Chen Zong could not help but feel a sense of apprehension. Yu Filong and Hu Ji, who were both transcendent realm masters, also looked solemn. Why is he here? Yu Feilong's face was ashen and his tone was flustered and exasperated. The innate holy lotus might be good, but it's no longer of much use to him. Who knows? Hu Ji's face was also dark. Originally, a group of Transcendent Realm Masters had come to fight for the innate Saint Lotus. With the strength of Transcendent Realm Masters, they would definitely be able to get some of it. However, an unexpected person had come. An unexpected master had come. Although he was not a saint-level master, he was indeed much stronger than them. Chen Zong did not ask, but his face turned solemn. This was because the darkness was getting more and more shocking, as if it was going to devour everything. As they got closer, the darkness descended, shrouding the sky above everyone's heads. The darkness was like a surging tide, and an astonishing aura pressed down, enveloping everyone's body. It even pressed down on their hearts, bringing an indescribable pressure. Oppression, it was an extremely oppressive feeling. Even their breathing was not smooth. This feeling was not comfortable at all. The innate Saint Lotus is mine. If you don't scram, all of you will die. A voice that was filled with coldness and bloodthirstiness, as well as an indescribable darkness. It was extremely overbearing and did not allow for any doubts. Black King, the innate Saint Lotus is useless to you. Why are you fighting with us? Old Man Blackbone asked with an ugly expression. I, the Black King, do not need to explain my actions to you. If you don't scram, all of you will die. The overbearing voice rang out from the darkness in the sky again. It was filled with anger and killing intent. Chen Zong's expression did not change, but his mind quickly turned. The Black King was extremely overbearing and tyrannical. However, he was not completely unscrupulous. If he was truly unscrupulous, he would not have said so much. He would have directly attacked and killed everyone present. Of course, it was also possible that he did not have the confidence to kill everyone. Taking a step back, even if he had the confidence to kill everyone, he could not bear the consequences. After all, everyone present was a leader. Some of them came from large organizations and had some status. If they died here, it would definitely cause chaos. The Black King would definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, he issued a warning and threatened everyone to leave. However, it was clear that the innate Saint Lotus was very attractive. Even a transcendent was unwilling to give it up and leave. A stalemate, for a moment, the situation was in a stalemate. However, everyone could feel that the pressure that permeated the air was constantly increasing. It was becoming more and more overbearing and shocking. The low extremity experts could not withstand it and could only retreat. Otherwise, they would feel like they were being crushed. Even the high extremity experts found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Their hearts felt increasingly oppressed. Gradually, some of the high extremity experts could not withstand the pressure and retreated. However, there were still a few who persisted. However, their persistence was constantly defeated. In the end, only a few transcendent experts and Chen Zong, who was a high extremity expert, were left. Clang, a sword hum suddenly rang out from the distant horizon. That sound was so clear and pleasant to the ears. When it appeared and entered the ears of the crowd, it gave them a feeling of light, as if it was a kind of hope. The sword light was extremely bright. It instantly pierced through the air and rushed into the darkness, streaking across the dark sky. It was extremely bright. What a powerful sword will! Chen Zong's expression changed drastically. The sword will contained within the sword light was too powerful. It was so overbearing that it was indescribably terrifying. It was many times stronger than his sword will. Whose sword will was this? In an instant, Chen Zong's heart was filled with a strong sense of curiosity. Although Chen Zong was also curious about the Black King, his curiosity was not as strong. Now, the owner of the sword light had aroused Chen Zong's great curiosity. Hu Ji and Yu Feilong's expressions changed again. They were extremely shocked. He's here too. The Light Jiandi is here too. Chen Zong was slightly surprised. The Light Jiandi. This title, no, it should be called this title. Chen Zong had heard it from the peerless heaven's proud son of heaven, Yunyi Tianfeng, at the Battle Phoenix Arena of Heavenly Phoenix City. Yunyi Tianfeng was a powerhouse who had left his name on the sealed heaven monument. He was an unrivaled heaven rank monster. Zong had even thought that one day, when he was strong enough, he would challenge the light Jiandi. However, he did not expect that the light Jiandi would appear in front of him, even if he was not here for him. However, one was the Black King and the other was the light Jiandi. Zong's intuition told him that something was about to happen. Perhaps a battle would break out. When that happened, he would be able to witness the strength of an invincible heaven-rank powerhouse with his own eyes. As the sword came, it shone brightly and cut through the dark sky. Suddenly, the darkness rippled. The ripples spread out and continuously contracted. A huge palm spread out, bringing with it the power of 100,000 caddies. It suddenly struck out like a thunderous tsunami. A thunderous boom abruptly thundered out, as earth-shattering sounds shook the heavens. That beam of sword light was instantly smashed apart, and the gigantic hand of darkness was destroyed as well. The aftershock of the attack swept past the crowd, and in that instant, Zong only felt a terrifying destructive might gushing towards him. Zong instantly erupted forth with power, pushing his heavenly gold sword physique to its limits. Platinum divine inscriptions gushed forth as his tyrannical cultivation base erupted forth. Around his body, there were wisps of sword radiance, one after another. But under the destructive aftermath, the sword radiance was shattered, and the defensive power on his body was also shattered. The defense of the space-splitting ring was also penetrated, and the shockwave spread to Zong's body. Fortunately, Zong's heavenly gold sword body was strong enough. The shockwave was only the aftermath, and it did not cause any harm to Zong. But the power still shocked Zong, and his expression became serious. Was this the power of an invincible heaven-rank expert? Just the shockwave from a single collision had such terrifying power. If he was hit directly, he would not be able to survive. The sword wheel was shocking, and the light shone brightly. A figure stood in the sky, as if he was burning. The white flame burned with light, and it was constantly fluctuating. It soared into the sky, becoming more and more terrifying. As the darkness continued to churn, it continued to compress and condense, but it also became deeper and darker. One could vaguely see a figure there. The dark figure and the light figure stood opposite each other. Light Jiandi, the Khanate Holy Lotus is useless to you. Why are you fighting with me? The Black King's voice was full of anger. Black King, is the Khanate Holy Lotus useful to you? The light Jiandi's voice carried a hint of a smile. Its words unconsciously revealed a kind of shocking sharpness. If that's the case, then let's see who's stronger. The Black King paused for a moment, and then snorted coldly. Shocking power spread out, and it became more and more powerful, filling the sky and earth. A great battle was about to break out. Retreat. The faces of the Ultra Supremes were extremely solemn as they immediately retreated. They could withstand the aftermath of the battle between two heaven-rank powerhouses for a while, but they wouldn't be able to withstand it forever. If they couldn't withstand it, they would be injured or even killed. As for Zong, he had already stepped back. Zong was not stupid. He knew that he could not fight back, but he still wanted to save face. A sudden change occurred. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past. The wind was extremely sudden, and it blew past the vast Thousand Lotus Pond. The lotus leaves on top of the pond instantly swayed endlessly in the wind, as if they were dancing. They were like layer upon layer of dark green waves that surged violently, wave after wave, continuous without end. Soon after, specks of jade-green light spread out from the countless lotus leaves. They were like fairies, yet also like the stars in the night sky. They were so magnificent. For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn over. In the sky, the Black King and Light Jiandi, who were about to engage in a fierce battle, paused for a moment before withdrawing their auras. This situation. Was the Khanate Holy Lotus about to appear? What happened next was like a miracle. Flower buds appeared out of thin air and slowly grew. Everyone could see them clearly. In just a few moments, thousands of flower buds grew out from the lotus leaves. They grew to the size of a fist, then quietly bloomed, and an indescribable fragrance spread out. At the center of the Thousand Lotus Pond, a speck of light gathered in the water and gradually expanded. Then, it floated above the water like a flower bud. Thousands of blooming lotus flowers swayed endlessly. Specks of light appeared one after another and flowed towards the flower bud in the center of the pond. They continuously merged into it and gradually grew. Not long after, the flower bud grew to nearly a meter in size and bloomed. Petals started to bloom, and rays of clear light spread out. It was like clouds and mist, but also like rays of sunlight that shone out and illuminated the sky. In the void, an indescribable chanting sound could be vaguely heard. When one tried to listen carefully, they realized that they couldn't hear anything. However, they could still hear it inadvertently. That voice was neither male nor female, neither old nor young. It was nothing, but everything at the same time. It was impossible to distinguish. That voice couldn't be stopped. Even if one closed their ears, they could still hear it. It seemed to be directly transmitted into their minds. That voice contained an indescribable sense of wonder that spread out in his mind. Unknowingly, it seemed to carry a mysterious meaning that made him understand something. This was the voice of the great Tao. This meant that the connate holy lotus was about to bloom. In an instant, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. In the Thousand Lotus Pond, a 1-meter-wide lotus flower had completely bloomed. It was extremely impressive. Gradually, it left the water surface of the Thousand Lotus Pond and slowly rose into the air. As it spun slowly, rays of 7-colored light spread out. The light shone in all directions and dyed the sky and land. The darkness and light in the sky were overshadowed by the light. It was a lotus flower, a meter-sized lotus flower. The lotus flower was pure white in color and gave off a sacred feeling. It also seemed to be incomparably clear. As the lotus flower completely bloomed and rose into the air, the thousands of lotus flowers in the Thousand Lotus Pool withered one after another. Soon after, countless lotus leaves withered as if they had lost their moisture. They were charred black as if they had been burned by fire. As a gust of wind blew past, they turned into dust bit by bit and disappeared. In the sky and land, there was only one holy lotus that kept spinning. It constantly emitted rays of 7-colored light that shone in all directions. Connate holy lotus. Someone's voice trembled and he looked extremely excited. Chenzong focused his eyes and stared at the lotus flower that kept emitting rays of 7-colored light. He was extremely shocked. A supreme treasure, it was a supreme treasure. Just its aura alone made Chenzong feel an inexplicable strong attraction. At this moment, Chenzong had an idea. He wanted to fight for the connate holy lotus. However, to fight for the connate holy lotus under the eyes of 2 invincible heaven realm masters and several super realm masters was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. There was no hope at all, and he might even be killed. No matter what, Chenzong would give it a try. If he really couldn't fight for it, he would retreat. Saving his own life was the most important thing. However, if there was a chance, he wouldn't give it up. If he had to fight, he would fight. The connate holy lotus floated 100 meters above the Thousand Lotus Pond and stopped rising. It just spun slowly and emitted rays of 7-colored light that shone in all directions. The lotus leaves and lotus flowers in the Thousand Lotus Pond had all disappeared. It turned into nothingness, leaving behind only the empty pool water. It was as if the lotus leaves had contributed all their life essence after years of growth to create the connate holy lotus. The connate holy lotus was a supreme treasure. Even He Wang and Sword Emperor of Light had taken action. Of course, although the innate Saint Lotus was good, it wasn't of much help to them. After all, they were invincible in the heaven rank. They were at the top of the heaven rank, and the next step would be the saint rank. The connate holy lotus wasn't of much help to them in breaking through to the saint realm. However, now that they were here, they were most likely here to fight for the connate holy lotus for someone else. Their arrival made the fight for the connate holy lotus even more complicated. But what should they do? There was no other way. They had to either give up or take the risk. In an instant, the Black King and the Light Jandi moved. They burst out with extreme speed and rushed toward the connate holy lotus. Their terrifying aura burst out, making it difficult for others to get close. The Black King condensed a huge hand out of thin air. The hand of darkness swept across the sky and grabbed at the connate holy lotus. It was obvious that he wanted to take the connate holy lotus away. It was very overbearing and unreasonable, but the Light Jandi wouldn't just sit by and watch. The sword in the Radiant Sword Emperor's hand suddenly slashed out. In an instant, an extremely resplendent sword light tore through the sky, creating a terrifying crack. The darkness was directly torn apart, and a brilliant radiance erupted, illuminating the heavens and earth. Immediately after, the Sword Emperor of Light swung his sword for the second time. This time, the sword seemed rather relaxed, but it also felt as heavy as a mountain. It was as if the power and dominance of a mountain was contained within the sword. Sword of Divine Light. Sun Glory, the sword slashed down like a scorching sun. Its power was terrifying. Not only did it split the huge hand of darkness, it also hit the Khanate Holy Lotus. Although the Khanate Holy Lotus was a supreme treasure, it wasn't particularly strong. It might be difficult for a Supreme Realm Master to destroy it, but an invincible Heaven Realm Master was much stronger than a Supreme Realm Master. The Khanate Holy Lotus couldn't withstand the attack. With one slash, the innate Saint Lotus was sliced into two halves. Bastard! The Black King was furious, but there was nothing he could do. After the sword light cut the Khanate Holy Lotus, it curled up like a rope and wrapped around half of the Khanate Holy Lotus. Then, it turned into a sword light and fled without hesitation. Obviously, the Light Jiandi didn't want to start a real conflict with the Black King. For an invincible Heaven Realm Master, it wasn't easy to determine the winner once they started a fight. It might even take a few days and nights. If that happened, the Khanate Holy Lotus would be completely destroyed and they wouldn't be able to get anything. The Light Jiandi was very rational. It came here for what it wanted. It was very simple and straightforward. The Black King cursed, but he didn't plan to pursue. Instead, he grabbed the other half of the Khanate Holy Lotus and left quickly. However, dozens of lotus seeds fell from the split Khanate Holy Lotus. They all fell into the Thousand Lotus Pond. When the Light Jiandi and the Black King each took half of the Khanate Holy Lotus and left, the group of Supreme Realm Masters burst out with extreme speed and rushed to the Thousand Lotus Pond. Even if they couldn't get the Khanate Holy Lotus, they could still get the lotus seeds. That was the essence of the Khanate Holy Lotus and a rare treasure. Chen Zong turned into a beam of sword light and rushed towards the Thousand Lotus Pool without hesitation. Since he could not get the innate Holy Lotus, he had to fight for the lotus seeds. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Chen Zong was not sure if he could defeat the two heaven-rank invincible powerhouses. However, it was not impossible for him to escape from the Transcendent Realm even if he could not defeat them. The other high extremities also had similar thoughts. As for the low extremities, they had initially planned to take advantage of the chaos and see if they could obtain one or two lotus seeds by chance. Unexpectedly, two invincible heaven-rank powerhouses had arrived and directly split the innate sacred lotus into two halves. Only a dozen lotus seeds had fallen to the ground. In this way, their chances of getting the lotus seeds had been greatly reduced. There was almost no hope. But no matter what, they had to try. As long as there was a chance, they had to make a move. The 5 Transcendent Realm cultivators were extremely fast. They flew in all directions and the dozen lotus seeds fell into the Thousand Lotus Pool and into the water. They broke through the water and entered. Chen Zong also broke through the water and entered. His body was extremely agile. He swam quickly in the water and flew towards the place where the lotus seeds had fallen. The Thousand Lotus Pool was very wide and the water was also very deep. It was at least 100 meters deep. The deeper he went, the darker it became. Light seemed to be swallowed up and vision was greatly affected. It was difficult to see clearly, but it did not hinder the perception of the Divine Mind. With a sweep of the Divine Mind, the dozen lotus seeds were sensed. Those lotus seeds had fallen to the bottom of the Thousand Lotus Pool and were buried in the mud. There was a certain distance between each lotus seed and they were not together. With his super perception and instant burst of extreme speed, Chen Zong's thoughts turned. With the help of the Heart Sutra, he immediately calculated a clear path and flew towards a lotus seed. Coincidentally, this lotus seed was not targeted by the 5 Transcendent Realm cultivators. Avoiding a conflict with the Transcendent Realm cultivators was Chen Zong's current goal. Once a conflict broke out, not to mention whether or not he was a match, it would definitely be very troublesome. He would be entangled, and once he was entangled, those lotus seeds might be snatched away by others, making it difficult to obtain them. However, there was also a final extremity cultivator who had set their eyes on the lotus seed along with Chen Zong, preparing to snatch it. He drew his sword. Even in the water, the speed of Chen Zong's sword was not affected much. The sword light instantly broke through the air and slashed out. Its speed was extremely fast, and the sword light was extremely condensed, piercing through everything. The expression of the final supreme who was about to compete with Chen Zong for the lotus seed suddenly changed drastically. He immediately pushed out with his palm, creating an invisible but thick wall that blocked the sword. Chen Zong had no intention of engaging in a fierce battle with the other party. He immediately crossed over and grabbed the lotus seed from the mud. He immediately stored it in his storage artifact and quickly headed for the second lotus seed. With this delay, the 5 Transcendent Realm cultivators had already obtained at least one lotus seed. The other final extremities also obtained lotus seeds after a fierce battle. However, there were around 18 lotus seeds in total. There were still 8 that had not been obtained. The 5 Transcendent Realm cultivators had set their eyes on the 5 lotus seeds. However, Chen Zong had calculated their trajectories and avoided them to snatch them again. The heavenly will sword exploded with a dazzling sword light that directly cut through the water. It was as if the water had been sliced into nothingness. A vacuum appeared and directly charged forward. It was so invincible that no one dared to resist. Although Chen Zong's combat ability had yet to break through to the Transcendent Realm, he had already reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm through repeated tempering in the final extremity. The next step was the Transcendent Realm. Even Bailey Wuyun would not be able to contend with such combat ability. There were more geniuses in the Sealed Heaven Ancient region, and their average combat ability was also higher. However, Chen Zong's combat ability was difficult to find a match among the final extremities in the Sealed Heaven Ancient region. Soon, Chen Zong forced back the strong opponent with a single sword strike and obtained the second lotus seed. However, it was a pity that the other lotus seeds had already been taken. Since there were no more lotus seeds to fight for and no other treasures, Chen Zong rushed up without hesitation. He quickly left the 1,000 lotus pool and rushed into the sky. The final extremities who had obtained the lotus seeds all exploded with extreme speed. They even used some trump cards to increase their speed and quickly left. Chen Zong did not plan to stay either. He directly stepped on his flying sword and turned into a sword light, flying away on his sword. As he quickly left to avoid being targeted by the Transcendent Realm cultivators, Chen Zong pondered the use of the Khanate Sacred Lotus Seed. It was difficult to make an effective judgment due to the lack of information, but that did not stop Chen Zong from figuring it out himself. No matter what, Chen Zong was a man who had lived for hundreds of years. He had not lived in a secluded place. Instead, he had been to many places and experienced many things. He had also read many books and records. The wealth of knowledge in his mind was definitely unattainable by many people. Other than the way of the sword, even though Chen Zong did not deliberately practice or comprehend the alchemy, formations, seals, and other aspects, he more or less had some foundation due to his contact with them. In addition to his extraordinary comprehension ability and other aspects, he also had a certain level of accumulation and accumulation. Although he could not be called a grandmaster or a master, he could still be considered proficient in them. He quickly flew away on his sword. Immediately, Chen Zong's expression became serious. He only felt a strong sense of danger approaching rapidly. Who is it? Chen Zong frowned slightly and squinted his eyes. Speculations flashed through his mind and figures flashed through his mind. Only those who were stronger than him could bring danger to him. Coupled with the Khanate Sacred Lotus in the 1,000 Lotus Pool, it should be one of the Transcendent Realm experts. Hu Ji could be ruled out. After all, they had met a few times and there was no hostility between them. Immediately, a figure flashed through Chen Zong's mind. Chen Zong, I know you have 2 Khanate Sacred Lotus Seeds. Hand them over and I will spare your life. An arrogant voice with strong killing intent came into Chen Zong's ears. Chen Zong's expression did not change. He had already guessed who it was. Yu Feilong. Previously, Yu Feilong had shown a hint of enmity towards him because he was standing on the same side as Hu Ji. Now that Yu Feilong had chased after him, it was likely that Yu Feilong had other intentions besides wanting to obtain the 2 seeds of the innate Saint Lotus. Fast, Yu Feilong's speed was extremely fast. When his voice reached Chen Zong's ears, it was accompanied by a subtle sound of a sword breaking through the air. It pierced Chen Zong's eardrums as if it was going to pierce through them. A terrifying sword radiance swept across like a flying dragon. The sword essence in the sword radiance was extremely powerful and terrifying. It showed no mercy and was about to kill Qinzong directly. Yu Feilong's words about sparing Qinzong's life if he handed over the lotus seeds were simply nonsense. It was nothing more than an attempt to deceive Qinzong for a moment. When experts fought, life and death often existed in an instant. Fortunately, Qinzong would not be swayed by such words. However, the power contained in the sword radiance was so terrifying that Qinzong's expression turned grave. The strength of a transcendent realm expert was indeed terrifying. Yu Feilong was also a powerful sword cultivator with amazing battle strength. Since that was the case, then let's fight. Illusory body of the heart. In an instant, the illusory body was shattered by the flying dragon-like sword radiance. Qinzong directly faced the attack. He approached Yu Feilong and drew his sword. Under the mysteries of the sword drawing technique, the sword radiance was even faster and more powerful. It pierced through the air in an instant and left a clear mark. Yu Feilong's expression changed slightly. This sword strike actually gave him a feeling of being unable to evade. His aura had been completely locked down. No matter how he tried to change, he was unable to break free from it. This level of sword technique was truly superior to his own by quite a bit. With a grave expression, Yu Feilong gave up on the idea of dodging. The sword radiance in his hand shone brightly. A sword radiance that resembled a dragon's roar was heard again, shaking the surroundings. Vaguely, it was as if a dragon was flying in the sky. The sword radiance suddenly blasted out. This sword was not as fast as the first sword. In terms of speed, it was slightly slower. However, the power contained within it was even more tyrannical, even more vigorous and even more overbearing. Its might was extremely shocking and its power was incomparably terrifying. It pressed down across the sky, causing the space to collapse inch by inch. Around the dragon-shaped sword radiance, there were streaks of pitch-black cracks. The extremely powerful sword radiance caused Qinzong's expression to become even more grave. He withdrew his sword and drew it again. Heavenly light sword drawing technique? All creation's microscopic dust. Under this sword radiance, everything in the world was reduced to the most basic particles of dust. It was extremely powerful. This sword radiance had also been perfected by Qinzong's continuous deduction. It had become even more powerful. However, at the moment when the two sword radiances collided, the dragon-shaped sword radiance only trembled but was not shattered. On the contrary, Qinzong's sword radiance was shattered, and a terrifying force followed. Flowing breath. Without hesitation, Qinzong immediately used the flowing breath, divine time technique. Under normal circumstances, Qinzong was unwilling to use the flowing breath, divine technique because it required him to forcefully resist the time origin of the inner universe. Usually, he would be repelled. The power of the repelling force would make Qinzong's muscles and bones numb. It was very uncomfortable. However, he still had to use it at a critical moment. In other words, when Qinzong used the flowing breath, divine technique, it meant that Qinzong was going to use all his strength. One breath. With the powerful, flowing breath, divine technique, Qinzong forcibly obtained one breath of time. This time, Qinzong was immediately in an invincible position. Dodge. In an instant, Qinzong dodged the extremely terrifying sword radiance. Once again, an even more powerful sword radiance broke through the sky. Heavenly light sword drawing technique? One sword piercing the 9 heavens. Slash. This sword radiance was different from the all creation's microdust technique. However, in terms of direct attack power, it was more direct and more powerful. It could cut through everything between heaven and earth, as if it could split the 9 heavens. Yu Feilong snorted coldly. He was secretly shocked, but he still had no intention of dodging. The gap between the final realm and the transcendent realm was very obvious. Grand Flying Dragon Sword, Eruption, a unique skill. As the sword radiance fell, a huge 5-clawed flying dragon flashed with golden light. Its power was unparalleled. It charged across the sky and directly shattered Qinzong's, breaking the 9 heavens, sword radiance. At that moment, Qinzong's hair stood on end. It was as if his entire body was about to be completely shattered. His soul would scatter, and his bones would not even be left. Flowing breath, the second eruption shook the time origin and forcibly obtained one breath of time. Let's go. Chenzong did not linger on the battle. After just a few exchanges, he already knew that there was a big gap between his battle strength and Yu Feilong's. If he continued to fight, he would not be a match for Yu Feilong. Thus, there was no need to continue the battle. First, he would find a place to study the seed of the innate Saint Lotus and turn it into his own strength. Using the flowing breath of time divine art, Chenzong used the heart's phantom body and split them into different directions. Although each phantom body only had 1/10 of the strength of the main body, they could adjust their aura. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Yu Feilong was startled. For a moment, he did not know which one to pursue. However, his reaction was extremely fast. He slashed out 3 sword lights at the 3 phantoms while he chased after the last one. However, he failed. Chenzong also took the opportunity to escape. He used the void travel and flew away. In terms of flying speed, Chenzong was not much slower than Yu Feilong. With some tricks, Chenzong finally got rid of Yu Feilong's pursuit. Old bastard, the next time we meet, I will definitely cut you down with my sword. Yu Feilong's eyes were ruthless. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. That old bastard might go to the sealed sky monument. As long as I go there, I will have a great chance of finding him and killing him. Now, with my strength, I have a greater chance of leaving my name on the sealed sky monument. It's time to give it a try. Suddenly, Yu Feilong thought of more things. But before that, I should use the 2 lotus seeds to increase my strength. That way, I will have a greater chance of success. After Chenzong escaped, he found a relatively safe place. It was in the middle of a mountain. He opened up a temporary cave abode and sealed it. He stayed inside the cave abode. Taking out the seed of the innate Saint Lotus, Chenzong released his divine sense and studied it carefully. Combined with his attainments in the Tao of Elixir, Chenzong soon understood the use of the seed. It couldn't be consumed directly. Of course, the best way to use it was to combine it with other godly medicines and refine it into an alchemical pill. The effects would be even better. However, Chenzong didn't know how to refine it himself, nor did he know where to refine it. It would take a lot of time to find someone to refine it, so he might as well just use it. Pull, with his own ability, Chenzong activated the power contained in the lotus seed. In an instant, strands of colorful light diffused from the lotus seed and shone in all directions. Strands of mysterious aura also enveloped Chenzong's entire body. For a moment, Chenzong only felt that there seemed to be a faint chanting sound. It seemed to be chanting some kind of mysterious scripture, as if it was the sound of the Great Path. Under the influence of the sound of the Great Path, Chenzong immediately felt that his comprehension ability seemed to have improved tremendously. The mysteries of the Great Path that he had comprehended also became clearer. Chenzong didn't waste any time and immediately started comprehending the Sword Tao, Tao of the Heart, Tao of the World, Tao of Space, Tao of Time, and so on and so forth. Under the Heart technique, he comprehended the Sword Tao, Tao of the Heart, Tao of the World, Tao of Space, Tao of Time, and so on and so forth at the same time, and he didn't fall behind at all. Because no matter which one it was, it would obviously improve his strength. None of them could be omitted. The duration of one lotus seed was not long, only 2 hours. Chenzong immediately activated the second lotus seed's mysteries and continued to comprehend it. 4 hours later, the power of the 2 lotus seeds was exhausted, and they turned into a gray color. They were like rocks, and were completely useless. What a pity. Chenzong couldn't help but sigh. If he could get a dozen lotus seeds and continuously comprehend them, he would definitely be able to make further progress in the 5 great paths. And if he could get the innate holy lotus, needless to say, the benefits were simply unimaginable. After all, he was not strong enough. Otherwise, if he was invincible in the heaven rank, he would be able to compete with the Black King and the Light Jiandi. Of course, if he really became invincible in the heaven rank, then the innate holy lotus would not be so useful to him. In fact, it might even be dispensable. He guessed that the Black King and the Light Jiandi had come personally for someone else, not for him. In any case, Chenzong's improvement under the mysteries of the 2 lotus seeds was obvious. Breath flow. Zong cast the time divine technique, breath flow. This was a very good way to verify it. The flowing breath divine technique used one's own mastery of the time great Tao to shake the ancient profound world's time essence, intercepting that breath from the torrent of time. It was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Every time he cast it, he would be repelled by the time principle of the ancient sealed world, shaking his body, mind, and blood. It was very uncomfortable, as if his body was about to fall apart, and he could not cast it continuously. This time, Zong cast it again, intercepting that breath of time, but he was also repelled by the time principle, causing him to shake violently. This repelling force is about 10% less than before, Zong thought. 10%, it didn't seem like much, but it was actually very obvious. With that 10% less rebounding force, Zong didn't feel so uncomfortable. He could even use flowing breath again. Of course, if he used it a second time, the rebounding force he received wouldn't be so small, and he might even be injured. His improvement in the time principle naturally did not fall behind in other aspects. The improvement in his sword principle was even more obvious. I wonder how it compares to the Supreme Realm, Zong could not help but think to himself. The battle prowess of the Supreme Realm was a kind of classification. Only those who had challenged it would know. Before challenging the Battle Star Tower or other Supreme Realm cultivators, they would only have a vague sense of it. Therefore, Zong did not know if his battle prowess had reached the level of the Supreme Realm. Compared to before, he was at the limit of the Supreme Realm, and was only a fine line away from the Supreme Realm. Now, his battle prowess had increased by at least a few times. Letting out a long breath, Zong rushed out of the temporary cave abode, and once again mounted his sword into the sky, heading north. That was the direction where the sealed sky monument was located. Riding on the sword, the speed was extremely fast. It crossed over the mountains, crossed the long river, and sped through the dense forest. It was unstoppable. While rushing, Zong was a little surprised. Whether it was the Bailey clan or the Daluo palace, they did not pursue him. Had they given up? Of course, it was also possible that some other unforeseen events had occurred. In any case, since they did not pursue him, it would be less troublesome. After all, it was not a bad thing. The Sealed Sky Ancient City was not the largest city in the Sealed Sky Ancient region, but it was the most famous city in the region. Why? The reason was simple. The Sealed Sky Ancient City and the Sealed Sky Ancient region only differed by a single word. The Sealed Sky Ancient region was built with the Sealed Sky Monument as its foundation. As for the Sealed Sky Ancient City, it was built with the Sealed Sky Monument as its center. The Sealed Sky Monument stood towering in the north of the Sealed Sky Ancient region. Since ancient times, it had attracted countless geniuses and skyprides. Even if they could not leave their names behind, they still had to pay their respects to make the trip worthwhile. In the Sealed Sky Ancient region, there was a saying that if one did not see the Sealed Sky Monument in the Sealed Sky Ancient region, it was equivalent to not having been there at all. Over countless years, the arrival and departure of countless people caused the area around the heaven-sealing tombstone to slowly develop. First, it was a scattered gathering place, then it evolved into a town, then into a city. This was the current heaven-sealing ancient city. When Zong arrived at the Sealed Sky Ancient City, he saw a huge ancient city towering above the earth. It looked like an incomparably huge cosmic beast that was sleeping. The city walls were ancient and mottled, as if they had been eroded by countless years, leaving behind indelible marks. Standing before the Sealed Sky Ancient City, Zong felt insignificant. It was indescribable, not only in terms of size, but also in terms of age. Of course, Zong had only lived for a few hundred years, while the Sealed Sky Ancient City had existed for more than 100,000 years. There was simply no comparison between the two. The Sealed Sky Ancient City had a rule that people could not fly. Apart from saint-level experts, other cultivators had to walk on the ground. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. After all, there was an ancient saint-level expert overseeing the Sealed Sky Ancient City. Taking large strides, Zong walked towards the Sealed Sky Ancient City. The city gates were always open and had never been closed. There were no guards at the city gates because there was no need for that. Anyone could come to the Sealed Sky Ancient City, but they had to abide by the city's rules. As soon as he set foot in the ancient city, Chenzong saw a mountain peak in the center of the ancient city. The peak was the tallest, almost 1,000 meters tall. It stood in the center of the ancient city, and with Chenzong's sharp eyesight, he could see a 10-meter-tall black tablet at the top of the mountain. The Sealed Sky Monument. Without needing anyone to tell him, Chenzong knew that it was the Sealed Sky Monument. His goal was to come here. Chenzong could see a group of people climbing up the mountain towards the Sealed Sky Monument. However, their speed was not fast. On the contrary, it was slow, even slower than a normal person's walking speed. This made Chenzong suspicious. Could it be that there's something special about that mountain peak? Chenzong couldn't help guessing. As for what it was, he would know when he personally went to the Sealed Sky Monument. Now that he had just arrived, Chenzong wanted to find a place to eat. While eating, he also wanted to gather information. This was Chenzong's way of doing things. At the very least, he would have a basic understanding of the place so that he wouldn't run around like a headless fly. The Sealed Sky Ancient City had existed for countless years. The city was astonishingly huge, and the power structure was also very complicated. There were many people who sought survival here. Some famous companies would also settle down here, and some restaurants were the businesses of those companies. Naturally, they would bring in food and wine from all over the world. In life, people sought fame and fortune. This was all there was to it. It wasn't that there weren't people who truly didn't care about fame and fortune, but there were very, very few of them. Usually, they had experienced the vicissitudes of life and had seen through the vanity of the mortal world. Only then would they live in seclusion and enjoy the idyllic life. Walking on the incomparably wide streets of the Sealed Sky Ancient City, Chenzong's thoughts were countless, but his expression was indifferent. He gazed at the ancient city, appreciating its vicissitudes and mysteries. In a restaurant, Chenzong rested for a bit after enjoying a meal of exotic delicacies and fine wine. Then, he left the restaurant and headed for the Sky Ceiling Peak. The Sky Ceiling Peak was the peak where the Sky Ceiling Monument was located. It was 990 meters tall, and with the addition of the 10-meter-tall Sky Ceiling Monument, it was exactly 1,000 meters tall. The Sky Ceiling Peak seemed very close, but it wasn't close at all. After all, the Sky Ceiling Ancient City wasn't small at all, and the Sky Ceiling Peak was located at the center of the city. At the foot of the Sky Ceiling Peak, Chenzong looked up and saw many people climbing the peak. Standing at the foot of the Sky Ceiling Peak, Chenzong didn't feel anything strange. However, the Sky Ceiling Peak was unobstructed. Apart from the people climbing the peak, there was no vegetation. Instead, there were many stones of different sizes and shapes. Chenzong also noticed that while some people were climbing the peak, others were standing or sitting in front of some stones. They were staring at the stones as if they wanted to see a flower. After the meal at the restaurant, Chenzong didn't just eat and drink. Naturally, he also paid attention to gathering information. Therefore, he already had some understanding of the Sky Ceiling Peak. The Sky Ceiling Peak wasn't a simple peak. It wasn't just because it carried the Sky Ceiling Monument, it was also because it was filled with a power, or rather, a force field. That force field was extremely tyrannical. Unless one was a saint-level expert, once one climbed the Sky Ceiling Peak, one would be suppressed by that force field. Their chi refining and body refining power would be directly suppressed. Even the Great Tao would be suppressed. In short, under the Sky Ceiling Peak's force field, everyone below the saint level would be suppressed. Although they wouldn't lose their powerful extraordinary strength, they wouldn't be able to use it as freely as they could outside. Because of this, those people climbing the peak were so slow. Moreover, it was said that the higher one climbed, the stronger the force field suppression. It would be harder to climb. This was a test to leave one's name on the Sky Ceiling Monument. If one couldn't even climb the Sky Ceiling Peak, how could one leave one's name? As for those who were standing or sitting and staring at the stone, they were actually meditating. The force field of Sky Ceiling Peak suppressed the transcendent powers of the cultivators, but it did not affect their martial arts, such as fist techniques, saber techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, and so on. After many years of cultivation, those were more like instincts and talents. After all, martial arts like swordsmanship could be performed with or without extraordinary powers. However, with the enhancement of extraordinary powers, the power would be greatly increased. Martial arts was the experience of the mysteries of martial arts. Some people would leave marks on the rocks when they climbed the mountain, such as palm prints, sword marks, saber marks, and so on. Those traces often contained some profound mysteries that could be comprehended. Perhaps one could comprehend some profound mysteries from them, thereby improving one's own martial arts realm and indirectly increasing one's own strength. While thinking, Xianxia took a step forward and really climbed the sky-ceiling peak. As soon as he stepped onto the sky-ceiling peak, Xianxia immediately felt an invisible force pressing down on him from all directions. In just an instant, the tyrannical power that he had cultivated from the third level of the Fiend God Sword mantra was suppressed in an instant. In less than a breath, it was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. Subsequently, Xianxia also realized that the aura of the various great Daos in the world had also changed. The 5 great Daos that he had mastered also became extremely heavy and difficult to mobilize, just like the power of cultivation. What was not suppressed was the power of one's own body. That was the most fundamental power, not counting the power of chi cultivation and body refining cultivation. In addition, his realm was not suppressed either. Of course, realm was an intangible existence. It was not as powerful as cultivation and great Daos, which directly had shocking lethality. In a place like the sky-ceiling peak, realm was not of much use in climbing the mountain. Step by step, Xianxia began to climb the mountain. Using his own cultivation to resist the pressure of the invisible force field, he continued to climb up the mountain. The 990-meter-high mountain was actually not that high at all. With his cultivation, he could cross it in an instant. Even if an ordinary person wanted to climb a mountain that was more than 900 meters high, it would only take about 4 to 6 hours. However, that was not the case now. The more Xianxia climbed, the more he felt the pressure of the invisible force. It was getting stronger and stronger. That kind of pressure had to be resisted with his own cultivation, making the climb more and more difficult. Fortunately, Xianxia's control of his own strength had reached an astonishing level. Among his peers, there were few who could compare with him. Even if they had the same strength, Xianxia could still save more energy and retain more strength. Without the slightest pause, step by step, he continued to climb. He maintained a uniform speed and did not slow down because of the increasing pressure. Xianxia could still spare some attention to look at the stones. There were indeed marks on some of the stones, such as fist marks and finger marks. However, the marks on the stones at the bottom of the ceiling sky peak were relatively simple and ordinary. The martial arts mysteries contained in them were relatively shallow. Xianxia only needed to take a glance to understand the mysteries. However, there were still people who were comprehending. Not everyone was here to challenge the ceiling sky tablet. They were here to observe and comprehend the martial arts marks on the stones in order to improve their own martial arts level and enhance their strength. However, the higher the level of the stones, the more profound the mysteries contained in the martial arts marks. If possible, of course, they would try their best to climb and observe the more profound martial arts marks when they reached a higher level. Xianxia withdrew his gaze and continued to climb. Step by step, he did not slow down at all. It seemed that he was not affected by the increasing pressure. The higher he climbed, the closer he was to the peak. Xianxia also found that the higher the level of the stones, the more profound the martial arts marks were. When he climbed to 900 meters, Xianxia saw that the martial arts marks were even more different. First of all, the stones that carried the martial arts marks were not scattered stones, but stone tablets. The shapes were different. Some looked like palms, and some looked like swords. The martial arts marks on them corresponded to each other. For example, on a stone that looked like a palm, the traces of martial arts were a palm print. On the other hand, on a stone that looked like a sword, the traces of martial arts were sword marks. Xianxia paused slightly and stared at a stone tablet. It was a stone tablet in the shape of a fist. There was a fist mark on it. The fist mark looked ordinary, but when Xianxia stared at it carefully, everything around him seemed to disappear and was replaced by a vast expanse of heaven and earth. Immediately, a huge fist broke through the endless expanse of heaven and earth, carrying with it a terrifying power. It was extremely overbearing, as if it could sink the world into oblivion. When the fist fell, Xianxia felt a sense of overbearing and oblivion from it. It was as if under this fist, all things would end, sink completely into oblivion, and never be reincarnated. Zong came to his senses in a flash. He broke away from the vast expanse of heaven and earth, and also broke away from the lock of the huge oblivion fist. What a brilliant boxing technique! Zong stared at the fist mark again and could not help but secretly exclaim. He immediately looked away and looked at the other martial arts marks. Palm mark. Immediately, Zong fell into the same situation as before. He saw that the sky was boundless, and a palm mark fell from the sky. It was as if the sky was collapsing, as if the will of heaven was suppressing the world. Compared to the power of the fist, the palm mark was not inferior. Each had its own merits. Then, Zong looked at a sword mark. Reflected in his eyes was a ray of light. The light bloomed, traversed the vast sky, heaven and earth, and was everywhere. There was an extremely strong light erupting, like a bright sun. Under the bright sun, everything was enveloped and then destroyed. There was nowhere to hide. This is... Zong was slightly stunned. He suddenly remembered the sword that he had seen and felt with his own eyes. The great light sword of the bright Jiandi. In an instant, Zong was even more excited. He continued to observe. The great light Jiandi was an invincible heaven rank master that he knew and had seen with his own eyes. It was a monstrous swordsman. There was no doubt that it was very, very powerful. The sword intent that it had displayed at that time made Zong realize that he had no power to resist in front of it. Unless he used the divine arrival secret technique and let the sword-grinding mountain master possess his body. However, Zong did not want to be possessed again. Who knew if he could snatch his body back once it was possessed? No matter what, the Sword Emperor of Light was indeed a terrifying expert. Zong was also very curious about his great light sword. Now, through this sword scar, he was able to peek at some of its mysteries. He could even observe its mysteries and integrate them into his own swordsmanship to improve his own swordsmanship attainments. After a while, Zong finished comprehending the mysteries of this sword mark. After all, it was just a sword mark. Zong guessed that the great light Jiandi must have left it casually and not deliberately. Therefore, the mysteries of swordsmanship contained within it were not very profound. This was also relatively speaking. For those who were not as proficient in swordsmanship as Zong, they would feel that it was very profound and unfathomable. Other than the great light sword mark left by the great light Jiandi, Zong also comprehended the sword mark left by the Crimson Radiant Sword Sect and the Heaven Scar Sword Master. Titled, There Was No Distinction Between the Ranks. This was different from the outer universe. Here, there were many titles. The Jiandi did not mean that he was stronger than the Sword King. It was just a title, a representation. Zong's speed slowed down as he continued to comprehend. However, his gains were not small. He had deciphered various mysteries of swordsmanship and integrated them into his own swordsmanship system. He had further improved his swordsmanship. This was a form of consolidation and accumulation. It was a form of accumulation. Finally, Zong crossed the last 90 meters and stepped onto the top of Heaven's ceiling peak. There was a man-made platform here that was hundreds of square meters in size. At the center of it was a black stone tablet that was 10 meters tall. It looked very ancient. Zong's arrival attracted the attention of others. Zong was slightly stunned. He actually saw a familiar face. This person also saw Zong. Instantly, a terrifying cold light shot out from his eyes, as if he wanted to pierce through Zong. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Yu Feilong. You really came. Yu Feilong's eyes flashed as a cold smile appeared on his face. Zong was only a little surprised to see Yu Feilong here, but that surprise quickly disappeared. As for Yu Feilong's hostility, Zong did not pay much attention to it. Firstly, this was the sealed sky monument, and fighting was not allowed. Secondly, even if Yu Feilong fought, he would not be able to display much strength under the suppression of his extraordinary power. After all, his extraordinary power had to be used to resist the invisible force field here. Therefore, at most, it would be a contest of martial arts skills, and Yu Feilong would not be his opponent. Thirdly, the miraculous effects of the 2 lotus seeds had greatly increased his strength. Coupled with the comprehension he had gained from the sword scar, His swordsmanship had improved, and his strength had increased. Even if he were to fight with his full strength without any restrictions, Chenzong would not be afraid of Yu Feilong. Therefore, there was no need to be too concerned. Yu Feilong also knew that he could not do anything to Chenzong here. His swordsmanship was too exquisite, and he was not confident that he could defeat him in terms of swordsmanship alone. Moreover, killing was not allowed here. Since that was the case, he could only suppress his killing intent for the time being. Those who could climb the sealed sky peak and reach here were all extraordinary. However, because their extraordinary power was suppressed by the invisible force field, the strength of their auras could not be sensed, and there was no way to know their battle strength. However, Chenzong estimated that they were at least in the final realm, or even the transcendent realm. Chenzong stared at the black monument that was 10 meters tall. There were many words on it, and these words were all gold and silver, which was very different from the black ones. They were very clear and eye-catching. The title of Light Jiandi was among them, and there was also the Black King. Chenzong also saw titles such as Yi Jun, Sky Sword Emperor, and so on. There were not many titles with gold words, and they represented saint-level experts. In other words, after these people left their titles on the sealed sky monument, they had now broken through and become saint-level experts, and their titles had become gold. There were more titles in silver characters, which represented experts below the saint level. Thus, it was easy to tell them apart. Chenzong's eyes swept across the tablet and he immediately memorized it with his superb memory. There were more than 100 golden titles on the sealed sky tablet, which meant that there were more than 100 saint-level experts. Chenzong was shocked by the number of golden titles on the tablet. According to Chenzong's understanding, there weren't that many saint-level masters in the outer universe. There were probably only about 20 of them. Compared with the inner universe, there was a huge gap. Moreover, not all saint-level powerhouses had left their names on the sealed heaven monument. As for the silver titles, there were 10 times more titles than the gold ones. Chenzong was surprised. He couldn't help but yearn to be one of them. You have prepared for many years. This time I will definitely leave my name on the heaven sealing tablet. A tall and sturdy young man holding a stone rod strode towards the sealed sky monument. As he spoke, a powerful aura burst forth from him as he approached the sealed sky monument. The heaven sealing monument was only 10 meters tall. Normally, one would not need to exert much effort and could easily leap up or even hover in the air. But now, due to the pressure of the invisible force field, it was even more difficult than usual to leap up. The young man shook the stone staff in his hand, and the staff began to spin at an astonishing speed. It produced a series of trembling sounds as it suddenly tapped on the black monument. The moment the stone staff touched the sealed sky monument, there was a dull sound, and there seemed to be sparks sputtering. Using the stone staff as a brush, the young man carved his title on the sealed sky monument. Every stroke left a clear mark on the sealed sky monument. There was no break or pause in the process. Regardless of whether there was a break or a pause, it was equivalent to failure. Once you failed, you would have to wait 10 years before you could leave your name on the monument again. Therefore, this was an extremely rare opportunity. No one dared to challenge it lightly. Basically, they would wait until they were certain of success before they dared to challenge it. This young man only challenged it because he felt certain of success. However, it didn't mean that he would be able to leave his name on the monument just because he felt certain of success. Although there were thousands of titles on the sealed sky monument, which seemed like a lot, there were actually very few of them. This was the accumulation of countless years since ancient times. From time to time, there would be people who would challenge the sealed sky monument, wanting to leave their name on it. However, there were very few who could actually leave their name on it. After all, those who hadn't reached the extreme realm weren't qualified to leave their name. It was the same for the low realm. They couldn't even reach the top of the sealed sky peak. Most low realm cultivators couldn't reach the top either. Only the stronger high realm and super realm cultivators could reach the top. Reaching the top was only the most basic qualification to leave one's name on the monument. It didn't mean that one could leave their name on it. Among those who reached the top, the vast majority were unable to leave their name on the sealed sky monument. As the sturdy young man's stone staff spun at high speed, it continuously collided with the sealed sky monument. It continuously left behind marks. Those were strokes. Soon after, the young man's stone rod seemed to have encountered a great resistance as it paused slightly. This pause caused the young man's expression to abruptly change drastically. The strokes that he had originally drawn were fading and disappearing at a visible speed. Unable to continue, he was no longer able to remain in the air. His body fell. The sturdy young man's expression was extremely ugly. He had prepared for several years and had only come when he felt certain of success. He hadn't thought that he wouldn't even be able to finish writing the first character. No matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. He could only give up. "I'll go," said another person. With a flash of his body and mind, he stepped forward. Those who were able to reach the top of the mountain were not weak. Their control of their own strength was also very exquisite. Those who could still move after reaching this point were usually people who had some strength left. After that person got close to the sealed sky monument, he took a step forward. That step didn't land on the ground, but in the air. The air suddenly shook and ripples spread out like ripples. That person's body also charged up. It was as if he was flying into the sky. He directly arrived at the same level as the sealed sky monument. He instantly gathered his strength on his index finger and a speck of light shined. That finger immediately landed on the sealed sky monument. It was as if metal was colliding. In the next breath, it moved like a silver hook and iron drawing and wrote the first character. The first character was heaven. It was quickly written, but that character was a bit faint. Soon after, without stopping, he wrote the second character. Logically speaking, the fewer words and strokes a title had, the easier it would be to write it. However, that wasn't necessarily the case. There was a difference between the number of words and the number of strokes, but it wasn't that big. If you could write it, you could write it. If you couldn't, you couldn't. The most important thing was one's own ability. If one's ability was enough, they could write any number of words. If one's ability wasn't enough, they wouldn't be able to write it. Writing was the first step. Writing it didn't mean that one would be able to leave their name. It needed to be carved to a certain depth. As for the second character, he couldn't really write it down. His body paused as if he had lost some kind of support and directly fell. "Humph." Yu Filong coldly snorted. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Soon after, he took a step forward. His body was as nimble as a dragon and he had a grand aura. Long ago, he was somewhat confident that he would be able to leave his name on the sealed sky monument. After all, in order to leave his name on the sealed sky monument, he had done a lot of research and comparison. When he found out about the innate Saint Lotus, he planned to seize it. The more he obtained, the better. Unfortunately, because of the relationship between the Black King and the Radiant Jiandi, most of the innate Saint Lotus had been seized. Only a dozen lotus seeds had fallen. He had only managed to snatch 2 lotus seeds. The 2 lotus seeds had indeed brought him some benefits. He had a greater chance of leaving his name on the sealed sky monument. Now, Yu Filong made his move. His body moved forward like a dragon. When he got close to the sealed sky monument, he suddenly leaped up like a flying dragon. His posture had an indescribable charm. Looking at it from afar, it looked like a flying dragon in the sky. In the next moment, Yu Filong unsheathed his sword. The sword light flashed and a dragon's roar resounded. The sword light was as agile as a swimming dragon and landed on the sealed sky monument. The first character was carved out by Yu Filong's sword. It gave off a feeling of power and clarity. It was clearly much better than the previous 2 characters. Flying, Yu Filong didn't stop at all. He immediately carved the second character. Not long after, he carved the second character. It was a dragon character. Flying dragon, he also began to carve the third character without any hesitation. God, finally, he carved the fourth character. Sword, Flying Dragon Divine Sword, this was Yu Filong's title. His flying dragon sword technique was extremely profound and powerful. His ultimate skill, the Great Flying Dragon Divine Sword, was also extremely powerful and shocking. It was because of this that he was crowned with the title of Flying Dragon Divine Sword. Of course, it was inevitable that he would create some hype. One must know that Yu Filong came from a good background. He was a peerless genius of a sacred land. After carving out the words, Yu Feilong's body seemed to have lost its support and directly plummeted. However, his eyes remained fixed on the 4 words he had personally carved out on the heaven-sealing steel. His eyes flickered with light as his heart unconsciously sped up. An indescribable sense of nervousness and anticipation spread through him. Apprehension, filled with hope and fear of disappointment, everyone else's eyes were also fixed on the 4 characters on the sealed sky monument. It was the most crucial time to leave one's name on the sealed sky monument. The heaven-sealing tablet seemed to be trembling, slightly trembling. Soon after, there seemed to be an indescribable power spreading from the words Soaring Dragon's celestial sword. It was as if an invisible brush was tracing the strokes of the words. Strands of silver light were also produced. Yu Feilong couldn't help but clench his fists. His body unconsciously trembled. He became more and more excited and nervous. It's here. The most crucial moment, the final moment, has finally arrived. Will the silver light shatter and disappear, or will the silver light become more intense? These 2 represented 2 completely different outcomes. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. When the specks of silver light gradually became denser, they fused together and flowed on the 4 words like mercury. It was like wind and water, so natural and freehand. Yu Feilong couldn't help but shake his arms to express the excitement in his heart. Success, he had successfully left his name on the sealed sky monument. In the sky-sealing ancient city, a mysterious fluctuation spread out from the sky-sealing peak. Everyone in the sky-sealing ancient city sensed it. No matter what they were doing, they all stopped and turned to look at the sky-sealing peak and the sky-sealing tombstone at the peak. There seemed to be a faint sound of the great Tao echoing between heaven and earth. It was vast and indiscernible, but it was clear to everyone's ears. In the next moment, the sealed sky monument trembled and a silver light shot out from it. It was like a peerless sword light, carrying a monstrous sword intent. It pierced through the sky and pierced through the 9 heavens. It was so dazzling, so eye-catching, so dazzling, so dazzling. Another person has successfully left his name. Who is it? After so many years, someone has finally left his name. It's really not easy. Geniuses would come to challenge the sealed sky monument from time to time, but no one had succeeded in the past few years. Now, someone had finally succeeded. It was worthy of celebration. Under the sealed sky monument, Yu Feilong was extremely excited. After a long while, he gradually calmed down and exhaled a long breath. I finally did it. Yu Feilong's voice was very low, but his face was filled with indescribable ecstasy. Flying Dragon Divine Sword Yu Feilong, henceforth, it was no longer a title, but a title. The last 3 words did not need to be carved on the monument, but were automatically generated by the sealed sky monument. A title and a title were completely different. At this moment, Yu Feilong could feel that his connection with heaven and earth was becoming deeper and clearer. The mysteries of heaven and earth that he felt were vague in the past were gradually becoming clearer now. Leaving one's name on the sealed sky monument was not only a reputation benefit, but also a substantial benefit. It was a closer connection with the great Tao origin of heaven and earth, making it easier to comprehend. Yu Feilong turned around and swept his gaze across the crowd. At this moment, his attitude had changed, and he felt like he was looking down on them. It was like an ordinary person suddenly being rewarded by the imperial court and becoming a high-ranking official, holding great power. From now on, he would no longer be associated with ordinary people, but be above them. Seeing Yu Feilong's gaze, many people snorted. Chen Zong's expression did not change, and he ignored Yu Feilong. Another person went up to challenge, but he was still unable to leave his name behind. One of them had already carved his title, but in the end, he also failed, as if he was missing something. After countless years, many people had been studying the names left on the sealed sky steel. However, until now, there was no clear conclusion. There were only some guesses. Failure, 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 one by one, Chen Zong was the only one left. However, no one felt that Chen Zong would be able to leave his name on the heaven-sealing monument. Since ancient times, in the vast majority of the same batch, only one person would be able to leave their name behind. It was extremely rare for 2 people to appear. Chen Zong took a step forward. Under the control of his super strength, Chenzong was able to resist the pressure of the invisible force field while walking forward. It was not difficult at all. Step by step, Chenzong walked towards the sealed sky monument. When he was about 11 meters away from the sealed sky monument, Chenzong took a step forward. However, he did not step on the ground. Instead, he stepped on the air. The air seemed to have solidified. Under Chenzong's step, layers of ripples spread out. When he took the second step, he also stepped on the air. It was as if there was an invisible staircase. Step by step, with each step, he would be about a meter higher. When Chenzong approached the sealed sky monument, he had taken a total of 9 steps. He was 1 head taller than the sealed sky monument and was 2 meters away from it. At this distance, if he stretched out his hand, he would still be more than a meter away from the sealed sky monument. However, if he held a sword, it would be just right. The moment Chenzong's body was suspended in the air, Chenzong felt a force constantly pressing down from above. It wanted to suppress his body and make it impossible for him to remain suspended in the air. In an instant, he drew his sword. The sword flashed and moved freely. The tip of the sword fell on the sealed sky monument and cut it open. However, Chenzong also felt a resistance. A very strong resistance was blocking the tip of his sword. This was a confrontation of strength. In an instant, Chenzong understood that forcefully resisting would only cause the speed of his sword to become slower and slower. In the end, it would come to a halt and then fail. Only by taking advantage of the situation and borrowing strength would he be able to draw better. Under the One Heart Sutra, Chenzong's thinking speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he understood this point. The way he channeled his strength immediately changed. The difficult and obscure feeling of resistance also changed in an instant. It was much lighter. In the blink of an eye, the first word was drawn by Chenzong. None. So fast. How can he be so fast? Anyone who had challenged the sealed sky monument to leave their name knew that the resistance on the sealed sky monument was very strong. It was very shocking. They had also resisted it and used all kinds of methods, but in the end, they all failed. Only Yu Feilong succeeded. However, Yu Feilong also knew how difficult it was. He had really done his best to leave his name. But now, seeing Chenzong's drawing speed was so fast, more than twice as fast as his own, Yu Feilong was shocked and could not understand. How could this be? How could this be? After drawing the first word, Chenzong had another flash of understanding. He could not stop, not even the slightest pause. Otherwise, once he stopped, even if it was only for a moment, it would lead to failure. The reason why he was able to remain floating in the air was because of the mysterious power that was engraved on the heaven sealing tablet. That was why he was able to remain floating in the air and not fall. However, if he stopped, he would lose the support of that mysterious power and directly fall. The second word was double. Unparalleled, the 2 words were directly drawn by Chenzong. Then, the third word was sword. The sword of swordsmanship, the sword of Kendo doctrine. Everyone stared and held their breaths, as if they were afraid of disturbing Chenzong. In fact, even if they shouted and shouted, they could not disturb Chenzong at all, because Chenzong could not hear any of their voices. This was a kind of protection of the sealed sky field. It protected the challenger from being disturbed by external forces and failed. The fourth word was also drawn by Chenzong's sword. Emperor, unparalleled Jiandi. Chenzong's drawing speed was very fast and very smooth. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, giving people a kind of artistic beauty. It was as if a master of calligraphy was splashing ink with a brush. Compared to Chenzong's drawing, Yu Feilong's drawing was like a child drawing randomly with a twig. The difference was huge. They did not understand why Chenzong was so relaxed. Of course. They also knew that this did not mean that Chenzong was stronger than them. There must be other reasons. Yu Feilong's expression was extremely ugly. Putting aside whether Chenzong would be able to leave his name behind in the end, the speed Chenzong had displayed was simply too fast. It was completely faster than him, not even taking half the time he took. Moreover, the way Chenzong drew was extremely beautiful. It was not something he could compare with. When the tip of the sword left the sealed sky monument, the mysterious power disappeared. Chenzong's body fell with it. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he was as elegant as a sword immortal descending to the mortal world. Everyone's eyes fell on the sealed sky monument. To be precise, they were looking at the 4 big words on the monument. Unparalleled Jandi. Unparalleled Jandi. How arrogant. Someone could not help but whisper. Although there was no distinction between the titles on the sealed sky monument, in people's minds, there was a distinction. King and Emperor. In terms of perception, Emperor was always a higher level than King. However, in terms of personal strength, Emperor was not necessarily stronger than King. However, that was how a kind of cognition was. It was a kind of subjective cognition, a kind of feeling. Moreover, the 2 words unparalleled were already very shocking. Unparalleled, unparalleled, unparalleled in the world, and so on already gave people a very shocking feeling. Adding the 2 words Jandi to it, it was even more shocking. Chen Zong's original title of Unparalleled Sword had already caused many people to cry out in surprise. There were all kinds of discussions. Now that Unparalleled Sword had become Unparalleled Jandi, it was even more shocking. Specks of silver light suddenly appeared on the 4 words Unparalleled Jandi, attracting everyone's attention and attention. Gradually, the silver light became denser and denser. It flowed like water, and also like a gust of wind blowing past. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the people trembled. Did he succeed? Was he going to successfully leave his name? Sure enough, the 4 words Unparalleled Jandi were completely covered by the silver light. As if it had come to life, it emitted an earth-shattering sword intent. The sword intent was high and mighty, like an emperor. It carried an astonishing might as it rapidly spread out and filled the entire sealed sky monument. At the same time, an invisible ripple spread out from the sealed sky peak and swept through the entire sealed sky ancient city. Once again, the people of sealed sky ancient city felt it. What's going on? This feeling, could it be, the people who had already been shocked once were shocked again? Someone had left their name on the sealed sky monument again. What day was it today? 2 people had successfully left their names on the sealed sky monument. Shock, indescribable shock. In the next moment, a silver sword light shot out from the sealed sky monument at the top of the sealed sky peak. It seemed to pierce through the 9 heavens, sweeping up the clouds and shattering everything. The light was so dazzling, so eye-catching, so resplendent, as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down. That silver light was so magnificent and beautiful. Chen Zong stared at it, his eyes reflecting it. He was indescribably intoxicated. As the silver light shot up to the sky, Chen Zong also felt that some kind of barrier between him and this world seemed to have been broken by the light. It was rapidly shattering, and the connection between him and this world became clearer and clearer. This feeling was extremely wonderful. It was as if a fish had entered the water and began to swim, recovering its vitality and vitality. The silver light dissipated, leaving behind specks of starlight. The 4 words Unparalleled Jandi continued to flow with silver light. Behind the 4 words, 2 more words appeared, surname and first name. Chen Zong, Unparalleled Jandi Chen Zong. The name Unparalleled Jandi Chen Zong had been left on the sealed sky monument. From now on, Chen Zong's name would spread throughout the world. It was truly spreading throughout the world. It was even more effective than Chen Zong's repeated challenges. This way, if Yun Yanqin was really in the inner universe, he would know that Chen Zong had come. Leaving their names on the sealed sky tablet. There are actually 2 of them. This is amazing. This time, 2 people have left their names on the sealed sky tablet in succession. In the sealed sky ancient city, countless people were discussing animatedly. They put down the things they were doing because they were so excited that they didn't want to do anything at all. They just wanted to find someone to discuss and express the excitement in their hearts. There was no way not to be excited. Even if the people who left their names on the sealed sky tablet were not them and had nothing to do with them, it was still an honor to be able to witness it with their own eyes. At the top of the sealed sky peak, under the sealed sky tablet, Chen Zong didn't move. Instead, he stood in place and stared at the 6 small words on the sealed sky tablet. They were shining with silver light and were arranged behind the other silver light titles. There was no distinction between high and low titles. They were arranged according to the order in which they left their names. As he stared, the barrier between Qianzong and this world was constantly disappearing and his compatibility with this world was constantly improving. Vaguely, Qianzong also felt a kind of invisible attention. It was as if the will of heaven was paying attention to him, as if an invisible eye was staring at him. Qianzong didn't panic at all because this was the will of heaven in the ancient mysterious world of the inner universe. When he was in the outer universe, Qianzong was favored by the will of the universe, so he was very clear about this feeling. When he first entered the inner universe, Qianzong wasn't suppressed by the will of heaven and earth because this place was too advanced. Even if an outsider entered, he wouldn't be suppressed, but he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. It was like a tourist who could look and find things, but he didn't have any authority. As a result, Qianzong's cultivation remained stagnant. Even if he comprehended, his progress was slow. If it were not for the fact that he had accumulated enough knowledge and broken through to a new level in his basic sword techniques, Qianzong's battle prowess probably would not have been able to reach the final extreme. He would still be at the minor extreme. Fortunately, the breakthrough in his basic swordsmanship was made in the ancient mysterious world of the inner universe. To a certain extent, it also shook the sword principle origin of the ancient mysterious world, making Qianzong's improvement in swordsmanship more effective. Previously, Qianzong had used the 2 lotus seeds of the innate sacred lotus. Rather than saying that it allowed Qianzong to get closer to the great Tao of heaven and earth, it was more accurate to say that it temporarily removed the barrier between himself and this world. When the power of the 2 lotus seeds was exhausted, the barrier appeared again. It was as if a layer of fog had covered it, making it very unclear. But now, the barrier had really disappeared, and the layer of fog was also disappearing. It became increasingly clear, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. That feeling of clarity made Qianzong extremely moved. Qianzong couldn't miss such a great opportunity. Others, such as Yu Feilong, who had successfully left their names on the ceiling sky steel, definitely wouldn't have such a clear and strong feeling like Qianzong. Because they were originally from the ancient mysterious world, there was no barrier between them. Leaving their names on the ceiling sky steel only strengthened the connection between them. After the barrier disappeared, all the mysteries of heaven and earth seemed to be directly revealed. It was clearer and stronger than when he used the lotus seeds of the innate sacred lotus. Qianzong knew that this feeling was because the barrier had disappeared in an instant. If he got used to it after a period of time, the feeling wouldn't be so strong. This was an opportunity, a good opportunity to deepen his comprehension. He couldn't miss it. Qianzong operated the Heart Sutra at full force. But this time, Qianzong only comprehended the sword principle. With the help of the Heart Sutra, he comprehended the sword principle wholeheartedly. The efficiency was simply indescribable. It was extremely fast and amazing. Why did he only comprehend the sword principle? Qianzong knew that Yu Feilong must be waiting for him to deal with him. Yu Feilong's battle strength was already at the transcendent realm. After leaving his name on the ceiling sky steel, his strength would more or less increase. Therefore, he focused on comprehending his own sword principle to improve it and directly increase his battle strength. As for the other aspects, he would think about it later. Under the Heart Sutra, he comprehended the sword principle at full force. The efficiency was simply beyond Qianzong's expectations. It had reached an unimaginable level. With every breath, Qianzong could feel his sword principle improving. This improvement was the continuous excavation of the potential of the sword principle. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. As the excavation continued, it became more and more amazing. The breakthrough of the basic sword principle to a whole new level brought about shocking changes to Qianzong. Even after a year of continuous challenges, Qianzong still hadn't excavated the potential of the new level of the basic sword principle. There was at least half of it left. Now, this potential was being rapidly excavated by Qianzong. The speed was astonishing and the efficiency was superb. The progress was so terrifying that even Qianzong himself was shocked. Unfortunately, this couldn't last long. As time passed, about a quarter of an hour later, the effect of the comprehension gradually weakened. This was something that couldn't be helped, because Qianzong had begun to adapt to the mysteries of heaven and earth of the ancient mystic world. It wasn't until 2 hours later that Qianzong completely adapted to the mysteries of heaven and earth of the ancient mystic world. There was no longer the slightest barrier. Of course, the strong feeling of clarity also disappeared and was replaced by normalcy. Well, it was like a person who had been carrying a heavy load of thousands of kilograms all year round, staggering forward with difficulty. All of a sudden, the heavy load was unloaded and he became incomparably relaxed in an instant. He felt as if he could fly. However, this relaxed and carefree feeling would weaken and disappear with the passage of time. It was only because he had adapted to the feeling of not carrying a heavy load. After 2 hours, Qianzong stopped comprehending and lost the boost. If he continued to comprehend, he could still continue to improve, but it wouldn't be as fast. Since that was the case, there was no need to rush. Looking at the sealed heaven monument again, on top of it, the words Peerless Jiandi Qianzong were flashing with silver light, so clear and eye-catching. Compared to most of the other titles, the light was more dazzling. This was because Qianzong's title was new, and so was the Soaring Dragon Divine Sword Ju Feilong's title. As for the other titles, they had been around for a period of time, at least a few years, so their light was more obscure. Turning around, Qianzong's gaze swept across the crowd. Most people didn't dare to look at Qianzong. There was no other reason than because Qianzong's power was too tyrannical. First, it was the power of leaving his name on the sealed heaven monument, then the power of comprehending it. Only Yu Feilong's eyes were staring at Qianzong, flashing with light. "Qianzong, do you dare to fight with me?" Yu Feilong's eyes became sharper, as if he wanted to pierce through Qianzong. "Why not?" Qianzong replied, neither too fast nor too slow. Just as well, his sword principle had improved, and his battle strength had soared. He should have reached the level of the transcendent plane without a doubt. There was nothing to be afraid of fighting with Yu Feilong. Even if Yu Feilong didn't invite him to fight, Qianzong planned to create an opportunity to test his strength. Very well. Yu Feilong's lips curled into a cold smile. Immediately, he walked down the sealed heaven peak. However, Yu Feilong didn't go down the mountain directly. Instead, he found a rock 900 meters above the sealed heaven peak and slashed out with his sword. A resounding dragon roar suddenly rang out. Soon after, a ray of sword light slashed out and landed on the rock, leaving behind a sword mark. The sword mark looked like a flying dragon. In the next moment, the rock immediately changed, turning into a sword-shaped stone tablet that stood tall. This scene made Qianzong secretly surprised. So this was how the martial arts stone tablets were left here. After Yu Feilong left the martial arts stone tablet, he turned around and glanced at Qianzong. Qianzong glanced around and found an empty rock. He unsheathed his sword and instantly slashed out. The sword light broke through the air and directly slashed the rock, leaving a deep sword mark. "It's so hard." Qianzong was secretly surprised by the hardness of the rock. It was incomparable to ordinary rocks. In the next moment, the stone seemed to have been transformed by a layer of formless power and turned into the shape of a sword. It stood tall on heaven's ceiling peak. Traces of Qianzong's sword were left on it, and it contained the secrets of Qianzong's swordsmanship. However, it was only part of the secrets and not all of them. This way, it would be enough for the future generations to comprehend. The further down the mountain, the lighter the pressure was and the faster the speed. Qianzong also followed. "Let's go. Let's follow and see." The people who failed to leave their names on the sealed heaven tablet felt that there was no point in staying. After all, this was a battle between experts who left their names on the sealed heaven tablet. Such a battle was rare. Soon, Yu Feilong and Qianzong descended the sealed heaven peak. The pressure disappeared immediately and the two of them sped up, flying out of the sealed heaven ancient city. The rules of the sealing heaven ancient city were very clear. Fighting was not allowed within the city. Once someone violated this rule, the consequences would be very serious. The lightest punishment would be to be caught and punished, while the heaviest punishment would be to be suppressed and captured on the spot, or even killed. No matter what, it was not a good thing. Just the punishment alone would not only cost the offender over 10,000 cultivation coins, it would also be a disgrace. If they wanted to fight, there was only one way, and that was to leave the sealed heaven ancient city. That way, they would not violate the rules of the sealed heaven ancient city. Although they could not fly, Yu Feilong and Qianzong were very fast. Yu Feilong's figure was as nimble as a swimming dragon. He rushed through the streets of the sealed heaven ancient city and headed towards the city gate. Chen Zong followed closely behind. His figure was also very agile, like a gust of wind. He was not obstructed in the slightest. Follow. Quick, quick. The people who came down from the sealed heaven peak quickly followed, causing many cultivators on the streets of the sealed heaven ancient city to be astonished. What's going on? Someone immediately asked. The two new experts who left their names on the sealed heaven tablet are going to fight. Someone casually replied while running quickly. What? The two new experts who left their names on the sealed heaven tablet are going to fight. Quick, follow. The news quickly spread like a storm. It was so quick that even more people began to move, quickly heading out of the heaven-sealing ancient city. Yu Feilong and Chen Zong also rushed out of the sealed heaven ancient city. Outside the sealing heaven ancient city, about 100 miles away, there was a piece of empty land that was dozens of miles wide. The surface of the land was full of potholes and ruins, and there were countless rocks and ravines. It looked like a battlefield. In fact, it was not allowed to fight in the sealed heaven's ancient city. Once cultivators had any conflicts that needed to be resolved, they would come outside the city. This place was one of the most common battlegrounds for cultivators to resolve their conflicts and grievances. It was also the closest and most convenient location to the sealed heaven's ancient city. In this piece of empty land, Yu Feilong and Chen Zong were 100 meters apart, facing each other. Many people had gathered around the empty land, all of them here to watch the battle. It was an honor to be able to watch a battle between two people who had left their names on the sealed heavens monument. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Yu Feilong's tyrannical aura continued to spread out, rushing in all directions. There seemed to be a faint dragon roar, causing his aura to become even more tyrannical. In the next breath, Yu Feilong drew his sword. A sword light flashed as sword howls sounded out like the roars of dragons, and they grew louder and louder. They repelled the surroundings and shook out layer upon layer of ripples that wantonly spread out, causing a strong storm to sweep up and blow the shattered rocks on the ground in the surroundings to the point they rolled about. The sword will soared into the sky, and the high-pitched dragon roar became more and more astonishing. It was as if it had shattered the clouds, stirring up the surroundings, and was vast and mighty. An astonishing sword down momentum also spread out. What a powerful sword will! The spectators were shocked, and there was no lack of transcendent realm experts among them. After all, there was a difference between leaving one's name on the sealed heavens monument and leaving one's name on the sealed heavens monument was equivalent to obtaining the recognition of the ancient profound world's heavenly will. There would be an invisible boost when using the great Tao origin power that one had mastered. With the eruption of Yu Feilong's sword intent, the tyrannical sword aura also came crashing down without any hesitation. The formless pressure seemed to cause the ground to cave in, and countless rocks were crushed once again. Chen Zong squinted his eyes and immediately sensed that Yu Feilong's sword intent had become even stronger. Compared to before, it was at least several times stronger. The battle prowess of the surpassing realm had increased by several times, which was undoubtedly a shocking increase. Erupt, Chen Zong's sword will also erupted. Monster sword will and sword will were extremely overbearing. As soon as it appeared, it rushed straight up as if it had shattered the 9 heavens. It was as if it could cleave through an army of thousands and sweep everything before it. This sword intent was grand and overbearing to the extreme, and it was also boundlessly sharp. It was as if nothing in the world could resist it. The spectators became more and more shocked. In the next moment, the two sword wills collided. This was the sword wills of the transcendent realm. They were extremely powerful sword wills. The power that burst out from the collision was even more terrifying. The two sword wills that were derived from the two sword wills also collided with shocking power. Rumble, it was as vast and mighty as thunder, but there was no thunder. There was only the sound of the collision of the two sword wills. It was extremely shocking, and the power that erupted was also incomparable. It suppressed everything. The rocks that had been crushed once again were directly crushed by this terrifying power, turning into dust and flying everywhere. Yu Feilong's face involuntarily darkened. Previously, he had fought Chen Zong. With just a few exchanges of swords, he knew that Chen Zong was at the final realm and was no match for him. If the battle continued, he would be suppressed or even killed by him. But now, although he had not drawn his sword to fight, the sword will that erupted from Chenzong was not inferior to his own. It was extremely overbearing and shocking. How could this be? Could it be that Chenzong had gained more benefits after leaving his name on the sealing heaven tablet than he had? This seemed to be impossible. No matter what, Chenzong's sword will were so overbearing that it exceeded Yu Feilong's expectations. However, he was the one who initiated this battle. If he ended it now, it would undoubtedly be humiliating, very humiliating. Moreover, Yu Feilong did not believe that Chenzong's combat strength could really increase to the point where he could contend with him in a short period of time. He had to eliminate Chenzong in this battle. I admire your courage. Yu Feilong's lips curled into a confident smile. Today will be a very special day. It will be a day that will be remembered by future generations. We will witness two people leaving their names on the sealing heaven tablet, and we will also witness one of them falling here. The meaning behind his words was none other than that Chenzong would die here today, under his sword. When the people around heard this, they were shocked and their expressions changed. Was this battle a battle to the death? When they thought of this, they felt excited for no reason. There was a difference between a battle that determined victory and a battle that determined life and death. If it was a battle of life and death, then they would not hold back at all. If it was a battle of life and death, then they would not hold back at all. They would use all their means and even their trump cards, just to fight to the death. In this way, a battle to the death would often be more intense and exciting than a battle to the death. It won't be me. Chenzong narrowed his eyes and replied unhurriedly. Since Yu Feilong's goal was to kill him, he would not show mercy this time. Of course, he would not kill Yu Feilong, but it was not impossible to cripple Yu Feilong's cultivation. He would never tire of crippling people. As the two of them exchanged words, the sword will clashed even more fiercely. The aura became more and more terrifying. When the clash reached its peak, Yu Feilong exploded. His figure flashed and he stepped into the air like a flying dragon. He also slashed out with his sword. His body and sword became one. The power condensed and turned into a dragon-shaped sword light that tore through the sky. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed, leaving behind a shocking trail. Kill, Chenzong could only vaguely see a flying dragon breaking through the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It carried with it an astonishing power. He drew his sword, the sword light flashed and suddenly tore a crack as thick as a finger in the void. The crack quickly spread out like a bolt of black lightning. With this sword, Chenzong knew that his combat strength had increased a lot compared to before. The space origin in the inner universe was more powerful, causing the space to be much stronger than in the outer universe. Therefore, it was dozens of times more difficult to tear the void here than in the outer universe. Now, Chenzong felt that his sword could easily tear the void as quickly as a sharp blade cutting through paper. He knew that his strength had indeed increased a lot. The sword light clashed, and in an instant, an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resounded. Countless sparks sputtered out. As a heaven-rank super-realm expert and a peerless genius, the sword in Yu Feilong's hand was naturally not an ordinary sword. It was a heaven-rank sword with extraordinary power. After Chenzong's heavenly will sword had partially recovered, it was equivalent to a heaven-rank super-realm sword in this world. It was not weak at all. The moment the two swords clashed, the first ear-piercing sound rang out. Then, more ear-piercing sounds rang out continuously, becoming denser and more intense. The fierce battle was endless, sparks sputtered wildly, covering all directions. The astonishing sword chi tore through everything and penetrated everything. It was as if nothing could stop it. The sword will swept out, causing the spectators to be shocked. As the battle raged on, the sword will and sword force seemed to be constantly pushed forward, becoming more and more tyrannical. The more they fought, the more shocked Yu Feilong became. Last time, he was able to suppress Chenzong with his extremely powerful combat strength. But this time, he was unable to suppress Chenzong. Yu Feilong even felt a strong threat from Chenzong's swordsmanship. Slash, the dragon's roar suddenly exploded like rolling thunder. As the sword light surged, it carried with it an earth-shattering power and directly slashed without mercy. Chenzong's body was instantly cut into pieces, but it was only an afterimage. The moment the sword light shattered the afterimage, it exploded and turned into dozens of dragon-shaped chi forces that rushed out, covering all directions and shattering everything. Yu Feilong's second sword fell again. A huge flying dragon sword light traversed the sky. It was at least 100 meters long, sweeping everything in its path. Great Flying Dragon Sword, it was Yu Feilong's best sword technique. Dragon soars to the ninth heaven, the flying dragon flew across the sky and locked onto Chenzong by sensing his chi. It made Chenzong feel that he could not dodge. No matter where he dodged, he would be pursued. Since that was the case, there was no need to dodge. He directly faced the attack head-on. He sheathed his sword and pulled it out again. Slash, Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique? Nature's Minute Dust, this sword was originally an extremely tyrannical sword technique. After being perfected again and again, it became even more tyrannical. Now that Chenzong's combat strength had broken through the final realm and reached the transcendent realm, the power of this sword technique had reached an astonishing level. Smash, the dragon soars to the ninth heaven's sword light was immediately shattered and turned into nothingness. The power of the Nature's Minute Dust directly blasted towards Yu Feilong. It was extremely overbearing and terrifying. Yu Feilong's expression changed greatly. He paused and retreated in an instant like a flying dragon riding the sky. He made an arc and directly avoided the attack. He turned around and attacked with his sword. It was like a giant dragon reaching out its claws towards Chenzong. Flying dragon claws, sword after sword, like a flying dragon reaching out its claws, like a flying dragon swinging its tail, or like a flying dragon overturning the ground. The power of each sword was very tyrannical. One sword after another, each sword was fatal. Yu Feilong's full combat strength was unleashed. However, no matter how Yu Feilong unleashed his attacks, he could not really attack Chenzong. He could not really threaten Chenzong. Instead, under Chenzong's swordsmanship and sword-way divine skill, each sword was neutralized by Chenzong. The spectators retreated even further because the sword essence and sword force were too tyrannical. It was so tyrannical that they were trembling in fear. The more intense the battle was, the more serious Yu Feilong's expression became. His eyes became deeper and wisps of light condensed. The aura around him also became more terrifying. How did Chenzong's combat strength increase to such a level? Yu Feilong became more and more shocked. It seemed that it would not be easy to defeat or even kill Chenzong. In this case, he had to unleash even more power. Bloodline, the bloodline of the five-clawed flying dragon was activated in an instant. The dragon's roar became louder and louder, becoming more and more frightening. Scales began to appear on Yu Feilong's skin. In the blink of an eye, they covered his entire body. Those were dragon scales. As the dragon scales appeared, Yu Feilong's aura rose steadily. Bloodline, it was a kind of power hidden in the body. If this power was weak, it was difficult to sense. If it was strong, it could even shatter the vacuum. The five-clawed flying dragon bloodline was a powerful bloodline. It was one of the heavenly bloodlines and was very famous. It was ranked higher than Tantai Baimu's Breath of the Wind bloodline, which had been destroyed by Chenzong. It was one of the top 10 bloodlines among the heavenly bloodlines. Its potential was amazing and its cultivation talent was also very outstanding. It was precisely because of the bloodline of the five-clawed flying dragon that Yu Feilong was able to cultivate to the level of super extreme before he was even 100 years old. Furthermore, he had successfully left his name on the sealed sky monument and obtained the title of Flying Dragon Celestial Sword. From then on, his name would spread far and wide, and he would become one of the top geniuses in the ancient mystic world. There was a clear difference between those who had left their names on the sealed sky monument and those who had not. Now, Yu Feilong had stimulated the bloodline power of the five-clawed flying dragon bloodline. His whole body was covered with dragon scales and a terrifying power spread throughout his body. His body became taller and stronger. Strands of powerful aura spread out and turned into cyclones that surged in all directions. Vaguely, the half-dragon Yu Feilong let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. It became more and more resounding and his pupils changed greatly. A feeling of being high and mighty, as if he was looking down on all living things, swept past, causing the people in the surroundings to feel insignificant from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if a low-end life form had encountered a high-end life form. That feeling of being unable to control themselves and trembling uncontrollably was uncontrollable. Dragons were originally a very powerful life form, a very high-end life form. Naturally, the bloodline of dragons was also very extraordinary. Facing Yu Feilong, who had stimulated the five-clawed flying dragon bloodline, Qinzong could not help but feel awe. His expression became more and more dignified. Strong, at this moment, the aura that Yu Feilong exuded was more than twice as strong as before. The surging power continuously surged out from his body, repelling the air around him and forming a vacuum. Yu Feilong's arm was like a dragon's claw, tightly clasping the long sword. Strands of golden light spread out on the sword like veins, making the sword and his arm seem to be directly connected. The aura of the sword also increased by more than twice as much as before. The sword also grew larger and more compatible with Yu Feilong's current form. Dragon form, in the next breath, Yu Feilong directly waved the sword and slashed out a terrifying sword light. That sword strike was merciless. Just as Yu Feilong had said before, today was an extremely important day. It would be a day that the future generations would remember forever. That was because today, two people who had left their names on the heaven sealing monument had appeared at the same time. Today, one of the people who had left their names on the heaven sealing monument would be eliminated. Yu Feilong, who had activated the bloodline power of the five-clawed flying dragon, had his battle prowess soared to the extreme. His great flying dragon godly sword was also capable of surpassing his limits. Originally, the great flying dragon godly sword was created based on the five-clawed flying dragon's bloodline. It was most compatible with the power of the five-clawed flying dragon's bloodline. Slash. 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 The power of each slash was more than twice as strong as before. Each slash was accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, bringing with it an astonishing power. Pressure, wave after wave of terrifying pressure assaulted Yu Feilong as if there was no end to it. Yu Feilong, who had transformed into a dragon, waved his sword repeatedly, causing the sword to disappear. Only sword lights could be seen traversing the vast sky. Those sword lights were like flying dragons, dancing wildly in the sky. At a glance, it seemed as if there were dozens of golden flying dragons dancing and shuttling back and forth in the sky. Every sword light dragon rushed towards Qinzong. The sword power was terrifying and direct. For a moment, Qinzong was besieged by dozens of sword light dragons. He could only wave his sword continuously to resist the crazy attacks of the sword light dragons. For a moment, it was difficult to find a chance to counterattack. However, Qinzong's expression was calm, and there was no trace of panic in his heart. Instead, he calmly resisted and looked for a chance to counterattack. After Yu Feilong's dragonization, his entire state of mind changed. He became high and mighty, tyrannical and overbearing. It was as if everyone was like an ant in his eyes. If anyone dared to resist, he would kill them with a swing of his sword. Now, in his eyes, Qinzong was an ant. An ant that could be killed with a swing of his sword. The dragonized Yu Feilong continued to swing his sword. He did not need to get close to Qinzong, he only needed to swing his sword continuously. Every time he swung his sword, a golden sword light dragon would appear in the sky. It was at least 10 meters long, and it carried a terrifying power as it shot down from the sky. It was as if it could break the sky, and it was merciless. Moreover, the sword light dragon directly locked onto Qinzong's chi. There was no way to dodge it. He could only resist it. One sword light dragon was shattered by Qinzong's sword. 2 sword light dragons were also shattered by Qinzong's sword. 3, 4, 5, however, Qinzong could shatter one sword light dragon after another. The sword light dragon's power was not weak at all. Qinzong's body continued to fall. When he fell to the ground, he was bombarded again and again. The ground caved in, and his whole body sank into the ground. Suddenly, Yu Feilong raised his sword, and a terrifying sword light wreaked havoc. Strands of dragon-patterned sword chi burst out, and sword light soared to the sky. In the sky, there seemed to be endless rumbling of thunder, shaking the surroundings. The sky shook and the earth shook. A terrifying aura spread out like a storm. Slash, along with Yu Feilong's roar, the huge sword light directly slashed down. It turned into a golden sword light that was 100 meters long. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was vivid and lifelike. It was like a real dragon that struck down from the sky. Before the 100-meter-long golden flying dragon was completely shot down, a second 100-meter-long golden flying dragon was formed and shot down as well. One after another, the golden dragons that were 100 meters long struck down with a terrifying force. There were a total of 9 of them, and each of them used up all of Yufeilong's battle strength. Great Flying Dragon Celestial Sword? 9 Heavens Flying Dragon 9 kills. This move was the strongest unique skill of the Great Flying Dragon Celestial Sword. It was his ultimate move. However, because it was too powerful and consumed too much power, Yufeilong could not perform it without activating the power of the 5-clawed Flying Dragon bloodline. However, after activating the power of the 5-clawed Flying Dragon bloodline, his strength increased a lot, and he could perform his strongest ultimate move. Chenzong could not dodge this move. He could only resist it. True Sword Grinding Technique, Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique? Swallows Fly Twice, Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique? All Creations Dust, Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique? One sword piercing the 9 heavens, burst. In just an instant, Chenzong burst out continuously. The power of his cultivation poured out like a torrent. Even though Chenzong had activated the heavenly gold sword body with all his strength and his body was strong, he still felt sore for a moment. It was as if he was being torn apart. Under the extreme burst of power, the sword light collided. The sky and the earth were shattered. Countless rays of light shot out. The earth shook, and the void trembled. Terrifying storms swept up. The expressions of the spectators changed greatly. They were extremely shocked. They were horrified by the power of the collision. Their battle strength was not weak. There were low extremities, high extremities, and super extremities. However, they were not as strong as Chenzong and Yufeilong. When the sword light completely dissipated and the shocking tremors quieted down, Chenzong had disappeared. Only a huge hole appeared in front of the crowd. Their expressions changed greatly. Looking at the hole, they felt a chill in their hearts. Terrifying, the hole was huge, and the aura it emitted was very shocking. It was the aura left behind by the previous attack. Chenzong had disappeared. He must have been beaten to a pulp. His soul must have been scattered. Sure enough, today would be a day that would be remembered by the world. 2 people had left their names on the sealed sky monument, and 1 more person had been killed. It was equivalent to having his name removed from the sealed sky monument. Yufeilong stood high above. His eyes flashed with an indifferent golden light. In the next moment, a sword will spread out from the huge hole. At first, it was very faint, like intermittent wisps of mist. However, it grew stronger and stronger. It surged up like a raging tide. It rushed up to the sky and tore the sky apart. Compared to before, this sword will seem to have changed. It was an indescribable transformation. Immediately after, a sword light soared into the sky from the pit. This time, I have to thank you. Chenzong's robe was tattered. He stared at Yufeilong with a smile on his face. It had to be said that thanks to Yufeilong's violent attack, although Chenzong was badly injured, he could naturally recover in an instant with the power of the mysterious seed. Moreover, the potential of the new realm of his basic sword techniques was completely developed by Chenzong in this battle. Breakthrough, the continuous accumulation and precipitation in the past also erupted. Chenzong's sword principal realm instantly soared. It surpassed the origin level and was infinitely close to the supreme level. There was another name for this level. It was called the quasi-supreme level. It was higher than the origin level and lower than the supreme level. It was between the 2 levels, but had a trace of the power of the supreme level. It was the quasi-supreme level. The quasi-supreme sword principal realm. The quasi-supreme sword realm. At this moment, Chenzong was in such a state. It was a wonderful feeling. It was as if he would burst forth. With a trace of inspiration on the sword principle at every moment. It was as if he was comprehending the sword principle all the time. The origin of sword principle in this world also became clearer. Strands of light flickered endlessly in Chenzong's eyes. As he observed his surroundings, he saw strands of faintly discernible strands fluctuating endlessly. Those strands were so tiny that they were almost undetectable, disappearing in a flash as if they were an illusion. However, the instant Qianzong saw those strands of light flickering and appearing, he felt a strange sensation. It was as if as long as he could capture those strands of light, he would be able to capture a unique trajectory that contained astonishing mysteries. Yu Feilong, who was in dragon form, was extremely powerful. He was undoubtedly an excellent candidate to test the sword principle. Let's have a taste of the quasi-supreme sword realm's power. The wind was strong, and the sky was cloudless. Only the shocking sword intent kept gushing out, as if it could shatter the 9 heavens. It was getting more and more terrifying. This sword intent was surging out from Yu Feilong's dragonized body. It was extremely violent, like a raging tide. Qianzong's sword intent didn't feel as strong as Yu Feilong's. On the contrary, it seemed to be very weak, but it also had a drifting and unpredictable feeling. If one were to sense it more carefully, they would discover the terror contained within. It was a great terror that could tear through everything. Facing the tyrannical sword intent of Yu Feilong, Qianzong's expression didn't change. He used his own sword intent to resist the impact of Yu Feilong's tyrannical sword intent. He didn't move at all, and he was carefully comprehending the changes, especially the changes in his own sword intent. In the quasi-supreme sword principle realm, his sword intent had also risen to the quasi-supreme sword intent level. It had surpassed the origin sword intent, and was close to the supreme sword intent. The ultimate move of the great flying dragon godly sword, the 9 heavens flying dragon 9 kills, didn't kill Qianzong. It even seemed that Qianzong's robe was damaged, and he wasn't injured at all. Yu Feilong was puzzled. However, the truth was right in front of him. There was only one explanation. A supreme treasure. Yu Feilong murmured. His eyes shone with a cold light. Qianzong must have some kind of healing treasure on him that could heal all injuries in an extremely short amount of time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be unharmed after taking on the 9 heavens flying dragon's 9 kills. He must have been injured and recovered with the help of some treasure. Yu Feilong's figure flashed across the sky. His body and sword became one, and he directly attacked. The golden dragon great sword slashed down. It was as if the sword could split the world, and he wanted to cut Qianzong in half. Let's see what kind of ability your supreme treasure has. Yu Feilong's sword was extremely tyrannical. The void was directly cut open, and then shattered. No matter what it was, it would be cut open by this sword. Cut, Qianzong didn't dodge at all. He stood there motionless, staring at the rapidly approaching Yu Feilong and his sword. After dragon forming, Yu Feilong's power was even stronger. His speed was also much faster. In the eyes of the other supreme experts, they could barely catch a glimpse of Yu Feilong's figure. It was very blurry. However, in Qianzong's eyes, although Yu Feilong's speed was very fast, his figure was very clear, and his trajectory was also very clear. This was because when Yu Feilong's sword arrived, Qianzong's eyes saw strands of silk appear on Yu Feilong's body. These silk strands were flickering and fluctuating, allowing Qianzong to better predict the changes in his opponent's trajectory. In the next breath, Qianzong swung his sword. It was a simple sword strike, a casual sword strike, but it gave people the feeling of a child casually swinging a tree branch, but it was not so simple and crude. When this sword strike was swung, it coincided with one of the flashing trajectories and locked onto Yu Feilong's subsequent changes. Yu Feilong suddenly realized that his sword strike, which carried an extremely terrifying power, seemed to be unknowingly weakened. This feeling was very strange. It was as if a gust of wind blew through dust, blowing up layer after layer of dust, causing the dust to constantly drift and eventually disappear. The power of this sword strike was also weakened to the extreme, unable to pose any threat to Qianzong. Immediately after, Qianzong's sword pierced towards Yu Feilong. The speed of the sword was not fast and appeared ordinary. However, it gave Yu Feilong a feeling that he could not dodge and could only block with his sword. With a slight but sharp clang, Qianzong's sword struck Yu Feilong's sword. Yu Feilong's expression suddenly changed. He felt that it was just an ordinary sword strike, as if it didn't have much power. However, in an instant, an extremely terrifying power erupted, as if it was the full blow of an ancient beast puppet. He couldn't take it, the golden dragon greatsword bent in an instant. The terrifying power caused the bent greatsword to strike Yu Feilong's sternum. With a clear cracking sound, one of his ribs was broken and he was sent flying. Unbelievable, dragonized Yu Feilong was stunned. It should be known that the strength of a dragon was extremely tyrannical and shocking, capable of shattering the heavens and the earth. The five-clawed flying dragon was also a top-tier existence in the dragon clan. Once the power of the bloodline was stimulated, Yu Feilong's tyrannical strength directly increased by a lot. It could be said that among those at the same level, there were very few who could compete with him in terms of strength after activating the power of the bloodline. But now, he was repelled. It was just a sword strike, a seemingly ordinary sword strike. He didn't understand, but Chen Zong himself understood why. It looked like a simple sword, but in fact, it contained an extremely terrifying power. The advantage that the faintly discernible trajectory brought to Chen Zong was a kind of deduction. It was as if he could foresee the opponent's next move, so he could react in advance. This was a change brought about by the quasi-supreme sword realm. Of course, in all fairness, it didn't bring much help to Chen Zong, because Chen Zong could deduce extremely quickly under the One Heart Sutra, and could vaguely foresee it. But if the opponent was too strong, the effect of the deduction would be constantly weakened. The trajectory brought about by the quasi-supreme sword realm was faintly discernible and hard to grasp. If it was always there, the significance would be completely different, and it would be of great help. However, Chen Zong reckoned that it would only be like this when he reached the true supreme sword principal realm. The real improvement that the quasi-supreme sword realm brought to Chen Zong was integration. Integrating one's swordsmanship and strength was like condensing different ropes and twisting them into one. It was different from the condensation in the past. It wasn't forcibly condensed, but condensed according to a certain pattern, coexisting with each other, and having both power and mystery. However, Chen Zong knew that he was still exploring, and had only grasped the quasi-supreme sword realm in the initial stage. There was still great potential to be unearthed. Just this alone made his swordsmanship undergo a transformation. That sword strike appeared to be very ordinary, yet it had actually returned to its original state and was impossible to dodge. Moreover, it contained an extremely terrifying power that was powerful and overbearing to the extreme. When the sword struck Yu Feilong's sword, it was as if a star had collided with it, a world had collided with it. Its power was overbearing to the extreme. Yu Feilong was directly injured, although such an injury was nothing to him. With the awakening of the five-clawed flying dragon's bloodline, he could quickly recover from it. The second sword strike followed. The sword strike still gave people the feeling that it was so simple and understated, but the speed of the sword had increased by a few notches. Yu Feilong found that he still couldn't dodge it, and could only wave his sword to block it. Once again, his sword was struck, and the terrifying power pushed across, like the impact of an ancient mountain. He couldn't completely withstand it, and was sent flying again, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Chen Zong stood still, and was already hundreds of meters away from Yu Feilong. He raised his sword again, and his eyes were calm and indifferent. He stared at Yu Feilong, who was hundreds of meters away, and made Yu Feilong feel that he couldn't dodge it no matter what. Chen Zong couldn't dodge it. No matter how he changed, he couldn't dodge it. He waved his sword again. They were hundreds of meters apart, but the moment Chen Zong waved his sword, it was as if he had crossed the distance in an instant, and the sword arrived. The third sword strike was even faster than the second. Yu Feilong was hit by the sword again, and was sent flying. This time, he spat out 5 mouthfuls of blood. Chen Zong found that Yu Feilong's strong physique and powerful combat strength made him an excellent target for practicing swordsmanship. The superb realm of the quasi-supreme sword realm gave Chen Zong more profound swordsmanship attainments. With this as the foundation, Chen Zong integrated all the swordsmanship that he had learned and created. Hard swordsmanship, world swordsmanship, void kill swordsmanship, ancient swordsmanship. The mystery of each swordsmanship was extracted by Chen Zong one by one, and then integrated into each sword strike. With each strike, Chen Zong's swordsmanship improved, approaching the quasi-supreme swordsmanship. All swords in one, it was the same for swordsmanship, and so was swordsmanship. The mystery of thousands of swordsmanship all merged into one. That was the culmination of swordsmanship. It was the pinnacle and the strongest. This was Chen Zong's path of supreme swordsmanship. Different swordsmen had different swordsmanship and different swordsmanship. Chen Zong's path was to integrate the mystery of thousands of swordsmanship into one. This was the most difficult path, and the most complicated way. Because one had to constantly learn, comprehend, and see the mystery of various swordsmanship to absorb their essence, it was destined to take a long time. In addition to a long time, one had to have sufficient talent. Otherwise, if one did not have enough talent, no matter how hard one worked, it would be a waste of time. If one had enough talent, it would take a long time, 10 times or even dozens of times longer than others. Chen Zong was different. He had superb talent in the way of the sword. Coupled with his shocking comprehension ability and the assistance of the Heart Sutra, Chen Zong was able to save over 100 times the amount of time. That was why he could walk such a path. Even so, Chen Zong had a deep understanding of the hardships. If he did not have many opportunities, such as when some swordsmanship experts tried to take over his body, failed, and left their cultivation experience and comprehension of swordsmanship, and so on, and turned them into his own things, he was afraid that he would have to spend more than 10 times the time to get to this point. But he dared not say anything. Now that he had finally reached this level, he could continue to improve, and he could see the hope of continuing to improve. It was like a great road to heaven. One sword after another, each sword was faster than the last, more domineering than the last, and more mysterious than the last. However, every sword strike that he unleashed looked ordinary and mediocre. Each sword move was an integration, a kind of improvement. Chen Zong felt that his swordsmanship had improved, and he was not far from surpassing the origin swordsmanship and reaching the level of quasi-supreme swordsmanship. Chen Zong was immersed in this improvement, but Yu Feilong was not. He was hit again and was constantly injured. He spat out dozens of mouthfuls of blood, and the bloodline power of the 5-clawed flying dragon was constantly being consumed. Yu Feilong's face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. 9 swords, it was just 9 swords, and he had fallen to this point. It was hard to believe. When he saw Chen Zong raise his sword again, his eyelids twitched unconsciously, and an indescribable fear suddenly erupted from the depths of his heart. Like a flood bursting a dam, it swept out crazily and spread to every part of his body, and he was trembling. The 10th sword, Chen Zong raised his sword, and the blade was at the same level as his chest. The sword slowly swept across the sky, and the index and middle fingers of his left hand were placed on the sword's spine. His eyes were fixed in front of him, looking at Yu Feilong, who was 1,000 meters away. After Yu Feilong deactivated his dragon form, his aura suddenly dropped a lot, and the tyrannical increase in strength also disappeared. Although he had blocked 9 of Chen Zong's swords, he was still injured. Each sword made him vomit blood, and now he had vomited dozens of mouthfuls of blood. If it were not for his strong cultivation, he would not have been able to hold on. Yu Feilong's face was pale, and his limbs were weak. He even felt that he could not hold the sword in his hand. Yu Feilong knew that this was because he had vomited too much blood and lost too much blood. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the elixir that replenished his qi and blood. The elixir quickly dissolved and replenished his blood loss. His pale face quickly recovered, and he felt that he was not so weak anymore. However, when Chen Zong raised his sword again, he was horrified. Because this sword seemed to be different from the previous 9 swords. It was slower. Just now, there was a time interval between Chen Zong's sword and the next one. The later it was, the longer the interval was. It seemed that he was comprehending, integrating, and improving before he attacked again. That was to say, he was using Yu Feilong as a sword test stone. Using a powerful opponent as a test stone was much better than a test stone that could not move or resist. The feedback it could give him would be even more intense and clear, and it would allow his swordsmanship to improve to the extreme. The 10th sword, this was the 10th strike that Chen Zong was about to unleash. In Chen Zong's mind, countless swordsmanship lights appeared. In his eyes, there seemed to be thousands of figures, each of them wielding a sword. They would either stab out, slash horizontally, or slash out with their swords. The swordsmanship moves displayed by each figure holding a sword were different. Even if they were all stabbing straight, there were subtle differences. Gradually, the sword-wielding silhouettes began to converge. The silhouette that was thrusting out was like 10,000 swords returning to their origin. It was the same for the silhouette that was thrusting out horizontally. In the end, they turned into 9 figures, each performing a different basic swordsmanship move. Each move was the amalgamation of hundreds and thousands of figures. They were all the masterpieces of that move, as if they contained all the mysteries of that move. However, it was difficult for the 9 figures to gather together. There seemed to be a resistance that prevented Qianzong from doing so. Then, let's leave it at that for now. In Qianzong's eyes, an extremely sharp sword radiance shot out. The sword completely left the fingers of his left hand and streaked across the sky, creating layers of ripples as if the sword was cutting across the water. Everything slowed down in an instant. It was as if time had been affected. Space was the same. There was a feeling of sluggishness. Qianzong's eyes became brighter. At this moment, he suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. It was a kind of unique enlightenment. It was the enlightenment of time and space, but more importantly, it was the enlightenment of sword principle. Superb swordsmanship and even sword principle could affect time and space. This was what Qianzong had deduced from some of the words of the sword-grinding mountain lord. Swordsmanship at the supreme realm could affect time and space with sword principle without comprehending the time Dao and space Dao. Qianzong himself did not expect that the 10th sword after the 9 swords would fuse all the comprehensions he had gained so far into one. It could already achieve some of the power of a supreme sword technique, causing the surrounding time and space to be slightly affected. This effect was actually not strong, just a slight delay. But for now, it was enough. Yu Feilong had already turned around. He found that he was no match for Qianzong. He had used up a lot of his bloodline power. He could not activate his bloodline power in a short time unless he burned it with all his might. As for his other trump cards, to be honest, he now had the combat strength of a heaven stage transcendent. There were very few trump cards that could increase his strength, unless it was something that was refined by a saint stage powerhouse with great effort. However, such a treasure would not be able to provide any boost to a saint rank expert, and it just so happened that it was not easy to refine. Thus, saint rank experts were not willing to do such a time-consuming and laborious task. Even if they did, it was only a minority. Because of this, when one became stronger, the help from external forces would become less and less. After all, external forces were limited, while one's own potential was infinite. Run, Yu Feilong didn't hesitate to turn and flee. His speed was extremely fast, he was afraid. The words he spoke earlier were still ringing in his ears. Back then, he wanted to kill Qianzong. But now, not only was he unable to do so, his life was also in danger. Yu Feilong burst out with extreme speed. He seemed to have turned into a flying dragon and flew away. In the blink of an eye, the distance between him and Qianzong increased from 1,000 meters to 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Yu Feilong fled with all his strength. The other spectators were all dumbfounded. What happened? They couldn't understand what was going on. Wasn't Yu Feilong the one who had the upper hand at the beginning and was suppressing Qianzong? Qianzong even seemed to have been killed by Yu Feilong's attack. Who would have thought that the situation would change completely? Now, it was Yu Feilong's turn to be suppressed by Qianzong and even wanted to escape. What were the two of them doing? Did they do it on purpose? They thought it was impossible. After all, they were fighting with all their might. Yu Feilong spat out blood as if it was water. If they did it on purpose, it would be too cruel to themselves. Yu Feilong fled quickly. Qianzong did not chase him, but his eyes were locked on him. There was no difference between 5,000 meters and 1,000 meters. Yu Feilong could not disappear from Qianzong's eyes. Countless mysteries flowed in Qianzong's mind. The mysteries of the One Heart Sutra and all the mysteries of the sword arts. Using the profoundness of the One Heart Sutra to control the profoundness and power of his swordsmanship, this was the inspiration that Qianzong had just released. The One Heart Sutra and the realm of returning to truth were incomparably mysterious. All the mysteries of the One Heart Sutra could be controlled and controlled. When the sword sliced through the air like ripples on water, Qianzong's wrist that was holding the sword suddenly slashed out horizontally. Under this slash, ripples appeared, and the ripples were endless. A faint sword light also slashed out. Slow, in everyone's eyes, this sword light was so slow, like a snail dragging its shell and crawling slowly. However, this was not really slow, but a kind of contrast that appeared when the speed was extremely fast. In fact, it was incomparably fast, surpassing everything. The distance between Yu Feilong and Qianzong was more than 7,000 meters. It was a long distance. With Yu Feilong's speed, it would not be easy for Qianzong to catch up with him at full speed. However, this slash seemed to have crossed the distance of 7,000 meters. At first, everything became slow, but it did not last long. It only lasted for a moment, and then it recovered. When everyone looked at it, the sword light had disappeared. Almost at the same time Qianzong slashed his sword, Yu Feilong was hit. Fast, it was really too fast. It was indescribably fast. It surpassed everything. Even if it was only for a moment, it was already enough. Yu Feilong didn't even have time to react before he was struck by the sword. The sword light swept through everything in its path like a hot knife through butter. Yu Feilong's powerful physique couldn't withstand it at all. In front of this sword light, he was as weak as tofu. The sword chi entered his body and began to wreak havoc. It destroyed Yu Feilong's body and destroyed his strength. Yu Feilong's complexion suddenly turned deathly pale. His body trembled. The sword chi wreaking havoc in his body was extremely terrifying. It was incomparably condensed and gave off an indestructible feeling. He could not do anything about it. If this continued, his cultivation would be destroyed. When that time came, his cultivation would be crippled. Thinking of the consequences, Yu Feilong broke out in cold sweat. It wasn't easy for him to obtain his cultivation, and he absolutely couldn't let it be abolished. Since that was the case, he could only burst out with his life-saving trump card. He had paid a huge price to obtain that trump card, and it wasn't easy. He actually didn't want to use it, because that trump card was enough to save his life when facing an invincible heaven-rank powerhouse. But now, he had to use it. A ball the size of an egg appeared in Yu Feilong's hand. The ball was completely golden, but it was somewhat dim. It seemed to be a heavy dark golden color. It was ancient and deep, and seemed to radiate an indescribable fluctuation of supreme power. Lines appeared on the surface of the dark golden ball, crisscrossing with each other, appearing extremely complicated. A trace of pain flashed on Yu Feilong's face. He unhesitatingly tightened his grip. In an instant, the dark golden sphere shook and emitted strands of light that covered Yu Feilong's body. The dark golden divine runes covered his entire body, and a strand of energy entered his body. It shattered Qianzong's tempered quasi-supreme sword realm sword chi and prevented Yu Feilong from having his cultivation crippled. The dark golden divine runes kept revolving around Yu Feilong's body. Burst, Yu Feilong's speed exploded in an instant. It increased by more than 2 times. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Qianzong's eyes narrowed slightly. The speed was too fast, and he couldn't catch up with him. But it didn't matter. This battle had allowed him to fully unleash and truly master all the potential of the new realm of basic sword skills. He had raised his own sword skills to the quasi-supreme level. He had also used Yu Feilong as a sword test stone to continuously sharpen and integrate with his own sword skills to evolve an even more powerful sword skill. The 10th sword just now was the embryonic form of the new sword skill. Although he hadn't fully mastered it, it was an excellent start. In the future, he only needed to continue to comprehend it. Even if there were any deviations, he could correct them in time. This sword skill will be led by the Heart Sutra. It will control all the mysteries of sword skills. In this way, it will be called the Heart Sword Skill, Qianzong said to himself. From then on, the name of the new sword skill was decided by Qianzong. In the future, it would be continuously comprehending, sharpening, perfecting, and upgrading until it reached the limit. No, there was no limit to the sword. It was the same for sword skills. On the same day, 2 people successfully left their names on the sealed Sky Ancient City. The news spread like a storm from the sealed Sky Ancient City, spreading in all directions. Soon, it swept across the sealed Sky Ancient region and then out of the region. The second piece of news was that 2 experts who had left their names on the sealed Sky Ancient City had started fighting in the sealed Sky Ancient City. One of them was Yu Feilong, the Flying Dragon Sword. He was a peerless genius from the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land, one of the 3 holy lands of the sealed Sky Ancient City. He was a transcendent expert with the bloodline of a 15-clawed flying dragon of the heaven grade. The other person, according to the Taishan theory, was a young man who had lived for hundreds of years and called himself Chenzong. But now, Chenzong was no longer Jiandi, but Jiandi who had left his name on the sealed sky ancient city. At the beginning, Chenzong was the one who called himself Jiandi, but now, Jiandi who had left his name on the sealed sky ancient city was the one who called himself Jiandi. The meaning was completely different. This was the recognition of the sealed sky ancient city, which was equivalent to the recognition of the Great Path will. If even the Great Path will recognized him, what was the point of saying that he didn't recognize him? There was no point in arguing. Chenzong didn't leave the sealed sky ancient city. Instead, he rented a cultivation room in the city to strike while the iron was hot. He continued to comprehend and cultivate the single-hearted sword art. The single-hearted sword art was just a prototype. It didn't even have a complete move, but it had already displayed amazing power. Chenzong still had many inspirations in his mind. He had to seize this opportunity to strengthen his comprehension and continue to improve. As for the consequences of this battle, Chenzong didn't think about it. In the depths of the sealed sky ancient city, a pair of extremely deep eyes suddenly opened. They became incomparably clear, as if reflecting two figures. The two figures were fighting fiercely until only one was left. That figure held his sword horizontally in the sky, as if drawing out the void as a scabbard. Then, with a twist of his wrist, he slashed horizontally. Every movement was so clear. If Chenzong was here to see it, he would definitely be shocked. This scene was the scene of him and Yu Filong fighting fiercely. The one who had slashed was himself. What astonishing talent in the sword Dao. A sigh could not help but be heard. It sounded like a low murmur. I've only been asleep for 100 years. Perhaps when I truly awaken, there will be another saint in this world. The ancient Phoenix domain was Chenzong's first stop when he arrived at the ancient mystic world of the inner universe. Chenzong was also here. He had initially spread the name of the unparalleled sword. Originally, he was regarded as a proud son of heaven, or even a top proud son of heaven. However, when the Taishan strategy appeared, it revealed that Chenzong had lived for hundreds of years. This caused Chenzong to lose his title as a proud son of heaven. But Chenzong didn't care. He only needed to spread the word of unparalleled sword Chenzong. After that, he first defeated the Bailey clan's proud son of heaven, shocking sword Bailey Wuyun. Then, he crippled 4 top final realm warriors of the Daluo Palace's Tianluo Palace. This made Chenzong's name even more shocking. However, Chenzong left the ancient Phoenix domain and entered the sealed heaven ancient region. He continued his path of challenges and continued to spread the name of the unparalleled sword. Now, he had left his name on the sealed heaven monument. Leaving his name on the sealed heaven monument was the recognition of the ancient mystic world's great path will. It recognized Chenzong's name and turned it into a title. Unparalleled Jiandi. Yi Tianfeng was drinking when he heard the news. He immediately choked on his drink. His face was full of shock. He thought he was hallucinating. Could it really be the same person? It was true that people with the same name had the same surname. However, the unparalleled Jiandi Chenzong and the unparalleled sword Chenzong were the same person. In addition, other news indicated that the unparalleled Jiandi Chenzong had gone to the sealed heaven ancient region from the ancient Phoenix domain. It was confirmed. It was the same person. Shock and astonishment played out in the ancient Phoenix domain. When they heard the news, their first reaction was disbelief. Their second reaction was extreme shock. How could it be? He was clearly a cultivator who was rated as a genius by the mysterious tactics. Moreover, he was an old man who had cultivated for several hundred years. How could he have such ability and strength? It should be known that since ancient times, there had never been a case of someone who was several hundred years old leaving their name on the sealed heaven monument. Basically, those who could leave their name were all peerless geniuses or even monstrous geniuses. Geniuses, top geniuses, and the majority of peerless geniuses could not leave their name on the monument. Why, Chenzong, an old man who had lived for several hundred years, how could he leave his name on the sealed heaven monument? At first, everyone did not believe it. Then, they were shocked. Then, they were puzzled and doubtful. The mysterious tactics was so authoritative that it had never been wrong. However, Qianzong had made a mistake. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden naturally also received the news. Her eyes were full of shock. Impossible, it must be someone else with the same name. The maid on the right immediately shrieked. Because she looked down on Qianzong. How could an old man who had lived for several hundred years be like this? Among the ardent Phoenix Guards, especially the 6 ardent Phoenix Guards who had seen Qianzong before, they were even more in disbelief. No wonder he rejected my recruitment, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden secretly said. Is this where your confidence lies? Indeed, being able to leave one's name on the sealed heaven monument in itself represented a shocking achievement. It was not just fame, but also strength. In the future, the possibility of becoming a saint-level powerhouse was greater. Even if they could not break through to become a saint-level powerhouse, they still had hope of becoming an invincible heaven-level powerhouse. Even if they could not become an invincible heaven-level powerhouse, they were still at the top level of the ultra-level. All in all, leaving one's name on the sealed heaven monument was very shocking. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden herself had also left her name on the sealed heaven monument. She deeply knew how difficult it was to leave one's name on the sealed heaven monument. In the sealed heaven ancient city, there were powerhouses who specially built some cultivation rooms for the cultivators who came to the sealed heaven ancient city to rent and cultivate. They only needed to pay mystic coins. Mystic coins were money. What was the point of earning money? Naturally, it was to make the best use of everything to make a better life for oneself. In the cultivation room, Qianzong stood quietly with a sword in one hand. In front of him, there was also a figure standing. That figure was blurry, but the sword in his hand was very clear. There was a formation in the cultivation room that could condense illusions to act as opponents. According to the amount of mystic coins paid, the strength of the illusions would also be divided. The illusions Qianzong chose were naturally at the level of the ultra-level. This was also the strongest illusions that the formation here could create. The consumption of such illusions was shocking. To maintain it for a day, it would cost 100,000 mystic coins. Qianzong sold many treasures. In addition to the other mystic coins, it was only a little more than 1,000,000 mystic coins. It could only be maintained for a dozen or so days, but Qianzong did not feel the slightest bit of reluctance. Money was something that only had meaning when used in the right place. Otherwise, if one was a miser who guarded a pile of wealth but did not know how to turn it into strength, in the end, it would become the spoils of war of others. Once the mystic coins were used up, one could obtain more, as long as one was strong enough. With the ultra-level sword cultivator illusions as opponents, Qianzong only used his swordsmanship to fight. Every time he used his swordsmanship, it was a form of training. Every time he used his swordsmanship, it was a form of refinement. Every refinement was a form of improvement. A powerful and suitable opponent was indeed more than 10 times better than simply cultivating in seclusion. Qianzong's single-hearted sword technique was constantly being refined. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Qianzong fought continuously. After a period of time, he stopped and pondered. He practiced his swordsmanship for a while before continuing to fight. As for the sword cultivator illusions in the formation, as long as one did not attack them, they would not take the initiative to attack. It was a good opportunity for one to comprehend and cultivate. The mysteries of the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship were constantly integrated into the single-hearted sword technique. The single-hearted sword technique was a quasi-supreme swordsmanship derived from the quasi-supreme swordsmanship. It had the amazing potential to transform into a supreme swordsmanship. However, Qianzong needed to constantly perfect it. Qianzong had also figured out the so-called method of perfection. It was to fill in. The single-hearted sword technique was like a framework and also like a foundation. It was constantly filling in the mysteries and essences of other swordsmanships, constantly perfecting and improving it. It was like building a house on a solid foundation. The mysteries and essences of other swordsmanships were like bricks, tiles, and even decorations. However, it was not easy for Qianzong to integrate the mysteries and essences of other swordsmanships. It required a process and also a link. He could not stuff everything in at once. It would only be a mess and become chaotic. Not only would he not be able to perfect the swordsmanship, but he would also destroy it. After trying again and again, Qianzong gradually found the trick, the method, and the pattern. The first thing he integrated was the mysteries and essences of the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. One focused on sharpness, transformation, and the other focused on strength and suppression. On the 10th day, Qianzong woke up from his meditation. He opened his eyes and a ray of light shot out from them. It pierced through the void and stared at the blurry figure standing still 10 meters away. The only clear thing was the long sword in the figure's hand, which reflected a dazzling cold light. When the figure stood still, the power it consumed was insignificant. However, if it moved, the power it consumed was 1,000 times more. Qianzong slowly stood up and silently stared at the sword cultivator illusion. In the next breath, he moved. He unsheathed his sword. The heavenly sword was unsheathed in an instant and drew a beautiful arc. It seemed to be stabbing forward, but also seemed to be cutting forward, and also seemed to be slashing forward. All in all, it looked like an ordinary sword. There was nothing special about it, except that it felt natural and smooth. It was a little pleasing to the eye. This movement of the sword did not seem to contain much power. It was as if it was just a casual movement. Only Qianzong himself knew how terrifying the power contained in it was. This sword had integrated the mysteries and essences of the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. It also condensed his own power to the limit. Only this sword had condensed all the power into one and was extremely powerful. The sword light broke through the void. The figure of the swordsman sensed it and reacted in an instant. His figure flashed and the long sword in his hand burst out cold light, shining in all directions. Then he became one with the sword and swung it up, drawing circles one after another. They overlapped like endless ripples and turned into a vortex. However, under Qianzong's sword, the circles were directly shattered. In the next moment, the swordsman's phantom was also directly killed. High up in the sky, Qianzong flew on his sword, quickly leaving Sealing Sky Ancient City. 10 days of cultivation had consumed 1,000,000 cultivation coins. The price was not small, but the cultivation coins were earned quickly. Therefore, Qianzong did not feel any heartache at all. If it was accumulated painstakingly, the feeling in his heart might be different. Moreover, after 10 days of consumption of 1,000,000 cultivation coins, the single-hearted sword technique was finally on the right track. It was no longer in its embryonic form. The power of that sword was astonishing. Another point was that his cultivation had broken through, from the peak of the heaven realm to the peak of the heaven realm. His cultivation strength had increased, and his combat strength had increased again. To be honest, Qianzong did not know how strong his combat strength was now. He needed to verify it. Anyway, ordinary surpassing realm experts were not his opponents. He could easily defeat them. As for killing them, it would not be that easy. Which heaven realm surpassing realm expert did not have outstanding combat strength? Which one of them did not have life-saving methods? Flying on his sword was extremely fast, at least twice as fast as before. Moreover, Qianzong was still increasing his speed. He was even more excited. Because he heard news about Xianxia. Yes, so suddenly, so unexpectedly, he heard news about Xianxia. What was Qianzong's purpose in coming here? He was used to keeping a low profile. Why did he go around challenging people and spreading the name of the unparalleled sword? Everything was to find Xianxia. If Xianxia was really in the ancient profound world, she would definitely hear news about the unparalleled sword and the unparalleled Jiandi Qianzong. She would come to find him. At the very least, she would spread the news to let him know. Qianzong did not know how long it would take for him to find Xianxia. He might not even be able to find her here. Unexpectedly, after 10 days of seclusion, he received news. This news was sent to him by Huji. At the ancient Phoenix Domain's Heavenly Phoenix City Lord Mansion's Phoenix Morning Banquet, Qianzong had once said that he was looking for his Tao companion and wife. Her name was Xianxia. As Chen Zong became famous throughout the world, Xianxia naturally became known to more and more people. In fact, there were even people who were secretly looking for him. Unfortunately, they were unable to find him. When the news of Qianzong successfully leaving his name on the sealed sky monument spread, Xianxia's name was mentioned and remembered by more and more people. Many people searched for Xianxia. If they found her, it would be a favor to Chenzong. The favor of the powerhouse who left his name on the heaven sealing monument was naturally not small. Hu Ji passed the news to Chenzong. She also said that she had heard it by accident. However, she was not sure if it was the person Chenzong was looking for. After all, having the same name did not mean anything. Only by seeing the person in person could one be sure. However, whether it was true or not, Chenzong had to see it with his own eyes. For the 3 words Yunyanqin. Butterfly Valley, according to the information provided by Hu Ji, the place where Yunyanqin lived was Butterfly Valley, an earth-grade force in the Fengtian ancient region. It was not considered powerful, and the strength of Butterfly Valley's Valley Master was only at the final realm. He had lived for hundreds of years before he had obtained a great opportunity and inheritance, and had barely broken through to the final realm. In the past, he could barely be regarded as a heaven's chosen realm expert. There were not many disciples in Butterfly Valley. At most, there were only a few hundred disciples. There were less than 100 heaven realm disciples. As for those at the extreme realm, there were less than 10. No matter what, Chenzong had to personally rush over to see if it was really Yunyanqin. If it was just someone with the same name, it would be nothing more than a trip. Fortunately, Chenzong was planning to leave Sealed Sky Ancient City and head to other places. Going to Butterfly Valley now was not a big deal. If it was true, then everyone would be happy. His wish of many years would be fulfilled. How great would that be? As he thought about it, Chenzong's speed became faster and faster. The sword light streaked across the sky. As for whether the news was fake, Chenzong did not think too much about it. Although he was not very familiar with Hu Ji, after several interactions, Chenzong was sure that she did not have any enmity or malice towards him. She had followed him because she wanted to find out the secret of how to stay young after living for several hundred years. However, there was no secret. She was born this way. In other words, it was a unique talent of cultivators in the outer universe. After that, Hu Ji had provided him with the news that the Khanate Holy Lotus was about to be born. Although Chenzong did not plan to join in the fun, he still went there by chance. After all, it was a gift from Hu Ji. Now that Hu Ji had sent him the news, Chenzong was somewhat grateful. If he really found Yunyanqin this time, he would definitely repay Hu Ji. Even if it was the Fiend God sword technique, he would also teach it to her. Even if it was a sword technique that he had comprehended himself, he would also teach it to her. All in all, if he really found Yunyanqin, Chenzong was willing to pay a high price to repay her. Afraid. He was afraid that he would not be able to find her and would have made a wasted trip. Finally, he arrived at Butterfly Valley. Before he entered the valley, Chenzong could already smell the fragrance of flowers. He did not barge in directly. Instead, he landed outside Butterfly Valley and appeared in front of the 2 disciples guarding the valley entrance. "Gentlemen, I am Wushuang Jiandi Chenzong. I am here to visit the Valley Master. Please inform him of my arrival," Chenzong said calmly. The 2 disciples guarding the valley entrance were not at the heaven stage. They were only at the earth stage. In the ancient mystic world, as long as one was willing to cultivate, it was not difficult to reach the earth stage. As for the heaven stage, it did require a bit of talent and luck. When they heard Chenzong revealing his identity, the 2 disciples were first stunned. Then, their expressions changed drastically. They were shocked beyond words. Wushuang Jiandi Chenzong, wasn't this the master who had left his name on the sealed sky monument? Why was he here? However, they did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly welcomed Chenzong into the valley, while the other quickly went to find the valley master. "Oh my God, Wushuang Jiandi." That was the Wushuang Jiandi who had left his name on the sealed sky monument. He even defeated the flying dragon's celestial sword, Yu Feilong, who had also left his name on the sealed sky monument. His reputation was amazing. But then, Chenzong was a little surprised. Logically speaking, he was the Wushuang Jiandi, a heaven stage master who had left his name on the sealed sky monument. He was at least at the super extreme stage, while the valley master of Butterfly Valley was only at the final extreme stage. There was a huge gap between their strength and reputation. However, no one came to greet him. Even Chenzong felt that Butterfly Valley was a little cold. There were only flowers blooming and butterflies of different colors flying, but it lacked a bit of liveliness. However, this had nothing to do with Chenzong. The purpose of this trip was to find Xianxia and confirm if she was his Xianxia. That was all. The Valley Master is waiting inside. The disciple who led the way led Chenzong to the front of the main hall of Butterfly Valley and pointed inside. Chenzong nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Then, he strode into the main hall. However, there was no one in the main hall. The decorations were pretty good. There were many patterns of butterflies, vivid and lifelike. It looked like thousands of butterflies were dancing in the air. It was pleasing to the eye. Butterfly Valley is honored by the presence of Wushuang Jiandi. A soft voice sounded, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. It was like the fragrance of 100 flowers. I am even more honored. Valley Master, you are too polite. Chenzong turned around and bowed. Although the other party's strength was not as strong as his, she was still the Valley Master. Moreover, he came here to ask for her help. Naturally, he had to be polite. Chenzong is here to ask about something from the Valley Master. Jiandi, don't be in such a hurry. Let me entertain you properly before we talk. The Butterfly Valley Master's footsteps were light. Her figure was extremely lithe. As the colorful clothes on her body fluttered, she looked like a colorful butterfly fluttering in the air. Waves of delicate fragrance filled the air. It was as if Chenzong was a fresh flower. She looked like she was throwing herself at him. Chenzong's footsteps shifted slightly, and he naturally avoided the Butterfly Valley Master's action of throwing herself at him. There is no need to trouble the Valley Master. Chenzong smiled naturally and said, "I will leave once I am done with my business." Then, without giving the Butterfly Valley Master a chance to continue speaking, Chenzong immediately said, "I heard that there is a person named Xianxia in Butterfly Valley. Valley Master, please call him over so that Chenzong can take a look at him and see if he is an old friend of mine." Xianxia? The Butterfly Valley Master's eyes twinkled. She smiled gently and said, "I am him." Valley Master, please don't joke with me like this. The smile on Chenzong's face instantly disappeared. His expression turned serious as he said this. "I am not joking with Jiandi." The Butterfly Valley Master smiled again. Her eyes were as charming as water. "As long as Jiandi is willing, I can be anyone. It seems that there is no such person as Xianxia in Butterfly Valley." Chenzong frowned slightly and said, "If that is the case, I have disturbed you. Goodbye." Since there was no such person as Xianxia, Chenzong did not plan to stay any longer. Of course, there could also be someone named Xianxia. However, the Butterfly Valley Master did not seem to want to answer his question. Whether there was such a person or not, then he would have to investigate himself and search the entire Butterfly Valley. "Why are you in such a hurry, Jiandi? Why don't you stay and have some fun with me?" The Butterfly Valley Master's charming voice sounded again. Her voice seemed to ripple and hit the depths of one's heart. For no reason, Chenzong felt a burning sensation spread out from the depths of his body. It flowed like a stream and filled his entire body. Gradually, his extremely powerful qi and blood became restless. It was as if it was boiling. In just an instant, Chenzong felt that something was wrong. According to his ability, such a situation should not have happened. However, it happened now. It meant that there was a problem. In just an instant, Chenzong connected it to the delicate fragrance from before. Under the wholehearted realm, Chenzong suppressed the restless heat. His entire body became clear again. His eyes were extremely sharp and flashed with a cold light as he stared at the Butterfly Valley Master. The Butterfly Valley Master's expression changed drastically. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, and she felt a chill all over her body. It was as if a sharp sword had pierced through her body and spirit. The absolute difference in combat strength was a great suppression. This suppression was unbearable for the Butterfly Valley Master. She felt fear and trepidation in front of Chenzong. "Retreat!" The Master of the Butterfly Valley shrieked and let out an extremely terrifying sound wave. It charged towards Chenzong's head like a demonic sound, trying to shake Chenzong's soul. At the same time, she retreated in an instant. Her speed was extremely fast and light. Such a sharp shriek was a sound wave attack, but it was unable to shake Qinzong's will at all. This was because Qinzong's will was extremely powerful and terrifying. It was not something that the master of the Butterfly Valley could shake, even when Qinzong was not on guard. Qinzong took a step forward. His body was like a phantom as he directly crossed over. He reached out with one hand, and his 5 fingers sealed off all of the master of the Butterfly Valley's escape routes. He was even faster than the master of the Butterfly Valley. He reached out with his hand even though he had moved later. The master of the Butterfly Valley's expression changed drastically. She was extremely shocked. She unleashed her movement technique to the extreme without holding back. She was like a fluttering butterfly, but she was unable to escape from the range of Qinzong's 5 fingers. Sealed, everything was sealed, and it was constantly being suppressed. The 5 fingers seemed to have become huge, like the 5 fingers of a giant pressing down on the Butterfly Valley Master. The astonishing pressure caused the Butterfly Valley Master to tremble uncontrollably. Even her divine soul was trembling. This was the gap between them. It was a huge gap between their battle prowess and their cultivation levels. Under the 5 fingers, the master of the Butterfly Valley was unable to dodge at all. She was directly caught. Qinzong grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. Her entire body trembled like a fish struggling on its deathbed. However, she was unable to escape from Qinzong's 5 fingers. The master of the Butterfly Valley was unable to speak. Her watery eyes were filled with pleading, as if they could speak. She was pleading for Qinzong to let her go and not kill her. Qinzong had no intention of killing her. Even now, Qinzong was still deeply afraid of the sword-grinding mountain lord's soul within the black mark. He would not give it any chance if he could. He released his 5 fingers and the master of the Butterfly Valley fell to the ground. She coughed violently, and her face was ghastly pale. "Tell me, who asked you to do it?" Qinzong looked down at him with cold eyes. He did not know the Butterfly Valley Master, nor did he have any conflict with her. It was impossible for her to deal with him. Then, there was only one explanation. Someone had asked her to do this to deal with him. Otherwise, how could a mere Butterfly Valley, whose strongest cultivator was only at the peak of the high extremity, dare to make an enemy out of him? Peerless Jiandi, Wushuang Jiandi, who had left his name on the sealed sky monument, had even defeated Ju Feilong, the flying dragon's celestial sword, who was at the level of a transcendent. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying his strength was. He was at least at the level of a transcendent. In that case, what kind of role did Hu Ji play in this incident? She only heard some news, so she told him that she didn't know the details herself. Or did they know the reason behind it, but still told him that they were involved in this operation against him? Hu Ji wasn't here, so Qinzong didn't know. He couldn't make an accurate judgment at the moment. But now, he had to figure out what was going on. "No. No one asked me to do it." The Butterfly Valley Master coughed and said intermittently. "What about Jin Yanqin? Where is he?" Qinzong did not continue to ask this question, nor did he refute the other party. Instead, he asked another question, which caught the Butterfly Valley Master off guard. Under normal circumstances, after the Butterfly Valley Master answered like this, she would be suspected of lying, and further interrogated. However, Qinzong did not do that. He directly changed the question. As he asked that question, Qinzong unleashed a strand of sword intent. The extremely powerful sword intent directly slammed into the master of the Butterfly Valley, causing her soul to tremble. Her entire body trembled as well. She was extremely frightened. No, this person. The Butterfly Valley Master's mind was almost blank under the terrifying sword essence that was mixed with extreme killing intent. She couldn't continue to lie and could only answer intermittently. Qinzong's expression became colder and colder. "I'll give you one last chance. Who asked you to do this?" Qinzong's expression became even colder, and his tone became even colder. After thinking about it, she couldn't think of anyone who wanted to do this to her. Was it the ancient Phoenix Domain's Bailey clan, or the ancient Phoenix Domain's Daluo Palace, or the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land where Yu Feilong was? It seemed possible, but other than that, other possibilities couldn't be ruled out. There were many possibilities. Without enough evidence, it was difficult to make a judgment. I can't say. If I say it, everyone in Butterfly Valley will die. The Butterfly Valley master didn't dare to say it, but her words directly revealed that someone really wanted to do something to her. Chenzong turned around and looked outside the hall. After looking around, he opened his mouth and spoke. His voice was clear, and it carried the clanging of swords as it reverberated. Since you've been scheming to deal with me, there's no way you're not in Butterfly Valley, right? Otherwise, you're too naive if you think you can deal with me with just Butterfly Valley. Come out, you rats hiding in the shadows. Just as Chenzong's voice fell, Chenzong immediately felt auras appear one after another. It was as if they had been detonated and directly exploded. Every aura was very tyrannical and surged into the sky. It was at the level of the final realm. Some of them were even at the peak of the final realm. In an instant, Chenzong knew that there were dozens of heaven-stage final realm powerhouses in Butterfly Valley. The Butterfly Valley master was only at the peak of the final realm. How could there be dozens of final realm powerhouses in Butterfly Valley? It was obvious that they were here to deal with Chenzong. The total number of final realm powerhouses who had erupted with auras reached 64. Chenzong could clearly sense that 8 of them were at the peak of the final realm, and the remaining 56 were at the peak of the final realm. Moreover, according to the direction of their auras, he could sense that they were scattered and very orderly. A formation, Chenzong immediately thought that it was a formation. Without hesitation, Chenzong immediately burst out with extreme speed and rushed out of the hall in an instant, flying out of Butterfly Valley. However, the moment Chenzong rushed out of the hall, a golden sword light tore through the sky and arrived in an instant. Its power was extremely tyrannical, and it was at the level of the surpassing realm. Chenzong dodged the attack of the sword light with a flash of his figure. However, several sword lights came from all directions and directly surrounded Chenzong. In just an instant, Chenzong's speed was restrained and his figure was delayed. The formation was activated, the 64 auras of the greater extremity erupted in an instant and soared into the sky as if they were about to shatter the vacuum. They then connected with each other and intersected with each other. It was as if they had formed an invisible net that enveloped Chenzong. As for the few surpassing realm powerhouses who had released the sword light, they all retreated the moment the formation was activated. Chenzong acutely sensed that his surroundings had been sealed by a tyrannical aura. He looked at the originally blue sky, but at this moment, it was somewhat gray and blurred. Even the originally lively and rich vitality in the surroundings had begun to become chaotic and turbid. It felt as if a pool of clear water had been directly changed into turbid water. The change was so great and so fast that even Chenzong, who had an amazing ability to adapt, felt uncomfortable. The chaotic and turbid aura continued to become denser as time passed. As it became denser, the surroundings became more and more blurred. Even Chenzong began to feel that the aura of the Great Path was also affected, becoming thinner, blurrier, and more chaotic. Under such circumstances, his strength was greatly affected and could not be fully displayed. Chenzong could not help but look solemn. This was a deliberate plan to deal with him. He did not know how much time they had spent preparing. Chenzong finally understood why these people did not directly come to the ancient sealed sky city to look for him. Apart from the fact that fighting was not allowed in the ancient sealed sky city, it was probably because setting up such a formation would require a lot of time and effort and a lot of preparation. Since that was the case, they might as well find a way to lure him over and lure him into a trap. If it were for any other reason, Chenzong would most likely not be fooled. However, this was related to Xianxia, so Chenzong came without hesitation. It was not that Chenzong did not consider that this trip might be disappointing and that he might meet someone with the same name. However, he did not expect that not only was there no Xianxia, but it was also a big trap. A big trap deliberately set up to deal with him. Chenzong admitted that this time he had indeed been careless. However, even if he did it again, it would be the same. Because his goal was originally to find Xianxia. If he could not find her, he would continue to search. If there was news, regardless of whether it was true or false, he would go and verify it. False, 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 there would always be a time when it would be true. Of course, after this time, Chenzong would not be so reckless. So now, it was better to get through this crisis first. If he could not, then there was no need to talk about it in the future. Although surrounded by the formation, Qianzong did not panic at all. This was a confidence brought about by his great strength. Qianzong, this is the all-directional turbid gas concealing formation that we spent half a month to prepare for you. The characteristic of this formation is that it will release turbid gas and pollute the pneuma, making it difficult for the pneuma to be absorbed. Moreover, the longer you stay in the turbid gas, the more obvious the pollution of your cultivation strength will be, making it difficult for you to really exert your cultivation strength. A laughing voice suddenly sounded as if it came from all directions, making Qianzong unable to determine the specific direction. Second, once this formation is activated, it will gradually cover the Great Way, making it more difficult for you to sense the mystery of the Great Way, and your strength will be greatly reduced. It had to be said that this all-directional turbid gas concealing formation was really a terrifying formation. Being in the formation, one's strength would be constantly weakened. As time passed, the weakening would become more and more serious. In the end, one would be at the mercy of others. At this moment, not only was Qianzong in the all-directional turbid gas concealing formation, but the Valley Master of Butterfly Valley was also in it. Feeling her cultivation strength being invaded by the turbid gas and beginning to pollute it, the Valley Master of Butterfly Valley's expression changed greatly. She was not Qianzong and did not have such strong resistance. "Let me out." The Butterfly Valley Master's face turned pale and panicked. "You promised me. When we take down Qianzong, we will naturally let you out." A fleeting voice sounded, making the Butterfly Valley Master feel despair. She had been promised all kinds of benefits and saw the possibility of breaking her shackles and advancing to the transcendent realm. That was why she had helped these people deal with Qianzong. After all, Qianzong was the unparalleled Jiandi who had left his name on the sealed sky monument. He had the battle prowess of a transcendent realm expert. Offending such a person was definitely not a wise decision. However, it had been hundreds of years, and the upper limit was the peak of the final realm. There was no hope of reaching the limit, let alone the transcendent realm. Once there was hope of breaking through, they were willing to pay any price for it. But now, the Butterfly Valley Master felt like she had been betrayed. Qianzong ignored the Butterfly Valley Master. This person posed no threat to Qianzong. Even if they were under the turbid gas concealing formation, the Butterfly Valley Master could not pose any threat to Qianzong. The turbid gas surged like turbid waves, crashing over wave after wave. It became more and more intense, constantly rushing into Qianzong's body. There was no way to block it. It eroded Qianzong's cultivation power, causing the extremely pure power to become turbid. It became heavy and sluggish, gradually slipping out of control. It was difficult to mobilize, and it was difficult to unleash the power it should have. The great path was gradually covered up and became thin. It was even more difficult to mobilize. This was the disadvantage of not reaching the saint level. Because once one broke through to the saint level, they would be able to control the great path and would not be restricted like this. Such a large formation was truly extremely mysterious and astonishing. Its power was incomparably terrifying. However, it was also not easy to set it up. At the very least, it took half a month to set it up in advance and bury the foundation of the formation. Furthermore, it was necessary to find a suitable place. In other words, a suitable environment. It was not a place that could be set up casually. There were requirements. It just so happened that the terrain and other aspects of Butterfly Valley barely met the requirements. That was why Qianzong was lured to Butterfly Valley. Otherwise, it would not have taken so much time and effort. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Because Qianzong was inside the formation, they did not need to do anything. They only needed to maintain the formation. Soon, Qianzong would not be able to unleash his full strength and would be easily suppressed and captured alive. "Qianzong," Qianzong said. "Qianzong zong. He zong zong. Qianzong, it's only been a short period of time. Have you already forgotten me?" A cold laugh rang out. It sounded so familiar. Qianzong frowned slightly. He finally understood that Yu Feilong had brought people to deal with him. In that case, the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land had come to deal with him. The people of a holy land had specially set up a large array to deal with him. If this news were to spread, it would be very shocking news. However, they did not only want to deal with Chen Zong. They wanted to capture Chen Zong alive and interrogate him. After all, Chen Zong was someone who had lived for hundreds of years. He could be considered to be from the older generation, yet he was still able to maintain his youthful appearance and leave his name on the sky-ceiling monument. His ability had also risen from the low extreme to the super extreme in such a short period of time. No matter how one looked at it, this gave people the feeling that there was a huge secret behind this. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, some people suppressed their temptations because they weren't confident, while others turned their temptations into actions. Time passed. A quarter of an hour had passed. Immediately, a figure appeared from the turbid qi. It was as if he had walked out of the fog. It was Yu Feilong. Yu Feilong was not affected by the turbid qi concealment formation. He was prepared. That was why he dared to step into the formation. He walked towards Chen Zong because he believed in the power of the formation. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Zong had been eroded by the power of the formation. He did not have much strength left. Yu Feilong's purpose was to beat Chen Zong up. He wanted to take revenge on Chen Zong for defeating him outside the sealed sky ancient city. Yu Feilong sneered. He looked like he was teasing Chen Zong. He clasped the hilt of his sword and slowly pulled it out. A ray of light shot out. It was extremely sharp and dazzling. When the sword was unsheathed, a terrifying sword intent spread out and filled the surroundings. It became more and more tyrannical and directly suppressed Chen Zong. This sword intent carried a monstrous sword momentum. It directly attacked Chen Zong and suppressed Chen Zong. Yu Feilong believed that under the influence and suppression of the turbid qi concealment formation, it would be good if Chen Zong could retain 10% of his strength. How could he be a match for him? He would first suppress Chen Zong, then beat him up until he was on the verge of death. As long as he did not kill Chen Zong, he would capture him alive. The sword was completely unsheathed. It drew an arc of light and went straight forward, as if it had cut through the turbid qi. It went straight for Chen Zong. Immediately, a golden ray of sword light pierced through the air, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. The sword went straight for Chen Zong's right arm. That was the arm that could hold the sword. Even with the turbid qi concealment formation, Yu Feilong was very cautious. He first destroyed Chen Zong's right arm to further cut off any possibility of Chen Zong's counterattack. However, that streak of sword light missed and was evaded by Chen Zong. Struggle slowly. Yu Feilong was slightly startled at first, then he revealed a sinister smile. Chen Zong could dodge it, which was a little unexpected, but it was still within his control. After all, Chen Zong was an expert who had left his name on the sky-ceiling monument. Although he was eroded by the turbid qi in this formation, he still retained some of his strength. He shook his arm and his wrist. With a light tap of the sword, golden rays of sword light pierced through the air like small golden dragons. There were dozens of them, all rushing toward Chen Zong. Each ray of sword qi was extremely terrifying. They blocked all of Chen Zong's escape routes, aiming to hit Chen Zong. You shouldn't have come. In the face of dozens of golden rays of sword qi, Chen Zong's expression did not change at all. Instead, he said softly, which made Yu Feilong feel uneasy for no reason. The strong uneasiness instantly exploded in his heart. Draw the sword. In an instant, Chen Zong's right hand fell on the hilt of the sword. His 5 fingers gently clasped, and he instantly pulled it out. The mystery of the sword-drawing technique was integrated into this sword, and he directly swung it forward. It seemed like a straight stab, but also like a horizontal slash. The sword light also broke through the air in an instant. Single heart sword technique, it was just a simple sword move. It did not seem to carry much power, but it carried an extremely shocking power. When the sword was swung, it directly disappeared into the void. It had the sharpness of the heart sword technique, and also the forcefulness of the world sword technique. It was an extremely powerful sword move. It was also Chen Zong's most powerful sword move. Its power was much stronger than the divine sword technique. Under this sword move, dozens of golden rays of sword qi were all destroyed. They could not resist at all. Yu Feilong's face was full of horror. He wanted to erupt with all of his strength, but he found that the sword light had already reached him. It was as if his thoughts and everything else had slowed down, and his reaction was one breath slower. He was hit by the sword, this attack directly defeated all of Yu Feilong's strength. The sword qi entered his body and wantonly destroyed it. In an instant, Yu Feilong's strength was completely destroyed. Then, he lost his resistance to the turbid aura concealment formation. A large amount of turbid aura seemed to have found a vent, and crazily invaded Yu Feilong's body, wantonly polluting his body. Screams, Yu Feilong wailed miserably, invincible heaven rank. When did your strength reach the invincible heaven rank? Why aren't you affected by the formation? The two questions in a row revealed the confusion and panic in Yu Feilong's heart. The unforeseen event happened too quickly. Everyone thought that Chen Zong had been corroded by the turbid aura of the formation, and that his strength should have been reduced to less than 10%. After all, this formation had been tested many times over the years, and it had never been wrong. Even an invincible heaven rank genius would not be spared. Unless he had surpassed the invincible heaven rank, but that was related to the saint rank. Figures rushed out of the turbid aura in an instant. There were as many as 3 of them, and each of them had the battle strength of a transcendent realm expert. They were not young, and had lived for at least a few hundred years. Each of them had an extremely tyrannical aura. Feilong. One of them, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Yu Feilong, rushed to Yu Feilong. He immediately took out a pill and stuffed it into Yu Feilong's mouth. At the same time, he channeled his own strength into Yu Feilong's body, helping him suppress the corrosion of the turbid aura and the destruction of the sword qi. Then, he accelerated the digestion of the pill and accelerated the absorption of the pill. The other 2 looked like old men, and their expressions were cold. They instantly rushed to Chen Zong, one on the left and one on the right. Their sword light broke through the air. They did not know whether Chen Zong was affected by the formation or not, but at this point, they had no choice but to take down Chen Zong. As for the invincible heaven rank, they did not believe it. When Chen Zong first appeared, his battle strength was only at the low realm. Now that he had risen to the transcendent realm, it was already very shocking. How could he have leaped to the invincible heaven rank in one step? He was a monster. For example, the older generation like them had inheritances, opportunities, and a certain amount of talent. Even so, they had to spend a lot of time and resources to have a chance of cultivating to the transcendent realm. Facing 2 transcendent realm experts of the older generation, Chen Zong's expression did not change. He only slowly raised the heavenly will sword, held it horizontally in front of him, and then swung it forward. The sword seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. When it was fast to the extreme, it appeared to be slow. However, that slowness was only a kind of visual deception. It was not actually slow. The single heart sword technique. This sword was also the single heart sword technique. There was no fixed move to speak of. How to use it depended on one's heart. The faces of the 2 transcendent realm experts of the older generation suddenly changed. When the sword light rushed forward, they felt as if their surroundings had slowed down. However, that was not the case. It was their thoughts that had slowed down, because they could not keep up with the speed of Chen Zong's sword. In an instant, the 2 of them were hit by the sword at the same time. The destructive sword qi invaded their bodies. 3 strikes, Chen Zong had only struck 3 times. These 3 strikes were all part of the single heart sword technique. There was no division of moves. Everything depended on one's heart. With just 3 strikes, Chen Zong had crippled 4 Heaven Realm Transcendent Realm experts. Heaven Realm Transcendent Realm experts were very rare experts no matter where they were. Their status was extraordinary, even in the Holy Lands. They were very precious. Losing one of them was a great loss. Now, there were 4 of them. Even Yu Feilong was a Transcendent Realm expert who had left his name on the sealed sky monument. He was a peerless genius who was expected to be invincible in the Heaven Realm in the future. The loss was much greater. Chen Zong did not kill them because he had scruples, not because he was tired of crippling them. However, it was actually enough to cripple their cultivation. In particular, these 4 transcending realm cultivators had been corroded by the turbid qi of the turbid qi Dao concealing array of turbid qi. The price they had to pay to recover their cultivation was many times greater, and the possibility of that happening was even lower. Next, Chen Zong began to break the array. In the last 15 minutes, Zhenzong had gradually found a flaw in the array. As for the turbid gas that had invaded his body, it could not contaminate Zhenzong's cultivation at all. Under the third level of the celestial demon sword technique, Zhenzong directly refined it. The array was indeed effective in hiding the aura of the Great Path, but the effect on Zhenzong was very weak because of the uniqueness of the single heart sword technique. Unknowingly, Zhenzong had embarked on a path that was completely his own. Although he had just started and still had a long way to go, he was different from many other cultivators. With a solemn expression, Zhenzong raised his sword and held it in front of him. A flash of sword light was reflected in his eyes. It was sharp and bright. The power of the pure heart realm, together with his divine consciousness, spread out in all directions and covered everything. All the aura was sensed by Zhenzong. Traces of aura were faintly discernible. His left hand was like a sword. He pointed at the spine of the sword and slowly drew it. Wisps of sword chi surged and spread on the spine of the sword, then spread to the blade, cutting the void. True sword sharpening technique, slash, he swung his sword and slashed across the sky. A wisp of sword light instantly slashed into the void, cutting through everything, as if it was in accordance with one of the trajectories. This was Zhenzong's meticulous sword attack. He had maximized its power, and the true grinding swordsmanship had multiplied its power. With a single slash, all of the turbid air was sliced apart. The sword light tore through the air, sweeping everything before it. As the sword light tore through the air, a series of rumbling sounds rang out, and the ground shook violently. Dissipated, the turbid air began to dissipate at an astonishing speed, and the 64 heaven-rank powerhouses who had joined forces to set up this formation all let out muffled groans. They couldn't help but spit out mouthfuls of blood. This was the backlash of forcefully breaking the formation, causing them to suffer internal injuries. Zhenzong was not polite at all. He waved his sword again and again. The sword light was like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. In an instant, it slashed in all directions and hit the 64 Heaven Stage Final Extremity Realm warriors. What a useless person. For Heaven Stage Ultra Extremity Realm warriors and 64 Heaven Stage Final Extremity Realm warriors. Not a single one of them died, but all of them had their cultivation crippled and were directly reduced to useless people. To the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land, such a loss could be said to be a great loss. It was extremely disastrous. However, Zhenzong would not hold back just because of the other party's identity. If it were not for the fact that he was worried about the sword-sharpening mountain lord's soul wreaking havoc, none of these people would have survived. Even though crippling their cultivation was an extremely severe consequence, Zhenzong preferred to kill. When he was strong enough to not have to worry about the sword-sharpening mountain master's soul, that would be it. It was time to truly kill with his sword. With a casual swing of his sword, the sword light tore through the air towards the Butterfly Valley Master. Although the Butterfly Valley Master did not really cause any harm to him, she was in cahoots with Yu Feilong and the others. Her cultivation was also crippled. After doing all this, it was time to reap the rewards. The spoils of war. One by one, the storage divine tools were taken away by Zhenzong. After that, he slowly cracked the imprints on them and made them his own. It was enough to replenish his wealth. Moreover, although the battle was short, he had indeed brought out his true strength. He had some new insights into the single-hearted sword technique that needed to be properly comprehended. Ignoring these crippled people, Zhenzong once again soared into the sky. The sword light dragged his feet as he flew on his sword. On this trip, Zhenzong planned to find Hu Ji. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Zhenzong felt that Hu Ji should be an insider. No, not only an insider, but she even seemed to be cooperating with Yu Feilong. She used the name of Yun Yanqing to trick him. This was not kindness, but resentment. Repaying kindness with kindness, and resentment with resentment. It was so direct and simple. Repaying resentment with justice, that was not Zhenzong's style. If he was wrong, then he was wrong. Zhenzong flew away quickly. In Butterfly Valley, there were howls of anguish. Immediately, Yu Feilong struggled to get up. His face was extremely ferocious. He took out a token and used all his strength to activate it. Fortunately, although his cultivation was crippled, there was still a little left. The power of his cultivation was not completely exhausted, and it was enough to activate this token. Riding his sword, Qianzong flew hundreds of miles. Suddenly, he noticed that the sky was filled with dark clouds. It was as if something had appeared out of nowhere. Soon, a large patch of dark clouds covered the sky, as if a storm was coming. Qianzong's expression changed involuntarily. He was a little surprised and doubtful. Staring at the sky, his brows were tightly knitted. What was going on? Was the weather changing? It did not seem to be that simple. Qianzong felt a kind of pressure from it. It was so heavy that it was as if the sky was about to collapse. It hit his body as if it was trying to suppress him. This feeling did not feel like a normal storm. It felt like it was man-made. Go! Without any hesitation, Qianzong increased his speed. This change made Qianzong feel uneasy. A strong sense of threat emerged from the depths of his heart. After Qianzong grasped the quasi-supreme sword realm, this sense of danger became stronger and clearer. However, the dark clouds continued to expand. No matter how hard Qianzong tried to ride his sword, he could not get rid of them. In the next moment, the sky seemed to shatter. It was as if a mirror had been shattered. From the center of the shattering, a bit of light bloomed. It was a bit of dark golden light. Upon closer inspection, one would find that it was actually a finger. A finger that was completely dark golden. It was covered with unique patterns and had an indescribable unique charm. It was the Taoist rhyme, the mystery of the origin of the great path. One finger to shatter the sky, it was truly a finger that could shatter the sky. The terrifying pressure landed on Qianzong's body, and the finger also landed. Qianzong only felt his body sink. It was as if he was being suppressed by an invisible mountain. He was about to sink. The surrounding space was also sealed. Qianzong was constantly suppressed. The feeling of suffocation came. It did not matter to Qianzong whether he breathed or not. However, the feeling of suffocation was very uncomfortable. It was extremely oppressive. So strong, Qianzong was shocked. He immediately burst out with all his strength. He had to burst out. Time divine technique, flowing breath, Qianzong once again collided with the origin of time of the ancient mysterious world. He forcibly intercepted a breath of time. However, the recoil he received was not as intense as before. He could completely withstand it. He completely burst out and counterattacked. The astonishing pressure shook it a little. Then, he slashed out with his sword. The most powerful sword of the single-hearted sword technique under the true grinding sword technique was not slashed at the dark golden finger in the sky. Instead, it slashed at the void in front of him. The sword slashed a crack. Qianzong immediately rode on his sword and turned into a sword light to escape. Qianzong did not know if it was an auditory hallucination. He seemed to have heard a sound of surprise, but it was very faint. Immediately afterward, the dark golden finger rapidly enlarged, turning into a huge finger. Like a huge pillar, it struck down. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered, and everything was destroyed. The pressure suddenly increased. Qianzong's body unconsciously paused. The sword light under his feet almost collapsed. The huge dark golden finger directly struck down and touched Qianzong's body. Qianzong's body trembled. He only felt an extremely terrifying force, like a torrent bursting through a dam. It directly blasted into Qianzong's body in an extremely domineering and terrifying manner. The force was extremely domineering and unreasonably violent. It blasted into Qianzong's body and began to impact Qianzong's strength. Even his bones and internal organs were impacted. The violent impact was so violent that it directly shattered. The power of the third stage of the celestial demon sword technique was strong, but it was no match for this force. They were not on the same level at all. How could it be described? There was an essential difference. It was like the essential difference between rough wood and tempered steel. Qianzong fell like a meteor and directly hit the ground. With a boom, Qianzong fell into the ground, creating a huge crater. In the next moment, the huge dark golden finger continued to shrink. A figure appeared in the sky with his hands behind his back. He looked down condescendingly, his eyes shining with a dark golden light. This person was dressed in a white robe with dragon patterns. He looked like a middle-aged man, but his hair was gray and there were many wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. It was obvious that he was very old. As for how old he was, it was hard to say. He's not dead yet. Frowning slightly, a look of surprise flashed across this person's face. It was really surprising that he could still survive under his attack. In the next moment, this person's expression became more and more surprised. This was because he found that there was an astonishing vitality in the crater below. Immediately, this person stretched out his hand and grabbed. A powerful force burst out, and Qianzong's body was directly pulled out of the crater. His clothes were completely tattered, and his entire body was covered in blood. He looked as if he had been fished out from a pool of blood. In fact, his blood was still dripping down. His aura was extremely weak, and he appeared to be on the verge of death. However, the mysterious seed's vitality was constantly released. It spread throughout Qianzong's body and quickly healed Qianzong's injuries. However, the injuries this time were too severe. The power was too terrifying. Even with the mysterious seed's astonishing vitality, it could not heal in a short period of time. This person stared at Qianzong, as if he wanted to see through Qianzong. He also felt the astonishing vitality in Qianzong's body. His gaze focused directly on Qianzong's qi, and he pointed his finger. First, set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest house. The finger was simple, but it contained an incomparable rhythm, as if it was in harmony with everything in the world. It pointed directly at Qianzong's qi. Qianzong could feel it, but he could not dodge or defend himself. That feeling of helplessness deeply impacted Qianzong's mind, causing him to sink into despair bit by bit. Could it be that his cultivation was going to be crippled just like that, just like how he destroyed the others? Was this karma? Countless thoughts came to his mind in an instant, but Qianzong did not give up. First, he kept unleashing his power. He could not accept such an outcome. However, his opponent was too strong. Even if Qianzong unleashed all the power he had, he could only shake him. He could not break free. It was not that Qianzong did not want to, but that he could not. If he had the power of blood, Qianzong would burn it without hesitation. He would burn it completely in exchange for more power to get out of this predicament. However, Qianzong did not have any powerful blood. What should he do? Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. They were so crazy that they were about to explode. Qianzong kept thinking. Finally, he fixed his eyes on the black mark. At this moment, this was the only way to save himself. However, this was like driving a tiger to devour a wolf. Qianzong had no idea what the consequences would be. The sword-grinding mountain master, if the spiritual soul of the sword-grinding mountain master appeared and occupied his body, he would definitely be able to unleash more power. It should not be difficult to break free from this master. Qianzong guessed that this master was a saint-level master. Qianzong felt helpless that a saint-level master was targeting him. In short, he could not deal with such a master, but he was not willing to be treated like this. He could only take the risk. He would use the sword-grinding mountain master to deal with his opponent. There were two outcomes. The first was that the sword-grinding mountain master could break free. The second was that the sword-grinding mountain master failed. If the Lord of Sword-Sharpening Mountain won, his body would be occupied in the future. As for whether he could take it back, Qianzong was not sure. Luck was very important. If it was the latter, then there was nothing to worry about. In the end, it was a gamble. The seal was lifted, although he wasn't sure if the seal could really seal the black mark, it was better to remove it first. Godly Descent Secret Technique. Qianzong unleashed his divine arrival secret technique to the fullest extent without any hesitation. This was because Qianzong still had a sliver of hope in his heart, which was to use the divine arrival secret technique to borrow the power of the black mark or the sword-grinding mountain master without alerting him. This was undoubtedly the best. However, Qianzong immediately knew that the sliver of hope in his heart did not exist at all. When the God's Descent secret technique was fully exerted, a powerful force erupted and surged out from the black mark like a flood bursting a dam. It was vast and surging like the Milky Way pouring down. Within the black mark, a figure also appeared. His eyes were extremely bright, as if a god or devil had descended. It was an irresistible force that was extremely powerful. It directly occupied Qinzong's spiritual sea and pushed Qinzong's spirit aside. However, this time, Qinzong did not faint. He was just pushed aside by force. It was much better than the previous time when he fainted directly. In this way, it was not impossible to take back his body. It all happened in a flash. From the moment Qinzong removed the seal of the black mark to the moment he unleashed the divine arrival secret technique to the fullest extent, to the moment the sword-grinding mountain master's spirit appeared and occupied Qinzong's body. The entire process seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it was only an extremely short moment. It was so short that it was indescribable. Qinzong's aura suddenly changed greatly. His eyes also changed. Black and white were extremely distinct. They were so black that they were so deep that they devoured all light like a black hole. His eyes were so white that they were extremely holy. The contrast between black and white was so clear that it made each other even more shocking. His aura continued to surge, and it was extremely overbearing. There was also an indescribable darkness that spread out. The expression of the expert who had grabbed Qinzong's body suddenly changed. The finger that was pointing at Qinzong's qi also exploded in an instant. Its speed more than doubled, and its power more than doubled. He was worried that something unexpected would happen. It was obvious that Qinzong's aura had changed. It was completely different from before. It was like a terrifying aura that erupted from the abyss. It was as if a great demon king had come into being. It was blocked. The terrifying finger that was pointing at Qinzong's qi was blocked. It exploded. The extremely terrifying sword will also exploded in an instant, shattering the space. An amazing force surged, as if there was a big explosion. It blasted out a pitch-black space crack. Two figures flew out, and Qinzong also escaped from the expert's grasp. "Who are you?" The gray-haired middle-aged expert frowned. There was a look of surprise and uncertainty in his eyes. He stared at Qinzong solemnly. He immediately felt that the other party had changed. Although he still looked like the same person, it was as if he had changed into another person. It was just that his appearance and figure were the same, but his aura was completely different. The ancient sealed world? I haven't been here for many years. A touch of vicissitudes flashed in the depths of Qinzong's eyes. It was as if the world had been turned upside down. Immediately, that pair of eyes full of vicissitudes stared at the face of the middle-aged man in front of him. His extremely deep eyes made the middle-aged man narrow his eyes involuntarily. He was extremely fearful. What was going on? It was as if he had changed into another person. Such an aura and such a gaze made the middle-aged man feel frightened for no reason. He has actually grown to such an extent that even a quasi-saint has to take action? In fact, this was not Qinzong. It was the sword-sharpening mountain lord who had occupied Qinzong's body. With just one confrontation, he had seen through the other party's details. Quasi-saint. What was a quasi-saint? The so-called quasi-saint was a cultivator who had failed to break through to the saint stage but had survived. They had surpassed the level of the heaven stage but were unable to truly reach the saint stage. They could only take half a step into the threshold of the saint stage and had grasped a trace of power that only a saint stage expert had. This was an essential difference from a heaven stage expert. The outcome of failing to break through to the saint stage was often terrible. However, it was different in the inner universe. If one failed to break through, there was still a possibility of surviving and becoming a quasi-saint, unable to break through to the saint stage for the rest of their lives. There were no quasi-saints in the outer universe because it was very difficult to break through to the saint stage in the outer universe. Once the breakthrough failed, the outcome would be death. Quasi-saints only existed in the inner universe. Even so, there were very few quasi-saints. There were even fewer quasi-saints than heaven stage experts. However, as a whole, there were more quasi-saints than saints. This was because quasi-saints possessed part of the power of a saint stage expert. For cultivators below the quasi-saint level, quasi-saints were not much different from saints. In any case, quasi-saints were not a match for quasi-saints and would be easily suppressed. Qinzong's strength was also at the level of heaven stage experts, but he was easily suppressed by this person. This was enough to show how astonishing a quasi-saint was. In the spirit sea, Qinzong's spirit was pushed to the side. However, he could still sense and hear the sounds outside. Quasi-saint. It turned out that the person who was dealing with him was a quasi-saint and not a true saint stage expert. A quasi-saint was already so strong. Was the gap between him and a heaven stage expert so huge? Then how strong was a true saint stage expert? When Shenzong was possessed previously, he was unconscious. Although there were records of the heavenly sword of will afterward, it wasn't so clear. Now, he could more directly and even personally experience the strength of quasi-saints and even saint stage experts. This was even more helpful for his own improvement. Pressure. When the quasi-saint from the heavenly dragon Holy Land faced the sword-sharpening mountain lord, he felt an astonishing pressure for no reason. It was as if he was facing a true saint stage expert. With his rich experience, he immediately understood that there was an ancient and powerful spirit hidden in this person's body. It should be the spirit of a saint stage expert. When it saw that this person was in danger, it appeared and borrowed this person's body. His guess was partially correct, but partially wrong. This ancient and powerful spirit of a saint stage expert wasn't actually protecting Shenzong. It was trying to possess him, and it succeeded. "Sir, I'm quasi-saint from the heavenly dragon Holy Land, Lord Xianxia." The quasi-saint hurriedly defended himself. He first mentioned the heavenly dragon Holy Land. That was a holy land, a powerful force with true saint stage experts. Moreover, there was more than one of them. He wanted to show off his imposing manner to intimidate the other party to a certain extent. Then, he talked about his other identity. He was an important figure in the heavenly dragon Holy Land. "But I wonder how I should address you." "Heavenly dragon Holy Land?" The sword-sharpening mountain lord's gaze was deep and profound. However, he didn't answer the other party's question. Instead, he said, "Is that old thing ancestor heavenly dragon still alive?" The sword-sharpening mountain lord's rhetorical question instantly shocked the quasi-saint Lord Xianxia. Ancestor heavenly dragon, that was the strongest expert of the heavenly dragon Holy Land. He was also the founder of the heavenly dragon Holy Land. He was powerful and had a high status. Many people knew about him, but they were all legends. A saint stage expert who dared to call ancestor heavenly dragon an old thing. What did that mean? It meant that he might be an expert from the same era as ancestor heavenly dragon. Moreover, he might be acquainted with him. "Senior, since he's an acquaintance of ancestor heavenly dragon Holy Land, then this is a misunderstanding," Lord Xianxia hurriedly said. Although he was a quasi-saint, he didn't have the competence to fight against an ancient saint stage expert. Who knew what kind of unique methods the quasi-saint lord had? "Junior will take his leave first. Go back and tell ancestor heavenly dragon. Maybe ancestor heavenly dragon will come and look for Senior to talk about the old days." There was no threat in his tone, but there was a hint of warning in his voice. Ancestor heavenly dragon was an ancient saint stage expert. An ordinary saint stage expert couldn't be compared to him. "You should stay. As for that old thing ancestor heavenly dragon, when the time is right, I will look for him." The sword-sharpening mountain lord smiled faintly. His eyes became deeper and deeper. The light that shot out from his eyes made Lord Xianxia's heart jump. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he immediately burst out with extreme speed and wanted to escape. However, how could the sword-sharpening mountain lord let him go? A quasi-saint's divine spirit was a great tonic. After devouring it, the sword-sharpening mountain lord's divine spirit would recover greatly. It would also increase the strength of the body. When the sword-sharpening mountain lord's divine spirit and recovering his strength, he would be able to hunt down those divine spirits and extract their divine essences. He would be able to cultivate the fourth level of the Fiend God Sword Codex that the sword-sharpening mountain lord's divine spirit 1,000,000 years ago. Eternal night, with a slash of the sword, darkness suddenly descended. This darkness came so suddenly and caught Lord Xianxia off guard. It was hard for him to react. All the light in front of him disappeared instantly. Heaven and earth fell into darkness. It was as deep as an abyss. He couldn't even see his fingers when he stretched out his hand. How could this darkness be so deep? A beam of sword light suddenly appeared and slashed through the darkness, bringing with it an even more extreme darkness. It directly locked onto Lord Xianxia. There was no way to avoid it, there was no way to resist it. Shenzong's cultivation had reached the peak of the heaven stage. His combat strength had reached the invincible heaven stage, which was equivalent to the invincible semi-saint stage in the outer universe. He was more than 10 times stronger than when he was first possessed by the sword-sharpening mountain master. With such strength, under the sword-sharpening mountain master's superb supreme sword realm, the power he displayed was even more terrifying. It was more than 10 times stronger. Once the supreme sword technique, the demon sword technique, was used, even the demon saint of the purgatory demon sect would not be able to resist its power and would be injured directly, let alone a quasi-saint. Lord Xianxia crazily burst forth and burned his bloodline because he knew that if he did not do so, he might be killed on the spot. Only by using all his strength would he have some hope. The hope of survival, the hope of escape, even if it was just a trace of hope, he had to grasp it. His bloodline burned, and the dragon's roar was extremely loud. It was as if the roar could shatter the sky. An incomparably tyrannical aura erupted like a torrent bursting through a dam. Lord Xianxia flicked his finger, condensing a dark golden light. He suddenly pointed forward and pointed at the sword light that was tearing through the air. It seemed to be cutting through the darkness and bringing with it an even more extreme darkness. The dark golden light skyrocketed. As it rotated at high speed, it rushed out like a star. The dark golden starlight suddenly stopped and then shattered. It was directly cut and shattered by the eternal night sword light. The sword light arrived with irresistible force and slashed through Lord Xianxia's body. Lord Xianxia's face was full of astonishment, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. How could it be? How could the gap be so huge? The difference between a quasi-saint and a saint was this great. The sword-sharpening mountain lord had been a top saint when he was alive. Even though he was no longer the same as before, he could still exert the strength of an ordinary saint with his supreme sword way. The Eternal Night was his ultimate move, and it was extremely powerful. The last time he used it, he was unable to bear the burden. But this time, he was able to bear it, and he was able to bring out the full power of the Eternal Night. It was normal for Tao Master Xianxia to be unable to withstand it. The darkness dissipated. As if it was an illusion, a smile appeared on the sword-sharpening mountain lord's lips. That smile rapidly widened. The divine soul of a quasi-saint, the divine soul of a quasi-saint was definitely a great tonic for him. After devouring it, it would definitely allow his divine soul to recover further and increase his strength. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to kill stronger existences and devour divine souls of higher quality, which would be more beneficial to his recovery. If this cycle continued, he would be able to peek into the realm that his original body could not reach, the realm beyond the saint realm. True God. The sword-sharpening mountain lord could not help but sigh. He was filled with endless regret and hope. Now, he saw hope. His past regrets would be fulfilled. Moreover, Chenzong's body seemed to be better than his original body. He grabbed Tao Master Xianxia's divine soul with his left hand. At the same time, he urged the power of the mysterious seed to devour Tao Master Xianxia's life force. The life force in his body was very strong, and the mysterious seed's life force recovered a lot. Let me go. Tao Master Xianxia's divine soul struggled. His face was as ferocious as a demon's. Ancestor Tianlong will not let you go. Soon, I will devour him too. The sword-sharpening mountain lord's face seemed to flash with a sinister smile. He did not hesitate to devour Tao Master Xianxia's divine soul. A sudden change occurred, the heavenly will sword, which had returned to its scabbard, suddenly burst out of its scabbard. In an instant, it seemed to be held in the hand of a peerless swordsman. It swung the most dazzling sword in the world. It was not aimed at the sword-sharpening mountain lord, but at Tao Master Xianxia's divine soul. Do you think I will let you have your way? The sword-sharpening mountain lord reacted instantly. His right hand formed a sword and suddenly pointed at the peerless sword that the heavenly will sword had unleashed. This was a confrontation between two peerless swordsmen. In that instant of collision, the heavenly will sword suddenly stopped. The sword light shattered inch by inch, and the sword trembled. The sword-sharpening mountain lord's sword finger was also repelled. The power of the heavenly will sword's attack was beyond the sword-sharpening mountain lord's expectations. Let's die together. Tao Master Xianxia was a quasi-saint after all. He already had some of the abilities of a saint-level expert. Even if his divine soul was extracted, he did not completely lose the ability to resist and counterattack. He immediately seized the opportunity to detonate his own divine soul. He would die either way, and his soul would be destroyed. Since that was the case, he might as well detonate his own divine soul and severely injure his opponent. It was better than being devoured by his opponent and becoming a tonic to increase his opponent's strength. The sword-sharpening mountain lord's expression changed drastically. He immediately unleashed his strength to resist. However, he was caught off guard. The self-detonation of a quasi-saint's divine soul was extremely terrifying. It directly covered several hundred meters. The space within several dozen meters was completely shattered, enveloping the sword-sharpening mountain lord. The sword-sharpening mountain lord resisted with all his might. His body was also constantly attacked. The mysterious seed's vitality was constantly being depleted, sweeping through his body like a torrent bursting through a dam. It constantly healed his injuries. The sword-sharpening mountain lord's divine soul was also constantly being depleted. The power of the self-detonation of a divine soul had to be resisted with divine soul power. The effect was the best. The self-detonation of Tao Master Xianxia's divine soul lasted for 9 breaths of time. It only ended after 10 breaths of time. The shattered space also recovered. The sword-sharpening mountain lord stood in the sky. His robes were extremely tattered, and he looked extremely miserable. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. There was also an indescribable fury. This time, he only needed to devour the quasi-saint's divine soul to recover a lot of his divine soul power. He did not expect such an unforeseen event to occur, causing his opponent to seize the opportunity to self-detonate his divine soul. Not only could he not recover, but he also used up a lot of divine soul power. The loss could be said to be disastrous. Fury, the sword-sharpening mountain lord was extremely furious. His eyes immediately landed on the heavenly will sword. If the sword had not suddenly erupted, he would not have ended up like this. Destroy it, there was no need for such a disobedient thing to exist. As if sensing the sword-sharpening mountain lord's malice, the heavenly will sword began to tremble violently. Its hum became even more resounding and sharp. Strands of extremely terrifying sword chi also emanated from the sword, surging endlessly. Determination, the aura emanating from the heavenly will sword was so determined. It was the determination to fight for survival in the face of death. Even if it was destroyed, it would definitely not yield to the sword-sharpening mountain lord. Be destroyed. With that, the sword-sharpening mountain lord's sword finger immediately pierced through the air. The sword finger of the supreme way of the sword was extremely terrifying. It was extremely shocking. The heavenly will sword erupted. Its sword light was extremely dazzling. It charged towards the sword-sharpening mountain lord fearlessly. It was determined to injure him even if it was destroyed. Collision, the sword light shattered. The heavenly will sword was immediately repelled. The sword trembled endlessly, letting out a hum as if it was wailing. However, it charged towards the sword-sharpening mountain lord again without fear. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, the heavenly will sword was repelled time and time again. However, with each subsequent sword strike, its power decreased. Its speed also became slower and slower. The sword-sharpening mountain lord also noticed this. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. His tyrannical power suddenly condensed, transforming into a peerless sword. It carried an extremely terrifying power as it charged towards the heavenly will sword. This sword finger was unstoppable. There was nothing it could not destroy. The heavenly will sword could not help but tremble. If it was hit, it would probably be damaged again. With the heavenly will sword's material, it was impossible to destroy it. However, its power had not completely recovered. If it was hit, it would be damaged again. Even so, the heavenly will sword had no intention of retreating. In the end, it exploded. The situation changed once again. Chen Zong's spiritual soul launched a counterattack, directly attacking the sword-sharpening mountain lord's spiritual soul. The sword-sharpening mountain lord's spiritual soul was indeed very strong. The moment it appeared, it repelled Chen Zong's spiritual soul. However, now, due to the self-destruction of Lord Jinshuan's spiritual soul, the sword-sharpening mountain lord's spiritual power had been depleted by more than half. In addition, the explosive attack of the heavenly will sword further depleted his spiritual power. Chenzong seized the opportunity to counterattack. One must know that Chenzong's spiritual soul was not weak either. Working together, they immediately attacked the sword-sharpening mountain lord. As a result, the sword-sharpening mountain lord was caught in a difficult situation. "Do you want to die together with me?" the sword-sharpening mountain lord roared as he defended. However, Chenzong had no intention of responding. He continued to attack. The sword-sharpening mountain lord was even more furious. Originally, everything should have been under his control. Last time, he deliberately returned the body to Chenzong. However, he did not expect to be in such a predicament this time. Damn it. Everything deserves to die. Everything deserves to be destroyed. The sword-sharpening mountain lord's spiritual soul had fallen into a frenzy. He fought with all his might. There was an extremely determined aura about him. It was as if he really wanted to die together with Chenzong. Chenzong was not afraid. However, he was not willing to die together with the sword-sharpening mountain lord. "Your inheritance is mine. Everything you have is mine." The sword-sharpening mountain lord roared as he continued to counterattack. "Since it's all yours, then take it back." Chenzong was even more determined. In fact, Chenzong had the same idea long ago. However, once he gave up, his cultivation would be gone. It was equivalent to losing his cultivation and losing his strength. That was why Chenzong chose to seal the black mark. However, now, Chenzong realized that as long as he still had his cultivation, he would be entangled with the sword-sharpening mountain lord. Even if he temporarily defeated the sword-sharpening mountain lord, he would still come back. The sword-sharpening mountain lord had already set his eyes on his body when he inherited the celestial demon sword codex. He wanted to take over his body. In addition to some other inspirations, Chenzong vaguely grasped another way forward. However, he was not so sure. However, he had to make a choice now. Battle, an intense battle, the internal battle between the spirit and the external battle between the sword principles. Chenzong's cooperation with the heavenly will sword had reached its peak, and the sword-sharpening mountain master's fury had reached its peak. "I'll return all of your inheritance to you," Chenzong said. His words were filled with unparalleled determination. In the next moment, Chenzong did not hesitate to disperse his cultivation base, the cultivation base that he had cultivated from the sword god and demon sword mantra. Chenzong immediately realized that when he dispersed his cultivation base from the sword god and demon sword mantra, the sword-sharpening mountain master spirit and aura were also changing. The connection between him and his body was becoming faint and blurry. Fury, the sword-sharpening mountain master was extremely furious. He had never thought that his opponent would be so determined and decisive. He did not hesitate to give up the power that he had cultivated with great difficulty. The sword god and demon sword mantra, this was the top inheritance in both the outer and inner universes, especially the fourth level. Once mastered, one would be able to dominate everything and master the mysteries of surpassing the sage level. They would be able to reach the true god level that had never been seen before. 1,000,000 years ago, he had studied it meticulously and experimented with it countless times before finally confirming it. He had even sacrificed the destruction of the sword-sharpening mountain, but he had still failed because of a small mistake. However, after so many years of accumulation, it had truly been perfected. There were no longer any mistakes or drawbacks. As long as one continued to cultivate it step by step, it would not be difficult to reach the sage level. It was even possible to surpass the sage level. Who would be able to resist such a temptation? The deeper one cultivated the sword god and demon sword mantra, the deeper one's connection with the sword-sharpening mountain master would be. His body would also be more compatible with the sword-sharpening mountain master spirit and become a vessel for him to return to the world. Chenzong had cultivated it to the third level. His body was 100% compatible with the sword-grinding mountain lord's soul. Because of this, the sword-grinding mountain lord was able to possess Chenzong so easily. Moreover, he did not need to do anything to control Chenzong's power. In addition, as long as Chenzong still had the Fiend God Sword Codex, even if the sword-grinding mountain lord failed to possess Chenzong, he would still have a chance to possess Chenzong again. He was like a ticking time bomb, threatening Chenzong at all times. But now, as Qianzong resolutely and voluntarily dispersed the cultivation of the godly demon sword mantra, the compatibility between the sword-sharpening mountain chief's soul and Qianzong's body began to decrease. Lunatic! Sword-sharpening mountain's mountain lord cursed angrily, becoming even more alarmed. However, was he supposed to admit defeat? That was impossible, absolutely impossible. Since that was the case, he had to be even more resolute. Sword-sharpening mountain's mountain lord also erupted. The black mark suddenly trembled, directly producing a shocking devouring power. Like a black hole, it erupted wildly and directly invaded Qianzong's body. Qianzong immediately felt his power being devoured wildly. His essence, spirit, and soul were also enveloped by the terrifying devouring power. All this time, sword-sharpening mountain chief had not devoured Qianzong's soul. It was not because he was unwilling, but because Qianzong's soul and his body were of the same origin. If he devoured it directly, it would cause negative effects. Sword-sharpening mountain chief planned to slowly wear down Qianzong's soul bit by bit so that there would not be any side effects. Only then would he be able to truly, completely, and perfectly control Qianzong's body. He valued this vessel very much. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, it might affect his final breakthrough. However, now, he had no choice but to do so. He did not care if there would be any side effects. As long as Qianzong's spirit was devoured, all resistance would disappear. Everything would belong to him. As for the other side effects and mistakes, he could not care less about them. Since he had already come this far, he had no choice but to do so. A battle of life and death, it was an extremely dangerous battle of life and death. Qianzong only felt his powerful essence, spirit, and soul being continuously devoured. His soul also began to sway, as if it was tightly grabbed by an invisible hand and pulled towards the black mark. Qianzong originally planned to slowly disperse the cultivation power that came from the sword god and demon sword codex so that his body would not be damaged. As for the great decrease in his strength after losing his cultivation, he had to think of another way. Moreover, he had another idea. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to try it out. If he failed, then he would have to find a good cultivation method to cultivate again. With his experience and the support of many resources, it wouldn't take too long. However, now that the black mark had erupted, the sword-sharpening mountain lord had made it clear that he was determined to fight to the death. He could not disperse the power so slowly. He had to speed up, even if it would cause damage to himself. The power dispersed, like a torrent bursting through a dam, gushing towards Qianzong's body. As his body trembled violently, streaks of blood spurted out from all over his body, dyeing his body red. Under such a violent impact, his veins were directly affected and ruptured. His organs were also affected and damaged. Even his bones, muscles, and skin were damaged. The sword-sharpening mountain lord was fighting, and so was Qianzong. He was risking his life. This was because his life and future were at stake. Give up. It's just a futile struggle. The sword-sharpening mountain lord tried to use words to shake Qianzong's will. Especially under such resistance, his will was more easily shaken. As long as you give your body to me, I can bring you to the peak of the universe and become a supreme true god. True god, Qianzong did not understand. He had never heard of this before, so he was very curious. However, Qianzong also knew that now was not the time to ask. Once he asked, he would definitely be affected by the sword-sharpening mountain lord, weakening his resistance. If it's not mine, I can give it up. What's mine is mine. No one can touch it. Qianzong's response was extremely firm, leaving no room for doubt. Even if he had to destroy it, he would not leave it to the sword-sharpening mountain lord. Finally, Qianzong's essence, energy, and spirit were all devoured by the black mark. After losing his essence, energy, and spirit, Qianzong's spirit also became drowsy. He felt like he was dying, like a fish that had been thrown onto the shore and exposed to the scorching sun for a long time. On the other hand, Qianzong's body was completely stained with blood. A layer of blood covered his entire body, making him look extremely terrifying and shocking. All the power that he had cultivated from the third level of the Fiend God Sword mantra had been completely dispersed by Qianzong in an extremely violent manner. What did this mean? It meant that Chenzong had lost his cultivation base. He had lost his tyrannical strength that was invincible in the heaven rank. Fortunately, his cultivation base had not been destroyed. It had been dissipated on its own. It could be cultivated again, but it would take time and the corresponding resources. Such a price was also very shocking. After all, his cultivation base had not been easy to come by. Moreover, Chenzong had cultivated an extremely tyrannical and supreme inheritance like the mythical demon sword codex. As the person involved, Chenzong was very clear about the difficulties involved. However, he still had to give up what he had to give up. Only when you give up something can you gain something. After Chenzong had dissipated all the power of his cultivation base from the mythical demon sword codex, the devouring power of the black mark suddenly decreased. It could no longer affect Chenzong's spirit. Almost, just a little bit more and it could have devoured Chenzong's spirit. Just a little bit more, not even a breath's worth of time. He had failed on the verge of success. At this moment, Chenzong's spirit was in a trance. It was as if he was about to faint. However, he had to endure this feeling of fainting. The sword-sharpening mountain lord was not feeling well at all. Activating the black mark had consumed a lot of his spirit power. He was also in a weakened state. The sound of a sword chime rang out. It came from afar and neared. It went from faint to clear. Immediately, a ray of sword light entered Chenzong's spiritual sea and flew towards Chenzong's spirit. It quickly shrank and finally fell into Chenzong's hand. It was the heavenly will sword. The power of the heavenly will sword was also greatly depleted. There was not much left. When the heavenly will sword was in his hand, Chenzong's spirit immediately felt a cooling aura spread out. It refreshed his spirit and seemed to have recovered some of his strength. He drew his sword. He immediately performed the single-hearted sword principle. Within the spiritual sea, he used his spirit to perform the sword principle. He did not need the support of his cultivation base. The sword light pierced through the air and slashed towards the sword-sharpening mountain lord's spirit. The sword-sharpening mountain lord waved his hand. Immediately, the black mark flashed and condensed into a sharp black sword. He held it in his hand and attacked. It was the supreme sword principle that he had mastered, the demon sword principle. Upon contact, Chenzong's sword principle was immediately defeated. The difference between a quasi-supreme sword principle and a supreme sword principle was too great. However, although Chenzong was shocked, he was not discouraged nor did he admit defeat. He waved his sword again and fought fiercely. If he could not block it with one sword, he would use two. If he could not block it with two, he would use three. The swords pierced through the air. They were all single-hearted sword principle, but they were continuously defeated. At the same time, Chenzong's spirit body was continuously injured by the swords. Strands of spirit power floated out. The supreme sword principle's suppression on Chenzong was too strong. At the same time, under the suppression of his opponent's supreme sword principle, Chenzong's single-hearted sword principle was also improving at an alarming speed. First, he merged the heart sword principle and the world sword principle. Then, he slowly merged the void kill sword principle into it. It made the single-hearted sword principle more mysterious and powerful. After being hit by the swords continuously, Chenzong's spirit body became more and more faint. His power was also decreasing. Even though his sword principle had improved, he could not recover from the disadvantage. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are but petty tricks. The sword-sharpening mountain master sneered. He attacked with his sword again. The sword light was extremely dark, as if the demonic power of the abyss had descended. Chenzong's sword light was destroyed once again, and his divine soul body was struck once more, causing it to become even fainter. At this rate, Chenzong's divine soul body would be destroyed in just 3 sword strikes. Only 3 sword strikes or so. At that time, he would lose all ability to fight back. As if sensing Chenzong's current state, the heavenly will sword trembled violently. It was full of determination, as if it was saying something, as if it was bidding farewell to Chenzong. Immediately, a spot of light suddenly lit up. It was extremely dazzling. It directly left the sword and merged into Chenzong's spirit. It was accompanied by an indescribable sadness, as if they were parting. Zong immediately felt a cooling power rush into his body. His spirit body, which had become faint, suddenly became extremely solid. Under the urging of an inexplicable power, Zong swung his sword with an indescribable sadness. When the sword rose, the spirit sea was filled with sadness. The sword radiance was bright, clear, and serene. Within the sword radiance, sorrow flowed in reverse, traversing the universe. It was as if he had lost something extremely important in his heart and could not help but feel sad. Sorrow was about to spread, infecting the world and grieving the heavens and earth. The sword-sharpening mountain lord's soul body suddenly trembled. An indescribable sorrow immediately spread out, filling the surroundings. It was as if the saddest past in his heart had been drawn out, causing him to fall into a trance. The sword radiance had already arrived. It was the ultimate move of the demon sword technique, Eternal Night. As the sword radiance slashed out, the pitch-black sword radiance seemed to have come from the abyss, bringing with it an abyss-like darkness. The two sword radiances instantly collided. The sword radiance dissipated, but a terrifying force still shot towards the sword-sharpening mountain lord, piercing through his soul body. The powerful force wantonly destroyed his soul body. Horrified and shocked, the sword-sharpening mountain lord did not know what had happened. His opponent's strength was inferior to his, and his sword technique was also inferior to his, yet he could unleash such a powerful and terrifying sword radiance. Its power was so strong that even the sword-sharpening mountain lord could not block it. Even though the sword-sharpening mountain lord's power had been greatly reduced due to the damage to his soul, it was still the ultimate move of the unparalleled sword technique. Run, the sword-sharpening mountain lord was afraid. The power of his soul had been greatly depleted, and his soul body had also become faint. His aura had withered. Although he still had the power to fight, if he continued fighting, would something happen that would cause his soul to collapse, he could not let his million-year plan die here. Without any hesitation, with a thought, the sword-sharpening mountain lord immediately fled into the black sword in his hand. In the next moment, the black sword erupted with a startling might. As black light permeated the surroundings, with a flash, it directly left Zong's sea of consciousness and appeared outside. It directly turned into a streak of dark light and vanished into outer space. He had left. The sword-sharpening mountain lord had truly left Zong's body and left. As Zong had forcefully dispersed the power of the cannon of the fiend god sword, his compatibility with the sword-sharpening mountain lord's soul had greatly decreased. If the sword-sharpening mountain lord wanted to possess and truly control Zong's body, it would be many times more difficult. Coupled with the fact that his soul was in danger of collapsing, even if there was only the slightest possibility, he was not willing to take this risk. Only when the sword-sharpening mountain chief fled did Zong let out a sigh of relief. His consciousness returned to his body, and he could not help but smile bitterly when he sensed the condition of his body. Tragic, heavy losses. First, it was the injuries on his body. Due to him forcefully dispersing his cultivation of the celestial demon sword codex, he had suffered heavy injuries all over his body. If an ordinary cultivator suffered such severe injuries, they would have died immediately. It was a miracle that Zong was still alive. After all, his cultivation came from the godly demon sword codex, and the more he cultivated it to the third stage, the deeper the connection. To a certain extent, the godly demon sword codex cultivated body refinement and chi. Refinement, and the body refinement had the meaning of forging an extraordinary treasure body. It was comparable to king bodies, saint bodies, and even divine bodies. By forcefully dispersing his cultivation, he had injured himself. His powerful body had also weakened, and he had become extremely weak. Zong felt as if he would collapse if a gust of wind blew. How to describe it? It was like a tree growing. As it gradually grew, its roots would spread all over the land. If the tree was forcefully uprooted, the integrity of the land would be destroyed. Not only would the integrity of the exterior be destroyed, but the integrity of the interior would also be destroyed. In short, Zong's body was in a terrible state. The powerful strength brought about by the heavenly gold sword body had disappeared. In addition, his soul was in an intense battle with the sword-sharpening mountain chief's soul. His strength was constantly being depleted, and he was constantly being injured by the sword. Now, his soul was also in a very weak state. Moreover, his essence, chi, and spirit had been devoured. Although he could regenerate, it was not so easy. This was an unprecedented weakness. Zhong had never experienced such weakness before. Fortunately, the mysterious seed in his sea of qi still had an exuberant vitality. Zhong mobilized it, and it quickly filled his entire body. A clear stream flowed continuously, healing his injured body as he fell. Could he no longer fly after losing his cultivation? No, under the quasi-supreme sword realm, Zhong was still able to fly in the sky. It was like a bird, and it had become a type of instinct that was ingrained in his bones. It didn't have any definite connection with the Fiend God Sword mantra. Of course, losing his cultivation would directly cause Zhong's flying speed to decrease drastically. This was inevitable. Similarly, Zhong losing his cultivation did not mean that he no longer had any strength. Cultivation was a part of one's strength, but not everything. Losing his cultivation did not mean that he had completely lost his strength. However, cultivation was a very important part of one's strength. It was the foundation. Without cultivation, many techniques would lack something, and it would directly cause one's strength to decrease drastically. It would weaken one's strength by at least 10 times. Less than 1 out of 10 would survive. What was worse was that Zhong realized that his perception of the 5 great Daos was also fading. It became blurry and thin. After landing safely, Zhong felt that his body was very weak. In fact, his current physique was still relatively strong compared to a heaven-rank cultivator who had not refined his body. It was just that he was not as strong as when he had mastered the heavenly gold sword body. This time, his injuries were too severe. Even if the mysterious seed's vitality kept surging and healing, it was unable to heal Zhong in a short time. However, it was able to heal his heavy injuries and reduce Zhong's pain. Not daring to stay, Zhong quickly left while healing his injuries. He did not want other cultivators to be attracted by the fluctuations here. That would be very disadvantageous to him. Moreover, Zhong did not forget that the quasi-sage Lord Xianxia who was killed by the sword-sharpening mountain lord was an expert from the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. His death would be known by the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land sooner or later. Perhaps they already knew. Old and new grudges. Although it was the sword-sharpening mountain lord who killed him, he would eventually come for him. For a time, Zhong's thoughts were in extreme disorder. He'd suffered heavy injuries, lost his formidable cultivation, and his senses towards the sword Tao, Tao of the heart, Tao of the world, Tao of time, and Tao of space had become weak. If this continued, it might be severed. That would be equivalent to him losing the ability to mobilize and utilize the quintessence energy of the 5 grand Daos, and his strength would imperceptibly decline a step further. Lost cultivation could be cultivated back. After all, it was not destroyed by others. It was dissipated by oneself. The meaning was different. However, the connection with the great Daos of heaven and earth was cut off. Zhong did not know how to reconnect with them. When cultivators comprehended the great Daos, they used their own great Daos to mobilize the corresponding great Daos of heaven and earth in order to enhance their own strength. This was the cultivation method of cultivators below the saint rank. If one lost the connection with the great Daos of heaven and earth, it meant that one's strength would be greatly reduced. Zhong was now facing such a dilemma. As he ran, Zhong's speed also increased rapidly. The injuries on his body were gradually healing under the vigorous vitality of the mysterious seed. However, there was still a sense of weakness. As time passed, it gradually disappeared. Zhong had adapted to this body again. Without the power of cultivation, the strength of his body was not as strong as before. Fortunately, his realm was not affected. Zhong was able to maintain a decent speed and leave the battlefield. As for the weakening of his divine soul and the lost essence, qi, and spirit, it would take more time to recover. With his extraordinary perception, Zhong did not sense any danger. He gradually slowed down and thought carefully. This time, he took the initiative to disperse the power of the Fiend God Sword Codex. Other than severing his connection with the sword-sharpening mountain lord, it was also because of some thoughts or inspiration that occasionally flashed through Zhong's mind when he was comprehending the single-hearted sword technique. However, that inspiration was fragmented and incomplete. As such, Zhong was not very certain. However, now that things had progressed to this stage, with the combination of various factors, he was destined to have to make a choice. If he was unwilling to give up on the cultivation brought by the fiend god sword mantra, he would definitely continue to be entangled with the sword-sharpening mountain lord. He did not know when he would be possessed again. He would not be so lucky every time. Rather than that, he might as well give up the inheritance that did not belong to him. This was because the inheritance of the fiend god sword codex was part of the sword-sharpening mountain lord's plan. He wanted to find a suitable vessel to carry his divine soul and return to the universe. Obtaining the sword-sharpening technique and entering the sword-sharpening mountain to obtain various great Tao sword techniques was a test to see if he was qualified to inherit the fiend god sword codex. In other words, it was a test to see if he was qualified to become the vessel of the sword-sharpening mountain lord. Now, the sword-sharpening mountain lord had escaped. Chenzong did not know where he went. With his injuries, it would not be easy for him to recover. However, Chenzong was sure of one thing. If the sword-sharpening mountain lord recovered, he might come to him for revenge. Enemies at the level of the heavenly dragon Holy Land and the sword-sharpening mountain lord gave him a headache just thinking about it. Even so, Chenzong didn't feel dejected or discouraged. He didn't give up hope because of this. He was still alive, and he still had some strength. He also had the quasi-supreme sword realm, so he still had some strength. That meant that there was still hope. With the loss of his cultivation, Chenzong was more prone to fatigue. Fortunately, he found a relatively remote place in the mountains as a temporary resting place to recover his physical strength. At the same time, he also allowed the power of his spirit and essence to gradually recover. Standing on a naturally formed obelisk, Chenzong looked ahead. At this moment, it was evening and the sun was setting. I lost my cultivation and my great Tao was severed. Chenzong's eyes became more and more profound as he stared at the endless distance ahead. There was a dazzling red glow. It was as bright as a burning cloud, blooming with an indescribable brilliance that shone in all directions. It fell on Chenzong's body and also on Chenzong's face. It was reflected in Chenzong's bright and clear eyes. It doesn't matter if I have no cultivation or my great Tao is severed. After all, it belongs to others. Chenzong's expression became more and more determined. From now on, I will test my idea and walk a path that belongs to me alone. I will recover my strength and even break through my limits. The heavenly dragon Holy Land and the sword-sharpening mountain lord. What is there to fear? End of chapter 29:13. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.